Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Crossing dimensions, the dungeon invaded the world. They appeared in every corner of the city only 5 years ago. Residents ran away from the portals in horror because they threatened their peaceful days. However, a guy in a black suit came to their aid. He and the rest of the guys approached the entrance to the dungeons. These people were ready to fight back against the threat that appeared in the world. One of them was a blue-eyed brunette. All of their residents call them hunters. They went straight to the boss. The skeletons standing behind them rebelled. They surrounded the guys from all sides. A magical dome appeared above them. The guy attacked the creatures using his ability. They confidently attack opponents, which is why they are considered powerful. The brunette looked back angrily at the monster with a scythe. He attacked the skeletons. The guy went to the heart of the boss, thanks to which he became the hero of this era. He swung his blade. The brunette plunged it into the boss's heart. It began to crack. An ominous aura began to emanate from the guy. Having killed the Ghost King, he jumped back. Meanwhile, the girl was walking around the night city. She believed that all these stories did not concern her. Her face turned very red because she had overindulged a little. She remembered how her comrades tried to get her drunk. At that moment, she realized that they did not know the measure at all. She sped up a little. The heroine saw a mansion. She approached its metal gates. Moa went down the illuminated stairs. After all, she, having crossed the age of 20, could only afford to rent an apartment in the basement. She turned on the light. Entering the apartment, she exhaled heavily. She is an office worker at a hunting and civil relations agency. Throwing her bag on the floor, she remembered that she usually calms down hunters by taking their side. She plopped down on the bed. Grabbing her phone, she decided to set the alarm and go to bed. She considers herself an ordinary girl with nothing special about her. The main character lay down on the pillow because she decided to lie down for a bit before washing her face. But in the end, she found herself in a cave. The monster looked back at her. She hid behind a stone. Covering her mouth with her hands, she realized that she was as far away from this kind of work as possible. She looked out from behind the stone as she decided to check if the monster had left. Exhaling heavily, she wondered why she was here. After all, she was sure that she had gone to bed on the bed. She bowed her head when she realized that she was in a dungeon. Looking around, she assumed that no one had kidnapped her because a lot of money was needed to enter the portal. And she also believed that it was unlikely that anyone had harbored such a grudge against her. Her face was covered in sweat because she could not believe what was happening. Seeing the mana swirl, she remembered that such a chaotic rift that appeared all over the world destroyed the sewers both times. The girl grabbed her head when she realized that this rift sucked in a person for the first time. She imagined the monster roasting her over a fire and realized that she would die here. Some sound rang out. The monster approached her when she realized that she could not just stand here. She knew that hunters with combat abilities, fighting on one instincts, simply woke up in the middle of the battle. Seeing the monster approaching her, she wondered how she could fight it. The creature moved away from her. She hugged herself tightly. Crying from fear, she wanted to go home. Her eyes sparkled when she saw something. Looking at the purple grass, she guessed that this rather expensive material was used to make potions. Moa remembered her mentor who told her that one petal of this flower costs 100,000 won. Remembering this, she realized that that monster ate a whole bunch of them. Looking around, she saw that there was still a mountain of plants. She grabbed her stomach and thought about how many hours she had been in the dungeon already. Frowning deeply, she realized that she needed to somehow calm down the howling of her stomach when the monster passed by. At that moment, she decided to hold out in the cave as long as possible. She plucked the magic flower. A system warning appeared in front of her. The system informed her that a creature in a relaxed state was able to obtain an item alone. She became very worried when she saw the notifications. The protagonist was able to obtain the conditions for a special awakening. She had a hidden skill if there was nothing here before, but now there is. Her body was illuminated by a flash. Her eyes widened as she realized that she had awakened. A stream of energy had entered her body. She still had the flower in her hand. Kneeling down, she thanked the Lord for answering her request. At that moment, she was happy that she would be able to get out of the dungeon. She opened the tab because she decided to check her strength and magic stats. Moa sweated when she saw that she had no bonuses. She screamed loudly. Touching her profile, she wondered why nothing had changed. Then she decided to open the hidden skill that had appeared in her. With it, she would be able to always get high-quality items. Her face turned blue when she realized that this ability would only help her gather high-quality herbs. She bowed her head, realizing that she would not be able to survive. Her hands were enveloped in mana when she decided to use the hidden skill. The magic herbs were enveloped in her aura. An inventory window appeared in front of her. She turned her attention to the magic ball. Taking the S rank artifact, she remembered that even a D rank Avatani's core costs 50 million won. She clutched it tightly in her hand. Smiling ominously, she realized that she had found a real treasure. She clutched her face when she remembered that she first needed to survive. Leaning over the lawn, she realized that she would not be able to get the return stone since the hunter's shop would not open in the dungeon. Pulling a flower from the ground, she decided to do her best while collecting items. She bowed her head and realized that sitting in first place would not help herself. She became tired while collecting plants. The protagonist continued to diligently do so since she remembered that she wanted to try hard. She noticed a scratch that had appeared. Wiping away the sweat, she decided to check her inventory. Opening it, she was surprised by its contents. Among the A-rank magic items, there were also S-rank ones. Taking it in her hand, she realized that the hidden skill helped her collect so many S-rank artifacts. She squeezed her hand and realized that she would be able to get better materials with 100% probability when collecting. Taking a closer look at the ball, she thought about what to do with it. At that moment, she decided to try eating it. Looking at the core, she remembered that she could get a lot of money for it. She threw it into her mouth. Her agility temporarily increased by 1 point after absorbing the Evatani's core. Moa abruptly covered her mouth. Holding her chin, she assumed that the potion would work much better than a single ingredient. She put the core in her mouth because she decided to check what would happen if she ate another one. Chewing it, she noticed that the time did not increase, although her agility was increasing. Looking down, she realized that she had a chance to get out of the dungeon. She knelt down and promised herself to handle everything. Imagining an angry monster, she remembered that there were 3 options for leaving the dungeon. In one of them, she had to destroy the boss and then exit through the gate that appeared. Remembering the magic item, she realized that she had to use the return stone for this. It sparkled brightly, because a monster that she would need to kill should fall out of it. Thinking about it, the girl remembered that in all this time, the hunters had only been able to destroy one boss. She also realized that she would not be able to find or create a return stone. She clenched her fist tightly when she assumed that she would receive the magic stone if she dealt with the monster. Raising her finger up, she remembered that there was a third way that the hunter Jaihan had found. She imagined a brunette with a scythe, after which she remembered that without a return stone, hunters are usually doomed to die. But she knows that Jaihan was able to become the first one who did not give up and defied fate. She pressed herself against the stone when she realized that she wanted to have such strength. She turned around abruptly and saw the monster. It was approaching her. Covered in sweat, she wondered if she could do this without knowing how to fight. She guessed that this monster might be stronger than she thought. Trembling with fear, she decided to attack it another time. Her stomach growled loudly in spite of her. The monster pricked up its ears. Seeing how the monster approached her, she realized that it had found her. Clutching her stomach, she realized that she had not eaten enough stones worth 50 million won. Moa quickly began to stuff herbs into her mouth. The monster touched her neck. It swung its paw. The girl flew to the side and realized that she could have died. Looking back at the system notification, she realized that she had eaten everything she had. The monster had led her into a trap. He splashed poison on her. Standing on her feet, she realized that the creature did not sense her combat skills. Looking at him, she mentally begged him to open himself up for attacks. She became very angry. Spreading her arms out to the sides, she begged the enemy to lower his guard. The monster swung his paw. He stuck it into the ground. The girl jumped to the side. She realized that she was able to dodge due to the lightness of her body. The main character dodged the attack again. Throwing her head back, she realized that she had an opportunity to attack the enemy. She hit him on the head. Looking at the growling monster, she realized that one blow would not be enough to defeat him because he was harder than he seemed. She looked back when she decided to find a stronger weapon. With her fingers, she dug into the stone. She threw it at the enemy's face. The monster broke it into 2 parts. Sweating, she realized that the monster had cut the rock like tofu. It attacked her again. At that moment, she realized that the blows and rocks had not worked. Then she remembered that she only had 1 minute of power-up left. She jumped high into the air. The monster's paw came close to her face. Looking at it, she decided to attack its claws from behind, which reminded her of human shoulders. Leaning on the ground, she assumed that in this case she would be able to break its paws. She grabbed a rock in her hand. Swinging it hard, she loudly demanded that the monster die already. The girl was able to tear apart its claw. It fell backwards onto the ground. A poisonous liquid splashed out of its tip. Picking up its claw, she begged for it to die before the other monsters gathered. She threw it into its mouth. Moa was very scared. Wiping her face, she wondered if her opponent was dead. She looked back when she realized that monsters were approaching her. She touched the monster's body and decided to quickly get out of the dungeon. A flock of monsters approached her. Holding the return stone, she realized that she could return home. She squeezed it and said goodbye to the bugs. A powerful energy began to emanate from her body. The dungeon was enveloped in red. She realized that she was able to get out of it. The protagonist found herself on her bed. Blood was flowing out of her body, which made it painful for her to move. Reaching for her phone, she remembered that she was almost cut in half, after which she decided to call the emergency services. Touching her finger to the screen, she begged for her phone to be unlocked. She clutched her stomach and realized that the rich could just drink healing potions that cost 1,000,000,000 won. The girl suddenly opened her eyes and remembered that she woke up. Opening the hunter shop, she realized that she could use it since she had left the dungeon. Lying on her bed, she was glad that the company had explained to her how to do it. A notification appeared that she needed to choose a name to use in the shop. Frowning deeply, she thought about what kind of nickname she should come up with. She imagined the menacing guys. At that moment, she remembered that each hunter in the shop had a nickname that guaranteed their anonymity. Tilting her head, she assumed that there were loopholes through which one could find out their true identity. Touching the screen, she decided to write a request for help in her nickname. But she knew that people usually put their class, their special trait, or something similar in it. Introducing herself, she thought about killing monsters and collecting items. She chose a nickname for herself, Looter. The system greeted her. Scrolling through the shop feed, she remembered that E and F rank potions were only good for bruises and cuts, and C and D rank potions were too slow. But she also knew that she couldn't afford an A rank potion, so she had to take a B rank potion. Her face began to sweat as she realized that she would have to sell all the items she had received today. The system asked her if she really wanted to sell all the items she had selected. She realized that she could only pray now. Notifications for receiving funds appeared in front of her. At that moment, she realized that she could no longer feel her arms and legs because she had been choosing her nickname slowly. Clutching her stomach, she realized that she really missed her mother and younger brother. Notifications for selling items appeared in front of her. Her face turned blue and she felt cold. A notification appeared that an item had been purchased for 1,000,000,000 won. Closing the tab, she was glad that it was finally over. The system asked her if she wanted to buy a B rank healing potion. She mentally begged herself to hold on a little longer. Moa drank the potion. Her body was enveloped in mana as her wounds began to heal. Closing her eyes, she realized that she had survived. Meanwhile, her alarm rang. She sat up and remembered that she hated getting up for work. She put her feet on the floor. Walking into the bathroom, she decided to leave work early today. She was scared of her reflection in the mirror. Walking into the room, she realized that this was not a dream. Sweat broke out on her face as she realized that she had truly woken up. Logging in, she decided to open the store. At that moment, she wondered what happened to the items she had put up for sale. Sweat began to flow down her face. Seeing the system notification, she realized that she had earned 2.5 billion won. She bowed her head and wondered if she had sold everything. The girl grabbed her head sharply when she realized that she had become a billionaire at the age of 25. Holding the bills in her hands, she realized that she had more than 2 billion won. Looking at the blue screen, she remembered that the store had quite a few withdrawal methods. She imagined herself shooting a money gun, after which she assumed that she could get dollars or even a lot of gold. Looking around, she decided to withdraw the money in won for now. After all, she knew that she could exchange it for other currencies later. She decided to complete the exchange settings. Smiling widely, she realized that she could now quit her job. Walking down the street, she remembered that she used to live from paycheck to paycheck. She wondered whether she should tell her mother that she won the lottery and send 1 billion. The main character sparkled even brighter when she decided to send her mother 500 million and carefully spend the rest of the money. She decided to enjoy her life because now nothing threatens her. Bowing her head, she wished someone a good morning. Her face turned red when her partner asked her if she was sick. Smiling, Lee's boss assumed that she was just hanging out somewhere. His partner reminded him that she did not even warn anyone about it. Embarrassed, she admitted that she simply forgot to warn them. At that moment, she realized that the potion was too effective because her partners were even making fun of her. Sticking out his tongue, Lee's boss told Kim that he was very worried about his employee. Hearing this, the man called him too kind. Manager Lee grabbed Moa's shoulder and asked her to notify him about this in the future. He then wished her good luck at work. She thanked him for it with a big smile, but she wanted to punch him in the head. She walked to her desk. At that moment, she realized that she had been locked in the dungeon for the whole day. Interrupting her thoughts, the woman greeted her. Soo Hyun looked back at her and asked if she was okay. Slightly embarrassed, the girl apologized to her for not reporting her absence. Hearing this, the woman resigned herself to it, because anything can happen. Sitting at the desk, the heroine continued to mutter about letting her team down. The assistant manager asked her not to calm down. At that moment, Moa thought about why everyone was making fun of her, because she came to work despite the fact that yesterday she almost died. Raising her head, she asked her where the general manager had disappeared to. The woman flushed and told her that she had sat until dawn working on her. The girl burst into tears and admitted that she was very sorry, after which she asked her to overload her with work to the limit. Hearing this, Soo Hyun tried to calm her down because everything was fine. The main character bowed her head when the woman asked her to give it her all she had, doing the remaining work. While laying out the stack, she decided to tell the general manager about her resignation. After all, she believed that this situation should not affect her decision in any way. Picking up the stack of papers, she thought about why there were so many of them. Sliding back on her chair, she said that she would not go to lunch because she would have to spend 4 hours on these requests. The assistant turned her head sharply and it was necessary for her to eat first and then start working. After which she promised to buy her at least porridge. Looking at her watch, she announced that the meeting would soon end. That's why she asked the girl to go to the store manager while he wasn't too busy. The protagonist's eyes sparkled as she thanked Soo-hyun again. Hearing this, she demanded that she go faster. Approaching the elevator, Moa realized that the assistant was actually very caring, since she would never leave anyone hungry. She stepped forward and thought about whether she should tell her about her awakening. At that moment, she assumed that thanks to this, you can become the store manager. Closing her eyes, she remembered that she simply needed to keep records of the transactions of hunters who needed return stones. She walked out of the elevator. Slightly embarrassed, she realized that she would have a lot of trouble if everyone knew about her skill. She assumed that she would just be used and thrown away. Opening the door a little, she decided to keep quiet about it. After that, she greeted the store manager. She saw the blonde man put his feet up on the table. Approaching him, she asked him if he had breakfast. She also thanked him in advance for his help because they needed to record a lot of objects today. Throwing his head back, he complained to her that he had already been overwhelmed with work since the morning. The girl clenched her fists and remembered that he just needed to find and buy artifacts. She noticed the red book and assumed that the bug was written in it. Smiling slyly, the guy asked her if she wanted to know anything about monsters. Hearing this, the girl was surprised that he knew about them. She remembered the monster that attacked her, after which she asked if he knew a huge insect that had the legs of a praying mantis and the body of an ant. Looking at the screen, the store manager told her that this monster was an F-rank king of insects. He also told her that it did not have a name, because only bosses have them. Raising his finger, he said that there are simple, flying and poisonous creatures, which are also divided into ranks depending on the items they drop. Throwing the magical artifacts into the box, he said that ordinary people will not meet him anyway. He handed the basket to the girl, who thanked him. At that moment, she mentally called him a clown because she had already met this monster. As she walked to her desk, she realized that the F-rank creature almost killed her. A woman approached her and asked her if she was back. Slightly embarrassed, the girl asked her to tell her the card number. The assistant manager nudged her as she decided to personally send all the documents while she was having lunch. After that, she asked the protagonist not to worry as she promised to handle it in half an hour. Sitting down at the table, Moa realized that she could not argue with her. She brought a spoonful of rice to her mouth. Someone approached her when she remembered that she had not eaten even a crumb today. The woman asked her if she had disturbed her. Sharply turning around, she realized that the general manager was standing behind her. The brunette allowed her not to get up from her seat. Smiling slightly, Soo-hyun apologized to her for interrupting her from lunch. She pushed her chair back when the employee confessed that she should apologize to her. Hearing this, she asked her if she felt better. Moa said loudly that she felt like she was born again. Closing her eyes, she apologized to her for not notifying her about her day off yesterday. Then she confessed that she knew that the general manager worked until dawn because of her. Raising her hand, the brunette said that everything was fine, because she told the management that the employee warned her about her day off. The girl turned blue when she told everyone that the manager Lee had already told everyone that she had not warned anyone. The woman grabbed her head and promised to cover for her. The main character slammed her fist on the table when she suggested that various rumors could start about her then. At that moment, she realized that Soo-hyun cared about her more than her direct manager, after which she decided that there would be no better time to announce her resignation. The woman smiled at her slightly. After all, she thought that she could end up in the same situation. The girl frowned deeply when the general manager suggested talking about what was bothering her. Sweating profusely, Moa decided that there was no longer a better time to wait. Meanwhile, the plate suddenly jumped off the table. Looking back, she noticed that the building seemed to be shaking. She grabbed the table tightly. Her eyes sparkled brightly. Turning her head, she loudly announced an earthquake. Seeing the general manager running to the door, she called out to her. Soo-hyun asked her to hide under the table while she checked the situation. Debris began to fall from the ceiling. At this moment, the girl thought about whether she should disobey the general manager. She clenched her hands tightly into fists. Opening the door, she decided that she could not just sit there. She fell through. A portal to the dungeon appeared in front of her. She waved her arms and wondered why the gate in the office opened. She turned around and decided to take the return stone in advance. Its value had increased to 5 billion won. The heroine's eyes sparkled. Once she found herself in the cave, she realized that it was too late. She burst into tears because this was the second time she returned to the dungeon. Looking around, she noticed that it was different from the one she was in last night. A sound rang out. She frowned deeply when she heard a request for help. Moa saw through the shadows how the monster killed the man. Pressing herself against the stone, she realized that everything was much worse than she thought. At that moment, she realized that if she escaped, she would attract the attention of the monsters. Imagining the two guys, she assumed that the store managers had also ended up in this dungeon. Kneeling down, she thought that they would hardly abandon the humans, being equally awakened hunters. She decided to pull herself together because she realized that not all was lost. She saw a guy killed when she went to look for the store managers. Her face was covered in sweat. She hid back behind the rock when she saw the monster. Someone grabbed her hand. Following him, she was glad that she did not scream in fear. She wiped the sweat from her face and realized that she had simply trusted the man and ran after him. After which she realized that she could not stay there. Putting a finger to her mouth, Si-hyun was glad that she was alive. She asked the employee to follow her. Following her, the protagonist assumed that she had already found the store managers. Seeing the other guys, she was glad that Si-hyun was also alive. At that moment, she was arguing with the manager Kim. Si-hyun stood behind her and asked her what had happened. She told him that she had asked the men to find another shelter after she had saved them from the monster. Kim pointed at her and reminded them that they were all in danger. Hearing this, Lee asked her if she was going to betray her boss at such a difficult moment. The main character became very angry because of this. She hugged the brunette and thought about why the men were so ungrateful to her. After which she menacingly asked them if they wanted to take away her shelter despite the fact that she had saved them. Lee smiled ominously and reminded her that he was the leader of her team. After which he advised her to watch what she said. The girls glared at him when they realized that he had gone crazy. The man looked around when Si-hyun said menacingly that no one cared about his position. At that moment, he saw the monster. They quickly ran deeper into the cave. The brunette tried to not let them into the shelter because no one allowed them to go there. He threw her aside, demanding that she move out of the way. Seeing how Si-hyun fell, the head manager called out to her. Looking at her, she asked her how she was. The brunette reminded her that they needed to hide quickly. The main character looked back at them when one of them told her that there was room for one more person in the shelter. Si-hyun asked her to run to the managers because she was sure that they would let her in. She pushed the girl into the shelter and warned her that they did not have time for her refusals. The men from the shelter pushed her. She fell to the ground when her mentor asked them sternly how they dared to do such a thing. Hearing this, the man reminded her that they were the ones who betrayed them. Meanwhile, the girl turned around and decided to hide behind a rock. Her face was covered in sweat when she realized that she no longer had time to think. She grabbed Si-hyun's hand, suggesting that they quickly hide. Hiding behind a rock, the woman realized that they were in plain sight. The monster heard their conversations. It approached them. The men watched it worriedly. The monster opened its mouth as it sensed them. It touched the neck of the Lee leader. The female protagonist covered her mouth as the monster killed her comrade. Raising his hand, the man begged them to save them. Moa frowned deeply as she realized that she could have died too if she hid with them. Si-hyun raised her head and admitted that they were very lucky. Hearing this, the girl realized that she felt sorry for the managers, despite the fact that they infuriated her. Grabbing her chin, she guessed that luck was unlikely on her side today. She realized that they now needed to find the store managers or collect magic stones like last time. Peeking out from behind the stone, she guessed that they were unlikely to help them. She also realized that they would need to kill 3 monsters since they each needed a return stone. The woman grabbed her hand as she decided to collect resources along the way while they looked for the managers. Si-hyun menacingly asked her about where she was going. She turned around and said that they couldn't stay behind the rock forever. Hearing this, the head manager suggested that she wait, knowing that they couldn't escape. Her face sweated as she agreed that it was hard to stay calm right now. She also suggested that she stay in the shelter, waiting for the rescue team of hunters. Sitting to the side, Si-hyun reminded her that the team had been gathering for a week the last time the dungeon was opened. Moa's mouth dropped open when she was told that no one had survived back then. She realized that they couldn't last a week in the dungeon. Kneeling down, the head manager suggested that they would definitely be rescued, since there were a lot of people in the dungeon now. The protagonist became sad when she realized that she would have to tell them about her awakening for the sake of her plan. She closed her eyes tightly and realized that she didn't want to do that. Moa, frowning deeply, confessed to the executives that she had something to tell them. She realized that they needed to know the truth. Listening intently, Si-hyun apologized for interrupting her. She sat up and reported that she heard something. The head manager confessed to them that she thought she heard some blows. The girl perked up when they suggested that there were hunters fighting somewhere. Hearing this, she loudly said that it could be the store managers. Smiling widely, she suggested that they find them since they can't hide behind the rock forever. After which, she decided to tell them her secret later. Spreading her legs, she said that they could lose their last chance if they stayed in the shelter. Looking at them menacingly, she suggested that they head out. Following her, Su Hyan asked them if there were more traces of the fight. Hearing this, Si Hyan informed them that these traces were left by skills, not monsters. They began to whisper among themselves. Approaching the broken ground, the main character noticed that there were no monster corpses anywhere. She assumed that the hunters had already escaped with the return stones. The head manager was somewhat surprised when the girl assumed that they had reached a dead end. They saw the men waving their arms. Approaching them, the girl asked them where they had been hiding. The man admitted that they had teleported near the store manager. Xiao Chu bowed his head, reminding the head manager that they had already met, and his partner was glad that they were alive and asked them to follow them. Si Hyan, gesturing with her hand, introduced the other girls. Hearing this, the guy realized that they liked to chat. Baring his teeth, he asked them if they had decided to meet before they died. Moa covered her mouth as she mentally advised him to choose his words, but she was surprised that he was injured while he was protecting these two. The head manager stepped forward. She approached the guy and asked him how he was. He rudely told her that he was still alive. Frowning deeply, he admitted that he would not be able to fight in order to get the return stones, after which he advised them to run away from here if they wanted to hold out longer. The girl was very surprised when he suggested that the monster could return at any moment. Clenching her hands into a fist, the brunette asked him if he had any potions. He sternly reminded her that he told them to get out of here. The man tried to lift him up and promised not to abandon him. Hearing this, the blonde demanded that he leave him alone. He bowed his head when he said that the monsters would be able to find him by the smell of blood. That is why he believes that without him, they will have a chance. The guys felt awkward when he asked them about what was wrong with them. Baring his teeth, he told them that they might run into another manager on the way. The girl raised her hand and suggested that they stick together. After all, she believed that they would not change the situation much by abandoning him. At that moment, she realized that they would not be able to get out without him. Helping him up, she reminded him that they did not have time. Hearing this, the guy warned them that he would not be guilty of their deaths. He heard some sound. Clutching his wound, he demanded that the guys leave him. The girl menacingly told him that they would not do this. Hearing this, he understood why weaklings die first. The main character turned her head sharply when he asked them if they heard the sounds of a monster approaching. She saw a creature covered in gold. It had sharp claws. Raising his head, the blonde said that they needed to run while they could. Seeing the bug, he told the guys that it was a C-rank insect. Moa, sweating, realized that the hunters were hunting monsters that were 10 times bigger than an elephant. The monster shot spears. The store manager's face turned blue as he demanded that everyone come closer to him. A shield appeared in front of them. Xiao Chu clutched his head and thought about what to do. Biting his hand, the guy asked the guys to leave while he distracted the monster. After all, he assumed that at least a few people could survive by running under its feet. Seeing the way the main character looked at him, he reminded her that the monster was right in front of her. Raising his hands, he realized that he did not have enough strength. After which, he told the guys to run as he counted to 3. A spear began to come out of the monster's mouth. The guys prepared to run as the store manager began the countdown. Liquid started to splash out of the monster's body when the guy counted to 3. Someone cut it into 2 parts. The brunette looked at him menacingly. Standing on it, he asked if there were any survivors. The main character opened her mouth when she saw Jai Han. The brunette looked away. The woman, kneeling, admitted that they were expecting him only in a week, and Xiao Chu realized that very little time had passed. Looking at the guy, the girl remembered that a rescue group is assembled at least a day in advance, after which she said that only one hunter saved them. Throwing something away, he praised her for her attentiveness. Seeing how the woman grabbed a stone, he allowed them to use it. He pointed his finger at someone and demanded that he finish the job. The brunette suddenly disappeared while the girl was thinking about what job he was talking about. Blushing, Xiao Chu realized that the rumors about Jai Han were true, and Su Hyan suggested that they were even understating it. The head manager, examining the return stone, realized that it was reusable. Approaching her, the brunette wondered why he gave them so much. Hearing this, the guy suggested that they had a problem. Turning around, Si Hyan said that the return stone was only enough for 5. Moa opened her eyes wide and looked at her friend with trepidation, realizing that there were 6 of them and that was a problem. The 4 guys were standing opposite each other and discussing it heatedly. Ming Su turned to the manager and asked to pass the stone to him, which surprised the girl. The brunette extended his hand, while the red-haired wounded guy was sitting by the stone. He explained that they had to leave now, otherwise the guy would die. He added that they could not decide who was leaving, so he offered to decide everything himself. Su Hyan screamed angrily, while the other brunette lowered her head in humility. Su Hyan didn't understand why they had to do that, as Si Hyan responded that Ming Su's assistant was right. She extended her hand with a shining blue stone and made the same decision. A blue portal funnel appeared above her. She said that she would stay here and the rest should go. All the guys looked at her with concern, shocked that she even spoke. The manager looked at the guys with a smile, saying that the gate would close soon, and they knew that the gate had only been open for 5 minutes. She told them not to worry because she would just wait for the rescue team. The whole team looked ahead with disappointment, feeling sad and confused. Si-hyun pointed to the portal that the team was going to go through. They apologized to her, to which Si-hyun asked not to worry about it. The guys dragged the injured man to the portal, while the girls said goodbye. The assistant tried to say something to her manager, but the brunette told them to go. The main character looked down with complete disappointment in her eyes. She didn't understand what to do, because their manager would definitely not survive in this case and the gate would soon close. Moa watched as the two brunettes said goodbye to each other. Si-hyun asked the girl, who was very upset by such a choice, not to cry. She realized that the assistant said that this was the first company where she was treated like this, and she would have quit a long time ago if not for her manager, who always took care of them. She remembered how the girls in beautiful clothes stood in 3. Moa understood that if not for these girls, she would not have gone so far. The brown-haired girl's eyes bulged and stared ahead, realizing that she could not survive at the expense of someone else's life, so she turned to her friends. She decided to do it herself and stay. The two brunettes looked at her dumbfoundedly, standing near the portal. She pushed them into the portal, apologizing to them for such an act. The brunette was reaching out her hand from inside the portal, in which Moa's malicious grin was visible. The protagonist was smiling widely as the portal began to close. She understood that everything should be fine and she made the right choice. The brown-haired girl stood in the dark space in front of the closed portal, trying to understand what to do next. She looked up with delight, clenching her fists. She tried to calm herself down as if she had a plan and tried to praise herself. At the same second, she began to get very angry, waving her hands. She realized that she had few Avitanus cores, and in general she considered herself awakened and tried to continue to calm herself down. She lowered her head, standing in the gloomy dungeon, as she felt fear. She was stunned and held her face, thinking that she might be eaten by bugs that would suddenly crawl out of the hole where the Saji had run off to. She held her face and looked dejected, trying to pull herself together because she knew where the guy had gone, clearing the way for her. She looked into the dark depths of the dungeon, sighing heavily. She blushed all over and waved her hands, trying to pull herself together and encourage herself. The girl followed a spacious cave among the stones. She understood that even though she was alone now, the best hunter was not far from her, and so she could just ask him to collect one stone from the monster and leave. She looked around warily, holding on to the walls. She remembered that Jai-han looked nice, so she thought that he was unlikely to refuse her request. She did not really want to show everyone her hidden skill, but she had no choice. She imagined herself tied to Jai-han, who was carrying a scythe. The brunette understood that once she collected the stones, the hunter would immediately understand the essence of the skill. She thought that she would be lucky if Jai-han made her a slave gatherer. She timidly clutched the multicolored stones in her hands. She understood that, however, the guy was number 1 and if she helped him, then they could split the profits in half and it would be great. She held the stone and peered into the depths of the cave. She thought that working with such a person would even be useful, when she suddenly noticed that the passage was closed. Her silhouette was in a vast cave overgrown with moss. Moa noticed that such traces were left after killing a C-rank monster and she assumed that they went to the right. She walked along the path in the cave, carefully examining it. The main character realized that she had been walking for a very long time and had not met a single monster along the way, rejoicing at the power of Jai-han. She assumed that the hunter immediately collected items from the monsters, although she thought that he would leave a couple for her. She looked down with delight and saw glowing plants. It was the Avitanus that she wanted to see so much. She sat down on the ground and plucked it, carefully examining it. The brunette wanted to collect this plant in case she suddenly did not meet Jai-han, and so she decided to eat some of the plant to speed up. She looked intently to the side while the aura glowed in her hand. The girl realized that these plants were not in that part of the dungeon, and here there were quite a lot of them. Moa supposed that if she went further, there would be even more. She saw a bunch of glowing purple plants in the distance of the cave, like a whole clearing. She immediately rushed to run to this clearing of plants, wanting to collect some more and continue on her way. She saw a hunter in the distance in a clearing of plants. She was shocked by such a meeting. She looked ahead in confusion, trying to understand what kind of open space it was, because it was somehow suspicious, because it was not an ordinary place. She looked at Jai-han, who was holding a huge scythe with a dark aura in his hands. She was glad that she found him, so half of her plan was realized and she only had to run away. The brown-haired girl immediately tried to call out to the hunter. The silhouette of the girl watched the hunter, who was standing in the clearing. A moment later, a light breeze blew against their background. Moa covered her mouth and peered at the hunter, thinking that he did not hear or probably felt her presence. She sat down on the ground, lowering her hands to the clearing. The main character decided to eat flowers in this case, and if she manages to eat everything, then she will have enough strength to defeat one F-rank bug. Her hands began to touch the plants and glow. The girl thought that Jai-han would figure it out himself. She suddenly widened her eyes and looked ahead in shock. She plopped down on the ground, twisting her face because she couldn't breathe. A notification that Kyrgyz, the Lord of Insects, had appeared, which put a pressure effect on the girl. The main character looked at the notification with anger, holding her hands. The brunette was surprised by this pressure, because of which she couldn't move. And it didn't immediately dawn on her what kind of Lord of Insects this was. She held her stomach, bending over to the ground. Moa thought that she was finished because she was in the boss's room. She tried to look around with a twisted face to understand what was happening. The girl saw how the hunter began to deftly swing his scythe. The brunette moved his hands to the side, getting into a fighting stance with a dark aura. Suddenly, the ground began to crumble and something should crawl out of it. A powerful energy stream shot out of the ground. A huge insect monster with wings flew out from there. It was Kyrgyz, the ruler of insects. Moa grabbed her head, sitting on the ground. She thought the hunter was crazy because he went alone to kill a boss that an entire army could not handle. The girl asked herself an ironic question about whether all the best hunters were crazy. The brunette held her head and looked down anxiously. She understood that Jaihan had only fought in a team once, and that was the first boss ever defeated. She imagined a black hunter with a huge scythe. The girl thought that Jaihan became number one thanks to his contribution in that very battle, and he probably won thanks to the support of his comrades. The brunette hid from the monster that was hovering near the hunter. It was clear to her that she urgently needed to get away from here. Kyrgyz furiously looked forward, emitting streams of wind. The girl pressed herself to the ground, hiding her head in fear. She did not understand how the insect could make such sounds. A notification began to appear, and she could not read it. Moa tried to look forward, her face twisted. She did not understand why her body did not obey her, although she really wanted to run away. It was a notification that Kyrgyz's cry increased the effect of the pressure effect to the paralysis effect. The main character was shocked by this news. The brunette was lying on the ground, trying to somehow move, but could not breathe. At this time, the hunter stood with a scythe, emitting a dark aura. The girl was lying nearby and wanted to find time to run away. Jaizo swung his scythe and flew to attack the monster. He dexterously struck the monster. The guy immediately landed on the ground, looking up at Kyrgyz. The insect lord directed an aura beam at the hunter, who managed to jump away. The brunette looked forward bloodthirstily, swinging his scythe. With a deft swing, he left a trace of the scythe in the air with a dark aura. This dark stream of aura hit the monster right. At this time, the main character was cowering in a meadow of flowers above the notification. She noticed that the guy was fast, but he did not have enough strength to kill Kyrgyz, who was strong but incredibly clumsy. She was very upset, and she thought that she would die. A blue sphere glowed in a rim above the monster's head. The brunette watched as Kyrgyz glowed with a blue aura towering over Jaihan. She tearfully watched what was happening, her eyes bulging. She felt uneasy because the evil monster was showing new attack techniques. A powerful sphere of blue aura glowed from Kyrgyz's head, which was directed at the hunter. The girl looked up anxiously, realizing that a crushing blow was about to come. A powerful stream of blue aura was directed downwards. Jaihan looked at this blue light with anger. In a deft jump, he soared upwards, while the earth shook from the energy blow. Moa looked ahead at the black smoke. The brown-haired girl looked at the fact that the entire clearing was burned out. She was glad that she managed to survive, because such an attack would not have left a wet spot. She wondered what happened to Jaihan. The hunter stretched his scythe in front of him, standing on one knee. He stared ahead from under his bangs. Then the brunette stood up and swung his scythe. Kyrgyz looked down on what was happening. The girl understood that it was not for nothing that the guy was called the best hunter. She lay on the clearing and leaned her hand on her head. She admired the hunter, who had a whole army because his combat skills hit a huge area, and also had defensive skills that absorbed the monster's attacks and strengthened his own. The hunter swung his black magic scythe hard. Moa noticed that this black aura was his skill. The brunette quickly moved to fly forward to attack. The monster was also prepared and was going to attack in response. Jaihan approached Kyrgyz to attack him. With a crushing blow, the monster flew up. The girl was shocked by such a blow. The hunter looked ahead, puzzled, holding his scythe. Moa did not understand whether he was even a human. She imagined the image of a huge skull spirit behind Jaihan. The brunette mentioned his weapon, which seemed to be the weapon of Kalagas, the Lord of Spirits, the only defeated boss. The girl was lying in the clearing, remembering the hunter's fight. The girl remembered that the guy killed Kalagas and took the lion's scythe, since it was an amazing item, both for defense and attack. The main character held her hand, lowering her head above the ground, since she was envious. The brunette looked up with a pitiful look, adjusting her sleeve. She wished to have at least one such skill, and she only had collection, and with something else she could escape. The guy held the scythe and snatched the scroll from the system window. The brunette tried to understand what he was doing, as if he had strengthened or was just going to do this. Jaihan tore the magic letter with his teeth. He jumped over the blue stream of aura. The hunter ran to attack the enraged monster. The girl, dumbfounded, began to scramble along the ground, trying to escape from the blue aura. She understood that she would definitely not survive this, so she wanted the monster to ignore her and mind its own business. Moa's eyes widened and she looked down in alarm. She turned to the side and saw that Kyrgyz was looking at her. Moa understood that she did not even need to turn around to understand that the monster noticed her. The girl was immediately stunned and worried, because she felt this gaze and she could no longer breathe. She pressed herself to the ground again, holding her head. She had already resigned herself to her fate and everything would be over, although she could just lie there and not move. The main character already thought that he would die anyway. A blue aura and a sphere glowed above the monster's head. Moa heard this sound and understood that there would be another attack. The main character already thought that she was finished and had nothing to regret because she had done everything she could. She was completely stunned and grimaced. A strong aura was glowing stronger and stronger above the monster's head, which was supposed to destroy the girl. Streams of black aura were spreading through the air. The hunter's foot stepped into the clearing where the girl was lying. She anxiously raised her head, trying to turn to the side. The hunter covered the silhouette of the brunette with his body, stretching out his braid. He ordered her to run while he repelled the attack. The girl surrounded herself with a black aura, assuming that the hunter would protect her, but would become weaker from this. He looked at the girl with disdain from under his brows, ordering her more menacingly. She immediately rushed to run away in streams of black aura. The brunette understood that Jizo risked his life for her, although the news did not describe him like that. Still, Moa understood that it was not the time to think about it, because the faster he ran away, the easier it would be for the brunette. The monster began to growl and its antenna glowed brightly with blue light. A powerful energy beam was directed towards the girl, who barely dodged. She wished that Kyrgyz would leave her alone. The brunette smiled maliciously, looking forward. He turned to Kyrgyz, who visibly relaxed. The black hunter broke into a wide smile, putting his scythe behind his back. He was about to give another secret attack. The girl managed to turn around while escaping to see what Jai-Han would do now. The hunter began to swing his scythe and surrounded the entire space with a black aura, which kept growing. The monster bloodthirstily pointed his claws towards the guy. The brunette looked at what was happening in horror, her eyes bulging. Kyrgyz pierced the guy's body and held him above himself. The brunette managed to see it. The brunette was hanging with his head down, which made Moa horrified. The girl looked at how the monster held the guy's bloody body on his claws. The brunette spat blood from his mouth. Jai-Han, with a hole in his body, was sarcastically wiping the blood from his face. The girl looked in horror at how painful it was for the guy. She looked at what was happening with alarm, clenching her fists. She felt that she would like to retreat, but the monster would hardly let her do that. The brunette was hanging on the monster's claw, radiating a huge black aura from the weapon. The brunette saw that this wound looked like a fatal one, but his weapon became even bigger. The guy smiled maliciously, holding the monster's claw with his hand. Kyrgyz watched as the black aura of the scythe grew. The brunette was happy about this and smiled maliciously, holding out his hand. The insect lord held the body of a guy with a huge scythe in his claws. The main character began to run away from such a sight, because she did not know what was happening. But she did not want to stand still anymore because she did not belong here and she wanted to go home. Moa turned back, continuing to run. She was ashamed, because the guy sacrificed himself for her and she understood that if she ran away, she would need to collect everything in a row. The hunter swung his huge weapon. He screamed bloodthirstily, swinging his scythe. The monster looked at what was happening with an angry expression, while his antenna with a sphere glowed brightly. The girl grimaced and covered her hands from the bright light. Her body was thrown back from a powerful shock wave. She began to open her eyes. She opened her eyes and saw a whole clearing of plants, trying to understand what happened. She was lying near the hole in the cave. The girl was trying to figure out where Jai-Han and Kyrgyz were. She grabbed her face and looked ahead with alarm. She saw a monster in the clearing, all riddled with holes, with its paws torn off. She immediately rushed to run towards the hunter, who was lying in the clearing. She looked at him with pity and tried to call out. Moa sat down next to him, while the guy grimaced in pain. The brunette did not understand what to do, thinking that the potion would hardly help in this case. She held his head in her hands and looked back in shock at the pop-up notification. This notification said that Kyrgyz, the Lord of Insects, had been destroyed, and now his domain was freed from influence. She sat in the clearing near the hunter and looked towards the notification, realizing that the gates would soon open. Then she looked pitifully at the hunter, being stained with blood. She asked him to hold on a little longer, because they would soon get out. The girl looked at the guy with eyes full of despair. Jai-Han smiled sarcastically, lying on the girl's lap. He said that he did not think that he would die like this. The brunette looked at the guy with tears in her eyes, thinking that the hunter was saying this seriously. She understood that he was going to fight the boss alone, but he was not ready to die, considering him not a madman, but a good person. The guy looked at the girl with tired eyes, lying on her lap. He asked her if they could get out now. The guy closed his eyes and the girl put her hand on his chest. She asked him to hold on to him with all his might, but she thought that Jae-han could already die. Suddenly, a portal began to appear in front of them, and Moa tried to call out to the guy, saying that they could leave now. The portal began to open more and more in front of the guys. The brown-haired girl understood that this was the guy's victory, and he could not die so easily. She knew he was number one and tried to understand why he had such bad luck, thinking it was a stupid end. She wiped the tears from her face, thinking that it was all over. She gently placed his body on the clearing and was about to leave. She looked at him with trepidation, knowing that since Kyrgyz was dead, the gates would open throughout the dungeon and the survivors would be able to escape. She stood up and turned towards the glowing remains of the monster, wanting to inspect it. She reached out with her hands and the light of the yellow aura began to absorb her. She did not expect to be able to take the items, but she was going to do so that Jae-han's death would not be in vain. She was not sure if she really needed to do this, but these things could be useful to her in the future. She looked back at the lifeless body of the hunter and thought that she should take that too. Moa knew that it was wrong to leave his body here and it would make her sad. Jae-han was lying on the ground and his body started to glow. The brown-haired girl noticed this golden glow. Being covered in blood, she spread her glowing hands out to the sides. She realized that this was a gathering skill. She crouched down next to him and tried to reach out to him. The brunette realized that his body could be taken to the inventory, but she believed that his body deserved a decent burial. She looked ahead with a timid look. The girl went into the portal, realizing that she needed to return home. Emergency services in the city were trying to treat the survivors. The protagonist stood in bloody clothes among the bustling people. People were trying to find their relatives. The main character in bloody clothes stood with a pitiful look. Si-hyun immediately ran up to her and was shocked that the girl was able to survive. She said that she was very worried about her and tried to understand where the blood came from. Si-hyun immediately shouted out to the crowd, trying to call another doctor for one of the survivors. The girl calmly replied that she was fine. The brunette tearfully looked at the manager, who held her hands on her shoulders. She believed that she survived. The brunette held the brown-haired girl's face, saying that all her clothes were covered in blood. Moa replied that she was not hurt. She had escaped from that hell. The manager held the almost tearful brown-haired girl, who was about to tell her something important. Si-hyun looked at her friend with tears in her eyes and bewilderment, wanting to hear this important news as soon as possible. The brown-haired girl immediately broke into a tearful wide smile, pressing her hand to her chest. For her, this was happiness and she wanted to quit. Si-hyun continued to look at the girl with bewilderment. At the same second, she also smiled back, closing her eyes. The two girls stood in the middle of a whole crowd of survivors and doctors. Si-hyun replied that it was her right. There was a small sign on the wall in the hospital. The doctor turned to Moa and asked her to wait. The brown-haired girl in bloody clothes sat on a bench and hung her arms. She was glad that Si-hyun and Soo-hyun were alive because there were many injured people on the street. Moa knew that she should have told about Jae-han's death, so she wanted to leave the boy's body in the morgue to be buried. She opened the inventory window and started looking for the body. She looked at the inventory window with wide eyes, worried. She did not see the body in it right away, although she remembered taking it and assumed that she left it in the dungeon. She became angry because she did not see the body and tried to figure out where it went. Her inventory included many slots with items. She did not know what to do because she thought that she left the body there. An item from the inventory appeared. The card said that it was Jae-han's soul stone, its owner was Moa, and the item belonged to the person whose inventory it was stored in. The girl was about to point her finger at the inventory window, not believing it. She touched her chin and reached her finger towards the description card. She realized that she had taken the soul of the best hunter. The taxi drove into the yard and stopped. The main character got out of the car and thanked the taxi driver. The girl realized that she was tired. She walked down the stairs looking tired, imagining the dialogue with two brunettes. She remembered that she had bought a new phone and she had to convince the manager and assistant about it for a long time. Moa entered the apartment and turned on the light. She knew that she had never told them about the guy's death, and she still did not understand what kind of soul stone it was. She also noticed that she had not even had time to clean the room after the last rift. She briskly plopped down on the bed in her clothes. She did not care because she wanted to lie down and was going to buy new bed linen. She immediately climbed into her phone, going to call someone. The girl wanted to solve the first problem first. Moa put the phone to her ear, realizing that her mother was waiting for her call. Her mother immediately began asking her about her condition and whether she was injured. The daughter answered that she returned home and was resting. The girl turned on her side and smiled widely. She added that she had a couple of small scratches, and they did not even keep her in the hospital. Her mother asked her if the girl had time to have dinner. Moa answered that she was very tired, so she would eat the next morning. In that case, her mother wanted to talk tomorrow and was glad that she was able to hear the voice of her living daughter. The brunette got up from the bed and opened the inventory window. She answered that she would go to bed and call her mother tomorrow and said goodbye to her. Moa pressed the phone to the bed and wanted to examine the element. She sat on the bed with her legs crossed and carefully examined the soul stone, wanting to figure it out. She brought the stone closer, noticing nothing special. It was a small ball in her hands, realizing that Jai-Han's soul was inside it. She scratched her head in confusion and stared at the element. The girl noticed that this thing was bright and clean, which was surprising. The girl understood that the hunter sacrificed himself for her. She imagined the hunter smiling maliciously with a dumbfounded look. She had heard rumors that the guy could almost drive hated people to death, but she wanted to believe that it was all a lie. She looked at the small ball in confusion. Moa remembered trying to find out something about this soul stone, but to no avail. She also thought that it could be something like a memorial to a person. She sat on the bed, cross-legged, looking at her phone. She wanted to know where the nearest morgue was. Suddenly, she became alarmed when she heard a voice from the side saying that this was not the best idea. She looked up in fear and saw the spirit of Jai-Han. The brunette scratched his hair and stared ahead, saying his name. The brunette suddenly became alarmed and her hair ruffled at the sight of the ghost. The spirit of Jai-Han wondered why he became one. The brunette crossed his arms and looked down at the girl carefully. She replied that she herself did not know, but she had a guess. The guy wanted to know these details. The brunette with a sarcastic look remembered how she was near the dead body of the guy. Moa noted that she used the gathering skill on his corpse and did not want to steal anything at all. Moa added that she was just going to hide the body in her inventory so that it could be buried later. The spirit approached the girl, which scared her very much. He wanted to know more details, and she said that a soul stone appeared in the inventory, and she didn't know that this happened after absorbing hunters. The guy with his arms crossed looked at the girl with a puzzled expression. She felt that the same pressure was emanating from him even after death. He asked her about absorbing his body and obtaining a soul stone. She timidly touched it with her fingers, slightly embarrassed. Jai-Han heard about this for the first time, to which the brown-haired girl replied that this was the only way she could do this since it was the effect of a hidden skill. He looked at her with disdain, crossing his arms. He realized that she was awakened. The spirit hovered in front of the upset girl, who lowered her head. He said that it was true, but she was a warrior. The girl looked at the guy who put his hand in his pocket. Jai-Han was slightly surprised that it was a hidden skill and wanted to know the essence of the skill. The girl looked up sadly, realizing that hunters usually did not share such information, because there was no other way to find out, and these were the only aces up their sleeve. She closed her eyes and was almost about to cry. She understood the essence of his request, because she had absorbed his body and ended up in a special rift. The girl understood that it would be better to confess everything, because it was unlikely that the ghost could tell anyone her secrets, and in this case she would be able to get help from a professional. The spirit angrily looked at the brunette, who lowered her head. She assumed that she received any items that could fall from the skill target. She looked at him with a pitiful look, realizing that if you judged it that way, then she really was guilty, and she thought that the spirit was angry. The guy slightly opened his mouth. He put his hand to his chest and stared at the girl. He asked her what she was going to do with him. She was shocked by such a question. His silhouette looked angrily at the girl, who replied that she hadn't thought about it yet. The angry spirit put his hands on his hips and asked her how he was supposed to believe that. He pointed his finger at her, causing her to grab her head. Jai-Han asked her why she had to absorb the corpse at all when she could have just stuffed it into her inventory. The brunette was confused that it was possible. She broke into a sly grin, stretching out her hand. She replied that she didn't mean anything bad and asked him not to worry, because she didn't intend to harm him and didn't do anything with the soul stone. The hunter with disheveled hair looked at the girl in shock. He wondered if she was pretending to be kind and sold it on the black market. Moa joked ironically that the guy could have been stalking her like that. The guy's spirit began to hover around the room. The girl asked him to tell her his family's contacts, and she would pass on his words because it would be better that way. The brunette tearfully began to imagine how she was catching up with him in a car. The guy answered that she would not find out anything about him. The girl thought that he would hint to her that she had not said this. The brunette looked at the angry spirit, who crossed his arms. She offered to call his friends, but she didn't know that they were already corpses. The brunette bared his teeth and was angry. The girl mentioned his fellow hunters, but she felt that he hated them. The girl sat on the edge of the bed while the guy hovered next to her. She even felt sorry for him. She smiled happily, imagining different delicious dishes. The brunette asked him if the spirit wanted any food for the burial. The spirit continued to keep his arms crossed, perplexed. Moa answered that the hunter saved her life and she still wanted to arrange some kind of farewell ceremony. The guy grabbed his face, clearly indignant. He replied that this should not be done, and the girl thought that he was a Christian. The brunette sat on the bed with a sly grin opposite the spirit, simultaneously feeling angry. Jae-han replied that it simply shouldn't have been done, calling the girl frivolous. The brunette held back her emotions. After all, the guy had saved her. She explained that it was impossible to keep the spirit in that stone forever, offering to break the stone so that it would be free. The brunette looked dumbfounded as the spirit broke out of her hands. Jae-han added that in that case she could have broken his soul into pieces. The brunette immediately apologized. Moa looked up pitifully from under her brows. She realized that she should have started by saying that it was none of her business at all and let him decide for himself what he wanted. She asked him what he himself would really want. The brunette crossed his arms and touched his chin, noting that the girl shouldn't have gone there. He looked ahead in confusion, remembering his image in the dungeon. He said that if she had stayed in the place where they first met, she would have simply gone through the gate after the death of the boss. She now understood why Jae-han had given the stone to 5 people back then. The brunette hung her arms and looked ahead anxiously. She noted that he could have at least said that he just had to wait for 6. He was sure that would have been a good idea. Moa said that he could have shouted that it was the boss arena when she called him. The brunette hovered at the edge of the room with a puzzled look. He replied that it was already late, because the boss would have simply attacked her if she had started running away. He also added that he was busy tracking the monster and if he had been distracted, he would have been killed. The brunette looked away with a sad look. Moa added that he could have waited for the rest of the hunters then, and fighting the boss alone, even though he was the strongest, would have been strange. She understood that judging by the description in the media, the guy would have cursed her 100 times already, but now he was acting very calm and good-natured. The spirit sat with a tense look, arms crossed. He replied that he had no other choice. The brunette sat on the edge of the bed, while the guy hovered in front of her. The girl said that the rescue team was already ready to go in, because this time they collected resources in record time. The girl was constantly thinking about what was happening. She realized that the guy was hiding something and was not going to tell, but she believed that it was none of her business, because what happened cannot be changed. The guy held his hands in front of himself when the girl in front of him apologized for what happened. He timidly scratched the back of his head, apologizing in response, because he was not going to blame her. He said that his decisions were his responsibility. He was just surprised that he became a ghost, that's why he said too much. The girl grabbed her face, being shocked in front of the spirit. He said that he understood her, and she felt awkward when he talked to her like that, expecting that he was also surprised by what happened. Moa also felt some guilt and wanted to somehow make amends. The brunette immediately jumped out in front of the spirit with a happy look. She said that she would still try to find a way to send him to the other world, so she suggested that he go to popular temples tomorrow to release his soul. The guy looked at the girl with slight confusion, and she did not understand why he looked at her like that, because she was embarrassed. The brunette broke into a wide smile, extending her index finger. She noted that the guy behaved much better than the media said about him, because in the fight it seemed to her that he was going crazy and looked a little eccentric. The brunette's thoughts hovered on a blue background with figures. She explained that he continued to laugh even when he was pierced through. The girl realized that the rumors that there were no balanced people among the hunters seemed to be true. The brunette looked ahead with slight confusion. The brunette pointed at himself with a contemptuous look, thinking that it was because of his skill. The girl stood in front of the spirit, mentioning his skill. He suddenly perked up and clenched his fist, realizing that he had skills that gave pleasure when taking damage. The guy replied that she had definitely imagined something wrong. The spirit imagined his image in a dark aura, laughing maliciously. He said that it was an absorption skill, and its power would grow from the absorbed damage. The girl said that she had heard about it. The brunette with a malicious grin remembered the dead Kyrgyz that he had killed. He explained that he was preparing for the final attack and for the first time received such damage that could penetrate the dark energy. He said that thanks to this, the monster was blown apart in one blow. Moa realized that the guy was clearly obsessed with battles because he talked about them with delight. She imagined the image of Jae-han and the other hunters as black silhouettes. She knew that people often discuss the incredible skills of hunters, and in this regard, Jae-han was more famous than others, perhaps number one. The brunette covered her mouth with her hand, about to yawn. She really wanted to sleep. The spirit hovered above the sleepy girl's head. He asked her if she was tired, to which Moa replied that many things had happened that day. It was already dark in the room with the window. The spirit suggested that she go to bed early, to which the girl agreed. The brunette was already fast asleep, wrapped in a bloody blanket. She wanted to put the soul stone in this place, and Jae-han would not be able to appear if she put it in her inventory. The girl lay with her eyes closed, realizing that she needed to fall asleep. She suddenly opened her eyes, realizing that she was wildly tired, but she could not fall asleep. The brunette lay under the blanket and the spirit asked her if she was still asleep. The girl clutched the blanket with a frightened look. She replied that she was just worried, because it all felt like a dream because she had returned alive, and also the Jaihan stone. She was lying in a dark space under the paw of that monster. She was afraid of the unknown and did not understand what to do next. The spirit was sitting on the couch with her arms crossed. The girl was afraid that she would move to the dungeon again when she fell asleep. The brunette frowned, looking ahead, trying to understand what the problem was because she could use the return stone. The brunette frowned at the happy girl, who realized that this was an excellent option. The girl realized that the natural-born hunter was quick-witted. The girl was lying on the bed and trying to enter the inventory window. The girl realized that the spirit was right because she was awakened and all options were open to her. The brown-haired girl was going to sell all sorts of goods and buy a return stone because it cost 5 billion, so she could just make a small profit. The return stone was sold in the status window for 10 billion. She didn't understand how she could buy it if she didn't even have 3. The girl was lying on the bed, smiling in front of the screen. Moa realized that the demand had increased due to the new rift and realized that she should have enough for at least 1 stone from selling all the items. The brunette asked her if she had opened a store, to which he answered in the affirmative. The spirit sat with an angry look, crossing his arms. He asked her if she wanted to hide her awakening. Then it would have been better if she hadn't sold the items from the boss. She waved her hand at him when he said that his items couldn't be sold either. She answered sharply that she hadn't planned to sell his items. She lay in front of the screen and suddenly her eyes widened. She said that she would have these items, and the spirit didn't care. The spirit bowed his head and told her that she could use these items as she saw fit. He crossed his arms and stared ahead, ironically noting that he was already dead anyway. The spirit sat on the couch while the girl lay on the bed. She grimaced and was about to cry. She didn't understand why she thought the guy would be okay. He asked her if he made her worry. The spirit imagined a scale, noting that it would be best to auction off the items if she didn't know their price. She was surprised because she had never used them before. He imagined a painting with a bear and other potions and stones. Jaihan said that rare and high-quality items were usually auctioned off. He replied that it was better to sell the Evitanus cores through him. The brunette imagined how the brunette was greeted with hugs in the afterlife. The girl knew that he explained everything in such detail, and she needed to figure out how to help him calm down. The guy asked her if she did everything right. A card popped up asking if she was sure she wanted to auction these items. She wondered if she had sent all the plant cores. The spirit sat on the couch while the girl turned to the side. She looked at her inventory and flipped through the items, wondering why Jaihan had dropped so few items. The brunette didn't understand what had happened, realizing that she had so little of everything. The spirit sat on the couch, arms and legs crossed. He told her that she herself had realized that items, especially useful ones, were very rare, and in this regard, he was extremely unlucky. The girl's eyes widened in shock, realizing that not only were they low rank, but they also rarely dropped, and she now understood why Jaihan hadn't dropped a single monster body. She lay in her bed while the inventory window disappeared. The girl realized that the items had been put up for auction, and all she could do was wait. She was scared to sleep without the return stone, but she had no choice. The brunette sat on the couch next to the bed, asking the girl if she was worried. The almost asleep girl answered that she was a little scared, but after the work she had done, it became a little easier. While she was lying down, the spirit continued to sit in its place and calmed the girl. He said that after killing the boss, no more dungeons would appear nearby. He told her that it was safe, and so she could sleep peacefully. The brunette put her hands on the bloody blanket and began to calm down. She felt that his voice was soothing, as if he was the best even in such things. She immediately called out to the brunette, who tensed up a little, sitting on the couch. She asked him why he fought the boss alone. The brunette turned on her side and looked at the guy with trepidation. The brunette looked intently at the girl, noticing her lonely look. It was already morning and the brunette was already talking on the phone, lying on the bed. She didn't understand what time it was and who needed her at such a time. She received a call from the emergency department with breaking news. She turned on her side and asked with heaviness why the department needed her. She immediately jumped up and was horrified, her eyes wide. She was told that her mother had been sucked into the dungeon that had formed. The girl held the phone to her ear with a dejected look when they told her that they would try to find out the details, because now it was only clear that a dungeon had appeared in place of her house. The dark space of the aura and the girl's thoughts about how this could be. They said on the phone that everyone was in the affected area and they had already sent a rescue team. The girl couldn't believe it. She rushed quickly out of the house, not wanting such a fate. Suddenly, on the way, she tripped. The girl, dumbfounded, threw the phone out of her hands, starting to fall. The brunette bared her teeth and started crying, not understanding what to do, believing that everything would be fine with her mother. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and woke up on her bed. Jaihan came up to the bed and watched the confused girl. She realized that it was a dream and she was scared. The brunette leaned over to the frightened girl. He asked her what happened, and she replied that she had just had a nightmare. The spirit looked at the girl's phone with the girl. She was angry that it was a very stupid dream and there was nothing in the news. She started to climb through her phone and scroll through her contacts. She saw the dungeon exploration policy and wanted to read it later. She also noticed a message from the company and quit, so it didn't matter. The spirit stared at the girl, who was holding her head. She was glad that everything was fine with her mother. She immediately melted into joy, which confused the brunette. She wanted to check the proceeds from the auction since she was now unemployed. The hunter, along with the girl's anticipatory gaze, looked at the status window. Then he flew up from the other side while the girl was in shock. She saw 30 billion on her balance, thinking that this was a dream again. She began to poke at the screens with a joyful look. The girl noticed that the return stones had risen in price to 13 billion and wanted to buy 2 just in case. She felt like she had lost the value of money. She looked at the spirit, who was leaning on the table, with admiration. She no longer cared about anything since she thought she had gone crazy. She knew that she had already spent so much, but she still had 4 billion left. She got ready and wanted to go out when suddenly a guy flew up to her. She said that it was time for her to go and told the spirit to stay home. The spirit replied that no one had seen him again anyway. The girl adjusted the collar of her jacket, looking back at the spirit. He said that a certain guy would have noticed him, which made the girl curious. The brunette looked back worriedly, asking the spirit if he had gone somewhere while she was sleeping. Jai-Han replied that he was tied to the soul stone and could not go anywhere. The brunette's eyes widened and she looked at him with a downcast look. She looked at the window, which was hidden by bars. She was curious about who they were talking about. The spirit pointed his finger at the window and said that some scoundrel had been watching them at night. It was the police station. The brunette angrily greeted the guy at the reception, who was trying to figure out how to help her. She put her hands on the table in front of the employee while Jai-Han watched all this. She said that she came to report because someone had looked at her through the window last night. The policeman was surprised, not understanding why she had only come now, implying whether she had actually seen someone or if it had seemed that way to her. The officer raised his eyebrows in bewilderment, looking down. She said that she was sure of it, and the scoundrel was probably caught on surveillance cameras. The brunette said that in that case they would send a patrol to their area, adding that if Moa saw anything, she should immediately report it. Moa looked at the officer in shock while the spirit stood behind her. The policeman said that the girl could go now. She left the station while the spirit hovered nearby, calling the officer a scoundrel. Moa added that this guy would hardly help them, provided that he at least sent a patrol. The brunette held her head with an angry look. The guy noted that the officer simply began to choose what to eat for lunch while she walked away. The girl angrily started to leave while Jai-Han looked at her coldly from the side. She had resigned herself to this fate since it was not the first time, so she was going to eat first and then go shopping. The spirit looked at the girl with bewilderment, crossing his arms. She added that she wanted to buy something nutritious. They walked along the sidewalk with a suitcase in their hands. She noticed that the evening had already come so quickly, noting that the price tag for dinner was quite high, but it was prestigious and delicious food. The spirit angrily looked at the tearfully laughing brunette, who did not understand why he was looking at her so intently. She broke into a smile, imagining how great their time was over dinner. She asked him if he was worried about anything. They walked along the crosswalk, looking at each other. He said that he was thinking about what she was saying. The girl did not understand what she was talking about. The guy stretched out his hand and glared at her. He informed her about why she had reacted like that at the police station, as if nothing had happened. She introduced a hunter who was into martial arts and was skilled with a knife. Jai-Han had spent his entire life in delivery and had been into martial arts since childhood, and had been active in the special forces before awakening. The girl realized that this was why the guy didn't understand that the police didn't care about ordinary people. The ghost watched the girl smilingly carrying the suitcase. She simply replied that there was nothing to be done about it. Jai-Han asked her what she would do now that she had a hidden skill. The hunter watched the brown-haired girl walk forward languidly. She said that she would first give the return stone to her mother, and she wanted to go on a trip with the remaining money. He asked her about the dungeons. Moa replied that she had no fighting skills and didn't want to think about them, so she would just live on what she earned. The brown-haired girl looked ahead with a trembling smile, imagining her friends. She understood that more money wouldn't hurt, so she could buy more return stones. She slightly closed her big eyes. Moa said that the dungeon was very scary, and she didn't want her loved ones to go through the same. The spirit lowered his head, covering himself with his bangs. She looked back anxiously when she heard the suggestion that she could become stronger. She looked back with a shining smile, waiting with anticipation for the fact that if it was possible, then of course she wanted it. They stood opposite each other in the parking lot. It became clear to the brown-haired girl that even outside the dungeon there were no safe places, and if she had strength, then there would be no need to be afraid of that psycho who watched them at night. The spirit noted that it would definitely not be easy, but he could definitely teach her something. The brunette looked away, wanting to listen to him. He replied that he would tell her everything, but wanted to hear one promise from her. The brunette looked tense when she asked about this promise. He frowned at her, pressing his hand to his chest. He told her that when she became strong, she must destroy all the bosses of this world. The brunette looked at the hunter angrily, imagining a bunch of Kyrgyz. She was shocked that killing all the bosses was tough. She maliciously imagined how she would fight an insect monster. She tried to understand how strong he wanted to make her and asked him how many there would be. She imagined a portal with space and planets in the background. He replied that there were 60 dungeons, but the countries kept the exact number a secret since there could be more. She smiled contentedly, clearly refusing such an offer. The hunter crossed his arms and looked at her with bewilderment, noting that she wanted to become stronger. She explained that she did not want to go back to the dungeon, especially to the bosses. She smiled and said that no matter how strong she became, she would not do this. She held the suitcase with an angry look, imagining a fall of money. She knew that the sweet life with a mountain of money awaited her. She began to leave when the ghost wanted to catch up with her. He asked her to think about it. The girl noticed that it was strange that he insisted on this too much, feeling a setup. She remembered when she was sitting at the computer under the dissatisfied exclamations of her director. Then the guy promised her that everything would change after the first boss, and she herself would want to destroy other bosses. The girl felt that Jai-Han was picking on her with this stupid idea when her director was trying to persuade her to work until 2 in the morning. The ghost looked at her angrily. The girl did not understand why he needed this, because the more he persuaded her, the more interesting it became. Moa closed her eyes, raising her head. She did not understand how Jai-Han wanted to make her so strong that she could defeat all the bosses. Jai-Han extended his hand, pointing his finger at the protagonist. He told her to take his ring from the inventory. Moa asked Jai-Han why all of a sudden. In the inventory was a silver ring with a small stone. The brunette told her to just put it on. The protagonist looked happily at the brunette, her eyes sparkling. She asked that she really could. Jai-Han said that she could, noting that his items were now hers anyway, and let them not rot in the inventory and let her use them for good. Jai-Han pointed his finger at the ring that was on Moa's finger. He said that the size was not right, adding that she should twist it to adjust. The ring changed in size, becoming smaller. Moa said it was cool. System notifications appeared. She put on the Azure Apocalypse stone ring. Her strength increased to 10. Jai-Han said that she was now twice as strong as a normal person. The protagonist looked back at the brunette with a wide smile. She said that it was incredible. The brunette said that he wanted to tell her about him when she bought the blanket. The protagonist began to raise and lower the blanket while Jai-Han walked in front of her. Moa thought that he was worried about her having trouble carrying the bag, adding that she did not think he was so caring. Jai-Han said that it was time to go. The protagonist stared at Jai-Han's back. She asked him to take his time, asking that she forgot that the limit was 3 meters. Jai-Han told Moa to walk faster. The protagonist turned her head to the side, looking at the alley. She thought that the brunette had been acting so strange since the morning that she did not have time to think. The protagonist lowered her head, looking at the ground with a sad look. She thought that she was afraid to go back home, and strength could not always help, not understanding what to do with that pervert. The brunette turned around, looking at the dejected Moa. He sighed heavily, frowning. The brunette said that he understood her worries. It was unpleasant to go back there, adding that she could just stay in the hotel and then change the apartment. The main character looked at Jai-Han in shock, her eyes wide. Jai-Han said that there was another way. Moa asked what was another. Jai-Han smiled maliciously, his blue eyes flashing. He said that you can punish that scoundrel. Moa did not understand why he was so fired up about this. The phone was lying on the bed, showing the time. Moa asked Jai-Han if he had arrived. The brunette said that he had not yet. The protagonist lay on the bed, while Jai-Han looked out the window. He noted that he would tell her, but for now, let her lie still. Moa asked what to do when he came. The protagonist squinted at Jai-Han, remembering how he tried to persuade her. Jai-Han said that they would catch him. Moa did not understand why. The brunette looked at the protagonist with a smile. He said that with her strength it would be easy. The protagonist hid under the blanket, looking at Jai-Han. She thought that the best hunter would not lie. The protagonist asked Jai-Han what to do after he caught him. Jai-Han told her to be quiet. Jai-Han put his finger to his lips, which made Moa widen her eyes. The brunette said that he came. A white piece of paper fell out of the window. The protagonist thought that the paper fell out of the window. The protagonist stood up, reaching up. Jai-Han told her to pretend that she accidentally woke up, and then opened the door and left the room. Moa thought he really came. The protagonist looked away warily, her brows furrowed. She thought someone was coming up the stairs and that he was leaving. Moa walked out of the apartment, looking at the brunette. She asked him if he had run away, to which the brunette replied that he was just hiding. Moa said that he was a real pervert. She clenched her fists, burning with determination. She thought it was time to go, and she would show him. Moa thought she would punch him in the face first. Jai-Han was peeking over the fence while Moa ran towards him. Jai-Han said that he was coming down the alley. A guy in all black was standing near the stone fence. The protagonist peeked out from behind cover, looking at the guy. Jae-han said that it was him. The protagonist rushed towards the guy, her brows furrowed. Jae-han told her to catch him. The guy looked at Moa in shock, holding his hand out in front of him. Moa extended her hand towards the guy, baring her teeth. She pushed the guy to the ground, holding his arms. The guy didn't understand what was happening. Moa looked at the guy in surprise, her eyes sparkling. She thought he was weak and that he was made of paper. The guy asked her to stop, saying that he couldn't breathe. Jae-han smiled maliciously, pointing his finger at the guy. He told Moa to repeat after him, asking who sent him. Moa thought he was really enjoying this. Jae-han told Moa to ask him who sent him, but not out loud. The main character thought he was really clinging to her. She pressed her lips together, hiding her eyes behind her bangs. She furrowed her eyebrows and opened her mouth. The main character quietly asked the guy who sent him. Jae-han watched the whole thing, confused. He closed his eyes, covering his face with his hand. Jae-han told the protagonist that he had some advice for her in the future, that she shouldn't become an actress. Moa thought furiously about what Jae-han had said. The protagonist was pinning the guy to the ground, while Jae-han was looking at them. The brunette said that he would throw in a few lines to get him to leave her alone. The brunette told her to repeat, "I advise you not to twitch." The main character advised the guy not to twitch. Jae-han told Moa to slowly let go now, take off his mask and grab him by the neck. Jae-han looked at the protagonist with a serious expression, making a motion with his hand. He said that if he resisted, he should break it. Moa thought that she had only broken sweet potato roots in her life. Jae-han told Moa to speak and act once again, asking who sent him. The protagonist was pinning the guy's neck to the ground. She asked who sent him. The guy said that no one sent him, and he was just passing by. The protagonist looked at the guy with a menacing look, frowning. Jae-han told her to squeeze his neck and say the following. The protagonist asked the guy why he did not value his life so much. The guy apologized to Moa, saying that he did not understand what he was doing, adding that it would not happen again. Moa squeezed the guy's neck, and a tear appeared in his eye. The protagonist said that she needed confirmation of his words. The guy said that of course, he would give her all the money and here is his wallet. The protagonist grinned in irritation, narrowing her eyes. She thought that he was trying to buy her off with money. Jae-han told the protagonist to put her palm to his eye and say, "Let's pick one out." The protagonist looked at the brunette in bewilderment. She widened her eyes, frowning. Moa thought he was crazy and wouldn't gouge his eyes out. Jae-han told her to just say it. The female lead put her hand to his eye, baring her teeth. She told the guy that let her gouge one out. Steam was coming from the guy's feet. He asked her to spare him just this once, promising that he would not forget her kindness. Moa was dumbfounded, thinking that he was giving off unpleasant odors. The female lead jumped away from the guy, covering her nose with her hands. She thought it was disgusting. The brunette said that it was time to wrap things up, adding that she should take his wallet and look at his documents. The brunette told Moa to tell him this and hit him a couple of times, then let go. The guy raised his tearful gaze to the protagonist. Moa said that she was done with him and asked him to pass on to her employer. Moa slammed her fist into her palm, looking at the guy with a menacing look along with Jae-han. Moa said that she would do it again and she would find him. The full moon was shining over the city. Jae-han said that blackmail and threats were a wonderful method of conducting a dialogue. There were 3 people sitting at the table. The woman with glasses said that 7 dungeons had already opened in Korea, including this one, adding that the frequency of their formation was worrying. The woman and the man looked at the brunette. The brunette said that according to statistics, there were many more in other countries, and the public believed that some hunters and market companies even regretted not earning enough. The gray-haired man raised one eyebrow, his mouth slightly open. He said that every dungeon opening resulted in multiple casualties, and everyone was good at criticizing, asking if they thought that the opinions of others should be taken into account. The brunette asked in what sense others. The silver-haired man introduced the gates and rewards. He said that the number of dungeons in a country directly affected the ease of obtaining mana stones and other consumables. The brunette clenched his hand into a fist, looking at the man with displeasure. He said that the number of victims of this explosion was. The brunette said that she believed his words could be disorienting, so they would explain in more detail. The silver-haired man picked up the papers, looking away. He said that they were only able to carry out a rescue operation in the first dungeon in Korea thanks to foreign support, adding that difficulties with a quick response arose the second time as well because their domestic hunter market was not developed enough. The woman imagined an image of a guy in black robes hiding his face. She said that it was true, and back then there were no guilds and many hunters hid their identities, and since then, hiding the identities of awakened people has become a serious social issue. The brown-haired man raised his hand, looking at the boys. He said that he understood them, noting that with the increase in the number of dungeons and the expansion of the hunter market, it would be easier to handle the subsequent openings, asking what they were trying to convey. The silver-haired man said that it was exactly that. The woman picked up the papers, lowering her gaze. She said that she would voice new information. It was about a person who had quietly entered the hunter industry the other day. Jae-han was sitting on the sofa, watching TV. The woman said that it was Looter who was putting S-rank Evatani's cores up for sale. Moa told Jae-han that she needed to leave, asking that he stay and watch TV. Jae-han said no, asking that she had a meeting with someone. Moa said that she was with the manager and assistant, noting that they were with her in the dungeon. Jae-han said that he was with her. The brunette got up from the bed, putting his hand in his pocket. Moa thought that he didn't really have a choice because she had the soul stone with her, and apparently it was stuck with her forever. The bright sun illuminated the sign of the cafe. The main character sat at the table, waving to Soo-hyun and Si-hyun. The girls sat at the table where the main character was sitting. Soo-hyun asked Moa how she was, noting that she still had a scab on her face. Moa said that everything was fine and she was already feeling better, full of energy. Soo-hyun said that they were very happy to see her. Moa asked the girls how they were doing. The girls exchanged glances with a smile. Soo-hyun said that she was slowly, noting that she and the manager left the company. The main character asked that they also quit. Si-hyun said that she had written a statement earlier and began to think about it when they did not give her a promotion. Soo-hyun bared her teeth in anger along with Moa. Soo-hyun said that it was so annoying that they make those who smoke every 5 minutes and hang around doing nothing the main ones. Moa said that that's exactly it, and everyone was talking about Si-hyun's manager being fired. Si-hyun asked them to stop bickering, noting that it was all in the past. Moa looked at the girls in surprise, her mouth slightly open. Soo-hyun said that no matter how you look at it, it was nice to rest after hard work, noting that they also had good news. Si-hyun said that they had decided on a new office. The main character asked the girls where they were going. The girls looked at Moa with wide smiles. Si-hyun said that they were going to the White Light Guild as the leader of the 4th support team. Soo-hyun said that she was hired too, adding that they had just opened recently, so the media was keeping quiet for now. Moa looked at the girls happily, her eyes wide. She noted that this was why the name was unfamiliar, adding that it sounded great. Moa congratulated them both, noting that she was sure that they would do a great job. The girls looked at the protagonist with happy faces. Soo-hyun told the protagonist not to talk like she had nothing to do. Si-hyun noted that they suggested meeting because she thought of her when forming the team. The protagonist thought that her office worker intuition had activated again. The protagonist smiled confusedly, looking at the girls. Si-hyun suggested to Moa that they work together in the White Light. Si-hyun added that the guild was founded by a former member of the National Korean Guild, and he was a very popular hunter, and the salary would be better than before. Moa closed her eyes, smiling awkwardly. Soo-hyun said that the leader would decide on the 4 teams once she received permission from the government. Moa thought that the previous her would have agreed without hesitation. Jae-han watched the protagonist carefully, crossing his arms. The protagonist thought that she didn't even know yet whether to reveal her awakening. The protagonist thanked the girls for the offer, noting that she wanted to rest for now. Moa said with a smile that she was really glad they invited her. Soo-hyun sadly noted that it was a bummer. Si-hyun said that it was okay since she had been through it after all, asking her to call back if she changed her mind. The girls exchanged glances. Soo-hyun said that they wanted to talk about more than just that. Si-hyun asked Moa what she said earlier about living in a semi-basement. Si-hyun placed a white envelope on the table. She said that it was from her and the assistant, asking her not to refuse and just take it. Moa looked at the envelope in confusion, holding her palms out in front of her. She said that she couldn't take it. Soo-hyun grabbed the protagonist's hands, looking at her with a worried look. Si-hyun asked Moa to take them out of respect for them, asking them to move to a better house. Soo-hyun said that they would not forget what she did for them in the dungeon. The protagonist thought that she was very pleased, but now that she was awakened, she felt like she was taking hard-earned money from the workers. The protagonist closed her eyes, awkwardly holding the envelope in her hands. She thought that it would be better to tell the truth and return the money. The protagonist confidently looked at the girls, smiling slightly. She thought that she could trust them. After all, they avoided certain death together, so what was there to be afraid of? Moa was about to tell the girls the truth when Jae-han interrupted her. Jae-han stood up from his chair, looking at the female protagonist. He said that he dared to warn her that telling them about waking up was not a good idea. Si-hyun asked Moa what she wanted to say. The protagonist stood up from her seat, walking towards the exit of the cafe. She said that she had to make an urgent call and she would be right back. Soo-hyun asked what was so sudden, adding that she could take her time. The protagonist thought angrily at Jae-han. The female protagonist stood behind the cafe building, standing in front of Jae-han. She asked the guy why he talked her out of nothing. The guy apologized to the female protagonist. Moa pressed the phone to her ear, standing in front of Jae-han. The brunette said that it was safer to keep secrets if fewer people knew them. Moa said that he was right, but she was in a difficult situation and she did not want to deceive them. Sol Jae-han looked at the female protagonist with a serious look. He said that he was just giving her advice and that it was up to her anyway, adding that it was better to believe him and that she might feel better if she confessed. The female lead looked straight ahead, confused. Jae-han said that the two of them could become accomplices in hiding her awakening. Moa asked that it was because it was illegal to hide one's awakening. The female lead looked down sadly, her mouth slightly open. The brunette said that telling the truth was not always for the good. Moa said that she understood and that she needed to gather her thoughts and go back to them. The female lead sat on the bed with her legs tucked under her, looking downcast. She thought that she had taken the money in the end and that it felt so bad. She didn't understand how much longer she had to hide, that she had awakened, and would she really have to do this for the rest of her life? Jae-han sat on the couch, watching the sad Moa. He asked the protagonist that she had never lied before, and that she was so sad. The female lead folded her arms across her chest, leaning on her legs. She said that she was not used to lying, and in the past, any lie she told was immediately exposed, adding that she was so afraid of giving herself away that it was easier to confess herself. Jae-han looked away thoughtfully, recalling the image of Moa. He said that he remembered her masterpiece acting. The main character looked at the thoughtful brunette with delight. Jae-han said that if she doubted, then there was an option to register hunters officially. Moa said that with her gathering skills, no guild would want to take her, asking what if she showed the secret one. Jae-han closed his eyes and smiled sarcastically, imagining the image of a tortured Moa. He said that then she would have to gather ingredients for the rest of her days, but if she wanted to, it was her business. Moa said that that was why she was lying, because she did not want it. The main character asked that maybe she could become a manager, noting that they paid decently there and it was also easy to work. The brunette said that any company would ask her to indicate a nickname on the market. The main character sat with her back turned, looking at the brunette with bewilderment. Jae-han said that apparently she did not watch the news at all, noting that they only talked about looter, which saturated the market with S-rank items. Jae-han added that it couldn't be helped, sooner or later her skill would become known. The main character said that people connected with the insect king, Kyrgyz, would also show up. The main character put her head in her hands while Jae-han got up from the couch. The brunette told her not to worry so much. Moa asked how she could not worry and what he would order her to do if her skill was so tempting, as if saying use me. Moa added that she wished she had enough power to live as an ordinary hunter. Jae-han said that there was a way. The main character looked at the guy dejectedly. She asked the brunette how about his offer to make her stronger in exchange for agreeing to kill bosses. Jae-han said that in principle, he could help a little without it, adding that when she hit that pervert, he realized that she was not the type to use power for bad intentions. The main character jumped off the bed, looking at Jae-han happily. She asked him how he would make her stronger. Jae-han asked the protagonist that she also had the Kyrgyz horn, telling her to get it. Moa opened the system storage, looking at it with a smile. The main character closed her eyes and smiled widely. At that moment, a blue horn appeared. Jae-han looked at the horn in shock, his eyes wide. The guys stood with their backs, looking at the huge horn that took up the entire room. The main character did not understand what the hell was going on. The huge horn broke through the ceiling of the apartment. It rested against the sink, causing water to flow out of it. Moa looked at what was happening in bewilderment. She asked Jae-han what they should do about it now. Jae-han looked at Moa in shock, his mouth open. He said that, to be honest, he himself did not expect this, noting that the horn of the Spirit Lord Salagas was not that big. Moa asked Jae-han what he expected it to be. The brunette showed the size of the horn with his hands. He told the protagonist that it was like this, adding that apparently her hidden skill had such an effect on him, and he allowed her to put it in her inventory in its original size. The brunette examined the damage, while the main character put the horn back into her inventory. She asked how she was supposed to explain herself now, noting that she had trashed the entire apartment. The brunette looked at the main character in confusion, smiling slightly. He asked Moa that maybe they should find a place to stay for the night first. The starry sky was visible above the huge high-rise building. Moa looked around the room with admiration, her eyes wide. The main character was amazed by the appearance of the bathtub. She told Jae-han to look at how big it was. Moa looked at the painting in the room with admiration. She said that the painting was probably expensive. The main character jumped with happiness, looking out the panoramic windows. She said that there was a beautiful view from there. Jae-han carefully watched the joyful Moa. He said that she spoke so humbly to the landlord, and now she was running around like crazy. Moa said that of course, because it was so cool there. Moa remembered how she spoke to the landlord with a confused face. The protagonist said that even the landlord somehow believed the story that the house was destroyed by hunters. The landlord asked Moa if she was okay, to which Moa answered him that she herself did not even understand what happened. Jai-han grinned maliciously, looking at the dejected Moa. The brunette noted that he said earlier that he would believe, and he received compensation for the repairs, so she had nothing to worry about. The protagonist said that she had simply been lying to everyone since waking up, asking Jai-han what he thought the 100 million she had given him was enough. The brunette looked at the protagonist with a serious expression. He said that if he asked for more, then she would give him more anyway. Such amounts would soon be small change for her. The brunette told the protagonist to take out the horn. The protagonist thought that the first ranker had an unusual attitude towards money. The protagonist cautiously began to take the horn out of the inventory. She asked that maybe she didn't need it, noting that she wouldn't want to cause a mess in the room as well. The brunette said that she did, otherwise she couldn't use it, noting that she should just take her time. A blue horn appeared from the inventory. The protagonist said that, by the way, it wasn't that heavy. The protagonist looked at Jai-han with curiosity, pointing at the horn. She asked him what's next. Jai-han looked at the horn thoughtfully, his brows furrowed. He said that he was warning her right away it wouldn't be easy, at least now than when he got the Salaga's horn fragment. The protagonist clenched her hand into a fist, looking at the guy with a serious look. She asked him what she should do. Moa imagined punching the mannequins. She thought she would have to crush the wooden mannequins. The protagonist imagined punching the sand repeatedly. She thought she would have to punch the red-hot sand with her fists. The protagonist imagined sitting under a waterfall, cross-legged. She thought she would have to meditate under a waterfall. Jai-han pointed his finger at the huge horn. He looked at it with a serious expression, saying that she should eat it whole. The protagonist turned blue in shock, pointing with her hands to the size of the horn. She asked what to eat it whole. Jai-han replied that that was exactly it. The brunette walked up to the horn, placing his palm on it. He said that he was serious, and that was exactly how he got the skill. The brunette told Moa to believe the words of someone who had gone through it himself. Moa asked Jai-han that he had also eaten the horn. The protagonist stood with her back, leaning against the horn. The brunette said that it was absolutely true. By consuming the boss's horn, a person gets his skill. Moa said that she somehow doubted that she could even bite off a piece. The guy told her not to think and just bite. Moa walked up to the smaller part of the horn, taking it in her hands. Jai-han said that it was better to start with this part. Moa noted that she would believe him. She thought that if he were not the #1 ranker, she would not listen to him. The protagonist bit off a small piece of the horn. System notifications appeared in front of the protagonist's face. They said that she ate part of the horn, and by consuming it, she would inherit the S-rank skills, Insect Lord's Lightning and Insect Lord's Storm. The protagonist looked at the system notification happily, her eyes sparkling. Jai-han noted that he had said earlier that you could get a skill. The protagonist said that, in fact, it said that she would get 2 at once. The protagonist looked at Jai-han with delight, her mouth open. The brunette said that everything is clear, probably because she has the whole horn, not part of it, noting that he was only given 1 in the past. Moa asked the brunette what skill he was given. The protagonist imagined the image of Kyrgyz. Jai-han said that it was S-rank, Dead Man's Revenge. It increases attack power depending on the damage done to him. Moa realized that he used the skill that everyone calls a cheat in the fight with Kyrgyz, which was obtained from eating the horn. The protagonist stood with her back turned, looking at the system notification. Jai-han asked Moa to tell her what skills she had. Moa said they were S-rank skills, Lightning, and Insect Lord Storm. Jai-han said they were both good. The protagonist recalled Kyrgyz using his skills. She asked Jai-han if Kyrgyz had used those skills in the fight with him. Moa said that when he said she was getting stronger, she expected something exhausting, not just a diet break. The protagonist chewed on the horn, imagining it cut into cubes. She asked if she should cut it into pieces and eat it as a side dish. Jai-han said that she could do that, considering its size, or she could stay there until she ate it. The protagonist looked at the guy curiously. She asked how he even thought of eating the horn. Jai-han said that he showed it to the awakened maker first. The brunette imagined going to the manufacturer, but he refused. Jai-han noted that he said that the horn was not an ingredient, and he was sorry that it would spoil in the inventory, so he tried to use it in every possible way. Jai-han said that in theory, he was the only one who knew about it. Moa closed her eyes, imagining Jai-han eating the horn. She thought that now she was imagining this cute, unfriendly face trying to eat the horn, noting how tasteless it was. The protagonist looked at the guy with curiosity. She asked if she could pour some sauce on it. The brunette said that she could do whatever she wanted, as long as she ate it all. Moa noted that it was good that at least the method was as easy as pie. There were various sauces and a plate with a knife on the table. The protagonist, looking exhausted, brought a fork with a piece of horn. She said that she had enough for that day and would not eat any more. Jai-han said that it was not bad and that she had eaten about 5%. The guy told her to put the horn back in her inventory. Moa looked at the brunette in surprise. The guy said that it was already late, so he should go to bed and rest. Moa looked at Jai-han with excitement, her mouth slightly open. Jai-han told her to get a good night's sleep. The brunette lowered his sad gaze to the floor, pursing his lips. The protagonist thought that it was his expression again. Moa thought that over the past few days, the life she and Jae-han were used to had become a thing of the past. Jae-han stood with his back turned, looking out the window at the night city. The protagonist thought that he hadn't expected this either. Moa lowered her sad gaze, frowning. She thought about what would happen if she died, and if the soul stone remained in the inventory, it would continue to exist in its own space alone. Jae-han stood on the balcony, leaning against the barrier. Moa thought that is, it would be forever, noting that even thinking about it was wildly frightening. The protagonist looked away with a smile, walking towards the corridor. She wished good night to the brunette. The protagonist thought that she needed to find a place for him, and quickly, there was a sign on the door handle. After 10 days, Moa called out to Jae-han. She looked straight ahead with a happy face, her eyes sparkling. The protagonist said that she had already eaten 35%. Jae-han said that she had swallowed it whole. System notification. Current progress, 35%. Moa jumped up and down happily, closing her eyes. She said that she was very happy because she had been eating this horn for 10 days and was trying hard to find other methods. The brunette recalled with an awkward smile how Moa ate the horn while watching a video. The method of self-persuasion. Jae-han said that she had worked hard. The brunette recalled how the protagonist was sitting behind papers with a shabby look. A scientist obsessed with work. The protagonist raised her hand, looking at her pocket, from which a vibration was coming. Moa said that she had an idea to make kimchi stew with horn, but delivery to the hotel, after which the call interrupted her. The protagonist brought the phone to her ear, looking in confusion. She thought that something had happened to Seungju, because he did not call her often. Seungju asked his sister if she was free tonight, suggesting they have dinner together. Jae-han sat on the couch, watching the female lead. Moa thought he hit his head, noting that he was suspicious. Moa asked her brother if he needed money or failed an exam. Seungju said that wasn't it, and her mom would be there too, so she should definitely come. Moa looked at her phone with a suspicious expression, narrowing her eyes. She said that it wasn't like him at all, and then she would go and find out. The sun shone on the sign of the building. Seungju said that his dear family was finally here. The female lead gathered with her family at a cafe. Moa asked her brother if he had done something, noting that he was always a nuisance. Seungju said that wasn't it at all, asking her to just be quiet and let him speak. Seungju put his hand inside his shirt, looking very serious. The heroine's brother took out a ticket from his shirt, beaming with happiness. It said that they were congratulating him on winning second place, giving him 82 million won. Seungju said that he won the lottery. Moa and their mother looked at Seungju with their mouths open in shock. They looked at the winning ticket with surprised faces, their eyes wide. Seungju's mother asked if it was true and he really won. The mother looked at her son with a smile, while Moa looked at the ticket with a dumbfounded expression. Seungju said that he didn't even buy tickets, he just took one as he felt, since he knew the chances were slim, but that's how it turned out. The mother said that this was just great news. Seungju took out 3 vacation packages with a big smile. He said that since that's the case, he suggests a vacation, asking how about Guam in about 2 weeks. Mom said that she would need to get a passport then. Seungju told Mom that he would take care of everything. The protagonist pursed her lips, imagining the amount in her inventory with a confused look. She thought that she would also like to add her own money to the vacation expenses, but it was hardly worth shocking them with the news of her awakening. Moa thought that first, she would finish eating the horn and join the guild, and then she would tell them. Seungju looked at his sister with a wide smile. He asked Moa that this was cool. The protagonist said that of course it was cool, because now he takes care of her and Mom, just like an adult. The protagonist took a roasted piece of meat with chopsticks. She thought that before the flight, she had an important matter. Moa looked at the meat with a confident look, frowning. She thought that she had a time limit of 2 weeks. That's how long she had to finish the remaining horn of Kyrgyz. 2 weeks later, the day before leaving for vacation, the protagonist sat at the table with an exhausted look. She said that her stomach was going to burst soon. Jae-han crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the dejected Moa. He said that he suggested that she eat a little while on vacation, but for some reason she decided to finish the horn faster. Moa said that it was like leaving homework at home unfinished. The protagonist looked at Jae-han with an exhausted look. She said that she wanted to get the skills faster, noting that even with the hearthstone in her inventory, she still had nightmares. The protagonist stuck a fork into a piece of the horn. Jae-han clapped his hands, while the protagonist happily looked at the horn. Moa said that this was the last piece, and that she would eat her fill of delicious food on Guam. The main character put the piece of horn in her mouth. She looked up in surprise, seeing the system notifications. It said that she had completed the absorption, and due to this, she had received his skills. She had gained S rank Lightning and Thunder of the Insect Lord. System notification. Magic power has increased. Moa's eyes widened in surprise. She wondered what kind of magic power this was. The main character looked at her body in surprise, which emitted a blue aura. She thought that she was overflowing with energy. Moa looked at the brunette, sparkling with happiness. Jai-Han said that she looked impressive, asking if something else had opened. Moa said that it was, and it said that she now had magic power. Jai-Han leaned over to Moa, who had her stat open. Jai-Han asked what her stat was now. Only the hunter can see his stats. Moa covered her mouth with her hand, looking at the brunette with sparkling eyes. She said that her stat was 25. Jai-Han said that she should just not throw up. She said that she wouldn't throw up. Jai-Han leaned slightly over the protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest. He said that he thought that she had been adjusted so that she could at least use these skills. The protagonist asked that she would be able to use them. The protagonist smiled widely, closing her eyes. She said that it was good. Moa thought that the very next day she would be flying to Guam, and the first thing she would do would be to eat a luxury meal there. The plane was flying high in the sky. The protagonist was walking with her family at the airport. Seungju told his mother and sister to look at how bright the sky was. His mother told him to be quiet, asking why he was acting as if he had never been to Guam. Seungju said that it was because that was the case. Jai-Han pointed to the side with his finger, looking at Moa. He said that there was passport control, after which she could pick up her luggage. Moa thanked him, thinking that apparently the first ranker had been abroad a lot, and he helped her a lot after leaving the country. The main character looked at her brother, who was hunched over with patience. The protagonist said that they probably needed to go to that line, noting that there was passport control there. Seungju said that he was just running to the toilet for now, and they should go without him. The protagonist waved her hand at her brother while her mother was talking to the woman in black. The main character said that here are the free drinks on board, telling her brother to go already. Seungju said that he was quick. Moa looked at her mother, who was smiling widely. She thought that her mother really knew how to communicate. She had already made a friend. Moa thought that now she could go to the best restaurants in Guam. Moa sat down on a bench next to her mother. She didn't understand where Seungju was, thinking that he went to take a poop, noting that he probably decided to free up some space before eating. The protagonist's eyes widened, instantly becoming serious. She turned around, looking there worriedly. Moa didn't understand what was happening. A frightened woman was running from the door, holding out her hand. She was asking for help. The woman was running among the crowd of people at the airport. She was asking for help from at least someone. Moa frowned, looking at what was happening with a serious expression. She didn't understand what was happening, thinking that she needed to check. The mother grabbed her daughter's hand, looking at her worriedly. She said that something bad had happened and that she needed to find her brother. The protagonist said that she would check it out herself. The female protagonist frowned, looking at her mother with a serious expression. She asked her to wait there, hoping that Seungju was okay. There was a huge explosion, causing Moa to cover her face with her hand. The windows of the building were cracked and clouds of smoke rose up. A suitcase was lying among the rubble. The female protagonist opened her eyes wide, bracing her hand on the floor. Jai-Han was shouting for Moa to wake up. Jai-Han squatted down, looking at the protagonist. He asked if she could hear, adding that she should get up then. The brunette looked up, looking away warily. He said that it looked like a dungeon was opening, noting that there were no single explosions and there would be another one soon. The female protagonist looked at Jai-Han with concern. The brunette said that they needed to get out before the whole building collapsed, asking her to climb up carefully. Moa didn't understand why carefully. The protagonist looked away when she saw the hand. She looked at her mother lying on top of her in horror. Moa stood up, grabbing her mother. She tried to call out to her, asking her to wake up. Jai-Han said that she just passed out, noting that she needed to quickly run outside, as danger could be lurking at any moment. Moa picked up her mother in her arms, looking where Jai-Han was pointing. The protagonist asked the brunette where the exit was. The brunette said that it was there, noting that fortunately he was not buried, and that they should run towards the light. The protagonist ran towards the exit with her mother in her arms. She did not know what to do, thinking that she was scared. Moa continued to run through the rubble after the brunette. She wondered if her mother was seriously injured and if there were any healing potions, adding that Seungju needed to be taken as well. The protagonist looked worriedly at her mother, who was starting to come to her senses. Moa thought about where the men's restroom was. The protagonist asked her mother if she could hear her and if she was okay. Her mother looked at the protagonist's hand in shock, her mouth hanging open. She said she was okay, asking since when she was so strong. Moa said it didn't matter, asking if she could walk on her own. The ground began to shake under Moa's feet. The protagonist said she would find Seungju. Moa raised her head, looking at the gate that was appearing. Jai-Han looked at the gate with a serious expression, a blue light coming from it. He said that the last time the dungeon opened was a month ago, so a new one should appear around this time, adding that the timing and location were extremely unfortunate. Mom fell to her knees, looking straight ahead in horror. She said that the toilet was right there, saying that she didn't believe it. Moa looked at her mother in horror, who was clinging to her. Mom didn't know what to do now. Moa thought that Seungju was inside the dungeon. Mom asked for someone to save her son. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion. She thought that Seungju had gone to the place she had been to twice, noting that he was so timid, and now he was there alone. The protagonist frowned, looking straight ahead. Moa took her mother's hand, her mouth slightly open. Mom looked at her daughter with tears in her eyes. Moa said that she would save them, Seungju. The protagonist closed her eyes and smiled widely. The protagonist told her mother not to worry since she was an awakened one. Moa turned towards the gate while her mother spread her arms out to the sides. Mom asked her to stop, saying that she couldn't. The protagonist confidently walked towards the gate, frowning. Entering the gate, a dense forest stretched out before her. The main character raised her head, shielding her eyes from the bright sun. She asked what this was a forest. The protagonist began to look around in surprise, opening her mouth wide. Jaihan said that not all dungeons were like the one of the Insect Lord, adding that the environment could differ depending on the monsters inhabiting it. Moa said that it would be difficult to look for her brother in the dark caves. The main character began to make her way among the bushes and trees with Jaihan. She thought that there were so many trees there that there was no end to them, and that Seungju had definitely thrown more than one there, not understanding where everyone was. Moa began to scream for her brother. The main character opened her mouth wide, putting her palms up to it. She continued to scream her brother's name. Jaihan told Moa to calm down, otherwise the monsters would come running to her screams. The protagonist looked at the brunette with a frown, upset. The brunette told Moa to focus and listen quietly to her surroundings. Moa thought that he was right and she should calm down. The protagonist closed her eyes and frowned. The protagonist thought that it was more important to return home safely and she couldn't let her mother grieve again. Moa clenched her hand into a fist while Jaihan was looking around the area. Moa thought that she should calm down. Jaihan squinted and frowned. The protagonist turned her head towards Jaihan, who was pointing to the side. Jaihan said that they should go that way. Moa asked the guy that he heard Seungju's voice. The protagonist looked at the guy in shock, her eyes wide. Jaihan said that someone was screaming in that direction. The protagonist suddenly ran towards the direction the brunette was pointing. She said that they should go ahead then. The brunette ran after Moa, looking at the worried girl. The brunette told the main character that he asked her to calm down, noting that it was not a fact that it was Seungju. Moa said that she knew. The main character continued to run through the bushes, scattering leaves. She said that just from the thought that it was him. Jaihan said that he understood her, asking her to try to run more quietly. The brunette said that the scream was becoming clearer. Moa stopped abruptly, covering one eye and baring her teeth. Cries for help were heard from the forest. The main character looked straight ahead in horror, her eyes wide. She told Jaihan that it was there. The voice from the forest asked them not to approach it. The brunette frowned, warily looking straight ahead. He said that the situation had become complicated. Gray wolves appeared among the trees, their red eyes flashing. Jaihan told Moa that they were gathering around. The boys watched as the wolves crowded in front of the people. Jaihan said that they needed to find him as quickly as possible. Moa told the brunette that there were more people there. The brunette looked at the people with a thoughtful look. He said that there were almost no hunters, adding that things were bad. The main character thought about where Seungju was, hoping that he had not gone deeper. The protagonist looked at the brunette in surprise. The guy said that if they did not deal with them quickly, they would attract other monsters. From a strong vibration, leaves began to fall from the trees. The brown-haired man put a shield in front of himself, protecting himself from the wolves, looking to the side. The guys looked at the huge bear that appeared in front of them. Jaihan said that, for example, stronger ones. The main character stood in the middle of people who were running in panic. Moa did not understand what to do and whether she should run. She looked away, looking at the inventory. Moa wondered if it was too late and would use the messenger's side, noting that she wanted to avoid it but had no choice. Seungju cowered near the tree, covering his head with his hands. Seungju raised his gaze, looking at his sister with tears in his eyes. The protagonist rushed towards her brother, just as the bear was about to strike Seungju. Seungju was sent flying by the monster's powerful blow. The protagonist looked at her brother who had collapsed, dumbfounded. She bared her teeth, looking furious. She thought about how the monster dared to touch her brother. Moa clenched her fists, standing in front of the huge bear. She thought that now she had to knock this bear down. Moa used the Insect Lord lightning skill. Blue lightning appeared on her forehead. Jaihan looked worriedly at the angry Moa, who was gathering energy in her forehead. Jaihan asked her to calm down and cool down, telling her to control her power. Moa thought that she didn't need to control her power and would just finish off the bear. The protagonist bared her teeth, gathering magical power above her head. She thought that she would finish off the rest of the cattle there too. The protagonist struck the bear with a powerful pillar of energy. She thought with all her power. Jaihan covered his eyes with his hand from the bright light. The protagonist covered one eye, looking through the clouds of smoke and dust. She wondered if it worked. A huge hole had been torn through the bear's body. The bear opened its mouth, baring its fangs. It fell to the ground in front of Moa with a loud roar. The protagonist thought that the lightning of the insect lord had always been so strong. Moa turned her gaze to the side. Sunju called out to his sister. The brother looked at his sister with confusion, holding her hand. He asked what it was. Moa didn't understand why everyone was looking at her like that, noting that they needed to quickly resolve the situation. The main character smiled awkwardly, holding her palm out in front of her. She said that it wasn't her. People looked at the main character with confusion, their mouths open. Sunju lowered his lips, looking at Moa in shock. He didn't understand what she said. The protagonist nervously looked at the laughing Jai-Han. The brunette asked Moa that she thought it was a lie. The main character said that she knew she said something stupid, asking him to shut up. The crowd of people looked at the protagonist with admiration. Moa thought that they were watching anyway, noting that it was the insect lord's lightning, adding that apparently words weren't enough. Jai-Han pursed his lips, continuing to laugh at Moa. The protagonist thought that he should stop laughing at her already. The protagonist closed her eyes, walking past the admiring crowd. She thought that she'd better go and get down to business. The protagonist approached the bear, holding out her hand to him. She thought that it was better not to hit people with the insect lord's lightning. Jai-Han, with tears of laughter, looked at the protagonist. Moa thought that it was good that she at least tested it on the monster. In the protagonist's hands lay a red crystal. She said that it was a B-rank magic stone, asking if it would allow her to pull out all the people from there. The brunette said that he hoped so, noting that the higher the rank, the more people the portal would let through. The protagonist turned to the people, her mouth slightly open. She told the people to come to her. The boy thanked the protagonist. Moa clenched her hand into a fist, and an orange aura began to emanate from it. Moa opened a portal in front of her, pointing at it with her hand. She told the people to enter it. Sunju walked up to his sister, looking at her worriedly. He asked Moa what about her. Sunju said later, telling him to go since the gate would not last long. Moa told her brother to stop worrying. The protagonist picked up her brother in her arms, closing her eyes. She told her brother to calm his mother down, and she would lead the others out and come back. The protagonist carried her brother to the portal, looking at him with a smile. Sunju told Moa not to linger. A light breeze carried green leaves across the ground. The boys stood near the portal all alone. Jai-Han asked the protagonist that she was staying. The brunette asked that she was too ashamed of what she had just said. He closed his eyes and smiled slightly while the protagonist collapsed to the ground. Jai-Han said that everything turned out unforgettable, and in fact, this was her debut as a huntress except for that phrase. The brunette looked at the protagonist with fear. He asked her what was wrong. Moa asked for a minute, noting that she did not want to go out to her mother like this. Moa remembered the image of a scared Sunju. She thought that everything ended well, but she almost died, and Sunju too. The protagonist covered her eyes with her hand, slightly opening her mouth. She said that she needed to calm down. The protagonist thought that if her mother saw her shaking, she would definitely worry, adding that she needed to catch her breath for just a second. Jai-Han extended his hand to Moa's back. He sat down next to Moa, putting his arm around her shoulders. Jai-Han said that she was doing well. Jai-Han closed his eyes, hugging Moa. He said that he was serious, and she was doing well. The protagonist thought it was strange, although she did not feel the touch, but there was warmth. The protagonist shyly lowered her eyes, being in the arms of the brunette. She did not understand how long he was going to hug her. The guys stood up, looking embarrassed. Moa asked Jai-Han if they were going. The brunette said that it was time, noting that she seemed to be feeling better. She said that she felt better. The protagonist closed her eyes and grinned displeasedly. She said that now she understood why he told her to control her strength, adding that she would not be able to use the skill again. The brunette said that her strength would return soon, noting that such a lethal attack would not be used often. The brunette raised his head, looking at the gathering monsters. He asked that since she had calmed down, maybe it was time for them to go, noting that they were getting ready again. The protagonist smiled slightly, looking straight ahead. She said that it was early and some of her strength had not yet recovered, adding that she wanted to test one more skill before leaving. Moa said that she wanted to test the insect lord's thunderstorm. Jai-Han looked at the stretching protagonist with a smirk. He said that he could see that she was confident, asking if she was sure she could do it. Moa said that everything would be fine since the return stone was always ready. If anything happened, she would just run away. Moa noted that she thought this place would be suitable. Jai-Han watched the protagonist, in front of whom the monsters had gathered. He told the protagonist not to overdo it. The protagonist raised her hands, gathering magical energy above her head. She noted that, as Jai-Han said, she should slowly gather the energy together. Moa closed her eyes and a mark appeared on her forehead, from which a pillar of energy emanated. Multiple pillars of energy struck from the sky directly at the monsters. Moa noted that she was releasing her next. The guys watched what was happening as the monsters lay on the ground, with smoke coming from them. Moa said that it worked. Jae-han noted that she apparently hit everyone within the skill's range, asking how she was feeling. The protagonist rested her hands on a tree, lowering her head. She said that it was bearable. Jae-han said that it didn't seem like it, noting that she didn't look well and that they needed to go back. The protagonist looked at the brunette with a sparkling gaze and a wide smile. She said that they needed to collect the rewards. Jae-han touched the shoulder of the protagonist, who looked exhausted. Moa said that she couldn't leave the good. The brunette said that she could do that later when she went to the guild. Jae-han looked at his hand in surprise. Moa said that it was all F rank, but there was a lot of it. The brunette told her not to trip over the rocks. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at the defeated bear. She asked what these monsters were growing, noting that this one seemed to be F rank, asking that it could eventually rise to be. The protagonist looked deep into the forest. She asked what they were growing there, saying that she was interested in where the boss was. Jae-han said that he was too. The brunette looked at the protagonist with a sly grin. He asked that she wanted to kill him too. The protagonist looked up at Jae-han, her mouth slightly open. The guy chuckled. The spirit was surprised to hear that she was lucky at all. She defeated the bear by surprise and asked again, was she lucky? Moa imagined the bear hitting with its paw and answered that he should think for himself. If he started hitting the ground, she would not be able to stay on her feet. The ghost glowed, touching his mouth, and told her to continue her thoughts. The heroine thought why he was glowing so much. He was crazy about fighting. Touching her hair, the girl said that because the lightning of the insect lord hits from the forehead, it is difficult to aim. Against 10 she would not do anything. Jae-han crossed his arms and said that she also has the thunderstorm of the insect lord. The girl became sad, saying that it does not work against B ranks, and she can hardly shoot lightning accurately. She had to turn her head in all directions. Jae-han touched his chin with a smile, looking at her. The girl watched him smile. He had specifically found this out, to which the ghost replied with a smile that he was surprised and did not think that she could analyze things like that. There was a bear's body lying on the ground. The ranker said that this was her first decent fight. Most hunters become arrogant and careless after something like that. The girl replied that cowards are always careful. The spirit remembered how the girl cut off an insect's limb and said that in her first encounter with the insect lord, she broke his joint with a blow from the side. She has a good sense of combat. He imagined how the girl sends a blue glow from her forehead and hits monsters with it, and said that a hunter who can defeat a B-rank monster with one attack is very rare. Moa was surprised to hear that a powerful blow to a single target and a skill of mass destruction. Just having them in her is already an excellent combination, enough to be recognized as one of the best hunter mages. The girl smiled and said that after only 2 uses she was left without strength. He was not flattering. Jae-han, crossing his arms, replied that it was possible to strengthen himself with items. As far as he knew, only Yundam could use powerful skills of both pinpoint and mass destruction. The girl asked again. An image of a hero with white hair appeared. It was Yundam, number 3 in the battle ranking. A little childish, but a good guy, also with a good sense of battle. Moa imagined a guy in sunglasses, surrounded by a crowd, and clarified. He was talking about that cute famous hunter. Did they know each other? Did he have a fan club? Jae-han replied that they knew each other by sight and had fought together when they defeated the spirit lord Salagas, and called the guy cute. The brunette remained silent, hearing the question, who was the second? He gloomily heard the girl's words that she noticed that they did not get along. The guy introduced the brunette, who was sternly clenching his fist, and replied that the second in the battle ranking was Seo-hu, also known as the Invincible One. He has a monstrous amount of basic stamina and mana, attack absorption, extensive defense, and self-healing, allowing him to fight endlessly. He imagined the power of hunters as a spear that hits a yellow shield, and said that if Jae-han is a spear that pierces anything, then Seo-hu can be called an indestructible shield. Moa, who was standing in the clearing, asked how they were getting along, but the guy didn't have to say if he didn't want to. The ghost replied that they had different personalities, and then he scratched his head, admitting that they weren't getting along very well. It was better for her to stay away from him. Nothing good would come of getting to know him. Moa asked if they had fought. The brunette remained silent, and the girl concluded that they had. She imagined a man in a suit lecturing the guy and heard that they had disagreements. He went crazy if things didn't go his way. Moa was surprised and thought that it was the great Seo-hu. Unexpected. She turned away from the guy and said that the first 3 rankers were all Koreans. She couldn't even believe it. The guy standing behind her replied that this was the ranking that had been formed during the raid on the Spirit Lord Salagas. If another country also defeated the boss, the positions could change. Moa answered that she understood, and then made a surprised sound. She looked at the trees with yellow hollows and asked what kind of trees they were. Were they valuable? The ranker answered that they produced a substance for healing potions, and the wood was probably expensive too. The girl asked again with interest. Currency symbols appeared in her eyes, and she greedily said that they had not endured all this in vain. They needed to get more. Shouts of delight were heard among the leaves that the girl had obtained 3,000 garnet leaves, and the spirit reminded her not to forget about time. It got dark outside, the glass of the building was broken. The woman stood at the portal and angrily shouted at her daughter, asking what she was thinking and why she returned only now. The girl asked why her mother was still here. This was a dangerous place. The woman remembered holding her scared son and said that Sunju said that she was about to come out, but she was still not there. Even after several hours, people said that the portal had already closed. Moa thought that her mother should not know that she was late because of the loot. The woman hugged her daughter, saying that she was restless, to which the girl apologized and said that she was fine, she was not injured, and asked her to calm down. She thought with relief that it was good that her mother and brother were not hurt. The woman and her daughter hugged. Moa thought that the decision to save them was the right one. A man in blue pants approached from behind. The women were surprised to hear the man greet the hunter Moa. The girl noted that he spoke Korean. The brunette in the suit extended her hand with a smile, saying that her name was Crystal Lee. She was the leader of the dungeon cleanup team, and she was pleased to meet her. Moa quickly introduced herself and thought that this was an unusual address, not a staff member, not a lady, but a hunter. She quickly shook hands and awkwardly said that she was Moa's hunter. The brother standing next to her thought that she was like a child. Crystal bowed, saying that first she would like to thank her for her active assistance, and on behalf of the government, according to the state guest protocol, they prepared housing for the girl. Moa waved her hands and tried to refuse, and then froze, mentally asking, to the state guest. In the night sky, her thoughts flashed, what does state mean? The windows of the tall hotel with flags were burning in the night sky. Crystal showed a rich room with her hand, saying that this is her room. Moa happily looked at the room next to Sunju, who was beaming with shock, and thought that she should remain calm, while the ghostly Jaihan laughed behind her. Crystal touched her chest and said that she was informed that she used a rare B rank stone to save people, and for this she once again expressed her gratitude on behalf of the entire Guam government. The girl replied that she only did what she had to. Looking at her, the brunette said that the government would compensate her for the magic stone she used, and after a short statement tomorrow, they would organize a tour for her. The girls bowed to each other, saying goodbye. Then Moa sighed tiredly that she could finally relax. Suddenly, she heard someone call her, calling her the awakened lady. Sunju was sitting on a luxurious bed among the gifts and told her to look. The girl approached the gifts and began to examine them, asking when they got there and what kind of boxes they were. Her brother said that these were all gifts from the survivors and their families as a token of gratitude. The heroine embarrassedly thought that they did not need it. Her brother turned on the news, telling her to watch, and now she will go crazy. The screen showed breaking news. The girl asked if this was the same airport. The journalist in the helmet said that the talk about the heroic deed of the hunter Moa did not die down in Guam even at such a late hour. They talked to the surviving Korean. The man on the screen cried, saying that he thought it was the end. Then the bear fell to the ground with a crash, and the girl said that it was not her, she was so modest. Jaihan watched as the heroine, her mouth open in surprise, heard the words on the screen that what was more surprising was that there were no deaths. Such explosions usually lead to multiple victims. The announcer confirmed that this was true. The TV screen showed two presenters. The girl said that, by the way, the hunter Moa also recently ended up in a dungeon in Korea and got out alive. The guy sitting next to her continued that in a short period of time she had already been in two. It is worth assuming that was when she woke up. The girl, shocked, heard that her personal life is currently under the protection of the Guam government and they are forbidden to interview her. She asked in surprise, really? Her brother showed her the phone, asking if she does not believe, let her look at this too. On the screen was a news forum with a headline about the Guam airport being closed due to a dungeon forming. All the victims returned alive. Below were comment threads, where some told her to watch and learn, someone confirmed that he is not very good at all now, and another commentator was proud of the Korean woman and said that she is great. On the next page was a headline about how all her friends like Moa. In response to the comments to stop exaggerating the situation with the new hunter, they told her to shut up and said that they were just jealous. Someone asked what guild she would go to. The ghost watched as the girl read the comments in shock. He winked and said that everything was fine. On the screen was a photo of Moa with smiling friends. Jaihan noticed that her debut was successful. The doors to the cafe closed with a farewell. The woman looked at her son, who was carrying gifts and meat in his hands, and asked, did they not take money again? The guy answered that yes, it seems that the owner is one of those whom his sister saved in the dungeon. The woman accepted the gifts from her smiling son and said that this was happening again. She was grateful that they were treated like this everywhere. The heroes gathered at the bench, and the woman asked if these were all the daughters. Moa said that the people here were too kind, and Sunju exclaimed, what was she talking about? He just had a cool sister. The guy said that when she defeated the bear with one blow, goosebumps ran all over his body. He imagined how the girl decisively hit the bear in the cheek. The mother asked again, really? This is amazing. Is it all true? The girl said with a smile that she did not hit him. Sunju gave a thumbs up with a smile, saying that of course, Miss Hunter, Moa deserves it. The girl shyly stopped him, saying that they should go for a walk while the weather was nice. Jae-han stood by the tree and watched as the family asked the blushing Moa if she was really so embarrassed by their praise. He closed his eyes and exhaled when he heard her answer that nothing embarrassed her and how nice the weather was. The woman confirmed that maybe it was always like this in Guam, but the sun rays were different here. White clouds floated in the blue sky and words were heard that she really did not expect it to be so quiet. The girl said that she just made a short statement to the authorities and now there were no reporters chasing her and the news stopped too. Seungju, holding gifts in his hands, asked his mother if they were going there and she gave him a thumbs up. Moa walked behind the ghostly Jae-han, who said that since the hero of the Guam incident was a foreign huntress, the victory was not so joyful, so the media remained silent. They rewarded her well, so there is no sin in complaining. Moa clenched her fingers, agreeing, and said that she received a B-rank stone. On her wrist was a blue bracelet. She continued that she received a wisdom bracelet made of moonstone. It is hard to believe that it gives plus 20 to magic power, because it is true, not very much, but the increase is super, twice as much as the azure ring. Jae-han, crossing his arms, explained that the azure apocalypse stone ring doubles the base strength of the wearer. The girl looked closely at the bracelet and said that it is small, so she does not feel how good it is. She examined the bracelet, saying that now with the increased magic power it will be easier in the dungeons. She looked at her brother, who was waving at her and telling her to catch up, and responded. The heroine ran across the bridge to her family, saying that she was already running. The heroes were sitting in the room. The mother asked if they wanted to watch the news, and the girl asked, again, they have been watching it for 5 days in a row. The woman sat down in a chair, answering that she wanted to look at her daughter again. Moa answered that she was embarrassed. She was chewing a banana when she heard the question, has she decided what to do yet? She remembered how she looked at the news with the title of the hero's appearance in amazement, and thought that if it were not for the dungeon in Guam, she would have registered as a simple hunter and lived as usual. But everything went wrong. Sitting in a chair, she answered that she thinks she will go to the guild and start working as a hunter. The mother sitting opposite asked again, that is, she will fight in dungeons, it is dangerous. The daughter answered that she will work for a while and then quit. Moa explained that when they return home, the media will be interested in her, and during this period it is better to join the guild. Seungju blocked his mother's view, saying that he agreed. He spread his arms and enthusiastically explained to the woman that with the advent of the guilds, almost no one had died, and his sister was very strong. He was serious, one blow from her was already something. Moa heard with a smile that if everything was really so, only then could she not worry, and thought that Seungju had really become more mature. The girl opened the blue window and said that now they had something for them. Scrolls, vials, and stones appeared. The riches lay on the table. Seungju exclaimed in amazement that it appeared out of thin air. Moa said with a smile that she had prepared a few items that would help if something happened. The brother was amazed to hear that the first B-rank potion cost 1 billion per bottle, so they should not throw it away. Moa told her brother to hold out his palm. She tore the golden scroll over the guy's palm. Seungju looked at the shining objects above his palm in surprise. The huntress explained that she would now create an inscription. Touch it and turn it up. You can take the objects out. To hide them back you need a scroll. Let her activate it only in a special case. The brother showed her his palm in amazement, saying that he had 1 billion won in his hand. The girl did the same above her mother's palm, saying that for her now it was a trifle. The brother showed a thumb, saying that she was cool, but now she was starting to irritate. The girl mentally called him and asked why the spirit was nodding. She was sitting on the arm of the chair and heard the question of whether she was also having dinner today by herself, to which she answered the family that she wanted to stay here in the evening. The mother noted that the work in that dungeon had tired her. The daughter replied that she would rest a little more and fully recover, let him not worry. The woman replied that they would go eat then, and that she should let them know if she wanted anything. Smiling and raising a finger, the girl agreed and thought to herself that she had actually fully recovered. She was sobbing in her mind while the treacherous Jae-han towered over her, and she thought that she couldn't tell them that she was being dragged somewhere by a ghost obsessed with fighting. There were palm trees growing near the hotel building. A question was heard. They were going again, in confirmation. The girl thought with disappointment that the devil had made her ask then. She remembered holding a phone with a bunch of messages in her hands on her first evening in Guam. Moa said that after the news, a lot of people were writing to her. Jae-han stood behind her and told her to answer later, but now she needed to rest. Hugging a pillow, the girl agreed, thinking that she might write something wrong. Lying on the bed, she turned to the ghost and offered to put the items up for sale. Everyone already knows that she was in the dungeon with the insect lord. Won't she be exposed if Looter puts up Guam lots? A blue menu of the store with items was open on the screen. The hunter replied that no one could track all of Looter's goods. For this they would have to constantly monitor the market in each item. But there are brokerage companies. The girl turned to the sitting Jae-han and said that she had a question. Was his nickname on the market by any chance Knife? When Jai-Han left the dungeon of the Spirit Lord, the items mined in it began to be put up for sale on the market by Knife. Due to coincidences in time, this hypothesis was born. She imagined the silhouette of a man with different items, and thoughtfully, looking down, she thought, what if this is not Jai-Han? The guess is not confirmed, so maybe it is not him. The spirit, calmly looking at her, confirmed that he is Knife. The girl was amazed. Sitting on the bed, she asked how to trust him, to which the suitable guy replied that the items can be washed. When she asked again, the spirit explained that the nickname on the hunter's market is only displayed by the trade registrar. He imagined a dialogue between a girl about needing a potion from the Avatani's core, and an anonymous person who replied that he had one. The next person asked who has a garnet's leaf they need to exchange. The anonymous girl replied that she does. He raised a finger, explaining that the other party is in an advantageous position because he does not show his nickname. Moa asked if the hunter's market is organized on the principle of barter. Jai-Han imagined exchanging leaves for potions that looter produced, and he answered that she finds a buyer for her goods, makes an exchange, and then resells what she received. Moa exclaimed that this is a cool system. She pointed her finger at the open inventory window, saying that it would be nice to sell all the leaves first. She had collected more than 3,000 of them. Jai-Han noticed that she had a cheating skill. Usually people collect from 50 to 200 leaves. The huntress enthusiastically pressed the screen, saying that she buys this, sells this, and buys another. Jai-Han noticed that today she had looted enough to found a decent guild and even 2 already. The system window asked if she wanted to register the selected items for exchange. The finger stopped at the register button. Moa said that if she was revealed, she would immediately be made a flying slave. With a smile, she exclaimed that that was it. Now no one would know that she was in the Guam dungeon. She looked at the open cells with high-ranking items, and she heard that well done, no one would guess. The spirit called out to her, saying that it could solve her problem with aiming the insect lord's lightning. The girl raised her finger, asking how. Jai-Han grinned wickedly, looking at her. Moa thought that she was finished. Thus began the special evening training, which she could not talk about without tears. If the government seriously took up the dungeons, access to them might be restricted. How did Jai-Han know so much? Words were heard from the green tree about trying again. Moa, with a blue seal on her forehead, put her hands forward and called for lightning. A powerful blue beam shot out from her palms. It pierced the tree trunk, causing it to smoke. Moa drank the blue liquid, and the ghost noticed that the destruction was clearly not the same as when shooting from the forehead. The girl looked at her palm, surrounded by lightning, did not answer. Aiming had become much easier. There was no need to gather energy, so she could use the skill immediately. Jai-Han replied that he thought that by the time he got there, the power matched her current mana reserve. He put his hands in his pockets and said that just in case, she should hide her true power as much as she could and develop the one that could be shown to people. Moa agreed, thinking that she knew that he was still trying to make her into a future boss killer. Jai-Han told the tired girl to hit another tree and increase the energy output. Bright blue flashes appeared among the trees and words demanding more and more were heard. Moa begged the guy to let her rest. Clouds floated across the sky. There were many people at the airport. Words were heard that the flight was leaving soon. Passengers were asked to board. Moa thought that their system and conditions were not bad. She looked out the window, saying how many people were there. The ghostly Jai-Han asked, "So what?" The girl turned to him in fear, saying that as soon as she showed up, they would immediately start filming her and asking questions. What do they usually ask? What if she misspoke or makes a fool of herself? Jai-Han replied that if she was so worried, she should use the teleportation scroll. She had already passed through passport control anyway, and she had bought enough for her family. She imagined her relatives with gifts and thought that she hadn't thought of using the scroll right after transport control. Walking down the corridor, the huntress said that then they could go teleport where no one would see. The spirit agreed. The girl adjusted her hat when she heard the question of whether she had already thought about which guild she would join. There were 3 well-known guilds in their country. She imagined the White Tiger logo, thinking that the largest guild in Korea, Daehan, was the first to be founded and was managed by the reputable Daehan Corporation. Moa thought that their system and conditions were not bad. Next was the Red Bear logo, the second guild, Sky. Since it is led by Seo Hu, the second ranker, it is known for its safety and cautious attacks. Moa decided that Jai-Han does not like it, so she will not. The logo of the third guild was a beast that wrapped around a crystal. This is Dark Sky. Their leader is third ranker Yundam. The girl thought that there are many young hunters there, and they prefer to hunt with mana. Besides these, there is one more to consider, White Light. She chuckled. She remembered how she was looking for information in the bathroom and thought that she was interested in it because the manager was there, but the media apparently was not very impressed. If we exclude the Sky Guild, then the choice is Daehan, Dark Sky, and White Light. The guy looked at the girl, who was thinking about what would be better to choose the appropriate one, and answered out loud that she would go to any except Sky. She asked Jai-Han if he was one of the early members of the guild. The ghost followed the girl through the airport, saying that it was true, he was there during the attack on the spirit lord Salagas. The huntress asked why he left. The guy introduced a man in a suit and said that she had just become a huntress, so she also did not know yet, but conflicts can happen between guilds. On a political level, for example, building up strength or influence. His opinion with Seo, who was divided. The girl adjusted his hat and asked if he was okay with leaving since then, since he never joined the guild again, and because of that he couldn't even participate in dungeon raids. Jai-Han closed his eyes, confirming, and replied that he acted secretly. Even when the government was in control, people did the work. The spirit grinned slyly, saying that the guard hunters were very tired, and he put them to sleep. Moa asked, and just entered. Jai-Han remembered how others chased him, and replied that he did it only a few times. The border security increased over time, and it became more difficult to penetrate. Then the young ones saw the hunters unconscious, after which they chased him and caught him right in front of the boss. Moa thought that this is why he was in such a hurry to enter that dungeon. He was afraid that they would intercept him before the main team. She remembered the image of the brunette, how he stood in a black suit, and she thought that the rescue team was assembled so quickly because of Jai-Han, and now it was clear to her why he wanted to defeat the boss. Looking at the guy, she thought that she had acquired her enormous strength without having a single combat skill. Jai-Han was obviously hunting her. So the reason for the conditions for defeating all the bosses is that he is interested in how strong she will be as their loot. She touched her chin, wondering if she could do it, when she was called out. The blonde man with a gloomy look handed her a business card, saying that he was from the Sky Guild and asked her to come with him. He turned around and called the girl to follow him. She froze in displeasure, asking what to make of this. Jai-Han told her to just go where she was going. Behind the glass partition, there were folders on the shelf. The man held out a contract with 2 fingers, saying that he was busy, so they would not waste time. Moa took the paper in surprise, thinking that they were recruiting people without a drop of politeness. Jai-Han, crossing his arms, said that simply being a hunter is only possible if you are in a guild. They thought that their offer alone was already a good opportunity for her and were not standing on ceremony. Seeing the girl's hesitation, the blonde pointed his finger and asked what to think. Not everyone is given such a good chance, so let him trust and sign. The girl looked at the line that said that the hunter is obliged to transfer 50% of the valuables obtained to the guild and thought, is it good with such a clause? She wondered if they understood what 50% of the valuables she obtained was. With a timid smile, Moa folded her arms, saying that everything was very sudden, she would contact them when she thought about it. The manager frowned and asked, would he contact them when she thought about it? Turning away in displeasure, he called her stupid. Moa was very indignant about this, while the man calmly took the paper. With a gloomy look, he turned away, telling her to contact him when she thought it over very carefully, and said goodbye. The heroes watched the man go. Moa asked discontentedly, how on earth do people like him survive? Jai-Han answered that usually people get a job as a recruiter in a large guild through connections. Such people are not without influence, but he sees him for the first time, he is probably new. Moa got up from the table, hearing the spirit's words that an ordinary new hunter would immediately sign up for joy, and she probably hurt his ego. Moa got up from the table, saying that he deserved it for his lack of politeness. When she encounters such a person, she really wants to be able to answer in the same way. She would be angry even at such an attitude from the manager. The ghost looked at the dissatisfied girl in surprise and asked, are you serious? She confirmed, saying that she would have immediately made it clear that they had attacked the wrong person. She didn't like that. She stopped, held the door handle and asked why he suddenly went silent. The guy didn't answer so that she wouldn't take it to heart. The heroine was surprised. Turning to the guy, she asked what he had just said. The spirit explained that he didn't know that it was so unpleasant for her. He blushed and scratched his cheek, saying that it was so bad, but she said that rudeness infuriated her. The hunter realized that he himself had spoken to her like that recruiter and that it made her angry. The girl waved her hands, saying that no, he was 4 years older than her and it was his first time, so it was strange to hear him speak like that now. Jai-Han closed his eyes, saying that, as she was convinced there were plenty of people like him in the industry, it was better to just get used to it, so let her start speaking like that, without politeness. Moa waved her hand with a smile, saying that Jai-Han was worrying too much, they were people after all. Everything was fine. The guy asked delicately, did she address him by his first name only? The girl, embarrassed, asked when. She raised her head, saying that his diligent speech would embarrass her, but she herself did not want to talk to people like that just because she was a hunter. She did not like to see some people discriminate against others because of their social status. Moa closed her eyes with a smile and said that politeness makes it easier to keep a distance. It is better not to cross the line and maintain a good business relationship. How will he decide? The guy repeated, business. Jai-Han waved his hand and asked her to try without politeness, at least with him. Moa agreed, saying that in this case, addressing him was too formal. And then, amazed, she asked if he really wanted her to call him Appa. He said that was not what he meant. The girl teased him, saying that he started it to hear her call him that. The brunette started making excuses, telling her to call him Jaihan or Seo Jaihan. He blushed when she smiled, saying that since it was so good and not difficult, it seemed like he was calling her by name. She looked at the guy sweetly and repeated his name questioningly. The ghost blushed deeply when she asked what was wrong with him. The embarrassed girl screamed at him, asking why he was blushing, to which he replied that she herself was like a tomato. An incoming call from Si Hyan's general manager appeared on the phone screen, and the girl said that they would finish talking later. Blushing, the ghost hid his face, while Moa picked up the phone and heard a question asking if she had gotten there without incident. She plaintively said that she really missed her manager. Si Hyan asked what happened and why the voice was like that. The girl complained that a recruiter from Sky had just come, been rude, and then left. She walked out of the building angrily, hearing the manager's words that all of their people were like that. The Sky Guild pretended to be decent, but the girl couldn't even find the words. Moa agreed and said that she would still remember them, and then asked why Si Hyan was calling. She walked down the hall with the ghost and heard the woman say that it might sound strange, but she wanted to recommend a skilled shaman who deals with protection from harmful influences, and hoped that the girl's psyche had not suffered too much from the incident. Moa said with a smile that she would definitely go, and in her mind she remembered asking her how to calm the spirit. Si Hyan said that she would send the address in a message, let him go to the reception, and they would eat somewhere. Jaihan looked at the girl, who thanked the manager for congratulating him on waking up. After ending the call, Moa looked ahead in frustration, thinking that this was all, and what about White Light's recommendations or offers to go to them or at least something else? She looked at the finished call with Si Hyan and heard the guy's words that she advised for her sake. There are many disadvantages to being a hunter for a small guild like White Light. He crossed his arms, saying that if she was upset, but Moa interrupted, saying that she would join White Light. The spirit looked at her in surprise, and the hunter thought that she had essentially already made a decision. She did not even have to hesitate. She looked at Jaihan with a smile. The guy smiled back, saying that he knew it, but she could have said it earlier. Moa decided that she would be in a place where she could protect the people dear to her. A phone conversation was heard. Moa asked the manager if she could join White Light. Looking out the window, Si Hyan thanked him for his desire. But this place is not the best for a newcomer. Besides, recently the hunters have been leaving them, and the guild may disband altogether. It would probably make it harder to join another one later. Moa glanced sideways at the smiling brunette and replied that it was okay, she wanted to go to White Light. Si Hyan replied that in that case, when could she come to the office in Pajo? Clutching her phone resolutely, the huntress replied that she would be there any minute. A bright yellow glow appeared under the blue sky. Moa fearfully clutched the shining golden scroll in her hand. Suddenly, she looked at the small building next to the skyscrapers in surprise and exclaimed that the manager didn't say that this place was so small. Jaihan thought that it was very modest. From behind the glass door, words asking for them to come were heard. Si Hyan turned to the girl with a smile and thanked her for coming, asking if she was tired. Moa replied that everything was fine and began to talk about her awakening. The manager looked at the girl and said that she must have had her reasons. She knew what kind of person she was. Sitting in a chair next to the ghost, Moa asked the woman how she was doing. She had no way to contact them. Si Hyan replied that things were going well. She added with a smile that she was pleased to see her face on the news. A surprised brunette appeared in the office, recognizing Moa. She whispered to the woman why she was there. She replied that she said she wanted to join their guild. Si Hyan knew that she had awakened. The brunette asked why they were there. Moa wondered why she was reacting like that. The girl sat down next to her colleague and apologized, saying that she was really glad she came, so he shouldn't misunderstand her. Si Hyan whispered to her colleague what happened. Si Hyan replied that he had gone off alone again. They hadn't received permission to clean up, and it wasn't a fact that they would find someone to send. Moa wondered what they were whispering about. The women decided to talk about it later. The brunette clapped her hands and asked Moa if she wanted to join their White Light. Si Hyan looked at the girl gloomily, saying that she was giving her one last chance to escape. If she defeated a monster in rank with one attack, then she could apply to any large guild, and they were clearly not one of them. The huntress replied that no, someone from Sky had already come to her, but she refused. Si Hyan replied that she understood her. Holding a yellow folder in her hand, the manager asked the girl to wait here. She would inform the leader and come with a prepared contract. The heroine agreed. Moa waved her hand, and Jaihan, crossing his arms, noted that this place would soon fall apart. They did not have enough people. The girl objected, but the ghost explained that in their conversation there was concern about permission to clear. The dungeon office would not issue it if Moa recognized the guild as worthy. She presented many multicolored stones, saying that she seemed to understand what he meant. A dungeon after its formation is considered a treasure trove of resources. Jaihan crossed his arms and confirmed that the items in the dungeon were valuable resources that could not be explained by science and technology. It was logical that the national security indicator depended on the number of hunters in controlled dungeons. The heroine touched her chin, saying that he was right, so the strongest guilds were capable of clearing. There were 6 dungeons in Korea. She imagined a gloomy cave and 3 large guilds. The girl imagined the guild symbols. If they used their influence and controlled the clearing rites, most of the hunters would eventually be concentrated there. She imagined hands reaching out to the buildings, and thought that guilds whose size was growing were steadily expanding their control over the public under the guise of security and efficiency. The girl noticed a man approaching and stood up. He said that he was glad to meet the hunter Moa. The man held a paper in his hand with a smile, saying that just think, the most famous hunters of Korea, welcome. It was the leader of the White Light Guild, Baekwang Hyun. The man shook the girl's hand, shaking it when she politely greeted him, and said that he heard that she had rejected Sky and came to their guild, a great decision. The ghost leaned towards Moa and asked if he was weak. She could defeat him even now, and he didn't look like a crafter. That was very unusual. How did he manage to sit in the leaders? The girl thought she agreed. Hunter mages didn't look like that either. Wang Hyun beamed happily, saying that right now they were a small guild, but they would definitely succeed, and suggested that they work hard to displace the Dian guild from first place. Moa thought that his eagerness could be considered a plus. Su Hyun, standing behind her, shook her head in displeasure. Or not. The man, enthusiastically offering to join forces and survive the current decline, then exclaimed that time had flown by quickly and it was time for him to go to another meeting, adding that they would see each other again. Moa thought with displeasure that it was now clear why Su Hyun hated him, and out loud with a smile she wished to be more careful on the road. The assistant angrily threw the papers on the table, saying that the man was at it again. She should not believe him. They had not received a single permit for cleanup for the entire year. Where was his success? Si Hyun consoled the girl, saying that they needed to sign a contract. Moa looked at the sheet that was handed to her and heard that it was simple, without any burdensome clauses. She should read it carefully. Si Hyun, sitting next to her colleague, advised the girl to think about her decision. As she could hear, they did not have many hunters for the team with whom she could be put. Moa carefully read the contract, which stated that as a member for children, the hunter is described to participate in clearing dungeons and conducting operations. She thought that there was no restriction of activities, no clauses about transferring the collected loot. It seems that anyone can freely enter and exit. Isn't that great? Looking at the girls, she said with a smile that she agreed. She still needed a guild to escape from the media. Si Hyun replied that then she came to the perfect place. They avoided them for unknown reasons. Although there are plenty of topics for rumors, take the same leader who was originally in the Dian Guild. She handed the girl a pen. Moa resolutely held it, thinking that if the media avoided this guild, then why shouldn't she enjoy peace? Her signature appeared at the bottom of the sheet. The manager held the contract in her hands and thanked the girl for this decision. She did not think that their meeting would be like this. Moa, who was sitting opposite her colleagues, said that she hoped for a long-term cooperation. A black and white building towered over the city. Moa stretched contentedly, saying that the luxury penthouse and the beds were super. Jai Han remarked that it was good that she had moved to this hotel. Stopping at a traffic light, he asked the girl where they were going. She replied that she would find out when she got there, and looking at her phone, said that this was some kind of nonsense. She remembered standing in front of the journalists' microphones and saying that she had given an interview when she joined White Light, but the news was silent. How could this be? There were at least 10 reporters there. And she held the phone discontentedly, saying that even the latest news was only about people being rescued in Guam. But did he know what was more shocking? She gloomily hugged herself, saying that she was no longer asked to give interviews. Jai Han remarked that this was good. She herself wanted to disappear from sight. Moa remarked that yes, since the press was silent, then she really was half unemployed. The heroes approached a building with a red and white flag hanging on it. Moa said that it was really close. Jai Han looked up in amazement. Paper lanterns and colorful flags hung above the entrance. Moa said with a smile that he needed to be calmed down. The spirit asked gloomily, did she still have that idea? There was a golden figurine on the table. The woman was holding a bunch of bells in her hand and asked her, is there a problem with the man? The girl sitting on the floor of the table asked how she knew. The shaman answered that he was very stubborn, died without ever going on a date. Such a person would definitely never leave her alone. Moa glanced sideways at the blushing ghost and thought, has he never gone on a date despite his attractiveness? The spirit said that she was lying. Moa said that he had not tried to date anyone. The guy told her to stop. It was all nonsense. The girl heard the woman say that it seemed she didn't want to get rid of him either, and that desire alone wasn't enough anyway. The heroine asked what to do. The guy touched his forehead in confusion. Hearing that he would just live with him, he wouldn't do any harm, and when the time came, everything would resolve itself. Moa looked at the angry woman, thinking that he would calm down on his own. The shaman said that worrying wouldn't help, so as not to return empty-handed. Did she want to get a prediction of her fate? The shaman scattered the grains on the table. She silently looked at the grains and then said no. Moa was frightened to hear that a thorny path awaited her. Collecting the grains, the woman explained that she had chosen these difficulties herself, although she couldn't avoid them, but in the end everything would end well. With a wave of her hand, the shaman sent the girl back, saying that she didn't see anything else. Moa looked away. She saw a rag voodoo doll with a price tag. The woman said she saw it, she needed it, so why not buy it? She makes them herself. The huntress walked up to the voodoo doll, wondering why she needed it, but it looked cute. Eventually, words were heard from the building to give her this one and say goodbye. Night fell on the hotel. The girl slept in her bed and called Jai-Han in her sleep. She sat up in bed, thinking she heard something, and then stopped. The foot carefully touched the floor, the girl thought, rustling. She froze in fear, wondering if there was anyone behind her. But there was something rustling behind her. Turning around in fear, she said that if it was a ghost, let it go, and if it was a person. The straw foot touched the floor and asked not to be afraid. The voodoo doll stared with round eyes and said that it was her. Moa screamed in fear. Moa looked at the doll in shock, trying to understand what had happened to Jai-Han. The spirit replied that it had entered the doll by accident. Jai-Han, in the doll's body, frowned at his body. He had taken into account that this had never happened with anything else, and this doll was apparently especially spiritual. He was surprised himself. The girl looked up in alarm, turning on the light with the remote control. She asked the spirit what would happen to the soul stone. He mentioned that he had just been sleeping next to it, and it looked like he had been absorbed by the doll when he entered it. The brown-haired girl's eyes widened, truly surprised by such an event. The remains of the doll's straw were scattered on the floor. The girl was trying to understand what had happened to the room. Moa looked away worriedly, while the doll was angry behind her. Jai-Han was angry that he had not received the desired reaction from the girl. Moa made a sarcastic remark about how no matter how she reacted, the floor would still be dirty. The straw doll began to walk on the floor and collect his remains under the girl's feet. He decided to do everything himself since he now had a body. The brunette noted that at this rate, the spirit would clean everything up until the morning. The sleepy brunette handed the roll of scotch tape to the doll, thus deciding to help him. The spirit replied that he did not want to inconvenience the main character. She looked at the doll very angrily, handing him the scotch tape so that he could wrap everything up. The offended doll began to collect the remains of straw on the floor with scotch tape. The protagonist said that she was going to bed now, since she woke up in the middle of the night and was already falling asleep on the move. The main character yawned in her bed, while Jai-Han was collecting everything on the floor with scotch tape. She said that everything would wait until tomorrow. She did not understand how everything came to this. The next morning, a sleepy girl approached the sofa where the spirit sat in its ghostly form. He asked her if she had slept well. She was slightly surprised that she had forgotten to turn off the TV and noticed a weight off her soul. The brunette watched as the spirit decided to enter the doll again. She watched in surprise as the doll raised its hand and said that she had turned on the TV. The main character plopped down next to the doll on the sofa. She asked him about how he could now go anywhere independently of her. Jai-Han said that in such an outfit he could hardly go anywhere except for running around the house, but he still had physical strength. The brunette's eyes widened, looking at Jai-Han and the doll's body. She asked him if he could use his skills in such a case. Jai-Han answered that no, because there was no window with a profile, no inventory, and he was still a ghost, but that was enough. The girl with a sly grin imagined a formidable sorceress. She replied that so be it, because that shaman definitely knew her business, so she wanted to contact her again later. The main character looked worriedly at the floor, which was still in the remains of straw. She noticed that only when the doll walked, straw scattered all over the house, and the robot vacuum cleaner did not interfere with them. The spirit replied that he would clean everything up in his free time. The protagonist began to enthusiastically imagine various beautiful outfits for the doll. The girl noted that not so much straw would fall out of the dressed doll and thought that an image in a dress or a shirt would suit him. She began to laugh sarcastically, while behind her the doll turned around from the sofa. She said that she was just joking and said that she needed to go to the civic center to register as a hunter. Jai-Han asked her if these matters should not be handled by the guild. The brunette adjusted her hair, lifting her leg. She mentioned that she was told that those who did not have permission to clear dungeons did not trust them. She added that the center was not far away, so she would go in a moment and he could watch TV for now. The disheveled doll abruptly ran up to the girl since he believed that he could not let her go alone and was going to go with her. Moa noted that in that case, he should get out of the doll first. Bright flashes of rays illuminated the city streets. The brunette sat in the center opposite the worker while Jai-Han stood nearby. The worker asked the brunette how she could help. Moa replied that she had received a message to register the hunter's information. The worker asked the girl for her passport. The woman looked closely at the document and was slightly surprised. She asked the protagonist to put his fingers on the scanner one by one and the hunter's ID would be ready in 30 minutes. Suddenly, the worker jumped up and looked at the hunter Moa in shock, who smiled slightly as she was recognized. The woman and her colleagues looked at the hunter with shining eyes of joy. They noted that they knew her, as the girl was a hunter who did not allow a single murder in the dungeon of Guam. Moa's eyes widened in amazement when the happy workers handed her an envelope. She was asked if no one recognized her, to which the girl replied that no one. The brunette began to sign the document, while Jai-Han stood behind her. The women reported that her face was almost never shown, and they were only able to find out from the information on the passport. The worker reported that the hunter had a reprimand. The brunette became excitedly alarmed when one of the workers beamed and blushed. The brunette was told that she had not registered immediately after waking up, and therefore had to pay a fine, minus 50% for coming voluntarily, and the total would be 100 million won. The bright light of the office lamp illuminated the room. The worker noticed the girl's reaction, and realized that she had only recently woken up, and asked her how she could pay the fine. The protagonist said that she would pay in cash. The spirit looked sarcastically at the protagonist, who also smiled sarcastically. She said that she needed some time, while Jai-Han made fun of her. The protagonist sat on the sofa with the spirit, while another brunette girl looked at them. She was still pleased, because one way or another, the registration went easier than she expected, albeit with deviations. The protagonist looked at the laughing girls on the side in surprise. Jai-Han crossed his arms and looked at the angry girl with enthusiasm, noting that fame would suit her. However, the young lady did not like it when people wanted to get her autograph. Suddenly, breaking news appeared. Moa and Jai-Han were sitting on the sofa and staring at the TV from above. The news reported that Kim Young-gil, the founder of the Amhyun Guild, was found unconscious in his workshop this morning and was immediately taken to the hospital, but he died. There was a report from the scene of the old man's house. The news reported that hunter Kim Young-gil was a leading craftsman in the production of consumables. Their sources among the hunters shared that the incident could lead to a shortage of consumables. The main character imagined the image of this old man who pulled out various consumables and items from the magic circle. The girl even knew him, because in Korea, he was one of the few important manufacturers of consumables. A puddle formed from the red potion, as if from blood. She knew that he had become famous and even joined the guild, and now he had died. The news said that after the incident, the police reviewed the CCTV footage and confirmed that the hunter had been attacked. The report showed the spy killer standing with a scythe next to the old man's corpse. People were even more shocked by the identity of the identified criminal, and as a result of the police investigation, the suspect in the murder of Young-gil was the combat hunter and #1 ranker Jai-Han. His image in a mask and hood stared intently to the side. The news said that after calculating how dangerous Jai-Han was, the police publicly filed a wanted list and made an emergency statement. The brunette looked reverently at the spirit of the guy, who lowered his head in displeasure, putting his hand. He said that it could not be him, and the brunette understood this. At this time, swearing women appeared, discussing this act, because they knew that he would do something like this someday. The gray-haired granny said angrily that Jai-Han's gaze was full of malice, and he himself did not look kind at all. The woman in red mentioned whether he was the one who brutally beat up the student. The other young guys were talking to each other disapprovingly and pointing their fingers. The guy heard that Jai-Han seduced innocent girls and then inhumanely abandoned them. It was as if he heard that the #1 hunter already had about 10 illegitimate children whom he did not acknowledge. In addition, they added that he broke into the old man's house and began to smash everything there. Jai-Han's spirit looked down with a humble look. The brown-haired woman scratched her head with a wide smile and told people that the guy may have been rude, but he was still not that bad. The main character looked enthusiastically at the women in front who were discussing this. The woman in red asked the huntress if she knew the guy. The brunette replied that the guy had once helped her in a dungeon, and thanks to him she had been able to survive. Despite his aggressive and intimidating appearance, he did not look like a killer. The gray-haired granny was slightly surprised and resigned herself to this news. All the women began to look around happily. They noticed that it was that same Moa huntress, realizing that she had no reason to lie. The brunette looked at the smiling brunette with slight concern. The woman said that she had seen the news and thought the huntress was cool, which made her very happy. The brunette sighed heavily, bowing his head. The women turned to the main character and wanted to see her skill, to which the girl replied that it was better not to use it here. It was already deep night over the city and high rises. The girl looked at her huntress ID. She asked Jai-Han what kind of news it was. The guy told the young lady not to think about it. The spirit sat on the couch, arms crossed, next to the brunette. He explained that it was just news about another scumbag who acted as only scumbags do. The girl noted that everything she said was not meant to offend him. The former hunter noted that she had never said anything. The main character widened her eyes and looked at the spirit with alarm. She shouted that she had lied about the scary appearance on purpose, but not about the aggressive one, especially not about the one who quarreled with Straw. The spirit leaned back on the couch, putting his hands in his pockets, sitting next to the girl. The protagonist asked the spirit if he knew the killer who pretended to be him. He replied that he had no idea because there were a lot of people in the world who could pretend to be others. They were watching a black guy with a brunette on TV who was smiling. He explained that they were creating chaos and blaming it on him, beating up a person and blaming it on him again. The guy added that the Sky Guild used to take action, but over time it became more difficult to figure out what happened because the top brass didn't care about such trifles. A couple of days ago, the girl couldn't sleep because of a rumor about herself. The main character looked away in confusion, imagining herself in anger and fire. She was furious at the false news about herself, as if she had taken money from the people she saved in Guam. Moa realized that the first ranker had already gotten used to such news about himself. The guy noted that if rumors had reached the point of murder, then it was Ban Seon-Hu, and he didn't even doubt it. The girl looked dumbfounded at the spirit that had possessed the doll and started rummaging through the phone. She realized that they were talking about the leader of the Sky Guild. The spirit noted that he had not yet been exposed as a murderer. Jae-han added that this person could hold a grudge against him because of the guild's departure, because it was not the first time he had discredited him with such meanness. Jae-han and the doll looked ahead with a shining gaze, holding the phone in his hands. The spirit noted that after all, he constantly created problems in the guild when he was angry. He believed that it was better to be an eternal disaster for that bastard. The brunette was surprised by such a nature of the guy. The main character leaned on the back of the sofa and looked at Jae-han, who got out of the doll. She asked him if he was close with that scoundrel and tried to understand why they broke up. Jae-han explained that he did not know this, because that guy suddenly began to forbid him to kill bosses and said that if one dungeon disappeared and a new one appeared, then he would not be able to control the situation with them. The girl was surprised when she heard about control. A bunch of stone fragments flew into the portal. This story was known to only a few because at the very beginning, the dungeon opened only once every 6 months, and then the interval was reduced until it reached 1 month. He remembered how he deftly jumped around the dungeon between the beams of energy, with the defeat of Kalagas and the closure of his dungeon, because the appearance of a new one happened with a delay. He concluded that the speed of the appearance of new dungeons was directly proportional to the number of already opened ones. He remembered Ban Seon-Hu, who was reading the newspaper. He stated that if the cycle slowed down, it would be harder to predict the formation of dungeons. Defensive hunters are too inclined to safety, so they hated the disruption of stability. The brown-haired girl looked ahead, puzzled, leaning her elbows. She assumed that Seon-Hu wanted to take control of the dungeons that appeared once a month. Now she understood why that guy did such a thing, but even knowing all this, it was still difficult to accept his desire. She concluded that the guy most likely simply did not understand the fear that the victims experienced when the dungeons were formed. The brunette frowned at Jae-han, who was sitting next to him with his arms crossed. She wondered if the spirit did not think that attacking all the dungeons could finish him off once and for all. Jae-han noted that Seon-Hu had not been like this before. The brunette remembered how this guy would menacingly yell at him from behind. Jae-han explained that he used to like raiding dungeons with him, even though he was suspicious, but he was an excellent fighter because together with him he allowed himself to make bold attacks. The girl realized that there was no logic in all this now. She remembered how 2 girls stood at the portal next to Jae-han's spirit. The protagonist understood that Seon-Hu was striving for safe control of the situation, but at the same time he allowed thousands of civilian casualties every month. She also imagined Jae-han in a black suit and mask. Moa realized that even if they had broken up, would someone so close to Jae-han try to frame him now? The main character realized that there was definitely something fishy going on. She jumped up abruptly, causing the spirit to look at her in shock. The brunette noticed that this was some kind of nonsense. She widened her eyes and looked at the spirit in alarm, saying that they urgently needed to go to Amhyun Hospital. She looked at him in shock when Jae-han asked her if they should go now. She noticed that Jae-han spoke carefreely, but she would never believe that he was okay with this. It was just that he was dead now and could not do anything. The brunette looked at the spirit with a lively smile, her eyes wide. She replied that she just wanted to know what kind of scoundrel was framing her friend. She was smiling widely when Jae-han decided to get up from the couch. He told her that none of that mattered anymore since he was dead anyway. She wanted him to just follow her. She turned around with an excited expression, explaining that at least she could ease his mind. She explained that they were friends and she wanted to stand side by side with him and with the lonely Jae-han. Moa looked worriedly at her phone while the ghost looked at her with a puzzled expression. She grabbed her cap when the brunette ran up to her worriedly. He tried to stop her, explaining that it could be dangerous there since she could run into the one who was caught on camera. She answered ironically that she was no longer a weakling and that he himself had egged her on to fight with the boss. She put on her cap with a smile and ran towards the exit. The spirit noted that he hadn't known her very well before, but now it was different, hinting that she hated fighting. The brunette sarcastically replied that nothing would happen to her, and if something went wrong, she would simply teleport with a scroll. The spirit slightly bared his teeth and looked down in concern, worried about the girl. The huntress explained that she would just look around, because her conscience would not allow her to fall asleep if she did not try to do something with this setup. The ghost frowned at the agitated girl in the cap. He told her to leave as soon as something seemed suspicious. The spirit walked through the doors, while the main character was staring intently at the inventory window. He asked her how she could recognize the real criminal, since the records were faked and it would be difficult to find any evidence. She replied that she would do what she did best first, since she had bought the scrolls of stealth and invisibility. The guy asked her what she did best. The brunette in the cap gave her a thumbs up in delight, noting that she was good at collecting resources. The brunette sarcastically joked that another poor soul would not be destined to rest in peace. The huntress got angry at this joke. There were many guards around the hospital under the cover of night. She knew that there were many people inside, and if she went in such an outfit, she would arouse suspicion. The girl peeked out from the corner while Jai-Han stood nearby. The huntress realized that now she would have to wait until the people came outside. The ghost mentioned that she could use a scroll since it was better to get closer and survive. Several scrolls and 2 bubbles glowed in her hands. She had a scroll of stealth, invisibility, and a couple of mana potions, assuming that would be enough. The brunette squinted away as the huntress tore the scroll with her teeth. The brunette explained that he had forgotten to tell her earlier. He slumped slightly and blushed. The ghost timidly touched his cheek and blushed, thanking the girl. He grabbed his face, which made the girl angry. He realized that she pretended not to hear, which is why the huntress added that she should have said it louder. The brown-haired girl said ironically that his friend allegedly went out late at night for him, for which he was very grateful. Under the scroll of stealth, the girl tried to run into the morgue with Jai-Han. They noticed that people began to leave, and so this was the best moment to enter. A sign with the inscription "Morgue" was illuminated on the wall. The girl really hoped that the body had not been moved anywhere. 2 ghosts were standing in front of the door, pressed against it. The huntress noted that there was no funeral home in this hospital, so the body should still be here. The girl pressed her mouth, realizing that someone was coming. 2 guys in suits appeared, one of whom was holding onto the shoulder. The brown-haired man contemptuously noted that too much fuss happened because of the dead man, trying to figure out what the guild leader was doing when his member was killed. The ghost hunter held her mouth as the guys passed by. The brunette replied that they hadn't seen him for a long time, and he had no idea where the guy was or what he was doing. The brunette noted that his colleague should have seen him a couple of days ago. The brunette told the older man to go home, because people said that the man lived alone and it was unlikely that anyone should come to him. Moa worriedly held her mouth, eavesdropping on the men's conversation. They were talking about how the wound on the old man's body was strange. She imagined the outlined silhouette of the old man and the maliciously laughing image of the killer. The guys were discussing how Jai-Han attacked an ordinary awakened craftsman, but only damaged his stomach, despite the fact that he died from poison. One of the guys was trying to figure out if the scythe poisoned. The brunette suggested that Jai-Han must have tortured him on purpose because the scythe had its own dark properties, and this could be the same thing. The brunette's eyes widened as the boys were about to rest and eat. The huntress heard that the old man could have died from poison. Jai-Han's ghost looked through the doors and addressed the girl, noting that the corridor was clear and they could pass. The girl's ghost entered the room. The brunette said that the body was lying on the table and asked the girl not to scream. She had a bad feeling. The bright light of the lamps illuminated the morgue. The brunette began to manifest in her true form, standing in front of the dead body of young Gil. The corpse with stretched skin lay on a pillow. Moa fell to her knees and bowed before the corpse of young Gil. She apologized to him and noted that she would do everything in her power to ensure that justice prevailed. The spirit did not understand what her friend was doing. The huntress said that she expressed her respect in this way. Moa extended a glowing hand with magic and began to examine the old man's body. She stared at the body, holding her hands with magic in front of the old man's body. Jai-Han watched as the old man's body evaporated thanks to the hunter's skill. The brunette looked at the girl, who was about to tear the scroll of stealth again, realizing that it was time to leave. Deep night stood over the city and the building in particular. The ghost stood at the entrance and watched as the girl was about to take off her shoes. He asked her if there was a soul stone in the inventory. She climbed into the inventory to find the desired item there. She noticed that there was some kind of regret stone, guessing that this was not it. An item card of young Gil's regret stone appeared. The description: the stone contained the dying regret and evil intent of young Gil. The brunette held this stone in her hands, reverently examining it. She realized that it sounded very ominous, about regret and evil intent. The brunette crossed his arms and stood next to the huntress who was holding the stone. He asked her to be careful, because such a look did not bode well. The brunette agreed with this, adding about the creepy name of the stone. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the stone saying that it was unfair. The huntress looked at the stone in her hand in amazement, which began to emit a dark aura. Voices continued to pour out that it was unfair, which frightened the girl. She felt that she could not move because everything was completely different from the Jai-Han stone. This purple stone on her hand continued to emit a dark aura, and a voice was heard saying that it was all unfair. Jai-Han in the doll's body knocked the stone out of Moa's hand, wanting her to come to her senses. The brunette sat on the floor with an alarmed look, pressing her hand to her chest. She thought that she was already going to die when Jai-Han asked her if everything was okay. The huntress held Jai-Han in the body of a doll, who was waving his hands furiously at the stone. He wanted to break this stone that irritated him. The stone of regrets continued to say that it was all unfair. She grabbed the stone again, which emitted a dark aura. She turned to young Gil, who continued to say that it was unfair. She pulled the stone away from herself in disgust, sitting on the floor. She introduced herself, saying that she wanted to achieve justice. The huntress added that Jai-Han was also unfairly accused, so she wanted to know who killed him. The spirit of the hunter replied that the stone should be thrown away out of harm's way because they had enough of this. It was fine with him. The girl wanted to try again. 30 minutes later, the stone continued to say its unfairness. The brown-haired girl lay on the couch while the doll collected straw on the floor with tape. She asked the stone with a tired look if it felt injustice, then let it say who the criminal was, and she would definitely take revenge. Jai-Han in the doll's body looked at the girl writhing on the bed. He noted that she was stubborn. Moa said that she could not give up after so much effort. The stone began to stutter about revenge and a curse. The brown-haired girl enthusiastically jumped up, looking at the stone on the table. She was surprised and asked young Gil if he remembered anything. The stone replied that he did not know the name, because he had never seen this person before, stuttering again about revenge and injustice. She realized that he knew almost nothing. Jai-Han and the doll ran up to the stone and was going to hit it. He wanted to break the stone, which did not like it. The purple stone of regret radiated a black aura. He wanted revenge and asked the hunters to help, then he would help them in return. The huntress wondered how young Gil would help them. The girl looked at the pop-up notification in shock. It was a yellow notification with a status window. The girl said that a status window had appeared, and if she took revenge, she would receive young Gil's memories as a reward. She realized that it was without a time limit and penalty. Jai-Han wondered what kind of memories these were. The brown-haired girl stared at the status window, carefully reading the conditions. Moa looked at the screen in amazement, her eyes wide. She read about a rank manufacturing skills, especially 3 at once. The angry doll stared at the frightened girl, noting that they were the ones who hit the jackpot. She asked him if he really thought so. The spirit replied that she received her combat skills from the boss, so they were S rank. But in the case of an awakened one, the maximum will be a rank. She poked her finger at the screen, wanting to accept the quest. She clenched her fists in joy and closed her eyes as the status window disappeared. The protagonist said that all that was left was to deal with his regret. They suddenly became alarmed as their entire space was filled with a dark aura and an earthquake began. Jai-Han in the doll's body noted that it was a regret stone. The two of them rushed to escape the room while the dark stone on the table emitted its aura. The huntress worriedly tried to find out what was wrong with the stone and suggested that it would be better to run outside. The boys ran without looking back towards the exit. The spirit replied that they needed to run anywhere and quickly. She looked back in horror as she was almost engulfed in a black aura. She floated into space and her body was engulfed in a black aura. Moa began to come to her senses and saw a worried Jai-Han in front of her. She opened her eyes fully and clearly saw the worried guy who asked her if she was okay. She was lying on the floor with an exhausted look, her arms spread out. The spirit asked her if she had any pain and how she felt. She grabbed her head while Jai-Han sat down in front of her. The girl tried to ask what happened. The ghost answered that she had been unconscious for 2 days. She immediately sat down, holding her head in front of the ghost. She was surprised, not understanding how she could have been lying like that for 2 days. Jai-Han thought that she had already died. The brunette looked at the brunette in shock, surprised by such a statement. She immediately enthusiastically showed her biceps while the guy sat with a sad look. She said that everything was fine, only her body was heavy, and she had almost no strength. The spirit asked her to lie down on the bed for now. She flopped down on the bed with difficulty, sighing heavily. She felt alive. The brunette asked the spirit if anyone had tried to contact her during this time. Jai-Han replied that he did not know, since the phone had been in her pocket all this time and he could not check. He added that there were several packages behind the door. The huntress was lying on the bed when Jai-Han's spirit sat down next to her. She asked him where the regret stone was and whether he was able to get rid of it. The guy reminded the girl that this stone had entered her body and that's why she passed out. The huntress suddenly became excited and jumped up, holding her chest from such news. The spirit noted that the girl should check the status window, and if the contract with him was concluded successfully, then the quest should be displayed. The girl, stunned, decided to go to the status window, feeling uneasy. A card with a quest for revenge on young Gil was displayed. The brunette asked her if there were any penalties for failure. Moa was sitting on the bed while Jai-Han tried to get up from it. She asked him if he also took quests. The ghost replied that he took several of them when he started hunting without money. The brunette looked at the status window with confusion, noticing that there were no requirements for completion. The spirit noted that since revenge was involved, it meant that there was a point, and if she failed, she would not lose anything, so he asked her not to worry too much. The brunette looked happily as Jae-han decided to possess the doll again. He asked the girl to just rest. The huntress went to her phone to check her messages. While she was unconscious, she did not receive any important calls, and there was no news about young Gil's missing body. Moa looked up excitedly, lying on the bed. She said that she used the scrolls, but she was still afraid of being caught, and it was a relief for her. Jae-han, completely out of breath in the doll, brought the girl a bowl of soup. She asked him what it was. Moa jumped out of bed, trying to get closer to the doll with the soup. The spirit replied that he simply cooked something since she had not eaten at all. Moa was agitated, thinking that he had burned his hands all over. He explained that it was nothing, since he had poured water into the sink beforehand to put out the fire. She clutched her face and looked at the doll's burnt hands and the bowl of soup with tears in her eyes. She was shocked by such care, since he cooked soup for her with such a feeble and tiny body. The brown-haired girl began to eat the soup with great pleasure next to the doll. She really liked the dish and called Jae-han the cooks. He told her to rest again after she finished the soup. 7 days passed. Moa looked at the status window with displeasure, sitting on the couch with her arms crossed. The spirit asked her if she had reread it again. Jae-han in his form was sitting next to Moa, who was clutching the doll in her hands. He tried to calm her down, saying that everything would be fine. If she completed the quest, then it would be great, and if not, then nothing would happen. The girl was unhappy, because Jae-han would continue to be slandered, and young Gil would not be able to take revenge, especially for such a reward. The brunette looked ahead with slight sadness, noting that the girl's safety was above all else, because her skills were an order of magnitude better, and there was no need to be so greedy. Moa happily showed the dressed-up doll to the brunette. She said that the clothes had arrived for the doll and asked him if he liked them. The spirit replied that the clothes were completely ordinary. She offered to buy an outfit for the princess. The brunette stared at her phone, seeing a message that she needed to come to the guild. They had received permission to clean up, and they would meet tomorrow and go to the dungeon the next day. The brunette asked her if she had read everything correctly. She showed him the phone and he glared at it. The girl remarked that it looked strange, to which the spirit agreed. There was a message on her phone about clearing the dungeon. Jae-han added that they only take people to clear it after a month of stay. Moa noted that the return stones were expensive and they would have to spend more. The ghost leaned on the couch, sitting opposite the girl, who was staring at her phone. He said that they shouldn't have involved her for a whole month, since she had only joined them 2 days ago and hadn't met anyone yet. She remarked that it all looked suspicious. The spirit sat on the couch, while the brown-haired girl cowered next to him. She assumed that the guild could have made a mistake, since there was no hint of professionalism when signing the contract. Jae-han added that they would be able to find out all this tomorrow. Black cars stood in front of the house. A leg climbed out of the car. The girl in the outfit met the people in suits who were already waiting. The door to the establishment opened, and light was shining through. Everyone immediately bowed to the guest at the huge table. The police chief and the head of the Hunters Association enthusiastically greeted the president, whom they had not seen for a long time. The bald man extended his hand to the president, who asked them why they had not eaten. The man replied that they did not want to eat without a guest. The man in the suit sat down at the table with the dishes, surprised by such courtesy. The president held a glass with a sly grin, into which a drink was poured. He asked his colleagues how things were going. The bald man replied that there was no progress, noting that the man communicated with them quite well. The police chief sneered at the dejected head of the association, mentioning that the doctors said that the body had disappeared. The brunette in the suit turned to his colleague and asked him not to rush, as it would be better to have a snack first. They understood that Jae-han was involved in all this. A pile of folders lay on the table with descriptions of conclusions and speculations. The head of the Hunters Association actively involved the media, but they did not get the desired reaction. The guys said that the guy's character was difficult, but he should have shown himself by now, and now they were seriously surprised. The president brought the cup to his mouth with a sly grin, explaining, one way or another, that Jae-han was worthless. The disgusting guy in glasses smiled maliciously, holding chopsticks. He agreed with the leader, noting that all this was thanks to the head of the Hunters Association, because they tamed him and he understood his place. The man added that a warrant had already been issued for him, so he would soon be caught, because everything was caught abroad, and in any case, everything would be reported to them at once. Both heads twisted their faces slyly, smiling bloodthirstily. They remarked that if the boss arrested him, she would write a great article, and when the case became public, they could even shove the death penalty in. The president extended his hand, remarking that they had talked enough. The man looked angrily ahead, sitting at the table. He hoped that everyone understood the reason for today's gathering, asking them if all the preparations were finished. Wang Haiyan timidly scratched the back of his head, feeling awkward. He explained that they would be heading out tomorrow because they would be very happy to go to the dungeon and no one would suspect anything. The association boss and Wang Haiyan sat opposite the president, who was eating sushi. The president said that if Wang Haiyan did everything right, he would find him a place in the elite guild and told him not to screw up. Wang Haiyan enthusiastically remarked that he would try his best. The police chief smiled maliciously, holding the cup in front of him. He said that the cannon fodder was ready, so it would be over as soon as the fake Jaihan was ready. He asked the assistant whether he had sent the boys. The police chief laughed maliciously, standing in front of the assistant, who said that he had already taken care of everything. The police chief really liked the assistant's agility. They poured water from a bottle into a glass. They wanted to show the hunters, who only knew how to swing their fists, the bitter taste of life. Also, someone among them noted that those fools were only annoying and believed that everything would go well. The entire board poured drinks for each other at the table. They understood that the world worked without rules, and they wandered without fear. Such thugs were just fit to diligently carry out their commands. The president smiled broadly, looking at his image. He noted that this was why they needed the policy of issuing clearance permits, because previously guilds like Amhyun or the Sky were extremely arbitrary, but this would soon come to an end. A dark aura mixed with red filled the space. The president explained that they would first eliminate the small guilds one by one, and then everyone else. The president rudely put the cup on the table, spilling the drink. He added that this way everyone would stop resisting. The cup with the spilled liquid stood on the table. They noted that they had forced the fake Jaihan to kill a small fry that they no longer needed, then the matter would spread throughout the world. There were no such incidents among the large guilds, then they would not be able to issue clearance permits to the small ones. The clearance policy was created to prevent accidents, and they could reissue the law so that only large guilds could clear dungeons. They imagined the image of the fake Jaihan, who was standing with a scythe next to a corpse. They knew that Jaihan would be a key player in their plan. Glasses looked at his colleague, who remarked on this excellent plan. The head of the Hunters Association noted that the people envied strong hunters. Seo, who stood with his back to the girl with the exotic hairdo. The board noticed that the cleanup team had someone with the last name Ban. As it turned out, she was connected to the head of the Sky Guild. They realized that it was about Ban Xian, who, assuming that he had found out something and sent a spy. One of the guys realized that this was unlikely because they seemed to not get along. Four Eyes wiped his hands. One of the bosses noted that in any case, if everything went well, the Sky Guild would soon have another head. Four Eyes noted that this was true, and the rest were just small fry. The happy brunette was shown on the news. The board realized that this was the huntress Moa, who saved people in Guam and considered her popular. They realized that it was only to their advantage, because the death of one famous hero in the clearing of the dungeon by a small guild would only increase the violent reaction. A hand with a cup appeared in the dark space, and an exclamation that the conversation had dragged on too long. They all raised their cups together enthusiastically, deciding to drink to this occasion, because when they crush the bugs and subdue all the dungeons and hunters, the world will have new foundations according to their rules. They all clinked their cups together, celebrating the anticipation of victory for the new world. 2 days later, the Dungeon Control Center. It was a beautiful building on which the sun was shining brightly. The protagonist, together with the spirit, went inside the building. She talked on the phone and said that she would soon go to the dungeon. She was told through the receiver that no one seemed to be around and that during the whole day, that someone was sitting at home because of homework. They did not see any scoundrels who could pass near her house. They went inside through the front door. She asked her brother to be careful and would call him as soon as she got out. Her brother told her to come home safely. The brunette was staring at her phone when Seo Jin appeared in front of her. It seemed to her that she had not been caught collecting young Gil's body after all, otherwise they would have definitely done something by now. The girl asked her if she was ready to go. The muscular mulatto Seo Jin stood in front of her, which shocked Moa. The mulatto noticed that the hunter was nervous and asked her to go. The brown-haired girl smiled at the mulatto girl, realizing that it was all due to the fact that they were moving silently. Seo Jin noted that the group was to the side. She saw a group of exhausted men in front of her, some of whom were sitting on the floor. She realized that everyone was gathered. Moa watched the scene with slight despair, her hair flying. The mulatto noted that the guys had definitely had too much. The brunette did not understand how it had come to this. The brunette wanted to leave here altogether. The day before, the guild was bright and sunny. Si Hyan happily walked down the hallway, talking to Moa. She noted that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked her friend how she was doing. The brunette replied that she was doing well and asked the same question. The manager explained that she was doing well too, and she asked her if she had received any more information about her teammates. The huntress walked behind the manager and said that she had looked at everything and she did not understand why the raid into the dungeon was organized in such a hurry. The huntress looked worriedly at her colleague, who noted that they had been given permission yesterday, which surprised the huntress very much. They were watching a report showing the house of the old man who had passed away. The manager replied that they were usually formed a month in advance, but the event with the murder of the craftsman had shaken them, which she asked the huntress. Si Hyan added that the main forces were thrown into searching for and capturing Jai Han and there were few free groups now. The huntress looked worriedly at the thoughtful brunette. She asked the manager if they were put in as replacements. The manager replied that this was true, because she had told the leader that it would be too difficult. But as he said, the dungeon control center was going to send another guild if they refused. The two girls stood opposite each other and smiled. The brown-haired girl understood that if this was the case, they had no choice. Si Hyan said that they really needed it, so yes. Si Hyan leaned against the brunette and began to whisper in her ear that she had already said before that all the best hunters had already left them. The brunette added that if anything happened, she could tell her about everything at any time. The huntress smiled ironically while the brunette stood behind her. She smirked about how unlikely it was that anything could go wrong, because Si Hyan knew her strength. The manager asked since when she had become so confident. The door to their office was closed. Si Hyan understood everything and decided to go inside first, because she thought that everyone had already gathered. The brunette liked this suggestion. The huntress entered with a satisfied face while Jai Han was about to squeeze through the opening. The girl realized that the manager was really worried, because strange people were everywhere and this could not be changed. The brunette went inside and was slightly surprised when she was met by a man in a suit. He asked her how she could be late for the meeting. In front of her stood the melee hunter Beak D-Man, who was smiling maliciously. She also saw the defense hunter Ban Seo Jin, a mulatto with pink hair, who adjusted her glasses. There were two other guys sitting at the table with sad and downcast faces. The one holding the phone was the defense hunter No Mai Ray, and the one sleeping was the support hunter No Himang. D-Man looked maliciously at the girl, who was smiling back. He called the girl fragile, which made Jai Han behind her very angry. He told her to show D-Man that she was not made of wood, and even she could hit him in the face with just one punch. Moa smiled widely, closing her eyes. She understood that in situations like this, there was only one correct answer. She introduced herself to the hunters and said that she really hoped for their protection. Seo Jin turned to the main character and D-Man, who were discussing what was happening. The melee hunter asked the girl if she had long-range skills, because he had heard about her from her uncle, and so she could rely on him. D-Man sat the brunette on a chair, noting for her that if she did not understand something, she could boldly ask. She understood that he was the leader's nephew, which was why he acted so confidently. The door from the office opened and the last person entered. Wang Hyan entered the room in a hurry, wiping his face with a napkin. He apologized for being late, saying that their meeting had dragged on. He asked D-Man to sit down and they would begin without preludes. The entire board sat down at the negotiating table. Wang Hyan mentioned that all the guys knew that there would be a raid tomorrow. He added that for some reason they decided so suddenly that they were the most skilled members of their guild, so he had high hopes for them. Himang and Mai Ray sat at the table with an indifferent look. Moa thought that Wang Hyan was lying and did not blush. The guild leader said that the time limit for staying inside the dungeon was a month, telling them to take this into account when preparing their personal belongings. Wang Hyan said that all the camping supplies would be provided by the guild. D-Man smiled slightly, looking straight ahead. Wang Hyan said that D-Man would be the raid leader this time, noting that he had many raids under his belt in the D-Han guild, so they could rely on him. The guild leader handed a blue stone to D-Man. He told him to take the return stone. Seo Jin asked why he was smiling. The female protagonist awkwardly watched the hunters. Wang Hyan said that the dungeon belonged to the insect lord. The protagonist looked at the guild leader with a serious expression. Wang Hyan said that they knew about it, since Moa the hunter had been thrown into it earlier. Moa said that it was correct. Mai Ray was on the phone while Himang was leaning against the table. The guild leader said that it might be the same type, but it might be different from the previous one, noting that they should be on guard. Wang Hyan said that the monsters there were mostly poisonous, so they should definitely take neutralizing items. The protagonist pressed her lips together and frowned. Wang Hyan said that they would meet at the dungeon control center at 4 p.m. Moa thought that she was nervous about something. The protagonist followed behind Seo Jin. Moa thought that she had been too careless about this raid to tell the truth. The main character looked at the hunter with curiosity. She thought that after all, besides the 2 times she had accidentally ended up in the dungeon, she had already been in them a bunch of times. Moa thought that was the only reason why things had turned out so badly. Seo Jin was looking at D-Man with fury, while the other hunters were sitting on the floor, a scattered crowd. Seo Jin was glaring at the raid leader, baring her teeth. Moa thought that these two couldn't stand each other. Mai Ray was sitting on his phone with a dejected look. Moa thought that he was depressed, Hee-Mang was leaning against the wall with an exhausted look. Moa thought that this one was the icing on the cake and that he had been drinking all night, noting that the smell was incredible even from a distance. The protagonist smiled in confusion, covering her face with her hand. She said that she had been wrong to brush off the chief manager's words. Jai-Han said that there was still time and they could go back. The huntress asked how to go back if they had already arrived. The main character climbed the stairs, following the hunters. The brunette said that they would then calmly conduct the raid and leave. Jai-Han added that since the monsters in the dungeon were poisonous, then it was clearly weaker than the one with Kyrgyz, and the lord himself was slower and more pliable. Moa said that he knew this place very well. The spirit imagined a huge monster bearing its fangs. He said that this was the lord of insects Bargaz, a huge poisonous centipede, adding that you only need to be wary of the poison, but the body is long and it dodges attacks poorly. Jai-Han grinned irritably, holding the bridge of his nose. He said that he tried to kill him so many times, and if only it weren't for the guards. The spirit looked at the main character with a serious expression. He said that he was not asking her to deal with him, so she should not get into trouble. The protagonist looked behind her thoughtfully, her brows furrowed. She thought it was strange, because at first he wanted her to defeat all the bosses in the world. Moa told Jai-Han that she would not say much while the others were around. The hunter asked Moa if she was coming or what. The hunters gathered in the room, standing in a magic circle. D-Man said that it was enough to be daydreaming. Jai-Han said that he was acting so cool, although he was going to raid a regular dungeon with an insect lord. Moa ran up to the circle, while a girl was standing nearby. The blonde said that this was the last check of the participants, calling everyone by name and asking if all 5 were there. D-Man said that everything was correct. The huntress stood in the magic circle, looking at him in surprise. The blonde said that she was checking the return stone for 5 people. Moa thought that this was incredible. The girl noted that the verification of the return stone was complete. The blonde extended her hand to the magic circle. She said that she was opening a passage to the dungeon for 5 individuals. A blue glow began to emanate from the magic circle. A bright light began to envelop the room. The girl wished the hunters good luck. The hunters appeared in the forest, while eagles soared in the sky. The main character hugged herself, looking worriedly at Jai-Han. She said that it was harder to move there. The spirit said that it was because the place was holding back the magic power. Shining hieroglyphs were drawn on the pillars. Jai-Han asked Moa if she could see the 6 pillars, noting that one of them affected everything except the portals that the dungeon control center created with a special magic circle. The spirit said that the magic of invisibility perception was active at all times, and that concealment magic was also used there so that the place was not detected from the outside. The protagonist stood next to the portal, looking at Jai-Han. She said that it seemed like the security was solid. The spirit said that it wasn't really, and the portal could be used even by knocking out the manager and pouring in mana, so he walked around there freely. The hunters turned to the raid leader, who put his hands on his hips. D-Man asked if everyone was ready. The protagonist smiled happily, clenching her hand into a fist. She said that she was completely ready. The protagonist awkwardly looked at the raid leader, frowning. She thought that if they weren't communicating with each other, why bother asking? Jai-Han said that it was time for them to go too. A green fog was visible in the cave, which was coming from the liquid on the ceiling. Yellow-looking eggs were visible in the cave. Moa thought that it was probably like with Kyrgyz, just higher humidity and not very good air. The hunter said that she felt sick. Moa covered her mouth while the other hunters drank the potions. The spirit said it was a poisonous mist and for her to drink a purification potion. The female protagonist looked at the potion with disgust, sticking out her tongue. Jai-Han asked if he hoped she took a lot. Moa said she did. D-Man picked up a lantern, walking deeper into the cave. He said it was time for them to go there. Moa wondered if it was okay, just like that. Seo-Jin called out to the raid leader. D-Man turned to look at Seo-Jin, who was looking at him with displeasure. Jai-Han and Seo-Jin asked D-Man what he was doing. The raid leader looked at the huntress with annoyance, baring his teeth. He asked if there was something she didn't like about his leadership. Jai-Han and Seo-Jin looked at the raid leader with furrowed brows. Seo-Jin asked D-Man how to make a safe zone first, and that he was just going to go ahead at random. Jai-Han said that was right, because any normal team would make a safe zone first, asking where else would they run if they needed to retreat. The female protagonist awkwardly watched the hunters quarrel. Seo-Jin said that he had been into dungeons himself, asking if he really had experience. D-Man told her to watch her words and not forget who the leader was, and that they could set up camp later, but for now they should clear the surroundings. The female protagonist imagined herself going down the water slides with the hunters. She thought that the participants usually held hands or tied their bodies when they entered. Seo-Jin frowned, smiling maliciously. She didn't understand what was going on, asking him that he thought they could survive the fight and didn't need the camp, asking him if he knew what leadership was. D-Man smiled nervously, his brows furrowed. He told her to watch her words, and if she wanted to be a housewife so much, she should stay there and set up camp, thinking she could make it beautiful even without curtains and flowers. D-Man said that Seo-jin should stay there and the others should go ahead, behind him. Jae-han crossed his arms, while Moa looked confused. The spirit said that he was the most bastard one could find, and that he was the leader who needed to be the most patient. Seo-jin grabbed the raid leader by the shoulder. The huntress' eyes widened, burning him with an enraged look. She asked D-Man if he was really tired of living. Moa thought they hadn't been there for 5 minutes, wondering why things were already so bad. D-Man bared his teeth, looking like an angry bear. He asked Seo-jin what she just said to him. Hey. Seo-jin looked at D-Man with a malicious smile, looking like an angry tigress. Seo-jin asked the leader that he was deaf, adding that he would probably die from the monsters simply because he couldn't hear them. Jae-han watched with a smirk while the female lead was dumbfounded. Jae-han said that the extreme chaos only made things more interesting. Moa thought they were doomed, and the entire Han team. Moa watched with worry, her brows furrowed. She asked the hunter that maybe she should intervene, to which Jae-han replied that she shouldn't worry. The hunter looked to the side, smirking slightly. He said that they were almost there. The boys were surprised when the ground began to shake. Monsters began to appear on the surface. The hunters stood in front of the huge monsters. D-Man said to prepare for fear. The monster with green eyes prepared to attack the hunters. Myrae put his hand in front of him, while Hee-mang extended his hand, emitting a green aura. Hee-mang used the power of increasing fighting spirit. The monster raised its paw, preparing to attack the boys. D-Man swung his weapon, tearing the monster's paw. Seo-jin punched the monster with a bloodthirsty smile. The main character created 2 magic spheres, watching the hunters. D-Man shouted for them to hold that side too. Moa thought that she should use Insect Lord's Thunderstorm, but she can't yet since everyone is in the blast zone, and she wanted to find an opportunity. Myrae thrust his shield into the ground. He covered his body with the shield, attacking the monster. Moa stretched out her arms, about to attack the monsters. She thought it was time. Moa shouted at Myrae not to move. The protagonist released a blue pillar of energy, attacking the monster. On the other side of the protagonist, a poisonous spider was flying towards her. How unexpectedly, it was torn apart. Seo-jin looked at the protagonist with a smile, protecting her from the monster. She said that she would cover her. The protagonist thought that everything was not as scary as it seemed, thinking that they would cope soon. Seo-jin and Moa looked away in confusion, their mouths slightly open. Seo-jin asked what that sound was. Scorpions with yellow tails began to appear from the cave. D-Man looked at the enemies in shock, his mouth open. He said that a new wave had begun. Moa shouted for everyone to move aside and came to her. Moa thought that when things get bad, you should block the way and leave. The female protagonist raised her hand, creating a blue magic sphere. She struck the ceiling with magic energy. Stone blocks began to fall from the ceiling onto the monsters. Jae-han thought that her sense of battle was excellent as always. The hunters stood with their backs facing the huge wall of stones. Moa picked up the green card while the others breathed a sigh of relief. The female protagonist said that they should set up camp there for now, adding that she would set the garnered leaves on fire and they needed to rest. Seo-jin said that she was terribly tired. D-Man smiled confusedly, shaking with fear. He asked Seo-jin that she was already tired, adding that that was why they were so inexperienced. Seo-jin told him to catch his breath first and then talk, otherwise his lungs would burst. A small fire was lit on the ground. System alert. She lit a fire in the dungeon. Special properties of kindling the garrison are activated. Effects, improving physical condition. D-Man turned around, looking at Myrae by the wall. He asked the hunter what he was doing there. The main character looked at Myrae with bewilderment, frowning. Myrae asked how they were supposed to collect now, noting that well-off people don't bother. Jaizo looked at the hunter with irritation, frowning. He asked Moa that the guy was obsessed with death. Moa wondered what he planned to do if the passage didn't collapse completely. D-Man told Myrae to calm down, adding that Moa was new and probably just scared. D-Man frowned, looking at the main character with a sly smile. He said that it was unfortunate but she was doing what she thought was best, asking Moa if he was telling the truth. Moa smiled sheepishly, looking at Seo-jin. Seo-jin said that he had just been saved from death and he was unhappy. D-Man asked Seo-jin what she had said, calling him a scoundrel. Seo-jin told D-Man to repeat himself. Hee-mang sat on the ground, holding a bottle. Moa asked the boys to calm down. Myrae snatched the bottle from the hunter's hands. He told him to stop drinking. Jae-han watched the hunters bicker with irritation. Hee-mang told Myrae that he wanted to and was drinking, asking why it mattered to him. Myrae said that they were on a raid after all. Hee-mang, mad with rage, grabbed Myrae by the shoulders. He asked the hunter that he also looked down on him, adding that he would rather keep quiet, a lover of gambling debts. Hee-mang said that he would drink a little. D-Man told them to stop. He looked at the guys with a displeased face, frowning. D-Man asked what they were both doing, adding that Mai-Ray should just give him the bottle and let them sit in silence. Mai-Ray, with a displeased face, handed the bottle to Hee-Mang. Hee-Mang told the leader that, as expected, he was brilliant in wisdom. Moa thought that Mai-Ray probably wanted to collect because of gambling debts. The leader of the group looked at the main character with a smile. He asked the protagonist if she had a boyfriend. Jai-Han looked angrily at the leader of the group, while Moa imagined the corporate party. Moa thought that they were in a dungeon or at a corporate party with an unbearable boss. Jai-Han suggested that the protagonist simply punch him in the jaw, just once, with all her might. The protagonist stood up, resting on her knees. She said that they had already rested, it was time to move on, noting that the collapsed ceiling was only a temporary measure. D-Man asked Moa that she was also ignoring him. The protagonist approached the wall, leaving her shadow on it. D-Man asked how to get out now, since she had blocked the entire passage. Mai-Ray said that was true, asking who would take it all apart. The protagonist looked at the guys with a serious expression, frowning. She asked them if they couldn't hear it, noting that there were monsters moving rocks, and they just needed to break through with skills. The protagonist thought, why show off like that if she doesn't have any special skills, and if it comes down to it, then among all of them, only Mai-Ray can defend against her skill, and even that's not a fact. The hunters stood up, preparing for another fight. D-Man told Moa to punch, and they needed to give another fight. Mai-Ray said that they needed to move carefully now, because of someone, they couldn't even collect. The protagonist stretched out her hands in front of her, getting ready to punch the wall. She thought that she just needed to stay calm, and if things went wrong, she could just run away with the return stone. Seo-Jin punched the monster with her fist, while the protagonist gathered magical energy from her hands. The protagonist punched the wall, breaking it into pieces. Jai-Han thought that he would see how far this unfortunate team could go. The hunters were sleeping off to the side while Moa and D-Man sat by the fire. D-Man swung his weapon. He hit the monster, smashing it into pieces. Moa frowned, looking at the group leader. She asked if he was okay. D-Man said that this was a close combat fight, adding that she was lucky to be a ranged hunter. Mai-Ray walked up to the monster, holding out her palm. He said that the real lucky ones were the crafting hunters, noting that they just made goods from ingredients from the market and raked in the money. D-Man said that they were hunters in name only, noting that they didn't even go on raids. Moa walked up to the monster, holding out her hands and closing her eyes. She thought it would be best for her to remain silent. D-Man said that even though they earn a lot, they still remain crafters, with the exception of looter, which everyone was talking about recently. Mai-Ray asked what looter was. The protagonist shuddered in bewilderment, while D-Man looked at the hunter. D-Man asked Hee-Mang that he did not know him, adding that he made such a big splash when he put the S-rank Abatani's cores on the market, noting that he could not even imagine what effects the potions based on them would have. The protagonist looked away in bewilderment, frowning. D-Man said that people were actively looking for looter back then and did not find it, asking how cool the effects could have caused such zeal. Moa thought that the potions made with the cores she collected impressed everyone so much. The party leader stood with his back turned, looking at the protagonist. Moa thought that if she completed young Gil's quest, she could do them herself. The party leader asked the huntress what she got. The huntress said that nothing special. D-Man smiled sarcastically, spreading his hand to the side. He said that it could be done, luck was an unstable thing, adding that, however, he had a decent amount of wings, shells, and paws. Moa thought that her inventory was already full to the brim. Seo-Jin stood with her back to the spirit, looking at the party leader. D-Man said that it just so happened that he was lucky, adding that if they were done packing, then it was time to go to those monsters. Seo-Jin said that he was an idiot. Jai-Han said that he was a dumbass. Moa thought that honestly, she completely agreed. The brunette looked straight ahead with a downcast face. He pointed his finger at the people in black clothes. He asked that if there weren't people there. The group leader put his hands on his hips, looking at the people with a smirk. Mai-Ray asked if they were another raid group, or guys from big guilds. D-Man asked if they were from big guilds, adding that they had a good opportunity to get to know each other. The main character looked ahead warily. She thought that she didn't know why, but she had a really bad feeling about this. Jai-Han told her to be on guard, and judging by the look of him, he was ready to fight at any moment. The group leader spread his arms, approaching the people. The guy in black asked if they were from the White Light Guild. D-Man asked how they knew, noting that they were members of it. The guy in black took out his green weapon. She swung the weapon at the group leader. D-Man put his hand in front of himself, dodging the blow. Mai-Ray stood in front of the leader, putting up a shield. D-Man asked why he was attacking out of the blue. The guy said that from what he could see, they weren't complete idiots after all. Mai-Ray frowned and widened his eyes. He noticed the scythe the guy was holding. The guy's blue eyes flashed, holding a green scythe in his hands. Mai-Ray asked what Jai-Han was. D-Man looked at the guy in bewilderment, his fists out in front of him. He asked the guy why he did that. The brunette said that it was the destruction of a raid group from a small guild that forgot its place and went to clean up. The brunette threw the scythe over his shoulders, putting his hand in his pocket. He said that they needed such an incident, and at the same time they would record a video of Jae-han committing a crime. The guy with the camera said that it would look like miraculously captured footage of an attempt to escape, the only evidence left after some unlucky hunters. The hunters looked at the guys warily. Myrae said that it meant he wasn't Jae-han. The brunette said that it was a mistake. He extended his hand with the scythe, emitting a green aura. The guy said that all they had to do was scream and act out the role of victims dying at the hands of Jae-han. Moa looked at what was happening, dumbfounded, her brows furrowed. She thought that she and young Gil were somehow connected, without understanding why or what their goal was. The huntress thought that it was time to stop doing nothing. The guy got into a fighting stance, enveloping the space with a green aura. He asked the boys if they could do their part well. Seo-jin grabbed the huntress's hand. She opened her mouth wide, dragging Moa along with her. Seo-jin said that they had to run. The hunters watched as the guy attacked Myrae. The huntress watched as Hee-mang ran up to Myrae. The guy asked how Jae-han could act so monstrously, noting that it was hilarious. The huntress thought that they were running away, but they instantly caught up with them, not understanding what to do. Seo-jin looked back furiously, frowning. She told D-man to quickly get the return stone. Moa said that she had her own. The huntress used the return stone, from which blue flashes appeared. The main character looked back, standing at the portal. She thought that they could hardly help D-man, and for Hee-mang and Myrae it was too late. Seo-jin looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. She asked where she got the return stone. Moa said that she would explain later and they should move faster. The brunette said that this would not work. Green branches wrapped around the bodies of the huntresses, not letting them move. The guy held his hand raised, around which there were vines, while Brunette looked at the huntresses. Brunette asked that the huntress, who had never gone into the dungeons, had a return stone for several people. The other guy said that she still couldn't leave, noting that it was a pity. Seo-jin bared her teeth, looking at the guys. She said that they were scoundrels, asking why they decided to play with human lives. Moa thought that the more she moved, the harder she squeezed, noting that things were bad. Brunette approached the main character, taking her by the face. He asked if she was the huntress, the savior of Guam without victims. Moa looked at the guy with displeasure, baring her teeth. The brunette said that when everyone heard about such a great person dying in a bad guild, they would definitely be upset, noting that this is why small guilds should not be allowed to go on raids. Jae-han clenched his hand into a fist, watching what was happening. The brunette told the protagonist that not only that, but the one who killed Moa would be that scoundrel, Jae-han, and he would finally pay for his sins. The protagonist looked at the guy with displeasure, frowning. The brunette said that she could rely on him, and he would definitely avenge him for her. Moa thought that he was going to kill her and blame Jae-han for it. The brunette turned his gaze to the black fog. He was surprised by the protagonist's gaze, asking if this was some kind of saving skill of hers. Moa thought that Seo-jin used it, but then realized that it was not her. The brunette looked at the main character with a crazy look, while the black fog filled the space. He asked what it was like a smoke bomb, adding that she should not even try. Red eyes from the darkness looked straight ahead. A voice from the darkness said that it was unfair. A huge black snake appeared behind the guy. Young Gil continued to repeat that it was unfair. Jae-han watched what was happening in bewilderment, while the vines began to retreat from Moa. Jae-han asked if this was young Gil's regret as a hunter. The guy did not understand what was happening, noting that he could not see anything. Young Gil continued to repeat his words. Moa watched what was happening warily while the black fog filled the space. She thought that it meant that he was the one who killed young Gil after all. The brunette asked where she was and that she thought that her tricks would help her. A silhouette of a man from the fog appeared in front of the brunette. The guy didn't understand what it was, asking what young Gil was, noting that he was dead. Seo-jin asked Moa what she had done. Young Gil said it was revenge and that it was unfair. The main character looked around the room with excitement. The brunette shouted at young Gil not to come near him. Moa thought the darkness was getting darker. Young Gil said it was unfair. A loud scream echoed throughout the cave. The main character looked ahead in confusion as the fog cleared. Seo-jin noted that the fog was receding. The masked guy looked at his comrades in shock, who were dried out by the fog. The wind blew away their bodies, turning them into sand, while Moa was shocked. System notification. Young Gil's revenge quest has been completed. Rewards are now available. Young Gil's regret has left her body. The main character looked straight ahead with a serious expression. She thought that the quest was over, only she apparently hadn't done anything at all and would watch it later. The guy stood up, running deeper into the cave. He was begging for help. The huntress thought about the camera and that she had to catch him since the recording would be excellent evidence. Jae-han blocked the protagonist's path, spreading his arms out to the sides. He said that it was too dangerous since she didn't know anything about his skills. Moa said that he didn't look that strong. The main character looked at the spirit with displeasure. Jae-han said that if he ran away like that, then he didn't have a return stone, and most likely he would die somewhere in the dungeon. Moa asked what if he just wanted to run away and use the stone later and that she should just let him go. Jae-han said that if he ran away, then he would run away, no big deal. Bonso watched the main character with bewilderment. Moa looked at the huntress, waving her arms. Bonso told the huntress to continue and enjoy her time with her imaginary friend. Moa said that it was not like that. Bonso asked the huntress that she did the smoke thing. The protagonist looked at the huntress with a slightly confused look. Jae-han told her to confirm it. The protagonist said that it was her, asking if they should look for the hunter D-man. The huntress looked behind her, where the leader of the group was walking. She said that he was already on his way. The leader of the group walked up to the protagonist, holding his neck. He noted that they survived, and that he did not find the two of them when he escaped and came back, asking what happened to those guys. Moa said that two were dead and the third ran away. D-man asked what the third one was. The leader of the group looked down, his mouth slightly open. Moa said that it was the one who was filming. The protagonist looked at the group leader with her mouth slightly open in surprise. D-man said that he didn't know how they did it, but he wanted to go after him and also avenge Hee-mang and Mai-rae. The protagonist asked if it wouldn't be better to leave first and ask for help. The group leader looked menacingly at the brunette, frowning. He said that if she was afraid, then she could leave, but he wouldn't give her the returning stone. Seo-jin said that she had enough of pretending and that she had a question. Seo-jin looked at the group leader with annoyance, pointing her finger at him. She asked why the hell he ran away alone with the returning stone. D-man told her not to talk nonsense, asking that she suspected him of something. The huntress said that she certainly did, noting that a lot of questionable moments had accumulated over the time. D-man looked from Seo-jin to the female lead. D-man said that she was starting from scratch again. The group leader asked Moa if he was suspicious. Seo-jin said that for such a blockhead, these were just habitual mistakes. The huntress looked at D-man with distrust, her eyes sparkling. She said that, however, he dodged that first attack too quickly, as if he was expecting it. Seo-jin recalled the moment when the brunette attacked D-man. Seo-jin said that judging by the trajectory of the scythe swing, it should have cut him, but it seemed to have been deliberately directed past him. D-man said that he was about to go crazy, asking Seo-jin what she was saying, that he was supposed to die. The female lead watched the quarrel of the hunters in bewilderment. She thought that D-man had not used the returning stone and had dodged the first attack, and Seo-jin suspected him based on these 2 points. Moa thought that this was more of a far-fetched guess. Seo-jin recalled the moment when the boy threw his braid over his shoulder. She said that those people had studied them, which meant they knew who the leader was, noting that everyone knew that the returning stone was usually with the leader. Jae-han watched this with a smile, crossing his arms. Seo-jin asked D-man why they had not sought to kill him at all costs back then. D-man did not understand what kind of nonsense this was. The spirit told Moa not to touch them and let them talk. The huntress looked at the hand extended to her by the group leader in bewilderment. D-man said that it was enough to quarrel already since they still had to catch that escapee. Seo-jin took a fighting stance, emitting a red aura. Moa thought that she should stop them, calling out to the huntress. The leader of the group smiled maliciously. He asked that this is how they will solve this. D-man threw green ropes towards the girls. They tied the huntresses, causing them to fall to the ground. Seo-jin looked at the leader of the group with an indifferent look. D-man said that he was fed up with this, and he should have done this right away. He took out his weapon, smiling maliciously. D-man said that everything was right, and he was ordered to drag them out there to get good shots, and then kill them, but their guys died, and now it does not matter, noting that at least he will finish the job. D-man began to wave his weapon, walking towards the huntresses. He said that if they went with him, they wouldn't have lived much longer, adding that it would do, since he had wanted to beat up Seo-jin for a long time. Moa thought that he was in league with them. Seo-jin looked at the frightened main character with a happy smile. Seo-jin told Moa that she was right and said that he was suspicious. The main character didn't understand why she was so calm. The brown-haired man swung his weapon at the huntress with a sly smile. He said that he would see how long she could smile like that, adding that she should endure this first. Suddenly, the brown-haired man was thrown to the side, causing his eyes to go wide. The brown-haired man crashed into the wall, breaking it into pieces. He looked up in bewilderment, his mouth wide open and spitting blood. Seo-jin smiled slyly. She asked him why he was surprised. The huntress spread her arms out to the sides, tearing the green threads. Seo-jin stretched out her hand in front of her, emitting a red aura. The huntress said that he wasn't the only one with secrets. The huntress lifted D-man into the air with her power. She said that she really only planned to beat him up and apologize later if he continued to deny it, adding that he was so uncouth. The huntress twisted D-man's arms, clenching her hand into a fist. Jae-han sat next to the tied-up main character. Jae-han said that the telekinesis skill is quite powerful, asking Moa if she can free herself. Moa said that she can't. D-man began to emit a golden aura. He told Seo-jin that from now on it won't be so easy. The huntress asked what he had another skill, since telekinesis doesn't work. The huntress looked at the brown-haired man with a sly smile, preparing for a fight. She said that in truth, she has no skills for close combat at all, and in a fight she enhances herself with telekinesis, asking him if he knows why. Seo-jin added that she likes to hit physically much more. D-Man said that she is completely crazy. Seo-jin looked at the brown-haired man with a crazy look, smiling bloodthirstily. She said that it had been a long time since she had beaten a man, asking D-Man to endure 100 blows, and if he was still breathing after them, then so be it, she would let him live. The brown-haired man opened his mouth wide, swinging his weapon. He told her to shut up already. Seo-jin stood in a stance, clenching her hands into fists. She asked what his last words were. Seo-jin, with a wide smile, dodged the brown-haired man's attack. She struck the brown-haired man from behind, who covered his head from the attack. D-Man bared his teeth, digging his feet into the ground. Seo-jin, with a bloodthirsty smile, rushed towards D-Man to attack him. She hit the leader of the group in the face with all her might. Jae-han watched the fight intently while Moa was tied up. Jae-han said that this is how she uses telekinesis to move in a measured manner in battle, noting that such an opponent is the worst for Moa. The spirit asked the protagonist if she had anything in her inventory. The protagonist said that she couldn't open it because her hands were tied. Seo-jin had her back to the huntress, shaking her hands. Jae-han stood in front of the huntress as Seo-jin turned to face her. Seo-jin said that she didn't want to kill her, but the secret had to remain a secret. Jae-han told Moa to run. Moa said that she couldn't. The protagonist looked up, looking confused. The huntress asked Moa if she knew. The huntress held her hand out in front of her, looking at Moa with a menacing gaze. She said that as an apology, she would do it quickly. The protagonist bared her teeth, while Seo-jin squeezed her throat. Jae-han looked at the protagonist, who was hanging in the air, in fear. Moa thought that she was in pain and at this rate, her head would be torn off, not knowing what to use. The protagonist remembered what she could use. A blue mark appeared on her forehead, sparkling with lightning. Moa used the Insect Lord's Thunder skill. A blue pillar of energy shot towards the ceiling. Seo-jin looked up in confusion, her mouth open. Multiple pillars of energy hit the ground, causing Seo-jin to let go of Moa. The protagonist covered one eye, breathing heavily. She wondered if it worked. Jae-han crouched next to the protagonist, while boulders of rock fell to the ground. Jae-han asked Moa if she was okay. She said that she was fine, and hoped that she died after that. Seo-jin stepped on a rock with her foot, noting that she was alive. The huntress stood on a pile of rocks, looking at Moa with a sly grin. She said that the lid was more likely D-Man. The protagonist looked at the huntress with fear. She thought that it was all over and that attack had used up all her mana. The huntress slowly walked towards the protagonist, while Jae-han covered her. Seo-jin asked Moa that she was hiding some other skills, like that smoke screen. The spirit told her not to answer. The protagonist thought that Seo-jin mistook the dark fog from the Regret Stone quest for her skill. The protagonist thought that her trump card was now 2 bluff. The huntress approached Moa, leaning slightly over her. She said that she seriously did not want to kill her. The protagonist said that she did not want to do that either. She thought that she would be fine with either a dialogue or an argument, as long as she could buy enough time to restore her mana. Seo-jin widened her eyes, smiling madly. She asked what would stop them then. The huntress looked away, raising her hand. She said that the protagonist did not seem like the type to spill the secrets of others, plus she had no particular desire to take her life. The huntress approached the protagonist's frightened face with a menacing look. She said that if she spilled the beans, she would die, just like the one she spilled the beans to, asking if she understood. Moa said that she completely understood and would not tell anyone. The protagonist thought whether she was sincere or not, but the offer was still tempting, and if it came down to it, she was not sure she could defeat her. Seo-jin helped the protagonist free herself from the strings. She asked if that was true, noting that it would be their little girly secret then. The huntress put her hands behind her head, looking at the pile of rocks. She told Moa that she should have taken the homecoming stone from D-Man before killing him, asking if she had any spares. The protagonist handed the stone to the huntress with an exhausted look. The huntress asked if she was just giving it away, saying how kind she was. Seo-jin asked, and how she had survived so far. The protagonist thought that she was not giving it away because she was kind, but because it scared her. The huntress took the homecoming stone from Moa's hands. She said that she would use it wisely, asking if she had another one for herself. Moa said that she did, and that she could go first, since she would be going after the guy who ran away. The protagonist thought that she just wanted her to go away quickly. Seo-jin smiled wickedly, leaning slightly towards Moa. The huntress asked the protagonist if she wanted her to help her. Moa said she would. Seo-jin told her to try not to die. The brown-haired woman looked at the huntress with a serious look. Seo-jin said that she would then meet with the guild leader. The protagonist asked Seo-jin that she was going to kill him. The huntress smiled slightly, spreading her arms out to the sides and standing at the portal. The protagonist rested her hands on the ground when the portal closed. She said that she was finally alone. Jae-han asked how she was, adding that she must have been very scared. The protagonist, with tears in her eyes, looked sadly at Jae-han. She said that the raid team was hastily assembled, asking if all raids were like this. The spirit told Moa to calm down. Jae-han looked at the dejected huntress with a smile. He asked if she was upset, noting that they had been a real nuisance. The protagonist said that she didn't even know anymore, and she still felt like her perception of death and battles had become dulled after waking up. Jae-han closed his eyes and smiled widely. He said that he guessed that there was a silver lining to those guys in humanity, and at least she wasn't too sad about them. The protagonist took out a blue potion from her inventory, drinking it. Jae-han asked the huntress if she was really going to go after the third one, the one with the camera. The huntress said that she had to, otherwise there would be more rumors about Jae-han. The spirit said that he didn't care, he was already dead after all. Jae-han imagined poking his fingers at his back. He said that many, given his strength, couldn't see him as a victim, and instead of trusting him, they were more willing to try to find flaws to frame him. Jae-han said that all the more so, she knew that his hands were clean. Jae-han lowered his embarrassed gaze, blushing slightly. He said that was enough for him. The protagonist looked at Jae-han sadly. She thought that it sounded sad. The protagonist stood up, closing her inventory. Jae-han said that he was really fine and that she had nothing to worry about, asking that they were leaving now. The protagonist recalled how the guy in black attacked Mai-Rei. Moa said that she should go to Mai-Rei and Hee-Mang first, adding that if they survived, they would be in trouble since they didn't have any return stones. Jae-han closed his eyes, looking displeased. He said that as she wanted, they should go there then. Moa thought that he seemed unhappy at all. The protagonist raised her head, looking at the spider. She said that this is where they ran into those guys. The protagonist and the spirit saw two woven cocoons made of web. Jae-han said that he thought the chances of them still being alive were slim. Moa said that it was a long shot, asking what they were. She noted that they were some kind of woven balls. The cocoons were tightly woven with web. Jae-han said that they were the cocoons of the insect lord, noting that they were made by the giant spider they had seen, and that he thought that it had taken the boys as food, and that they were probably already dead. The protagonist pressed herself against the wall, closing her eyes. She said that is, they were late. The spirit asked the huntress how she was feeling, adding that she should rest a bit before they went ahead. Moa said that she had no appetite at all. The huntress looked sadly at the worried Jae-han. The spirit said that she hadn't eaten anything since meeting the three of them, adding that she should have some food. The female protagonist thought that Jae-han was being overprotective lately. The female protagonist took out a chocolate bar from her inventory. She thought that only half of the allotted time had passed, but it seemed that she had no choice but to leave. She thought that she was currently troubled by far from ordinary thoughts. The huntress recalled the image of a smiling Gwang Hyan. She thought that the guild leader, Gwang Hyan, was causing much more concern, adding that if D-Man had pulled such a move, then the leader was definitely involved. The protagonist recalled how D-Man had approached the three guys in black. She thought that a pleasant person, despite his incompetence, had conspired to destroy the raid group without understanding why. The protagonist imagined Gwang Hyan smiling happily, hiding a bloody knife behind his back. She thought that he himself had said that he had left the sky after a conflict, and that didn't he have bad relations with the big guilds, and that leading his own was beyond his strength. The protagonist thoughtfully recalled how she looked at the articles on her phone. She thought that it was quite possible. After all, it was not without reason that all her references to the guild were ignored in the interview. The huntress imagined the guys smiling maliciously. She thought that those men did not hesitate to kill for their own purposes, and would people who were ready for anything leave things like that. Moa thought that exploitation or destruction would seem more logical, but wasn't that too petty? The huntress lowered her head, while Jae-han looked at her with concern. The spirit asked Moa if something was wrong. The huntress clutched the chocolate in her hand. She said that those guys, they said that this farce was trying to sway public opinion so that large guilds would be allowed to raid dungeons. The protagonist looked at Jae-han with a serious look, frowning. She said that as she thought, the guild is white light, it is very likely that it was originally formed for this specific purpose. Moa looked at the guy with raised eyebrows and slightly confused him by saying that there was no confirmation that the leader left the guild after a conflict with them. Then she became a little worried and said that it was possible that the White Light Guild was ignored by the media not because of pressure from larger ones, but they were just trying to deliberately keep it inconspicuous. The dark-haired guy thought about it, and she continued, saying that after the guild fulfills its goal and ceases to exist, there will be nothing to expose. To which the short-haired guy said that then it would turn out that Gwang Hyan does not support it himself, but receives funding from people from above. The girl pulled her knees up and, closing her eyes, said that this was just speculation, to which he said that she was right. The brown-eyed girl frowned and thought that, in general, a large guild was definitely involved here, and if their plan had succeeded, she would have been killed right there. But the long-haired girl survived and even learned their plan, and no matter how you look at it, the situation is dangerous. Jai-Han began to get up, and when she asked him if she should leave, he said that there would probably be many guests at night who would want to deal with her, the source of future problems. Moa jumped up from her seat and said that it was clear to her and that she still needed to find a camera, and the dark-haired man asked if she had heard that they had other accomplices. The girl imagined a camera and said that she had heard, but they had spilled the whole truth on camera. The short-haired man glanced in her direction and assumed that they would be able to, and asked how she was going to find. But then he interrupted and ordered her to hide. He looked into the darkness and said that someone was coming. A couple was walking through the cave. They pointed the camera at the cocoons of webs and asked if there was anyone there. The dark-haired one saw the web and said that it looked like the monster had grabbed them a long time ago, and the guy said that it was bad, because they needed more footage, because there was not enough material, and judging by what happened to D-Man, they figured everything out. The purple-haired one looked at her partner and frowned and said that if those guys got out of here and blabbed to everyone, they would not only be scolded, to which he asked what they could do at all if they already had the video, and if they edited it a little, they would gain the upper hand due to irrefutable evidence. The heroine watched them, and the girl continued and said that they had no choice anyway, and it was better to quickly find the rest. And also first they needed to return to headquarters and gather a group to search, after which the protagonist wondered what headquarters they were talking about. The couple began to leave, and the operator said that the hunter Moa had a return stone for several people and then said that they could have already left, to which she said that the outside team would have informed them about the exit, and then said that she would settle everything as soon as they returned to headquarters. At this time, Jai-Han looked at his companion and nodded when the dark-haired one said that he could not be trusted with anything. He thought about what they needed after them. Shaggy walked through the cave and said that he would repeat once again that if she was noticed, then she needed to immediately use the stone, because there could also be people outside, but they would not kill right away. There were glowing balls hanging on the ceiling, and the heroine said that she saw a lighted area in front of her and said that they were almost there, to which he asked her to be quieter. The guy put his hand in his pocket and said that he felt someone's presence ahead and that they needed to go silently, because the effects from the recent scrolls would fly off from any push, so they needed to be careful. A tent city opened up in front of them, and he said that it was a safe zone. Hunters were drinking somewhere below, and Jai-Han said that they apparently installed a barrier that protected the safe zone from monsters, and the girl said that it was incredible and wondered how much mana was needed to constantly feed such a large area, and then thought that this was the reason that they did not meet monsters along the way. The dark-haired man looked up and imagined a group fighting rabbit monsters and said that they were not worried about the boss at all, and it was worth assuming that he was also somehow stopped, and then said that, as a rule, monsters track hunters by tracks, and this forces raid groups to constantly move. He and his friend slowly walked through the safe zone and said that they were lucky that these guys had a magic stone or item, because a hunter with a magic attribute would have immediately detected them, and if it seemed like a spider's web was sticking to her, she needed to run, because this was a magical detection. The girl looked at the guys lying on the floor and resting at the table, raising her eyebrows, and thought that the hunters here were completely relaxed and were not even on guard, and they definitely had strong support, and nothing else. Afterwards, the brown-eyed girl noticed something behind her and thought that the fastest way would be to just look into all the tents, but something could go wrong and the scroll's effect would wear off, but then she paused. She saw a spiral staircase going down and wondered what kind of hole it was. The girl put her hand to her chin and imagined a diagram with arrows leading to this staircase, thinking that it seemed to her that all the tents and guards were positioned to protect this place. The blonde leaned over the rope and looked down, wondering if this place led to the underground area, and realized that there really were steps there. The guy asked her if she had found anything. The heroine put her hand to her chin and with a smug face thought that it all looked very important and secretive, and she should go down. Her companion turned pale and asked what she was doing. Moa waved her hands and pointed her finger down, trying to say that she would go down there, to which he said that he agreed. They began to go down, and the dark-haired man told her to watch her feet. The girl held onto the wall with her hand, and the dark-haired man said that there was a guard ahead and asked her to come up. And at that moment she thought that Jai-Han was very good at noticing the presence of others, and without him it would have been much more difficult. The guy approached the sleeping man and asked what she was worth, and the heroine thought about whether this was a special skill. The blue-eyed man raised his hand over the sleeping man and with a predatory face said to hit him here, because after that he would immediately pass out. The brown-eyed woman narrowed her eyes and thought that her companion was happy only in such situations. The girl raised her hand with a smile over the black-haired man, who woke up and thought that this guy was definitely one of the bad guys, and she would just help him take a nap, and apologized. The blonde dragged the stunned one, and her companion said that they needed to hurry and he would check what was on the other side, to which the girl immediately agreed. Moa walked further down the corridor, and seeing the door, she thought about what the point of this place was and why they needed to build something like this, and then wondered if they put such doors on prisons for prisoners. Jae-han walked through the door and turned to her. She immediately got scared and recoiled, asked if there was anything dangerous there, to which the guy told her that there was nothing dangerous there and she should take a look herself. The brown-eyed girl went to the window and, knitting her eyebrows, asked what was going on. There was a huge crystal in the room in which a man was sealed. His face was covered with a seal, and the girl recognized him and said his name. She stepped back and loudly asked what he was doing here, to which the dark-haired man calmly said that he had no idea and the whole room was built to suck out mana, and he believed that this guy was the one who was feeding this zone. The protagonist looked down and thought that she was more than sure that they had prepared this plan for the benefit of the large guilds, and then wondered for what purpose they were keeping the leader of the dark sky, the third best hunter, here, and then wondered if they were in cahoots, but then interrupted her thoughts, thinking that it did not matter. Watching this picture in the crystal, she thought that it was bad that she did not have time to think about it yet, and she needed to either save him or go look for a camera and choose one of the two. The girl closed her eyes and said nothing, thinking that she couldn't leave him. Then she looked at her companion and, with her eyebrows drawn together, said that they had to save him and then asked if it was possible to open the door right now, to which he said that there was no security system, but they would find out as soon as the magic absorption circle stopped working. The dark-haired man entered the room and she asked him if it was possible to destroy it, to which he said that such limiters are destroyed if you touch them from the outside or pull them out. Moa closed her eyes and said that all that was left was to believe that it would be so. The lightning of the insect lord was used, which broke through the door. The short-haired man called his companion inside and told her to be careful, and she tried to say that she agreed, but was interrupted. When the girl stepped on the circle, the symbols lit up. Her eyes immediately widened. After she fell to the floor, the ghost immediately asked how she was, and the blonde said that she was fine, but suddenly mana. He immediately sat down next to her and gave her a bottle, saying that he understood, and said that in this case it would be a little harder to endure and suggested finishing quickly. The brown-eyed girl moved her hand to the side and asked if it was possible to do it differently, but then said that most likely that crystal was just some kind of light, to which the dark-haired one said that, in addition, he did not think that the light was special. Moa took the chained man by the hand and thought that this was really so, to which Jae-han told her to pull. The prisoner was pulled by the hand and pulled out of the light, and the heroine said that just a little more. The chains tightened and she said what happened. But then the light and the chains fell apart and the body began to fall on the lady. The ghost immediately called out to her with alarm. Yoondam was lying on her, and the dark-haired one, kneeling down, asked if they were okay, to which she said that they were, and said that the one who was shackled was heavy and it looked like he couldn't just pull him out and leave, to which he said that they could stay here, because it would be bad if the magic circle was damaged. But they couldn't take the source of mana either, in both cases the barrier would collapse. And then she said that it hurt him to look at his face and said that there was nothing to be done because they had no choice. The girl began to pull the body and said that she would at least drag him closer to the door, and then she told the head that he looked pretty good, which meant he had been locked up here for a long time. The brown-eyed one, closing her eyes, put her hand on his chest and said that she thought it would be okay here and now they could get rid of the okay. But she stopped. Then it dawned on her and she imagined him standing up and using magic, thinking about what if she suddenly took off the shackles and Yoondam would attack her because he mistook her for an enemy. The blonde confidently pulled the bandage and thought that this could not be allowed, and first she should wake him up and explain the situation, and then ask for help. The ribbons began to fall off little by little, and she thought that the restraints could wait. And then the guy opened his eyes. Moa fell to the floor, exclaiming in fear. The guy looked at her angrily, and the girl thought that his eyes were filled with malice, after which she said that he seemed to have already woken up on his own. The girl knelt down, looked at the man and said that she would explain everything briefly, because there was no time, and said that she did not imprison him. The girl thought that now he looked threateningly. Jae-han leaned forward, standing behind her. The girl waved her hands in fear, saying that she would take off the gag a little later, after which she added that she had also sneaked in there secretly. She would be in trouble if he screamed. Yoondam looked at her angrily. The girl said that she would take it off as soon as she told everything, although she did not even really know what to tell. The guy closed his eyes. Jae-han looked at the happy girl with a smile, saying that her innocent appearance was sometimes useful. The girl thought about whether she really looked harmless. With a calm expression on her face, she said that she would share what she knew herself first, after which she thought Jae-han should be kept silent. She frowned slightly, touched her chest and introduced herself as a hunter from the White Light Guild, and then said that their raid group was attacked in the dungeon, and among the attackers was an imposter who pretended to be Jae-han. The girl sat on the floor next to the prisoner, telling what got there by following the person with the camera, and that she thought that she could stop their slander if she got the video. She smiled awkwardly, saying that she thought that everything that happened was a plan by large guilds related to the monopoly on clearing, so finding the leader of the dark sky there was very unexpected. Yundam looked at her calmly. The girl asked if he could answer why he was there, asking him to explain briefly. She removed the mask from his face. The guy got up from the floor, coughed loudly. The girl reached into the inventory, asking him for some time. The prisoner sipped some water. He lowered his head. Moa thought that his condition was bad, and if you look closely, he looked like he was the same age as Seungju. The blonde boy turned to her, asking if they were inside a dungeon. The girl confirmed it, saying that it was the dungeon of the insect rulers. The boy lowered his head, saying the name of the monster. The girl frowned slightly, asking again how he got there. The boy answered that he was betrayed by a guild member while clearing the dungeon. He remembered their conversation by the campfire, telling them that they put something in his tea that he drank while guarding the camp, and that he eventually passed out. So he also doesn't know much, because he was blindfolded in his mouth. The girl wondered why the guild member treated the leader like that. The boy turned away. The girl thought that she would take this as an unwillingness to talk about the internal affairs of the guild. She smiled awkwardly, saying that they confirmed the fact that they were not enemies, and then asked if the guy would attack her when she released him. Yundam looked at his hands, saying that these chains were made of platinum and would not be broken so easily. After all, they were not used to catch strong magical monsters for nothing. The girl thought that the chain was solid and without a lock. Since there was no key, she would just break it. The girl frowned slightly, looking at the chain. The guy said that they needed a key, since only an S-rank skill could break it. Moa thought that the insect lord's lightning from the hand would not work, and in that case, she would shoot the insect lord's lightning from the forehead. She closed her eyes. A symbol of blue aura appeared above her head. The young man said that skills of that rank are not lying around on the road. The girl thought that if she missed, the guy would get hurt, so she needed to concentrate. She fired a powerful beam at the chain, destroying it. The young man looked at it in surprise. Moa threw up her hands, exclaiming happily. She threw the chain away, smiling, asking if the young man could repeat what he said, because she did not hear him. Because she concentrated too much, the young man said that it did not matter anymore. He looked at her with distress. The girl rose from the floor, that they only had to leave. The girl went beyond the threshold, stopping the prisoner. She said that he needed to wait a little, because he could not go out right now. She gave him a mana potion, saying that a barrier was installed around this place, which fed on his mana. If the guy stepped into the circle, the hunters would immediately rush. The guy drank some of the potion. His body was surrounded by a light glow. He asked if there was a safe zone outside. The girl awkwardly answered that there was, because the enemies said that outside the dungeon there were also their people, and that they could be caught immediately after leaving by the Stone of Return. Jai-Han went to the stairs. I'll check them. The girl said that absorbing the magic circle can weaken it, but before acting, they need a plan. The guy replied that there is nothing to worry about, because there are more important things to do. Moa asked what he meant, after which she thought about how much mana he had. The boy smiled softly. The girl imagined him surrounded by fangirls. The boy thanked her for saving him. Moa thought that in the media he looked like an immature playboy, but in real life he was completely different. She touched his chin and told the boy to forget about it, because they needed to come up with an escape plan. The boy asked what she meant. Jai-Han went back. The girl said that there were a lot of hunters upstairs, and she had invisibility scrolls, but they would not help against detection magic, and as she had already said, there would be problems after leaving. The Echidna prisoner smiled, asking her if she could fly. Moa raised her eyebrows in shock when she heard this, then replied that she could not. The boy told her to take his hand. Moa took his hand, thinking that she grabbed it as he said, but she did not understand what it was for. Magic waves began to emanate from the boy. He held his hand out to the side, telling her to hold on tight. The guy smiled confidently and held his hand up. The girl covered her face with her hand. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly, her hair rising into the air. Opening her eyes, she thought about what they were preparing. The guys found themselves on a high ledge. The opponents were swarming below them, discussing the fact that they were attacked. One of the people below pointed a finger at them, drawing the attention of those around them. The guys looked at each other. The enemies were preparing for battle. The girl thought that they seemed to be attacking. After which she wondered if the guy had defensive skills, what should she do, and whether she should use the lightning of the insect lord first. The guy gritted his teeth and frowned deeply, finding familiar faces below. The girl looked at him warily, thinking that since he knew these names, the people were indeed members of the dark sky, and then wondered how this was even possible. The young man continued to repeat the names of the people. He put his hands in front of him, around which an aura swirled like a whirlwind. An icy storm fell on the people, freezing them to the ground. The red-haired guy was scared. No looked at his icy hands, asking for mercy. The girl smiled fearfully. Jai-Han with a calm expression said that everything was happening too long. The girl wondered if Yundam was a monster. Jai-Han leaned forward slightly, frightening his friend. He said that everything was expected to drag on because if the guys below were more skilled, he would have been finished off 100 times already. The girl thought about why Jae-han was so calm and that she was taking back her words about his resemblance to her brother. Yoon-dam took a step forward. He raised his hand, gathering mana from the surrounding area. The boy closed his palm, concentrating all the energy in it. The girl wondered what would happen now. Suddenly, the boy created a powerful shock wave, breaking the opponents into pieces. Blood gushed out everywhere. The girl covered her face with her hand. The boy looked angrily in front of him, asking the opponents how they dared to do this to him. The wreckage of people lay on the ground. The girl watched what happened in fear. The survivors gathered behind her. The people rushed away, screaming in fear. The guys turned to them. The girl noticed the guy with the camera. Yoon-dam looked at him with a smile, calling the man by name. Suddenly, the leg of the running man was covered in ice, frozen to the floor. The blonde guy walked towards him, saying that he caught him. The man's body was half covered in ice. Yoon-dam looked at his face. The dark-haired young man asked to spare him. Yoon-dam asked why he should do this. He looked ominously into the eyes of his opponent, asking him why he should spare the man who poisoned him. The man nervously tried to justify himself, saying that he was blackmailed and that he was told that they would kill him if he did not cooperate. Yoon-dam said that he did not care and then asked if he had the camera. The guy quickly took it out of his inventory, asking the girl to spare him. She looked at him with distrust, holding the camera in her hands. The guy said that he did not want to attack them, after which he asked to save his life, because in gratitude he would do everything to repay for this. The girl thought that he was somehow acting too cheerfully, being in the place of someone who did not want to. An icy crust began to rise up his neck. The guy plaintively asked for mercy. The girl turned away. The man's body shattered into pieces, spraying blood around. Moa suddenly noticed something. She saw that the opponents were holding a blue stone in their hand. Happy about this, the girl gave up wondering what they were doing. She drew the boy's attention to this, saying that they had a return stone. The short-haired man crushed the stone with his hand, smilingly saying goodbye to them. Silence hung in the air. The guys did not move anywhere. A symbol of mana appeared above the girl's head. The opponents discussed why the stone did not work and whether it could be fake. The girl thought that now was the time to stop them. Jae-han told her to stop. The girl looked at him in confusion. The fair-haired boy put his hand to his chin with a smile. Jae-han said that she did not need to do this. Yoon-dam told the opponents that they should have left earlier. The girl opened her inventory, thinking about what was happening, and then wondered if it was possible that Yoon-dam was preventing the gate from appearing. Jae-han put his hands in his pocket, saying that the girl didn't seem to understand, and then explained that the guy hadn't done anything to the gate. The girl thought that in that case, the return stones were indeed faulty. Suddenly, she looked ahead in fear. Looking down, the girl wondered what this feeling was, because it was familiar to her. She thought that she had experienced it somewhere before, and that it was a strange feeling of anxiety. A system notification appeared in the air above her, saying that the appearance of the insect lord had put a pressure effect on her. Everyone present felt the pressure. They rushed forward to the guys, asking for help. The girl clenched her fist, breaking the return stone. She thought that she also had a return stone. The people shouted that it was too late. A notification appeared in front of her saying that she cannot access the exit of a rank lower than the boss in the area of his presence. The girl thought that they were unable to leave with the stones because of the boss's appearance, and now she understands why the news constantly talks about the death of the entire raid group. Jae-han looked at her, telling her to prepare herself, because the boss will arrive soon. The girl thought that the pressure is getting stronger, so she needs to concentrate. Suddenly, the boss burst out from under the ground. One of the men was thrown into the air. Yoon-dam and Jae-han looked at this. The dark-haired youth said that the boss is not small. The girl thought irritably that he still came. The monster ate one of the fleeing. A huge monster rose from under the ground. The girl mentally called it the Lord of Insects. The blonde guy pushed her away by the shoulder. The girl was confused about the monster eating a man, after which she wondered if there was poison in the air. The guy said that everything was fine. The girl looked at him indignantly, thinking about what was good about this. You see, Bargis is weak only by Jae-han's standards, after which she mentally asked him if he wanted to become her second soul stone. She bit her finger, thinking that this would not work, because if things got really bad, she would just use the young man's things. Jae-han warned her not to take out the messenger's scythe. The girl looked at him in shock, wondering if he was serious. The guy said that she first needed to drink a potion to regenerate mana and protect against poison, and then give them to Yoon-dam. He looked at the fair-haired boy, telling her to think about using his things only after the boy died. The girl looked at the hand extended to her, thinking that if you think logically, he could not give better advice, because hunters with the magic attribute are weak for a one-time attack, and Yoon-dam is probably in the worst condition, after which she wondered what she should do if he dies. The girl took a step forward, wondering if she could do anything to the boss. The guy told her to be faster, because at this rate I will drive away shoes, after which he added that she should grab his hand, because I am basically capable of dissolving a person alive." The guys rose into the air. They looked at the monster below them. The fair-haired boy told the girl to be calm because he can definitely defeat him. The girl looked ahead anxiously, imagining herself with a collection of soul stones. She asked him why they didn't fly away from this zone and leave with the return stone, after which she thought that one soul stone was enough for her. The young man shook his head, answering negatively. The monster rose to them. The guy answered that he was going to defeat him. The girl slapped her forehead, imagined herself between the two guys, and said that since he decided so, she had nothing to say, after which she thought that she felt like a hamster who was dragged into a showdown between two lions. The girl took out some items from her inventory, saying that there was no guarantee that they would escape anyway, so they just had to give it their all if they were going to fight. Yundam thanked her for the items. The girl drank some mana potion. The boy handed her a blue scroll, telling her to take it. The girl asked what it was. The boy explained with a smile that it was a scroll for increasing magic damage that lasted for 5 minutes, so she should use it before using the ability. The girl threw away the potion bottle and reached out for the scroll, thanking the boy, after which she thought that he apparently recognized her as his hunter and that she was so proud. The potion bottle hit the monster's head. He opened his mouth, growling loudly. The girl turned away, crying out in fear. The monster rested his paws on the ground, continuing to growl. Jai-Han leaned towards the girl, telling her to hold back her abilities so Yundam could fight on his own. The blonde boy extended his hand forward, activated his magic, and said that they needed to get rid of the poison first. The icy air descended towards the ground. The poisonous mist settled, and the girl was surprised that he froze the poison to weaken the monster, and said that the poison of the Bargies had been studied well, so the principle of fighting it was very clear. Yundam smiled widely, saying that he could definitely defeat the monster. He opened his palm, gathering the mana in the area. Ice projectiles appeared in the air, and the boy said that it was time for them to begin. As huge blocks of ice flew around, the girl wondered in surprise, how did the boy create ice flows the size of lampposts? A huge black centipede appeared in front of them. The white-haired boy attacked the centipede with his ice flows. The young man waved his hand and was surprised that he had pierced it, saying that its shell was not that strong. Round ice flows appeared above the boy's hand, and he confidently said that he would simply crush this centipede. The centipede opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. When the centipede crawled up the wall, Moa was very surprised by this. Yundam directed his ice blocks at the centipede while it was making strange sounds. The gray-haired young man smiled and, grinning, asked where the monster was going. The ice blocks hit the centipede, green liquid flowed from its body. While the monster fell to the ground, the three stood nearby and watched in surprise. Moa was surprised and thought that Yundam was able to defeat the boss in 2 counts. Columns of dust rose around the boss Bargies, and the girl was very surprised. Looking at the monster, Moa wondered why it wasn't bleeding. While the team was hovering in the air, Yundam suggested that the centipede wasn't bleeding because it was frozen. Jai-Han raised an eyebrow in thought. Recalling the battle with the monster, he asked if Moa remembered that Kyrgyz had 2 skills. Imagining his attacks in his head, he noted that they were lightning and thunder. While the hunter was creating new boulders, the dark-haired youth suggested that Bargiz had another skill. Yundam said that he would attack again. Ice spears were aimed at the centipede. They pierced Bargiz, causing it to let out a loud roar. The boy and girl frowned. Moa asked her friend to stop, and why did he ask why the monster wasn't dying? Looking at the centipede, the brown-haired girl said that the monster should have died by now. The girl gave the silver-haired boy a vial of potion and asked him to drink it, thinking that Bargiz's second skill allowed him to escape, leaving his shell behind. Moa was very surprised when a cracking sound was heard. The monster's body shell was torn. A new part of Bargiz's body appeared from the tear. Bargiz looked ahead angrily. A new form of the insect lord Bargiz with wings was born. The monster raised its head. It froze for a second, noticing something. Bargiz opened its mouth and let out a powerful roar. Frightened, Yundam and Moa grabbed each other's hands. Bargiz flew above the three. Moa wondered what kind of cheats the monster was using. Moa and Yundam descended to the ground. When they raised their heads, the silver-haired boy said that he saw such a thing for the first time. Moa clarified that it was not for nothing that she had a bad feeling. As the monster flew above them, Moa noticed that Bargiz had become more agile after the transformation, and Yundam noted that since the monster's speed had increased, they needed to descend to the ground. Moa closed her eyes and sighed heavily. Bargiz quickly flapped his wings. Moa clarified that now they would have to deal with this monster themselves, and Yundam threw away the empty potion bottle and warned the others that the monster was emitting fog. The monster released green slime from its mouth. Yundam released his ice blocks at it and asked everyone to be careful. The guy released ice at the monster and it splashed green slime in response. Watching how the slime corroded the floor, Moa was scared and thought that just a simple touch with it would be enough to die. The ice blocks flew towards Bagris, but the monster dodged. Moa thought that the silver-haired man's ability would not be enough because the transformation greatly increased the boss's speed. While the boy repeated the attacks, Moa thought that Bagris easily avoided the silver-haired man's attacks, so they needed something faster. The girl thought about it and clarified that they needed the lightning of the insect lord. Moa drank a potion that restored mana. The silver-haired man asked the girl if she had come up with something. A symbol of mana appeared above the girl's head. She prepared to attack and asked Yundam for help. The young man happily agreed. A blue beam appeared from the brunette's hand. The blue beam and ice blocks headed towards the monster. Bargis avoided the attack of both and emitted. The couple continued the attack, and the girl said that poison was coming at them from the right side. Yundam replied that he could handle it. Moa with an angry face released beams, thinking that they were not succeeding and needed to attack harder. She asked the guy to retreat to attack the monster. Yundam agreed. The girl's blue beam hit the monster's face. Bargis looked at the three with anger. The gray-haired man created an ice barrier and said that the girl hit the monster, but her damage was not enough. Moa agreed with him, and Jaihan noted that the special training was not in vain. Yundam looked at the brown-haired girl and asked what they should do now, clarifying that with such success, the battle would drag on for a long time. Moa replied that it was okay. An idea came to the girl's head, and she said that she had come up with something. The gray-haired youth looked at the girl in surprise and clarified what exactly she had come up with. He waved his hand and began to conjure when the brown-haired girl asked him to slow down the boss with absolute cold. The guy showed a thumbs up and clarified that absolute cold would not slow down Bargis's movements much. Moa said that this was quite enough. The monster roared and attacked the three while they were distracted. Jaihan clenched his teeth and ordered them to stop being nice to each other because now was not the best time. The monster released green poison from its mouth towards the three. The poison flowed out of the monster's mouth. Bargis let out a loud roar and continued to release poison. The silver-haired youth created an ice barrier and told Moa to stay close to him. The boy smirked and said that the monster had already gotten on his nerves. The brown-haired girl looked at the hunter in confusion when he told her to stay close to him, and the girl asked him what he was planning. A mana symbol appeared on the boy's face and he decided to attack. The ice blocks of Yundam headed towards the monster. The broken pieces of ice covered in green poison began to fall to the floor. The girl looked at what Yundam was doing in surprise and was glad that they were on the same side. The young man clarified that the monster still had strength to fight. Looking at the flying monster, he added that they couldn't let it get away because it was the boss. While the monster was hovering above them, the girl clarified what they needed to do in that case. The two hunters raised their heads, and the brunette said that she would push it to the other side, and the guy would limit its mobility with an icy wind, to which he agreed. Jaihan clarified behind his friend's back that the girl needed to forget about hitting with skills, because Yundam first needed to catch it in absolute cold, after which she could start attacking the monster. Moa and Yundam began attacking with their skills. Ice blocks and a blue beam headed towards Bargis. The young man spread his arms out to the sides and clarified that the slowing effects did not take long and the girl should try not to delay her attack. She agreed with him, thinking that Yundam's scroll should also be activated now. The boy's skills flew towards the monster. Absolute cold shackled the boss's paws. His wings began to freeze. The monster tried to get out of the cold, making sounds, and Yundam told the girl that everything was ready. The hunter put his hands forward, and the brunette told him to shoot an ice spear, aiming at the head as soon as she ordered. The girl activated the scroll of increased magic damage, which significantly increased the power of the boy's attacks and thought that in order to kill the monster, one fairly strong shot to the head was needed. The boy pulled his hand back when the huntress told him to attack. The ice spear and the girl's shot hit the monster's head exactly. The brunette closed one eye and tried to figure out if she had hit it. The monster fell to the ground. A huge hole appeared on the body of the insect lord. The three looked at it in surprise. Standing near the body of the boss, the girl mentally noted that she hoped to pierce the shell at best, but her attack entered the monster like butter. Jaihan told the girl to drink a mana potion so that she would be even more stunned. A system window appeared, which reported that the insect lord was killed. The system window said that the connection with the space would soon be lost, and a blue portal appeared in front of the people. The girl's face changed and said that she was sick, to which the gray-haired man said that she did well. The girl opened the vial with the potion and clarified that she only managed thanks to the effect of the scroll. Without it, the attack would hardly have been so strong. Jaihan asked her how she felt. While the girl drank the potion, Yundam said that he did the right thing by giving the Moa rank enhancement scroll. A system window appeared, stating that due to excessive consumption of the potion, the girl had been given the potion addiction effect, which would reduce the potion's effectiveness for 24 hours. Moa said that now, due to the potions, her stomach was churning. Jaihan approached the monster's corpse, while Moa was trying to figure out what to do with the remains. The boy thoughtfully leaned over Bargis, muttering that he was in very good condition, and the girl should quickly loot him. The brunette wondered when he had even managed to approach him. Moa looked up and thought that she would go loot the monster's corpse right now, but Looking askance at her comrade, she mentally clarified that it would look like she was taking everything that Yundam deserved because it was he who dealt with the fog and slowed down the monster. The gray-haired youth asked the girl why she was standing there. He smiled widely and told her to go loot the monster. When the girl asked him again, he clarified that it was the killer who should do it. The youth laughed when Moa told him that she could not have done it without his help. He replied that he was glad to hear it, but clarified that without her help, they would still be draining mana from him. The guy pushed the girl in the back, telling her that she should hurry up because the gate had already opened. The girl approached Bagris' corpse and thought that this was still wrong. Yundam said that it was time for them to leave. Standing by the portal, he asked the girl if she had decided where she was going. Moa approached the guy and said that if they left like this, they would have to go through the entrance to the dungeon, which was controlled by the dungeon management office, and the guy asked what was wrong with that. The hunter clarified that the office might not be on the same side as the operator, but he was definitely involved somehow. He waved his hand and said that the outside team might be the office security team, and the girl agreed. The guy thought about it and asked what they should do now, because the entrance to the dungeon was fenced on all sides and visibility did not work there. Moa lowered her head and thought that it worked if we talk about the dungeon in the standard state, which will soon disappear. Looking at the portal, she clarified that soon the space absorbed by the dungeon will return to normal. The girl wondered about what would happen if she exited it at the last moment before it disappeared. Standing in front of her comrade, she mentally noted that they would most likely end up in a place that now belongs to the dungeon. Moa said that they should not exit yet, suggested waiting for the dungeon to disappear. Yundam looked with a smile and asked Moa if she knew that they would disappear along with the dungeon and clarified if she was okay with the option of disappearing without a trace. The girl did not agree. She frowned and confidently answered that this would not happen. Jaihan said that the girl was acting cool. Ghost Jaihan smiled behind Moa, who told him not to worry because she would tell him when it was time. Yundam smiled and said he was counting on her. The girl decisively wrapped herself in a blanket. The white-haired man asked why, wrapped in the blanket she had taken for the cleanup. Moa answered that it was to hide her face from the people in the management office. A portal shone in front of the heroes. The girl told them to get ready. Blue rays flickered along the edge of the portal. Moa in the blanket shouted that it was now, and the guy rushed forward. Together they jumped into a round passage. The image of the city was blurry and covered in blue pixels. Then the heroes stopped at the gray buildings, and the heroine thought that it worked. The guys unanimously said that it was not bad, and Moa, holding a scroll of teleportation to the linked space, said that it was nothing. Yundam was surprised when she grabbed his arm. She tore the scroll open with determination, surrounding everyone with a golden glow, saying that she only needed a moment. The sparks turned golden, and then the heroes appeared in the middle of a dark desert. Yundam looked around, asking, "Is this a desert?" The girl touched her hair and said that she was thinking about the one she had recently seen in the booklet. Does it exist somewhere? Judging by the light in the distance, they were somewhere near the place where people lived. The white-haired man waved his hand and said that they would look into the situation. Moa picked up the phone and asked if they would really report what happened in the dungeon so quickly. Only a little time had passed, but she was surprised to see the open breaking news that the hunter Seo Jin, who killed her comrades in the dungeon, was urgently detained. The headline asked, was the tragedy of a small guild caused by the thirst for items. It was reported that the savior of Guam, Moa, was also in the dungeon. On the screen was a photo of a muscular girl who had been detained. Moa heard the question if she had found anything and replied that her fellow Purge member had been arrested. Commentators wrote and sympathized with Moa. Someone reasoned that they had quarreled. The commentator wrote that, judging by their attitude, they probably lost their temper when they had provoked each other. The girl grimaced with displeasure. The phone was killed. The ghost asked what was wrong with her, and she replied that she had not seen any news about the closure of the Bargis dungeon. Apparently, it was quiet for now. But they were giving out her photo from last year with the one taken yesterday. It turns out that even the media was involved to cover up the kidnapping. Yundam scratched his head, saying that he thought so too. Things were going worse than he could have thought. The guy sighed tiredly, saying that in the worst-case scenario, all his allies could have taken their side, or they would have been eliminated like the traitors they had encountered. Moa remembered with fear how he punished the traitors and repeated, eliminated. Yundam hastily waved his hands, saying that he does not always kill people left and right. They just pissed him off because they hit him in the back and tried to kill him. Moa waved her hand with a smile and said that she understood everything. She was just not used to watching such scenes. She thought to herself that he could have simply died from mana exhaustion, and in Yundam's place she would have gone crazy long ago. The white-haired man thanked him. That I was next to the girl. He said that he thought that all this could be found out by simply grabbing a couple of guild members and interrogating them thoroughly. But no one even filed a missing persons report. Moa sadly said that everything was very complicated and asked what he would do now. The white-haired man scratched his head and asked her if she had any plans. Touching her chin, The heroine thought that she could no longer worry about the guild or her comrades. She could only think about her home and family, and she answered out loud that she wanted to find her family and find out if they were safe. The hunter advised her to be careful. He wouldn't be surprised if they took into account the situation in which they came out when the dungeon collapsed. The girl was frightened when she heard about her family and asked, would they want to kill them? Yundam waved his hands, saying no. He meant that they could use them as leverage against the girl or just wait near the house until she showed up. The ghostly Jai-Han told her not to worry, too much attention was also harmful to them now. Yundam thoughtfully said that it would be nice if they had a trump card in return, and Moa enthusiastically shouted that they had a camera. But what next? Even if they reported it to the media? The girl took a video camera out of her inventory, saying that it also worried her because they could edit everything in a way that suited them. And then she suggested finding out what was there and deciding. Would he like to watch it together? Yundam agreed and, together with the ghostly Jai-Han, looked into the camera that the girl was holding in her hands. On the screen was a guy in a black mask and sweater. Yundam asked, is this Jai-Han's brother, but why does he need it? The girl objected that it was not him because she had told him in the underground prison. Next to the dissatisfied spirit, she remembered the scythe of the dead man of a different color and said that the weapons were different. It was dark green, poisonous, and Jai-Han had an element of darkness, and the shape was different if you looked closely. She thought to herself that the real scythe of the dead man was in her inventory. Yundam, looking at the camera, heard that the voice was also different, only it was hard to hear because of the mask, and confirmed that he could also see the difference now. He pointed his finger at Seojin's image and asked, the screen went dark and those guys disappeared, is this some kind of girl skill? The huntress replied excitedly that she didn't really know either, and she thought to herself that she couldn't say it was because of young Gil's regret stone, and it would be better to change the subject. She raised a finger and reminded him that there had been news recently about Jai-Han killing Hunter Young Gil. Was this also the work of this man? The white-haired man was surprised. The girl said that this guy was posing as Jai-Han, killing others, and blaming him. Yundam asked in shock, Hunter Young Gil was killed. He simply thought that he might have participated in his kidnapping because they were from the same guild. The white-haired man frowned and said that young Gil and those traitors were very similar. You have to look hard to find such a greedy man. Many of his secretaries tried to commit suicide for a reason. The one who would rather kill others ended up being killed himself. Moa imagined the image of a scheming old man who laughed, saying that he was a rotten worm, and was amazed to think that she thought too highly of him, would receive the rewards for the quest and use them for good. Holding the camera in her hands, she said that now he read the news and understood the situation. They probably just chose a victim to make Jai-Han look like a criminal. Yundam scratched his chin, saying that the Hunter Young Gil was quite suitable for this, and there was no need to analyze the murder deeper because many people disliked him for his bad character. Plus, he was an important person in the country's hunting market. Yundam smiled contentedly, saying that this was the first good news since escaping from the dungeon. The heroine thought that he hated him very much. Standing in front of the girl and the ghost guy, the blonde man asked, does that mean Jai-Han is also their target? Where is he now? Moa stuttered each letter and answered that she did not know, and mentally she said that he was right behind her. The guy replied that they were trying to lure him out with such a setup with the murder. Considering the guy's personality, he would have come a long time ago and started tearing and throwing. He imagined an enraged Jai-Han with burning eyes, who was asking, who dared? The ghost asked, he doesn't think he's completely brainless, does he? The white-haired man thoughtfully asked, those guys couldn't have gotten rid of him already, could they? The girl with the camera asked if he was close to the hunter Jai-Han, because he calls him informally. The guy tousled his white hair and said that they met in a raid on Salagis quite a long time ago. He was young, so he asked him a lot. And what about her? Moa, like the shocked ghost, was amazed to hear the question, is she his girlfriend? Waving her hands, she began to say no, and the raider clarified, really, she knows him well enough to think so. It was impossible to know so much about the dead man's scythe unless they fought together. Jai-Han whispered to the blushing girl that he had saved her when she was locked in the Insect Lord's dungeon. The embarrassed Moa quickly and smoothly rattled off this. The blonde chuckled with a smile and agreed. Turning away, he said that anyway, this brother was living well somewhere and there was no need to worry about him. Honestly, he was the strongest among all those he knew. Turning around, Yundam said that he could easily finish off the boss and clear the entire dungeon on his own. The ghostly Jai-Han smiled. The blushing girl wondered why she felt so uneasy that this brother could hear him himself. The white-haired man continued that he did not understand what kind of fuss they were causing. Jai-Han and he himself were not easy opponents, and there was no reason to get rid of them, since they were useful to the country, hunters. The heroes standing in the desert heard that even Jai-Han, although on his own, personally worked in the team at the right time. The girl thought that this moment worried her. Would it not be better to reconcile with the gifted Jai-Han and Yundam? She imagined the stranger in the black mask, wondered, what if this is what they were trying to achieve, putting him in a bad light? The heroes were shouting angrily, and the girl thought that they wanted to blacken Jai-han as much as possible. She remembered how the double held the green braid, thoughtfully thinking, so much so that he was on his own, without influence and a place to go. Yundam thoughtfully touched his chin and said that he and Jai-han were similar in some ways. When she asked him what they were similar in, he imagined them standing in a black glow and replied that they both agreed to defeat bosses. Moa was surprised to hear the guy say that the two of them had abilities strong enough to do so. She mentally asked again, strong, because she had just had to help him because he couldn't do it himself, but it didn't matter. Moa looked down, thinking that if she imagined that their enemies were against killing bosses, then one person came to mind. She imagined a brunette in a suit and thought that it was the leader of the Heaven Guild, Seo-hu, a former friend of Jai-han. Moa thoughtfully held the camera, thinking that Jai-han and Seo-hu had a fight because of disagreements regarding dungeons. Seo-hu wanted to save them for the future, while Jai-han insisted on conquering them. She imagined a man clutching red strings in his hands, with people lying at his feet. However, would he kill a cleanup team from a minor guild and kidnap the leader of another for his own sake? The red string was stretched towards Jai-han's neck. The girl wondered if Seo-hu would go so far as to make a scapegoat of an old friend, labeling him as a criminal. If so, then he was pure evil that had crossed all boundaries. A ghost was standing nearby. Moa decided that, as she thought Seo-hu might be behind all this, he had betrayed Jai-han in the past too. The ghost crossed his arms and replied that there was no confirmation yet. The girl thought with confusion, did he read his thoughts on his face? Yundam came closer, saying that no one in particular came to mind. There were too many options. There was no trust in anyone who dealt with items from the dungeons. The guy looked into the camera, asking if there was only one video. Before he left, it would not hurt to get more information. The screensaver of another video appeared on the screen. The girl said that she was turning it on. On the screen, people were sitting among the flowers and talking about something. Suddenly, they started fighting. The heroes looked at the camera in surprise. Moa asked what it was. The white-haired man answered that it was a farm. The girl turned to him, and he explained that they kidnapped weak hunters there, making them slaves for harvesting. He himself had only heard rumors. He thought that in their country such a thing was definitely impossible, since they constantly go on cleanups, but here, Moa thought that she could really have been kidnapped. Holding the camera, she asked, so they were keeping them somewhere secret from them, did he know what kind of dungeon it was? Crossing his arms, Yundam replied that it looked like it was somewhere near the shelter, and they used his mana to maintain the barrier. The heroine asked, there should have been a group in the dungeon to watch over the farm, could the kidnapped people have escaped through the gate? The white-haired man nodded, saying that these videos could probably be very useful to them. He told the girl to keep them safe, and she, holding the camera, agreed, thinking that she already wanted to report everything, but in the current situation it was difficult. First, she needed to find her boss and make sure that everything was okay with her family. The girl noticed the guy's hands, in which he was holding something, saying that he was returning to the guild and would try to contact the other leaders, and asked to hold out her palm. Yundam handed the girl a green and red candy, saying that regular smartphones without special protection can be tapped, so she should contact him through this. He showed the green piece with a smile, saying that he would eat the green one, and the other half should be left, and she should eat the pink one. A notification appeared in front of the huntress that she had received a communication treat while the guy was eating it. He explained that when she needed to contact him, she should let go of part of the green one, and she should let go of the pink one. The system notification described that this allows you to temporarily communicate with the one who was given the treat, regardless of distance or language. Ghost Jai-han explained that this is the easiest and most convenient of all existing methods of communication. If you eat half of it at once, you can talk for about an hour. The girl threw the treat into her mouth and thanked her, thinking that she did not expect such care. She saw an image of Barga's horn in her inventory, thinking that it was full of all sorts of good things. She imagined the monster and thought, why 2 horns? Because he had so many. She thought that the brunette got the skill by eating only one, so from one lesson 1 skill. Yundam took out a scroll and saying that he was going, but she stopped him. The white-haired man, as well as the ghost, was very surprised when Moa took a horn from her inventory and asked to take it with her, saying that it would come in handy. Yundam watched in surprise as she put it on the ground. Bowing, he thanked the girl, and she said that they defeated him together. The white-haired man tore the scroll, saying that he was going, and they would contact each other again. The girl standing next to Jai-han waved her hand goodbye and heard a question, does she know something? Smiling, turning to her, Yundam said that she does not know how to deceive at all. The guy disappeared in a golden glow, and Moa asked if he figured them out when she said she didn't know Jai-han. The ghost confirmed, saying that it wouldn't be a problem for them. He asked with a smile, did she give him that horn because she didn't want to eat? The girl didn't answer. The next day, clouds floated in the sky. Moa jumped up on the bed, screaming about the ranking of rankers. She finished off Bargas. The girl grabbed her head, saying that her blow was the last one. She can't pretend to be dead if her name appears in the ranking. The ghost calmed her down, saying that nothing will appear because there are only the top 10. Moa saw the names of the guilds in the information window, while the ghost moved into the body of the voodoo doll and asked what rank she was. While the straw doll was cleaning up, the girl answered that she was 149. Jai-Han said that she had just started going to the dungeon. It would be difficult for Allah alone to surpass those who have been working for so long. After collecting her clothes, the ghost became a spirit again and said that Yundam was also there, so it was unlikely that she was given many points. Let her stop sitting and go out for some fresh air. Moa stretched. Going outside near a round building, someone greeted her. She waved her hand to an unfamiliar guy and told the ghost that she wondered what had brought them to Mongolia. She expected to see Africa or the Middle East. It was a desert after all. The brunette asked how long she planned to stay here. Moa replied that she would leave today. Walking with the summer, the ghost asked where. Moa touched her Panama hat, saying that she did not know. It seemed that her mother was traveling abroad and had not seen the news yet. She was worried about her brother. The ghost heard that nothing could be done about it and thought that he was still thinking about yesterday's events. The evening of the previous day, they were standing near Sunju's house. The girl was looking out the window using the scroll of invisibility. She said that there was no one around. For now, she would leave as soon as she checked if he was okay. The brother's voice was heard, saying that it was already 3 a.m. and asking what was the name. Sunju was sitting at the table with the phone in his hands, saying that he would eat well, and then heard a question about his sister. Smiling, he said into the phone that apparently she had not yet returned from the dungeon, but when Mom arrived, he would meet her, let her not worry and enjoy herself, and he would wait for the photo. Ghost Moa looked out the window worriedly, thinking that she knew they were worried. The brother angrily looked at the laptop, saying how bad they were, how many nasty things they wrote. They did not know anything at all, and he would send a complaint to everyone. The ghost looked at the screen, saying that he responded to comments and argued with those who spoke badly about his sister. Jai-Han walked out into the street right through the wall. The girl thought that her brother was holding up well, but her mother would definitely be worried when she found out. Moa turned around when the ghost warned her that someone was coming. A black car was moving along the road. There were people in suits standing near the building and looking around. Jai-Han thought that judging by their appearance, they were definitely from those guys. Moa asked, did they come to kidnap Sunju? The men dispersed along the street, and the hero offered to take a look. It seemed to him that they did not come to harm her brother. The ghost girl from the roof looked at the stranger and thought, what are they doing here? Suddenly she began to regain her appearance, and Jai-Han exclaimed that the invisibility was wearing off. Then they ran away. The spirit walked behind the sad girl, thinking that he hoped that after sleep she would feel better, but no. Out loud, he said that he had a good idea and suggested going somewhere. Turning around, Moa asked where. Lightning illuminated the bright signs. Blue lightning brightly illuminated the space outside the window. Behind the display case stood a man with a mustache. Turning to the woman who entered, he asked what she wanted. With a determined look, Moa in a black jacket said money or goods. And mentally she asked, was this his good idea? Moa and Jai-Han stood in front of the counter where the man was sitting. The girl thought that she was right when she said that she shouldn't fall for shrimp. The brunette raised his hands and said that he remembered that she liked shrimp, so she could eat her fill of them. Jai-Han leaned towards her. The girl decided that since she was there anyway, she should be cheeky. The guy said that she could buy a communication device there. The man behind the counter turned his attention to the girl. He put the item on the display case, which Moa took. A system window appeared in front of her, telling her that she had also been affected by the Equal Link item, which lasted for 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The man folded his arms and asked the girl if she wanted to sell anything, saying that hunting items were always welcome there. She thought that was cool. The girl frowned deeply, and the brunette reminded her that he had said that the seller would understand everything right away. Moa answered with a serious face that she wanted the voice of the stars. The man looked at her sternly. He went down under the counter and said that he had just one left. The man placed the phone on the counter and asked the girl if she knew how to use it. Moa looked at the guy, thinking that the phone looked like a completely ordinary one. Jai-Han said that he would explain everything if necessary. The man pointed his finger at her, naming the price of 1 unit. The girl thoughtfully touched her chin, indignantly thinking that this was some kind of gangster method of calculation and pretended to be collected. The brunette explained that she should give 1 mana stone. Moa put the crystal on the table and thought that after the raid she had a whole warehouse of stones left and put one of them as a tincture. The man took the stone. The girl took the phone in her hand, thinking that now she could calmly contact others and not worry that she was being listened to. The man placed the stone in the inventory and asked if they needed anything else. Jai-Han told the girl to ask for a place to hide. The girl answered the man, saying that she needed a place where she could be alone. The man looked at her suspiciously and thought. Moa wondered why he was looking like that. The man showed a point on the map and said that it would be necessary to clean up there because the house had been empty for a long time, and that she would be able to get water from the lake nearby, after which he added that the house had an electric generator. Having shown the girl photographs of the house, he said that there were no noisy neighbors there, and that the house was 300 kilometers from the city. Moa asked the man who lived in this house. The man smiled broadly and asked what difference it made to her, after which he said that if she was lucky, she would be able to find opium grown by the previous tenant. The girl put stones on the table and thought that everything suited her, after which she told the man that she agreed. The merchant told her that she had made a wise decision. The guy and the girl turned around and walked towards the exit. The man told her to come back again. The girl was surprised that he said something goodbye. Moa looked angrily ahead, tearing the shining scroll, and then thought that the man was being kind, but clarified that impudent people do not act kindly. It was deep night outside. Fireflies were flying all over the place. Moa turned to Jihan. The girl stopped and said that she thought she had no choice. He agreed. The girl pointed at the house and indignantly asked what kind of abandoned house it was. She lowered her eyebrows in disappointment and suggested that they go back to Las Vegas and find a hotel there. He agreed, but clarified that they might be recognized. The girl decided that they would then pitch a tent. Jihan stuck his head in the door and told her that he would not come out because there were wild animals here, and went to look inside the house to see if there was anything dangerous inside. The girl anxiously began to ask him many questions. The boy and girl went inside. Jihan said that the inside of the house looked better than expected. The girl clarified that except for the layers of dust, this place is nice. Moa and Jihan went up the stairs. The girl looked in surprise at the railing covered in a thick layer of dust and said that cleaning everything here would be a nightmare. The brunette warned her to be careful. The boy looked at her, saying that they should clean even if he was gone all day. The girl sadly agreed. She opened the door to the room and admired what she saw, saying that she would sleep there today. The moonlight was shining through the window. The girl admired the view from the window. The brunette said that the view was really nice. Moa climbed into her sleeping bag and said that she was starting to like the house a little, but it was still scary. The boy told her not to be afraid because he would be with her. Jihan sat down on the floor next to her. The girl looked at him with disbelief, saying that he couldn't do anything. The guy told her to get the doll. Moa placed the doll in front of him and the guy immediately possessed it. The doll's hand rose. The boy told the girl to lie still. The guy began to sing a creepy lullaby, patting the girl's shoulders. Moa screamed in fear and asked him to stop because he was scaring her to death. Moa folded her arms, explaining that the lullaby sounded like he was performing a dark magic ritual. The guy said that in that case he would keep quiet. The girl looked down in disappointment, asking if her penthouse had been robbed. The boy answered in the affirmative, adding that they had most likely left someone there to wait for her. The girl closed her eyes and said sadly that even if the enemies came to Seungju's house, then they would definitely come to hers. The guy told her not to think about it and go to sleep. The girl began to fall asleep. The young man said that if anything happened, he would wake her up. He wished her good night. Moa wished him good night. The sun was gradually rising. The brunette was standing near the window. He wished the sleepy girl good morning. She asked him why he was looking out the window. The guy replied that he was just watching the crows. The girl was embarrassed and thought that he had gotten bored during the night. Moa stretched and offered to go fishing if they stayed there for a long time. The guy agreed and asked what she wanted to do. The girl replied that today she needed to turn on the generator and clean up. The guy moved into the doll and told her that the generator was in the basement and that he had looked around there while she was sleeping. The girl watched him go and thought about how the dusty floor was full of doll footprints. She went out onto the stairs. Moa smiled widely and turned to Jihan with a request. She asked if he could do her a favor. The boy answered in the affirmative. The girl happily asked him to wash the floors. The boy with a puzzled face agreed. The girl tied her hair and with a confident face, holding a mop, said to start. Jihan in the form of a doll armed himself with napkins and told the girl to rely on him. The guys began to clean the house in a playful manner. The girl turned on the light. They washed the floors together. The girl and the boy began to wash the bathroom. Having spent a lot of energy in napkins, the boy and the girl tiredly sat down on the floor, saying that now everything there shines. The boy clarified that they had enough cleaning and asked what they would do, go shopping or take a shower. Moa replied that she had more important things to do. Jihan sat down on a pile of napkins, asking her if they were going to clean the rest of the house or read the Korean news. The girl replied in the negative. Moa went to the door and asked the boy if he had forgotten that she had completed the Kim's Revenge quest. The girl smiled enthusiastically, saying that it was time to receive the reward for the quest, thinking that it would be a great reward from an rank consumable crafter. The boy followed her and said that she had been putting it off for a long time and could have received the reward in the dungeon. The girl opened the system window, looked at the boy and replied that she decided not to risk it because the skill could summon a dark spirit. The boy said that it was unlikely to happen. The girl entered the room and thought that she was very well suited to receive the reward. A system window appeared in front of her, through which she could collect the reward. The girl smiled and confidently pressed the button. The system window said that she could now give Kim's memories a certain form, but only ingredients collected by herself could be used for this. The girl was surprised by the new conditions, and the guy asked what was wrong. Moa replied that the reward had a limitation that had not been written about before. The young man clarified that this limitation would not harm her. The girl pressed the system window and activated her reward, agreeing with it. The guys looked up. A clot of dark energy appeared in the air. The girl said that something was approaching. The energy clot turned out to be Kim's memories. The creature said that it needed select ingredients, and nothing would come of it if it worked with trash. The girl thought, and then it seemed to her that the creature was looking at her with contempt, after which she wondered why there was so much contempt in the look. She looked at the clot with irritation. The guy in the form of a doll was kneading his hand. The girl asked if the creature could create while she had ingredients. The clot repeated again that only select ingredients were needed. The girl smiled slyly, opening her inventory. Suddenly, many different items poured out of her inventory. The girl stretched out her hand in front of her. The clot slightly recoiled. She said that this was only part of her supplies, because there was still a lot of all sorts of things in the inventory. She left the room, waved her hand and said that it should make a potion of enhancement from the cores, and something useful and profitable from the rest. Confusedly said that this could not be, and that it was unfair. He began to carry out her task with displeasure. The girl closed the door, saying that she would not disturb him. She had successfully acquired a manufacturing plant. Night fell over the forest. The girl said with a wide smile that she felt tied up. The guy told her to go faster. The doll stood on the table. Next to the food, the young man said that the dish was cooling down. The girl happily said that she would have beer after the bath. She picked up the can, sat down at the table and thanked the guy, after which she asked how he managed to do so much in this body. The young man answered that he wanted to please her. The girl said that it was very nice. She took a little sip. The guy told her to take the sauce for the beer, because she had not rested since yesterday. He left the doll's body. The girl closed her eyes and said with a smile that she hoped that at least he did not set himself on fire while cooking. The young man answered that he had already gotten used to it, so everything was fine. The girl agreed and said that there was something else in her food priority. Moa took out Barga's horn and dipped it in sauce. She said that this one would be much smaller than Kurga's. Jaihan wished the girl a pleasant appetite. After the girl bit off Kurga's horn, the front system windows popped up, saying that she had eaten part of the insect lord's left horn, and if she ate it completely, she would inherit Barga's skill. Moa read the inscriptions and chewed on pieces of the horn. She said that she had been offered a transformation skill, and the young man replied that this meant that Yundam had gotten a poison skill. The girl agreed. Moa took the phone and said that she wanted to watch the news. The brunette advised her to read the comments. The girl mentally wondered how Yundam was doing. In the Heaven Guild office, the guild symbol was hanging on the wall. Seo, who is sitting at the table and sorting through papers, while a subordinate approaches him and says that Yundam has come to see him. The door swung open loudly and the subordinate said that the young man cannot enter yet. The guy did not listen to orders and entered the office. The guild leader ordered everyone to be silent. The man told everyone to return to their work, and Yundam to go into the office. The young man smiled involuntarily, glancing at the subordinate who was closing the door. He approached the guild leader's desk and said that no matter how he comes, they always pick on him. Seo, who asked the gray-haired man. The guild dryly answered that he was busy and wanted to hear the real reason for Yundam's arrival. The guy replied that he just came to see how he was doing. The man sighed and said that he was doing fine, thanked for his concern and allowed him to leave. Yundam moved a look at the man. He asked again if he was doing well and said that he didn't think so. The man crumpled the newspaper and said that it was none of his business. The boy asked why the guild leader was so tense and said that he had seen the news too, adding that the suspect's name was familiar. Seo, who said that if the guy came to make him nervous, then he should leave because the man was in a bad mood. Yundam thought that things were really bad because of the situation that happened beyond Seo-Hu's control. Yundam leaned his hand on the table, saying that he only wanted to console him, because considering the amount of news that featured the Ban family's name, he thought the man was having a hard time. Seo, who called him by name, the boy said that he believed him. He imagined the image of the tied-up huntress, saying that he believed that she was innocent. The man frowned, thanking him. The guy jumped to the ground, saying that the arrest of a hunter for killing a couple of people smelled like nonsense. Seo, who asked him what he was getting at. The young man turned to him, saying that the media had trumpeted the whole current picture because he himself knew it. The man remembered how the news reported on the incident, thinking that if a strong hunter commits crimes, nothing can be done to him, and that this is an unspoken and accepted rule. Then he imagined the symbols of the guilds, thinking that as a result, the relationship between hunters and the public was built in such a way that punishment is handled by the relevant guilds. His image in his head changed to the silhouettes of various hunters. The man thought that hunters from the ranking are considered unaccountable creatures. He remembered the moment of the battle between the hunters, thinking that the problems created by the awakened are solved by the awakened themselves, because such are the rules of modern times. Seo, who lowered his head, Yundam thought that for the same reason, any information about hunters and dungeons was kept secret, but this case is everywhere, so he has no idea who is behind it, but he should not expect good from them. The man looked up at him, saying that he can solve everything, and as the boy correctly noted, hunters are not punished too seriously. The young man agreed, saying that often they try to close the case as quickly as possible. He smiled widely, raised his hand and asked who would be brave enough to touch the relative of the head of heaven, then said that they themselves wanted to escalate the relationship. The man frowned deeply, asked the guy about why he came. Yundam answered with a smile that he wanted to comfort him. He put his hands on his waist and looked away. The man told him to stop talking nonsense. The guy answered that he wanted to check something. Seo, who looked into his eyes, asking what it meant. The young man looked at him sternly, telling the man to be careful because something was going on. Seo, who frowned in confusion, asking the guy about what he meant. The young man explained that the man probably felt it himself and that he really believed in Seo Jin's innocence because he saw everything personally. The man jumped up from his seat, asking what it meant. The guy answered that he only saw it on video. Seo, who slammed his hands on the table, surprised that there was a video. Seo, who jumped up from the table and asked the guy where the video was. The blonde calmly turned away, saying that he had to go. He headed for the exit, holding a scroll in his hands, while the man tried to stop him, but only received the answer that he needed to clean up this mess. Touching his face, the brunette tried to stop him and thought to himself that he never listened to others, and he realized this as soon as he contacted Jaihan. He remembered his participation in a group monologue where the heroes seemed to be talking to themselves. Holding a golden scroll in his hands, Yundam wished the leader to take care of himself, to which the brunette told him to take care of himself and not get into trouble. With a sly smile, the white-haired man reminded him that he was stronger than him. Seo, who displeasedly replied that this was nonsense and he was wrong. He imagined a fish in an aquarium and told the surprised blonde that it also needed oxygen. Yundam laughed, slapping his knee, and the man said that he really wanted to tell him that. Wiping away tears of laughter with a scroll, the guy asked, did he really want to correct him so much? Was he really a straightforward person? Yundam tore up the teleportation scroll, saying that they would see each other again, let him call if necessary. The man in the suit asked where he was going. The guy, surrounded by a golden glow, answered that he was cleaning up the mess. Seo, who put his hands on his hips in displeasure, saying that he only said what he wanted to hear himself. He thoughtfully touched his chin, wondering what the video was. Did it really exist? Yundam was standing on the roof of the building. He looked out the office window, thinking that it was still early, but there was no one there. Was it like this during his absence? Looking ahead, the white-haired man thought that he had confirmed that Seo was not involved in what was happening. He imagined the image of the man with the pixelated hands reaching out to him and thought that he really did suspect him. From that straightforwardness to obsession, there was only one step. He imagined Seo Jin bound with red chains and thought that if he was involved, it was very likely because of his blind faith that all this was for the greater good. A figure of a man appeared in the office. The guy thought that if he was involved in his kidnapping, he would attack immediately from the threshold of the office, and he did not care if his head was covered. Squinting, Yundam wondered if his thoughts were too stupid. Seo, whose theoretical involvement in the monopoly of large guilds on raids was impossible. He imagined the guild symbol and thought that in such a scenario, Seo Jin would have no problem being detained. He imagined the guild symbol as a bear and thought that would make things easier. He imagined a purple tiger and thought of the Dian Guild. Were they the culprits? Yundam saw a girl standing in the office and thought that there was no confirmation yet. He wondered how she was doing. He imagined Moa, who introduced herself as a hunter from the White Light Guild, and thought that she was cautious, so it was unlikely that she would do anything. He remembered how she held the camera and thought that leaving the video to her was the right decision. There was a seal burning on the girl's forehead and he wondered if she was too strong for someone who had just awakened. Touching his chin, the white-haired man thought that she was pretending to be in pain, but even so, she killed Bargas with one shot. He remembered the girl surrounded by lightning and thought that despite her apparently poor experience, her sense of battle was enough to strategize and make decisions. He remembered how the girl gave him the horn, and thought that in addition to this great generosity, it was shocking that she was able to get the whole horn, and she gave it to him without hesitation. Yundam raised his head, thinking that by getting involved with the wrong people, such people would end up ruining their lives, but he believed that he could solve the problem and stand up for her. Standing on the roof, the guy stretched and decided that it was time to go. The girl in the red jacket was talking on the phone. That, of course, she was not the same Hisu anymore, and they could go out to eat together soon. With a confident pose, she said that once she became the guild leader, she would change the wallpaper and maybe choose unusual colors. Yundam, who appeared behind her, scared her, saying that he liked the current wallpaper better and mature women liked colors more. Hee-soo fell to the floor in fear and asked, "What the hell?" The guy standing next to her noticed that she had stopped calling him boss. The woman glanced fearfully at the phone, but the white-haired man said that he did not advise her. She grabbed the phone. Yoon-dam grabbed her hand and said gloomily that he had a favor to ask Hee-soo. The woman replied that she was listening carefully. With a sly smile, the white-haired man asked if she would introduce him to her friends. The woman's wrist was covered with ice. She screamed that she understood, "I will take him," and begged for mercy. The guy's eyes were angry and bright blue. He said that it was time to pull out the weeds she got stuck in. Moa sat in the clearing at a round table on which lay a horn, and chuckled. Looking at the straw doll, she said that there was no news again today, and he seemed to like fishing. Jae-han replied that they say that no news is already good. The girl said that it was true, but she was still annoyed. She remembered how her invisibility had worn off again, and how her attempts to spy had failed several times, and said that she couldn't visit Seungju and her mother. She buried her face in the table, and the hunter said that there was nothing to be done. They had also placed people in the place, so it was difficult to get there for now. The voodoo doll climbed onto the chair. Moa asked if they still hoped, considered her stupid. It was clear that they were waiting for her there. The heroine frowned, realizing that they didn't know how much she knew about how the imposter Jae-han had blabbed about the big guilds. She imagined the ice shards and thought that she had a video of that scene, and that Yoon-dam had killed the only cameraman who had escaped. She imagined the phone with the news that Seo-jin had been given a trial date, but she remained silent and thought that the girl was exercising her right to silence. Sitting on the chair, Moa thought that since they stopped tracking her, they were sure that either she had nothing on them or she was dead. Standing on the table, Jae-han in the form of a doll asked her what she was thinking about. The girl replied that she was suspicious of the media's silence. Looking at him, she replied that she thought they would publish special news every day. She remembered the news screen and said that there weren't even any headlines. Only old cases were talked about against the backdrop of the Seo-jin situation. She thought they were trying very hard to hide it. But how is that possible? Looking at her, the voodoo doll said that killing civilians was one thing, but incidents between hunters were usually not written about. The girl introduced the guy in black who killed the man and said that all the news was buzzing about Young Gil's murder. Jae-han replied that he was a famous person in production and that the hype had a specific purpose of branding him. The brunette turned into a ghost again and sat on the chair opposite, saying that most news about hunters does not reach ordinary people. Besides, it is much more effective to control the media quietly than directly. Moa picked up the horn, saying that they themselves do not need a scandal. Excitement will not help here. She will sit and finish it. She remembered how the fish on the fishing rod almost dragged the doll into the water and told Jae-han to be careful and not to fall. He agreed. He asked how much more she had left. The system window said that after consuming 100%, she will inherit the skill of the insect Lord Bargas. Current progress is 53%. The skill available for inheritance is S rank. Insect Lord transformation active. Holding the horn in her hands, she replied that almost half, but no more fits. Jae-han told her not to force herself to eat. She still copes faster, because this one is smaller than the previous monster. Chewing on the horn, Moa thought that she wanted to get the skill faster. She looked at the description window, thinking that the transformation of the Insect Lord was probably related to the change in shape. The girl remembered the image of her mother and brother and thought that if she copes, perhaps she will be able to meet her relatives. Suddenly she gasped and, staring at the brunette, asked if she told Yoon-dam to eat the horn. She rushed between the information window and the phone and asked if it was urgent to inform, but what time is it in Korea now? 2 a.m. Jae-han replied that he doubted that he was sleeping, and at the same time he would find out her number. The girl took the phone and pinched off a piece of the communication treat, saying that she would contact him then. The system reported that she was affected by the UDF communication item. The effect lasted 3 minutes 29 seconds. She looked at the phone carefully. There were drops of blood on Yoon-dam's shirt when he asked for a minute. Moa smiled, thinking that he was not sleeping after all. Then she heard the guy answer. The ghostly Jae-han leaned over and asked if she had contacted him. He could not hear. The girl said that she seemed to have distracted the guy from his business and would call later. Yoon-dam replied that he had not at all, and said that he had been waiting for her call. Moa replied that she was worried that something bad could have happened in the Dark Sky Guild, and also wanted to report it. The guy stood next to him with a bloody hand and replied that the guild business was almost finished. He was just cleaning up a bit. While he was gone, they made a mess. Yoon-dam heard the girl say that since he was busy cleaning up, she would tell him quickly the horn she gave him needed to be eaten. She imagined the blonde eating the ingredient and said that by eating it he would gain a skill, and she found out about it by accident. Yoon-dam asked why. Was she really that bad with food? He asked if everything was okay. Moa waved her hand, saying that everything was fine. She just experimented a bit and found out. She held a phone in her hands, saying that she had a new number. She was giving it to the guy. He promised that he would call it in the future. The system reported that the item's effect had stopped working. Moa waved her hand, saying that the effect was almost over and wished him luck with the cleaning. Jae-han asked if he was cleaning up. The girl introduced the guy who was wiping the dust, saying that it was understandable. He hadn't been there for so long, he probably liked the cleanliness. The brunette grinned. The heroine glanced at him and asked why he was smiling like that. Cleaning was definitely needed, and thoroughly. Smiling, Jae-han heard her call him, and turned to the fishing rod, hearing that it was missing. The setting sun illuminated the small house. A week had passed. The system reported that the girl had finished absorbing the horn of Bargiz, the Lord of Insects. Due to this, she received his power. The skill of Insect Lord transformation was formed. Moa was lying tiredly on the table, saying that it was ready. Jae-han looked in on her, asking what skill is rank S. The huntress answered that yes, and the endurance indicator increased. The ghost said that it was great, her durability and defense had improved, it would be easier to be in a state where she had used up her mana, and her body would hurt less when hit. The information window said that Moa, her guild, and her status were missing, and also a list of characteristics and skills. Moa said that it was super. It was no wonder that Bargiz was so strong, hence the endurance. She introduced a shining insect and said that, as they say, a centipede is a good nutritional supplement. Jae-han laughed. The girl in the hat looked at the information window in surprise, asking why assign the transformation skill in S rank. Jae-han touched his forehead, explaining that it was very cool, no methods below this rank would work to cancel it. With it, she was not afraid of items that remove invisibility, because they have a maximum of a rank. Moa looked at the guy and thought, why is he so proud? Turning away, she thought that now she could finally meet Sunju and her mother. The ghost guy explained that the higher the rank, the more effective the skill. If she had a little more mana, she could knock out the boss with one hit. Although everything is fine as is, let him take the magic enhancement potion. Moa remembered and exclaimed about the potion. The ghost asked, she said, something came out of the production. The girl replied that after all the whining, it was even somehow ridiculous that young Gil plunged into work when he saw the ranks of the ingredients. The spirit of the master sat among various objects, happily saying how good the ingredients and items were. Many multicolored looks appeared on the table. She said that from the S rank, 2 agility enhancement potions, 9 magic enhancement, 2 strength enhancement, and many others. The brunette asked in surprise the rank, and the girl said that it was probably thanks to the gathering skill. The ghost looked at the riches in amazement, while the girl answered that even so, not all of them turned out like that, because young Gil's skill is a rank, so there are many unsuccessful consumables of the same. The ghost, surprised, asked again about unsuccessful consumables. He presented blue vials of different shapes, saying that the rank stat enhancement potion alone is considered an extremely rare treasure, of which there are not many in the world. They are not even on sale. He only had 4 of them. He enthusiastically approached the girl and offered her to drink one. Pointing his finger, he said that she had many of them. Let her drink just one. The heroine turned away, saying that he himself said that they are rare. The ghost darkened, saying that he did not want to, no need, while the girl opened one of the angular cans, agreeing. She drank the blue potion, discontentedly thinking that he was a manipulator. An information window appeared in front of the girl, saying that she had drunk an S-rank magic enhancement potion. A special option was activated for an item of this rank. It was necessary to select the application option, temporary enhancement or permanent enhancement. The ghost looked at her and asked, is something wrong? The girl replied that she was asking to choose between temporary and permanent enhancement. Jae-han froze, as if pierced by lightning. The girl, crossing her arms, responded when he called her. Embarrassed, the ghostly brunette said that the world was very unfair. The girl touched the line in the information window, saying that she should choose permanent enhancement, right. The system reported that thanks to consuming the magic enhancement potion, her magic received a permanent increase of 5 units. The limit was not reached. In the system characteristics window, magic became 30. Moa said that it increased, but not that much, only by 5, and there is still a limit. Jae-han asked in amazement, increased by 5. He pointed angrily, saying that the potion gave her a boost of +5, when even the most valuable moonstone bracelet only gave her 20. Let her drink more until the very bottom. The hunter enthusiastically clapped his hands while the girl took the potion. She was kneeling, having received the limit. The system reported that due to excessive consumption of potions in a short period of time, she was given the effect of potion poisoning. Jae-han said that the poisoning most likely happened faster due to the stronger effect of the potions. The system reported that the magic stat became 40, adding 20. Jae-han thoughtfully touched his face, saying that he wanted to know that in terms of temporary increase, a rank gives +200, which means that S should strengthen even more. The exhausted Moa replied that there will be more opportunities. The poisoning effect will last 24 hours 58 minutes. The skill window was visible against the sky. She asked now for the next item. She bowed dramatically, apologizing for the wait, and welcomed Bargiz to the transformation show. The brunette asked, "Were you going to put on a show?" The girl covered herself in a golden glow, saying that she was starting, and thought about who she should transform into, maybe Yundam. The guy standing opposite asked, "Haven't used it yet." The girl touched the information window with her finger, saying that she tried and thought about Yundam's appearance, but nothing came of it. The ghost leaned over and advised her not to think about anything at all. Moa closed her eyes and concentrated, mentally ordering herself to think about the transformation and nothing else. She thought, what kind of strange sensations? Opening her eyes, she saw a stunned ghost. Instead of the girl's arms and head, there were insect limbs. Jaihan, shocked, said that she transformed into Bargus. The insect girl screamed and waved her arms, while the hero tried to calm her down and offered to return to her normal form. In a panic, Moa thought, how can she return if she doesn't even see a time limit? Closing her eyes, she ordered herself to behave calmly and relax, mentally praying. Finally, she returned, which the guy confirmed. He touched the shoulder of the frightened girl and asked how she was, to which he received the answer that she was fine, just too much shock. Thoughtfully touching her face, Jaihan said that he himself was surprised. It turns out that this set allows her to turn into Bargus. Moa reached for the phone, saying that okay, he is very nasty, he will close the skill and start forever, and now it is better to check the news. Jaihan noticed that she was counting on him so much. The heroine said that she definitely won't be able to go to her mother in this form. She looked at the phone screen in surprise. It showed her mother holding a sign demanding an investigation into the truth behind the death of the huntress Moa and a personal meeting with Seojin. Commentators were discussing how hard she was trying and how her mother resembled a girl. Jaihan looked at his phone and told her to stop just being a bad mood. Looking down, Moa replied that she had thought about it and now saw no other way out. A man in a suit stood at the door of the DN headquarters, clutching a yellow folder in his hands. Then he knocked on the door and asked the leader for permission to enter. The man was sitting at the table and heard the assistant say that the leaders of Dark Sky and Heaven had made contact, and asked how Yundam reacted. The secretary replied that he didn't. Sajang clutched the glass in his hand while the assistant bowed and said that he didn't react. The glass flew past the surprised The leader asked the secretary with displeasure, "Is this all the information or does he need to extract one word at a time?" Angrily waving his hand, the leader of the DN Guild shouted, "What kind of professionalism is this?" The secretary bowed after hearing the question. If he didn't react, did that mean Seo who ignored Yundam or did the conversation take place? Trembling with fear, said that they spoke alone. The man gritted his teeth in anger. His foot rushed towards the assistant's body. He heard. Sajang kicked the secretary lying on the floor, giving him one word at a time to do his job properly. Then he tiredly touched his head and told him to continue. The beaten assistant adjusted his jacket and said that he thought Yundam came to understand what was happening. He remembered the white-haired man standing next to the leader's desk and said that he did not hear what exactly they were talking about, but he did not react. Apparently no important points were mentioned. Sajang sat at the table and took a bottle of alcohol, saying that he did not understand why the impatient Yundam was inactive. The secretary standing at the table said that he could act cautiously because of something unfavorable. Pouring the liquid into a glass, the Dihan leader said that all that remained was to wait. If he played the card with Seojin correctly, they would deal with him at the same time. He found out how he ended up free. Imagined the hunters and the guy in black and said that the hunters guarding him were dead. So far they have a version of betrayal from within. Grabbing a glass, Sajang said that no one does the job properly. That's why they are useless, barely making ends meet. The assistant confirmed that he was right. The man introduced a smiling Yundam and told him to imagine surveillance on him and prepare a team of hunters. He can go somewhere else. Then he introduced Seohu and Seojin, saying that his hands will be tied, but he should be prepared if he can't use her. Bowed in agreement, and the boss asked about Guang Haiyan. The guy introduced the leader smiling awkwardly and said that he figured it out, as he ordered that his suicide be announced this week due to his inability to cope with failures. The man said that a living Guang Haiyan would be a problem for them. He took a glass of alcohol, saying that not a single mistake could be made. The fewer people knew, the better. The secretary agreed, saying that they had been contacted from the outside. The man with the glass asked, "Already?" He tiredly touched his eyes and ordered to prepare pressure on the market. Standing next to him, asked if he was sure the other two guilds were still doing well. The guild leader replied that they were putting pressure on them. They should adjust to the situation. Besides, the dungeon was gone. How could he monopolize the global market? He imagined gold and jewelry in his hand, saying that it was obvious that by reducing supplies. Hands reached for the falling coins. He thought that this is how monopolists gain power. From now on, global supplies will become smaller. Above the outstretched hand was a fist. This is how a large guild should act. The coin fell and spun. He thought that then the world would change and even the president would have to beg him for a healing potion. Sajang imagined himself standing with his hands raised on a pile of gold, with people bowing down. He went to the window, thinking that he still couldn't believe that one of the Korean dungeons had disappeared. They had lost a gold mine. The secretary asked what to do about watching the families of the dead hunters. The man turned to him and asked again, to which he was asked how many of them should be watched. He imagined the exhausted members of the small guild, and as one took a bottle from another, he heard that they had distant relatives, but they sang and gambled away the entire family fee on hospital bills, after which they were long ago disowned. Walking around the office, Sa Jang ordered to give them money and send people to them so that they would not cause problems. Finally, he imagined the image of a smiling Moa and asked about her. The man clutched a glass and a phone in his hands and reminded him that he had said that she was rich. Confirmed that she had been awarded in Guam and was living in the penthouse. Sa Jang put the glass on the table and said that he should keep an eye on her family for a while, and then he would send the dungeon manager, get the money and shut up. The man glanced sideways at the assistant and asked if he was sure that the huntress Moa was dead. Bowed and said that he had sent people to the penthouse just in case. Looking at his phone, the fat man said that it was good, let him make sure that there were no surprises. The secretary nodded. While the man was looking at the screen with the news about Moa's mother's protest, he asked what to do if they gave her money and she continued to cause trouble. Traces of the jump remained from the boxes, bags, and papers. The girl's hair was fluttering. She thought that it was not in vain that she had trained to jump by the lake all day, but anyway, the eyes would not see her in this form. She tearfully remembered jumping with a human head on an insect body. Moa remembered yesterday and how Jai-Han looked at her in surprise. The girl imagined insect monsters and asked if Bargaz had turned into a flying insect. Maybe she could transform into anything too. She concentratedly closed her eyes and said that, for example, she would turn into a bee. The girl's body glowed golden. A large bee in a hat and sweater appeared in front of the surprise ghost. She began to fly around in surprise, thinking about what happened, while Jai-Han looked at her and said that this was amazing. She thought she could fly like this. Too big. Moa imagined herself towering over the building as a huge bee and said that why not transform into a huge insect, break into Korea and steal Sunju and her mother. The guy chuckled and advised her to at least transform first. The bee in the sweater mentally ordered herself to become bigger and bigger. She hovered next to the ghost, who said that she couldn't do that. Turning back into a human, she asked, so there is a size limit in transformation, and what if the other way around? Looking at her, Jai-Han replied that it was worth trying. He wouldn't be surprised if it worked. Bargaz still shrank and became smaller than his body. The brunette was surprised when a glow appeared around the girl. A sweater remained on the ground, in which a small bee waved its paw, which was able to. The ghost quickly turned away when the girl began to wrap herself in fabric, saying that she couldn't fly like that and realizing that she was naked. The guy blushed and turned away, saying that the buzzing would be annoying, it would be better to turn into something else. Moa, wrapped in a blanket, asked what kind of insect she should become then. She imagined herself as a fly and said that they were the most annoying insects. Then she thought of a mosquito and heard that they did not fly so fast. Moa as an ant would be too slow. Thoughtfully bending over the ground, the girl asked what other agile insects were there that would not attract attention. Her eyes widened in realization. The ghost also understood this. Looking at each other, they exclaimed in one voice that it was a flea. The action took place today. Moa as a small flea was jumping along the road between people and thought that first she needed to maintain a positive attitude. She rushed forward, holding a very small soul stone in her paw, which had shrunk to fit her size, and thought that a flea jumped the best in the world. It was very fast. The ghost Jai-Han flew from above. While the girl was wondering where her mother was, the ghost turned around and called her. He saw a woman with a red sign and said that she was there. He peered out from behind the fence and said no. The woman turned around when she was called, and the Moa people realized that they probably wouldn't leave her that easily. The townspeople watched worriedly as a man approached the woman and said that she had already been warned that she couldn't be there, as permission was required for such a thing. The man snatched the poster and asked if she had permission from the head of the administration. He said that if she wanted to protest without him, then she should go to the far corner. The girl's face darkened and she began to curse in her head, but Jai-Han called out to her. He held out his hand in front of her, telling her not to act now. The guard continued to sort things out with the woman. Asking him to leave her alone, she fell to the asphalt. The man, leaving the woman on the ground, noted that he didn't care what she said, and he was glad that their country had laws. Otherwise, the brown-haired woman grabbed the poster, and the guard muttered that otherwise he would get rid of her. Jai-Han sighed heavily, and Moa watched with tear-stained eyes. The woman raised her head to the sky and said her daughter's name. She stood up and walked away, noting that it would be better for her to go home today. The guy asked about the note written earlier. The girl with the flea's body shook her head, thinking that she wanted to slip a note into her mother's pocket, but nothing came of it. The brunette noted that it was a pity that in the form of the insect lord there was no ability to speak. The two of them ran after the woman when she started to catch a taxi. Studio time, the car stopped. The guy and the girl were sitting on the brown-haired girl's shoulder, and Jae-han said that in theory, the transformation does not involve mana and therefore should not recognize the recognition skills. Moa mentally noted that the name is very misleading, and she can only turn into bugs. A system plate appeared, saying that there is no mana consumption when using the skill. When the woman approached the house, the brunette saw video surveillance and noted that it was not in vain that they started everything. The guy jumped out of bed and called his mother when she entered the room. He began to close the front door behind her and ask if she was hurt. The woman replied that she was fine. Seungjo asked how she could be fine if she was limping. Moa waved her paws worriedly, mentally screaming that their mother had sprained her ankle. She noticed the camera and thought they were crazy to even put them inside. The woman said she wanted to sit down. She and her son sat down at the table and the guy offered her a drink, adding that Moa would be upset to see her like this and find out that she was not eating anything. The brunette muttered that now her daughter would not be able to eat herself either. She grabbed her son's hands and noted that he had previously said that his sister was a very strong hunter. The woman asked if she really couldn't die in that case. Seungjo looked at his mother with upset eyes when she said that she would not believe in her death until she personally heard confirmation from the hunter Seojin. The boy and girl watched from the floor as the brunette said in a trembling voice that her daughter's death had been reported without any confirmation or details, and she just couldn't accept it. At that moment, Moa thought about how it had been about a week since she went missing. She started looking around, mentally noting that a note wouldn't do here and that she needed to talk to her mother in person, but first. Jae-han asked if she was looking for cameras now. He started pointing to the room, noting that there was one in the corner on the ceiling and another on the door hinge, and there were hardly any blind spots. The girl thought about how angry she was about the whole situation. Seungjo leaned on the headset as the woman started to get up, saying that she needed to lie down. The boy replied that she needed to rest because she had been crying all night and had barely slept, and he would go and buy some porridge. While Moa was rummaging around in the corner, the brunette asked her what she was planning. The girl gathered a ball of dust, thinking that even without the blind spot, there were still options. She began jumping to the cameras and covering them with dirt, thinking that she needed to at least slightly ruin the quality of the shooting. Looking at the covered cameras, Jae-han asked if this was part of her plan. Moa improvised a salute, mentally noting that this way they would not be able to spy on what was happening under the blankets. She moved to the bed to her mother. Touching the woman's hand, she unrolled the scroll. The surprised brunette found herself in a clearing and began to ask what happened. Nearby, she saw a stack of things, and the girl thought that she had completely forgotten that she had left them there. Taking a white shirt in her hands, the saddened woman began to mumble that these were her daughter's things. The guy and the girl froze with shocked faces. Moa strained herself, trying to cancel her transformation, until she heard a surprised cry. The dumbfounded woman leaned over to the flea and asked her daughter if it was her. The girl froze with a gloomy look, and Jae-han did not hide his surprise. He wondered if this was really that superhuman intuition of the mother. The brunette hugged her things and began to cry, saying that her daughter died on this spot and turned into a flea to see her mother. The brunette, along with his friend, tried to get her attention. The woman looked up, seeing the light, when Moa decided to urgently deactivate the skill. The girl sat in a cape and with a nervous smile asked her mother if she was very surprised. The brunette froze in shock and began to ask how this was possible. Approaching her daughter, she began to hit and grab, indignantly comparing how she could do this to her. Moa asked her mother to stop, since she had very little time. Life-size Jae-han looked at his friend as she began to speak. She briefly explained the situation to her mother. The woman said that she understood everything. Frowning, she asked what would happen if she used the scroll and escaped here with Seungjo and whether they would chase here. The girl with a confident face answered that it was possible, but in that case, the enemies could expand the search area to the entire world, and there was no telling what measures they would take. She added that they could even take someone from her circle hostage. Moa took her mother's hands in hers and said that she needed some time to sort everything out, after which she would return to them again. She asked that in case of danger, she use the item with the inscription on her palm to escape here. The woman with a sad smile squeezed her daughter's palm, saying that she did not need to deal with anyone, but only needed to return alive. The girl said that she would do so, after which she noted that her phone was tapped, so it would be impossible to talk on it. Touching her mother's hand, she created several items and asked her to bite off a little bit of them when she wanted to communicate. The brunette squeezed several golden scrolls, after which her daughter said that it was time for them to finish. She asked her not to arouse suspicion and to think about the blanket when she unrolled the scroll. The woman smiled widely, saying that she felt much calmer after seeing her alive. Tearing one of the scrolls, she asked her daughter to eat well. Moa hugged her disappearing mother and said that she would definitely come back. Jae-han put his hand on his friend's shoulder. She, wiping away tears, looked at the blue screen in front of her. When the communication item activated, the girl asked her mother with a smile what else hadn't she told her. The blue tablets indicated the remaining time of the item's effect, which was only 2 minutes long. Lying in bed, Moa's eyes suddenly opened. Jae-han in the form of a voodoo doll asked her what happened and whether she had a nightmare. It happened a few days after the transmission of the Ukwa connection, and, sitting on the bed, the brunette answered that she thought someone was calling her. The brunette took human form and answered that no one came here. The girl answered that in this case it was very strange, because she heard some loud noise. She froze when the communication sign appeared and a loud voice called her by name. Yoondam stood in the middle of the deserted area and asked if he could be heard. The guy put his hand on his neck with a smile and asked if everything was okay, because he began to worry when she did not answer the call. Sitting on the bed and holding the phone, Moa answered that she was sleeping. She shook her head and asked about the reason for the call. Placing the phone in front of him, the white-haired asked if she could teleport to him and added that he would send a photo now. Looking at the photo of the mountains, the girl asked where it was. Yoondam said that it was the waters between Dokdo and Alungdo, and a new dungeon had appeared there. Moa remembered a conversation with Jae-han, when he told her that at the very beginning, the dungeon opened only once every 6 months, then the interval shortened until it reached 1 month. Looking at the screen, the brown-haired girl mentally noted that it was time for another one, after which she muttered that she could not see anything at all. The guy answered that it was because it was hidden under the water and he would show her when she got there. The brown-haired girl smiled nervously and asked if it was worth the risk, since others would appear there soon. The white-haired man stood at the cliff and looked at the water, listening to the girl's words that she was still pretending to be dead. He replied that it had just opened and no one knew about it yet, so there should be no risk. Yoondam smiled slyly when asked how he found out about this dungeon. He said that this was his hideout. Moa started to get out of bed, mentally noting that all this was alarming her and did not make her want to go there. The guy added that after a while, other hunters would notice, so they should try to kill the boss before that moment. The girl reached for her jacket, thinking that she did not like this idea, but after what happened last time, she would better maintain friendly communication with Yoondam. Throwing it on, she replied that she was already getting ready. Jae-han, in the form of a doll, asked where she was going and for how long. He took human form, while the brown-haired girl said that a new dungeon had opened and asked if he wanted to kill the boss with him. The brunette asked if she remembered that she was not allowed to give herself away. The girl replied that she did not like this idea either, but she was asked. When she grabbed the scroll, the guy said that he didn't like it either and then noted that she had said earlier that she was tired. Moa wondered what had happened to him, because before he would have been the first to push her forward. She imagined Jae-han with glowing eyes, who was threateningly asking her to kill the boss for him. The brunette unrolled the scroll and with a smile on her face replied that she had told him, but he said that it was underwater next to his shelter and no one knew about it. The guy touched his chin with his hand, noting that he had once heard about his intention to build such a shelter. The girl with tears in her eyes tore the scroll when her comrade asked if he had understood correctly that her poisoning with potions had not yet passed. She mentally noted that he was absolutely right. The two of them were standing on the mountain when Moa was called by name. Yoondam approached her from the side. He smiled widely and said that he was very glad to see her. Jae-han, invisible to his eyes, began to sniff the guy, cheerfully noting that he was puffed up. The white-haired man said that he hoped he hadn't upset the girl with the sudden call. The brown-haired girl looked away while the brunette muttered that he was dressed like he was going to the theater. She answered negatively and asked if the entrance to the dungeon was there. Looking at the huge funnel in the sea, Yoondam said that the entrance was there. Moa asked if they were really going there. While she pointed to the whirlpool, the guy explained that the Bargis dungeon was well explored and the dangers of this one were unknown, so they would just look around. The girl looked at Jae-han with displeasure, thinking that he and Yoondam were equally obsessed with fighting. The white-haired man added that they would only engage in battle if it was worth it, especially since this was a rare chance to monopolize the dungeon. He spread his arms with a smile when the brown-haired girl asked how they would get inside, since the entrance was in the middle of the sea. The boy replied that it would not get wet at all. He stretched out his hand, smiled, and began to cast magic. An ice bridge appeared from the cliff to the whirlpool. Moa looked at the hunter in surprise, noting his abilities. He replied that it was nothing. The girl froze with wide eyes, while the white-haired man said that before they went in, he had something to say. Yoondam touched his cheek with his hand and smiled, saying that she was right that the dungeon was dangerous, and even if he remained vigilant, the boss could jump out of nowhere. He added that when meeting the boss, the return stone could not be used. He waved his hand, saying that that was why he decided to call someone for help. A blue veil appeared nearby. Jae-han approached his friend and told her that it was a magical veil, which apparently hid his hideout. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. In front of him, he saw Seohu, whom Yoondam introduced as the head of the Sky Guild, noting that the girl probably knew him. The brown-haired girl darkened with horror and began to wonder why he was here. When the man came closer, the white-haired man introduced him to Moa while she mentally asked him to stop. The girl looked at the head of the guild from under her brows, thinking that she could not help but feel hostility towards him. Imagining his image, she thought about how this scoundrel kicked Jae-han out of the guild and framed him for his own benefit. She mentally noted that he was an enemy who could be the head of a conspiracy of large guilds. Looking at the displeased face of the man, the brown-haired girl wondered why he was allowed to know that she was alive. Looking angrily at Yoondam, she tried to understand why he brought him. The guy asked her not to be afraid and said that Seo-hu was with them. He grabbed the brunette by the neck and pulled him closer, asking if she remembered the hunter Seo-jae, noting that he was her brother. With the girl's angry face foaming, Jae-han said that he knew he had a sister, but he could not imagine that it was her, even if the last name ban was not common in the country. The girl mentally noted that they even looked alike. The white-haired man smiled widely and said that they were all on the same team. The man nodded weakly when Moa asked if they were trying to catch him too. With suspicion in her eyes, she hung over the guy and began to say that there was not a single word about him in the Korean press. She asked if they were trying to deceive her. Yoondam exclaimed that he was telling the pure truth, and given that the girl saved him, his conscience did not allow him to lie. Looking between the two hunters, the white-haired man asked Seo-hu to confirm his words, noting that they were waiting with the press in order to use this card later. Coming closer to the gloomy man, he told him that the Dark Sky Guild had been disbanded. The brown-haired woman froze with a puzzled expression when the guy noted that he was now a wanted man. Her face distorted even more in shock when Yoondam said that the guild leader Seo-hu was also being watched and could be hit at any moment. Raising and spreading his arms out to the sides, the hunter exclaimed that this is precisely why the man had no reason to switch sides, and he himself could not be suspected since he was now unemployed. The girl began to congratulate him, but suddenly realized that she had gotten too carried away. The guy looked at his disgruntled comrade and told him to stop hesitating and finally say hello. The man asked why he needed it, since he was there to help with the raid, not to make friends. Jae-han sighed tiredly, and Moa frowned, mentally noting that she didn't care what the guild leader thought of her. The white-haired man began to apologize for his friend and asked her not to take his words personally. The brunette told her that everything would be fine, since the man was not the type to just take advantage of others' weaknesses. The girl remembered the phone screen and the video on it when Yoondam added that she also had proof. Seo-hu, opposite her, closed his eyes when the guy said that he had no choice but to accept it and listen to her. At that moment, the brunette mentally noted that her family was ready to run away at any moment. Turning around, she thought about the guild leader seeing her face, and now it was too late. She suggested going to the dungeon. Yoondam waved his hand and began to cast a spell. He froze the whirlpool in the sea. The group ran to the passage on the ice. The man gave the girl his hand, and she thought with a displeased look that they had not even reached the entrance yet. After a while, the team jumped down. Having descended, they saw a blue portal, and the white-haired asked his comrades if they were ready. Moa answered in the affirmative and told them that it seemed like the whirlpool was sucking in water, but in fact it turned out that it was simply moving it along the hail. Pushing off the ground with her foot, she noted that in that case they should get ready. The portal ahead emitted blue light. The group moved into a wooded area. In the distance, the brown-haired girl saw a fortress and asked about it in surprise. Yoondam put his palm to his forehead and said that he saw something like this for the first time. Jae-han behind him noted that he was too, and there were no such traces of civilization in any dungeon he entered. Moa, walking hand in hand with the gloomy guildmaster, asked if they would go beyond those walls first. When the man stopped, she turned around and asked what was the matter. The veins on Seo-hu's face bulged, and he said that he did not trust the girl. The brown-haired girl raised an eyebrow in confusion, and the guy began to wonder what came over him. The guildmaster asked what she did to Jae-han. He yanked her hand sharply. Looking gloomily at the ring on the huntress finger, he said that this Azure Apocalypse stone ring belonged to him. The girl looked with a shocked face, while Seo-hu told her not to deny the obvious. The white-haired man noted that this ring was not the only one in the whole world, so he should calm down. Moa wondered if he recognized the ring. She tried to break free, while the man noted that the Azure Apocalypse stone ring was unique. Yoondam called his name. Throwing a dark look at his comrade, the guy ordered him to let go of the brunette. The huntress jumped to the side, and Jae-han began to ask if she was okay. The guild leader frowned and turned to his comrade, saying that she had deceived him too. He asked how he knew that this girl did not arrange his rescue. Crossing his arms over his chest, the white-haired man asked him how long ago he had become so perceptive. He asked if his friend really thought that he would not have noticed this. The guy with a smug smile on his face told the man to admit that he was not always right. Seo-hu clenched his teeth and frowned when Yoondam asked if what happened to Jae-han was not enough for him. Waving his hand, the hunter said that if he had listened to him, he would not have had to leave the guild. The brunette began to ask him to shut up, because he did not know anything. The white-haired man asked what he did not know. Imagining the dark silhouettes of the two men in his head, he noted that he knew very well how the Daehan Guild had decided to support the sky instead of killing the bosses. Recalling the men in the suit, he added that he also knew very well how Siohu had obediently submitted because he had been told to do so by the elders of the Ban family. Covering his face with his hand, the man continued to mutter that he knew nothing. Yundam said that he could repeat it as much as he wanted, but the truth would not change. The guild leader asked if he really had to close all the dungeons in Korea like Jai-Han wanted. Clenching his hand into a fist, he shouted furiously, asking what they would do if a new one appeared and how many hunters could survive without the support of the big guilds. Jai-Han looked sadly, listening to his comrade's words that at least he made the right choice then. Waving his hand, the white-haired added that he also said that for the sake of the safety of the civilians, he would leave one dungeon, only now there are still 5. He wondered what the high-ranking people are doing now. Imagining the hands raking in the jewels, the guy noted that they destroy everyone in their path who interferes with raising the market for themselves, such as hunter-crafters or strong fighters. Siohu's face distorted in shock when Yundam told him that he agreed to take the position of the Dark Sky Guild leader only at Jai-Han's request. The guy remembered his conversation with the brunette and how he told him that they could target Siohu, so he asked for help, but not from inside the guild, but from outside. He put his hands on his waist and noted that Jai-Han did not expect the man to suck up to them so much and tarnish his own name in the process. The brunette, along with Moa, watched from the side with displeasure while Yundam asked his friend to stop showing that he was being fooled when he himself was fooled. The girl jumped in place when the white-haired called her by name. He smiled widely and said that he was very interested to know if that ring really belonged to Jai-Han. The huntress answered in the affirmative. Well, rolling in her thoughts by her hair, she tried to figure out how to explain all this now. With a soft smile, the brunette looked at her and told her to tell them the truth. Approaching Moa, he noted that it was his parting gift. The brunette thought that she had no idea how they would react to this information. The guy put his hand on her shoulder and asked her not to worry. Looking at the huntress, he added that although they looked threatening, they could be trusted. The girl exhaled heavily, thinking that if Jai-Han himself wanted this, he chose not to remain, and that their quarrel was the result of releasing something that had been accumulating for years. The men's faces distorted in shock when she put out her hands and said that this was a parting gift from Jai-Han. The white-haired man waved his hand when Moa looked away and said that he had saved her in the dungeon of the Insect Lord in the past. She imagined the brunette's face lying on her lap and said that while fighting the boss alone, the guy received a fatal wound. Lying on her, he closed his eyes, and the brunette added that he died soon after. Yundam turned around with a shocked face, muttering that it meant that Jai-Han didn't know either. He froze with a puzzled look. Tears rolled down Siohu's cheeks in abundance. Talitza froze with dumbfounded faces, looking at him. The man began to wipe away her tears, asking if she was completely sure of his death. The girl looked at him with a sad look, noting that she was next to him at the moment of death. The guild leader with a gloomy tear-stained face muttered that he had told him so many times not to go alone. Jai-Han pursed his lips with a sad look. Moa looked ahead, mentally noting that her soul had now become disgusting. The guy next to her asked her to fulfill one of his requests. Standing in front of the man, he asked to let Siohu touch the soul stone so that he could see it. The huntress looked away and frowned, mentally noting that she hadn't thought that the accidental discovery she had made while shopping in the States would be useful here. The two men perked up when the brunette said that she could arrange a meeting with Jai-Han. Yundam began to ask how that was possible. She pointed to the image of the brunette and said that he was right here. The hunters, who could not see him, wondered if she was trying to say that he lived in their hearts. Moa answered that this was not the case and that Jai-Han was literally here right now. He tugged Siohu by the sleeve, asking for his hand. The guild leader indignantly told him not to touch him without permission. A moment later, he froze with shock in his eyes, seeing Jai-Han. Touching the pearl with his palm, he said that this was some kind of nonsense, and then began to ask the guy if he was real. The brunette noted that right now his finger was lying on his soul stone. The brunette looked at her friend with displeasure, mentally asking him to be a little nicer, otherwise the man would cry again. The white-haired man asked her if he could touch the pearl too. Touching the pearl, he surprised the hunter, and he replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. While the three were touching the pearl, Yundam asked if he was dreaming and how this was possible. Jai-Han put his hand on his neck and said that he died when he tried to kill the boss and initially did not plan to show up, but Siohu began to blame himself. The guild leader indignantly asked if he really was going to keep them in the dark. Frowning, he looked at his comrade, who asked them to help Moa better because she was a good person and continued to take care of him after her death. Grabbing the pearl with 2 fingers, the guild leader said that he had heard of such a thing before. He noted that a personality can be embedded in equipment and a material item is called a soul stone. The brunette tensed up when the man, trying to take the pearl, said that he did not know where to get this item. Jai-Han indignantly asked what he was doing. At that moment, the girl mentally noted his strength. The guild leader said that he would help his friend. With a gloomy face, he began to say that the brunette would be the best sword in the world or an unrivaled shield. At that moment, the stunned guy and girl tried to understand what was happening and why he looked like a madman. Watching how the man and the huntress were pulling the pearl, Yundam muttered that whenever Siohu was delirious, he felt the distance between them. The guild leader with crazy eyes told the guy to become his shield so that they could fight together forever. The brunette asked him to stop talking such nonsense. Moa looked at him with displeasure and asked if he ever wanted to become a shield or a sword. Jai-han answered negatively. The girl smiled slyly and asked if the man had leaked it. She noted that she understood his feelings, but the guy himself clearly did not want it, so he should stop. The guild leader replied that he would not do it. His pupils narrowed when he said with a gloomy face that they were going to take the soul stone of his friend. The brunette crossed his arms over his chest and asked what would happen if he did not want it and decided to stay with Moa. Siohu replied that he would not allow this to happen. The girl asked him what the reason was. They clashed with angry glances, and the guild leader asked if she herself did not understand. Through clenched teeth, the huntress answered that she did not understand. Ball lightning appeared in her palm when she noted that Jai-han himself said that he did not want to. She launched a beam at the man, and he flew into a tree. With a gloomy face, the man began to rise while ash flew around. Clenching her fists, the brunette asked to hear him, while the guys behind her back were indignantly shouting, and Yundam loudly noted that now was not the time for a fight. The guild leader dug his foot into the ground, saying that in that case he would take the soul stone by force. The brunette indignantly asked if he had really gone crazy. Siohu quickly ran towards the girl. Having approached, he crashed into an ice barrier. When Jai-han lifted his shocked friend by the shoulders, Yundam began to loudly ask his comrade what he was doing. The guy muttered that now he was really ready to kill Moa. The girl thought that she had never encountered defensive-type hunters before, so she did not expect such speed. The huntress lowered her head when the brunette began to ask her to kill this madman, because he was no longer his friend. The brunette thought that since words had no effect on him, Siohu frowned and held a golden shield in his hands. Lightning flashed across Moa's body, and she put her finger forward, realizing that only strength would help here. A red screen appeared before her eyes. The same sign appeared in front of Siohu and Yundam. A notification on the system screen said that the appearance of Alphanes, the ruler of people, was putting the pressure effect on them. The entire company froze, surprised by such a quick appearance of the boss. The hunters stood behind the guild leader's shield, and the girl asked everyone to get ready. The man clenched his teeth, saying that they would return to the showdown when they were done. The brunette agreed with displeasure, thinking that he was annoying her. Looking at the screen, she frowned, trying to figure out where the boss was. The system noted that the pressure effect had stopped working. While Yundam was looking around, she thought about how she could barely breathe before, but now everything was fine again. She wondered if it was possible that the pressure wouldn't work on them in the future. The guy noted that the pressure had disappeared. Turning to the side, he asked why they still hadn't seen the boss. Jai-han and Moa also started looking around, and the brunette said that he didn't know when or where he would appear, and maybe he was invisible, so they had to be careful. The brunette relayed his words to the others. The white-haired guy started casting a spell, saying that even if they didn't see him, the moisture would settle on the surface as frost. He asked how they could use detection magic. While the huntress was noting his resourcefulness, Siohu said he disagreed. He looked ahead with a frown while the girl with a displeased face mentally asked him to shut up and then asked him what was wrong. The man glanced at her and asked her to look ahead. An old man and a knight were walking towards them from the forest. Moa assumed that they were also hunters. She covered her mouth with her hand, and Yundam replied that he didn't think so, since they just had very little time and their clothes were very different. The brown-haired girl frowned and remembered the red screen, after which she assumed that it could be the ruler of the people. The three were standing behind the guild leader, and the white-haired man said that if his assumptions were correct, then it was most likely a monster. The man noted that they were already approaching, and they needed to be careful. The old man and the knight stopped in front of the hunters. Looking at the two people, the white-haired man noted that the blonde man behind him looked like his grandson, and the girl agreed with him. She mentally noted that they did not look like monsters at all. Looking at the blonde old man's sweet face, the brown-haired girl thought that he looked more like a saint. She bowed her head sharply, and a puzzled Jai-han asked why she was greeting them. Remembering her teacher, the huntress replied that he was an old man, and she had always been taught to treat her elders with respect. When the young blonde man lowered his head in response, the guy said that they seemed lucky, and he was taught the same way. Moa noted that they seemed very nice and welcoming. When the old man raised his hand, the girl thought that the atmosphere between them had eased a little, and then wondered if this was really the boss. Pointing to the crown on the brown-haired girl's head, the man began to speak in an incomprehensible language. He began to explain vigorously, waving his arms, and Yundam and the huntress began to whisper, noting that they did not understand anything at all. Moa suggested trying Yuqua communication. When she opened the system screen, the white-haired man noted that they would hardly agree to eat her. At this time, the blonde man began to say something indignantly to the old man. The man patted the guy on the armor with a smile, and the brown-haired woman assumed that they were finished. The old man turned and pointed his palm at the fortress beyond the forest. When the pair of strangers began to leave, the brown-haired woman said that it seemed that he asked them to follow them. Yundam said that he hoped that at least they were not the kind of monster that took people as prisoners. Jai-Han crossed his arms over his chest and noted that only sirens from the other world were capable of such a thing, but they usually take the attractive appearance of the opposite sex. The huntress replied that although she found them pleasant, it was unlikely that the four of them had the same tastes. As the old man beckoned with his hand, Moa said that she did not find the grandpas tempting, and the white-haired man agreed with her. Seo, who asked everyone to follow him. He walked ahead, holding his shield. After a while, they walked towards the mansion. Walking through a large, ruined square, the group asked what had happened here. The old man opened the door and pointed with his hand. Yundam asked if they were asking them to follow them further, and Jai-Han invited them in. Inside, paintings hung on the marble walls and statues stood. The group came out into a large hall with a round table, and Moa thought that this place was very atmospheric. The old man pointed with his hand to the chairs. Seo, who sat down first, and they began to pour tea for him, and the huntress tried to understand if they really should do this. When she and Yundam sat down, they also began to pour tea into the mugs. The girl tried to understand what all this meant. Watching the two hunters drink the tea without hesitation, she thought that they had no idea what was in it or if it was poisoned. She imagined the old man's grim face, saying that he had poisoned their tea. When he sat down on a chair, the brunette looked into the mug, thinking that she doubted that they were bewitched. Moa closed her eyes and took a sip. The old man folded his hands on the table and asked with a smile if they liked the tea. The shocked huntress wondered if she could understand their speech now. The protagonist looked at the old man in shock. The old man asked Moa if she liked the tea. The protagonist said that the tea was very tasty. The old man smiled contentedly, sitting at the table. He said that he was glad that he pleased the Lord with tea. Yundam looked at the protagonist in surprise, who was at a loss. She asked what the Lord, that is, her. Yundam addressed Moa as a sister, asking that she was the Lord. The huntress looked at Yundam in confusion, who was smiling happily. The huntress said that this was unlikely, asking why he called her sister. The hunter said that they were in the same boat now, and she could also just call him Yundam, asking that if she did not like sister, then maybe friend. The hunter looked at Seo, who with displeasure, pursing his lips. Seo, who told them to stop chatting and get ready. The protagonist looked at the old man with a serious look. She asked him if he was Alphanes, the boss of the monsters, the ruler of the people of Alphanes. Alphanes sat with a calm face, folding his hands on the table. He said that among the locals, that is how it is. Alphanes opened his eyes, looking at the protagonist with narrowed eyes. The protagonist said that there must have been a misunderstanding, and that she is not the ruler. Alphanes said that it cannot be, since she wears the crown of the ruler. The protagonist pointed at the blue crown with a surprised finger. She asked what it was. Yundam watched the protagonist with a smile, who smiled confusedly. Moa said that it was just her horn. The old man said that she did not need to deny it, noting that he had rarely seen such excellent crowns. The protagonist covered her face with her hands, while Jai-Han watched her with a smile. The protagonist said that she was not the overlord, and that she was not wearing the overlord's crown. The knight leaned towards Alphanes, covering his mouth with his hand. The knight whispered in the old man's ear. Alphanes said that was it, noting that he had not considered such a possibility. Alphanes looked at the protagonist with a serious look. He asked the overlord if he could ask her a question. The boys looked at the old man with serious faces. Alphanes asked if it was possible that in their world the Exodus Hall had not yet been opened. Moa frowned, looking at Alphanes with confusion. She asked what kind of Exodus Hall. Alphanes closed his eyes, slightly tilting his head. He said that as he thought, now it was clear to him why they did not know what he was talking about. The old man imagined the black silhouettes of hunters, led by the overlord. Alphanes said that the overlord was the one who was worthy of participating in the hall, and the symbol of participation was the crown. The old man picked up the mug, raising it. He said that their conversation would be much longer, asking if he could continue with her permission. The protagonist frowned, folding her hands on the table. She said that he could speak without any worries. Alphanes thanked Moa. The old man looked down, raising the mug to his lips. He said that he believed that they should go back to the very beginning. Alphanes imagined beings sitting on thrones with crowns. He said that first of all, the rulers of all the worlds gather in the Hall of Exodus and fight for the throne there, and when the time comes, the hall will open its doors to the rulers. Seo, who looked at the old man with a serious look. He asked why they fight for the throne. Alphanes imagined a man with a crown, holding a staff in his hand. He said that the one sitting on the throne determines the fate of all the worlds. The main character frowned, looking at the old man warily. She thought about the fate of all the worlds. The old man looked at the main character with curiosity. He said that it was worth considering. Nothing had started yet, asking Moa that the other lords were in their domains. Moa asked what domain. The huntress opened her mouth, imagining a blue gate. She asked the old man that he was asking about dungeons, spaces like that were cut off from the outside world. Alphonse said that everything was correct, noting that they called them dungeons. The huntress widened her eyes, looking carefully at Alphonse. She said that if he meant whether the monster bosses were in their dungeons, that was true, they were inside them. The old man lowered his sad gaze, looking at the table. He asked them to tell him what a dungeon was to them. Yundan rested his hands on the table, moving slightly closer to him. He said that it was a hunting ground that was teeming with monsters and engulfed their lands with its appearance, adding that it was also a treasure trove with an abundance of items. Alphonse placed his mug on the table, looking down with a sad expression. He said that everything was repeating itself, and so they thought, a place where fallen evil roamed, a land condemned by God, a dwelling place for invaders. Yundam raised an eyebrow, resting his face on his hand. He asked Alphonse that they were not the same, adding that he did not even know how they were going to deny it. The old man said that they would understand everything when he finished. The old man imagined an image of a girl with a crown, with a crowd of people behind her. Alphonse said that they were not monsters from other worlds invading their world, but refugees who fled with the overlord. The main character imagined an image of a girl holding a child. She thought of refugees, people who leave their home and flee from disasters or wars to another land. The main character, with a dumbfounded face, imagined images of insect monsters. She thought that in this way, all those monsters from the dungeon of the insect lord were refugees. Alphonse said that he understood how difficult it was for them to accept this. The old man imagined an image of a golden man near an egg. He said that one day, a wormhole appeared on their land, inhabited by monsters. The old man imagined people who received magical powers. Alphonse said that among the people there appeared those who had special powers, and for them, they were the chosen ones of God. The old man closed his eyes, clasping his hands around the mug. He said that they could all use magic and God's power, but in the evil domain, only their abilities worked. Jai-Han crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Moa. He said that everything happened similarly to them. At first, when hunters were still considered civilians, the military was sent on raids. Jai-Han imagined the military in a dungeon with monsters. He said that only regular weapons did not work there, the barrels did not fire, the grenades did not explode. The main character looked down thoughtfully, putting her hand to her face. Jai-Han said that so only hunters began to clear dungeons. Moa noted that it turns out that without powers or skills from the system, it is impossible to fight normally in the dungeon. Alphonse said that this is exactly it. He imagined people pointing to the portal. He said that there was a lot of evil at that time, and they were very lucky that they did not go beyond the domain. Seo, who crossed his arms on his chest, looking intently at the old man. Alphonse said that, however, they wrote everything off to fear of their god, then he relaxed, and let go of anxiety, fell into deceptive self-confidence. Alphonse pressed his palm to his chest, looking dejected. He said that for now he had recounted the past and now he would move on to what happened next. The boys listened attentively to the old man's story, pursing their lips. Alphonse said that when the conquests became a routine, he had no doubt that their borders were protected, but then it all began. Alphonse imagined how monsters came out of the gate. He said that the monsters in their domains threw off their shackles. Alphonse imagined how the monsters destroyed the city and killed people. The old man said that the monsters, unbridled, sowed destruction. The old man imagined how people communicated with each other. He said that they asked for help from allies, neutral states, and even enemies, but the troops sent were delayed, and the urgency was ignored, noting that they were abandoned. The main character looked at the old man sadly. Alphonse said that it was embarrassing to admit, but their minds were blinded by the objects from the evil domain, so much so that many were only waiting for the fall of other countries, adding that their discord had worsened. The protagonist bowed her head, looking sadly at the table. She thought that their past was similar to their present, and it would be very bad if monsters crossed. The old man imagined people fighting among themselves. He said that soon the Hall of Exodus opened, only the chosen ones of each country, instead of uniting, were zealously fighting. Alphonse remembered the torn flag. He said that among those who entered the hall, only a few survived, and in the end they fled. The boys sat at the table, staring at the old man. Moa asked what place they found after escaping. Alphonse said that it was so, having abandoned their world, they eventually ended up there. However, along the way they visited others, traveling from one land to another. Alphonse lowered his head, shaking it. The huntress asked why they had to run, and that it was because of the rampaging monsters. Alphonse noted that they were just a small shock before the Exodus Hall, and there was another, more serious disaster. The huntress looked at the old man with a worried expression. Her brows furrowed. She asked what kind of disaster it was. Alphonse pursed his lips, looking downcast. He said that it came after the Exodus Hall. The old man recalled how a huge yellow sphere shone in the sky. Alphonse said that it was a monster that absorbed everything, starting with the soul of the world. The boys looked at the old man with a worried expression, their brows furrowed. Alphonse said that the Exodus Hall was merely a rite of passage for those who would face him. Jai-Han stared straight ahead, his face serious. The old man said that what they called the system was taken as a sign from God, noting that it was in fact an act of mercy for the poor little creatures doomed to face a ferocious monster. Seo, who folded his hands in front of him, looking at the old man with a serious gaze. He asked what kind of monster he was talking about. The old man clenched his mug in his hand. He said he was talking about a universal predator. The old man imagined a huge worm-like monster with a glow emanating from its mouth. The old man said it was a devourer of worlds, a devourer of souls, a gaping black mouth that appeared in the sky. The boys sat around the table in deafening silence. The main character was terrified of a meteorite crashing down on the dinosaurs. She thought that it was about such incomprehensible things that she could not even believe in the reality of what was happening. That very feeling. Seo, who looked at the old man with a serious expression. He asked what it meant they escaped there from him. Alphonse said that everything was correct and what they called the dungeons was a new home for them and other refugees. The old man imagined the main character sitting on the throne under the monster. He said that the ruler who took the throne in the Hall of Exodus has a choice to fight the predator or to escape by flight. Seo, who frowned, looking at the old man with bewilderment. He asked what he said it was possible to escape and how to do it. Alphonse looked down sadly while the knight turned his head to the side. The old man said that it was an imperfect escape due to the strength of the hall. The old man imagined that it was possible to take only a part of the city. He said that you can take as much from your world as the Hall of Exodus allows and escape to another. Seo, who looked menacingly at Alphonse, frowning. He asked that in other words, it is impossible to save everyone. Alphonse said that everything is correct, only the servants of the Lord and those whom he chooses himself. Alphonse said that the Lord can also take only those possessions with which he entered the Hall of Exodus. The protagonist sat at the table in horror, her eyes wide. Seo, who said that the Lord's possessions are no larger than a dungeon, and that he understands everything. Moa thought that this is how the fate of the world is decided. Yundam looked at the protagonist with curiosity. He asked the old man that nothing more, noting that it seemed to him that ruling the world implies more power. Alphonse said that the hall gives strength. The knight poured hot tea into Alphonse's mug. The old man said that the moment the Lord sits on the throne, all the resources and power of the world pass to him, adding that it would not be an exaggeration to call him the strongest. Alphonse said that, however, a great responsibility falls on his shoulders. Seo, who turned his gaze to the heroine, frowning. Seo, who asked the old man what he said, that the Lord and his subordinates can go to the Hall of Exit, but how does one become the Lord? The old man looked at Seo, who with a smile, who was irritated. Alphonse asked Seo, who that he was not already the subordinate of this lady. The hunter said that was not true, asking him to explain everything. Alphonse smiled awkwardly, closing his eyes. He said that the first way is to cleanse the domain of evil and take possession of the crown of the Lord that hunts there, noting that it is extremely rare to get it intact. The protagonist and Jai-Han looked at Alphonse in surprise, their eyes wide. The old man said that most crowns fall apart, making it difficult to get a whole one. Moa thought that in her case, she had taken possession of the horn. Alphonse lowered his head, clasping his mug with his hands. Seo, who asked Alphonse about the second way. Alphonse imagined a man with a crown next to a dead body. Alphonse said that after seeing off the deceased ruler, he would take the throne and become the new one himself. The old man folded his hands in front of himself, lowering his head. He said that the previous pope was an extremely strong man, but the Hall of Exodus was also harsh. In the end, he and the paladin Rodrin were left alone. The protagonist looked at the old man with sadness in her eyes. Alphonse said that to tell the truth, he saw no point in continuing to flee, but Rodrin was still young. The old man looked at the knight standing next to him. He said that in the end, he took the throne. Seo, who crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Alphonse with confusion. He asked what exactly he was telling them this story for. Alphonse asked what they hadn't seen on the way there. The hunters looked at the old man with serious faces. Alphonse said that their world had already faded. Alphonse recalled the devastation and ruins of the city. He said that the civilization had burned to the ground. There was no one left to remember and sing of their past. The old man asked what was the point of owning a territory that no one could protect. Alphonse clutched the mug in his hands, lowering his head. He said that they no longer had the desire to fight. Moa frowned, looking down sadly. Alphonse said that he just didn't want to allow this tragedy to happen again. The main character looked at the old man in surprise. Alphonse said that he knew why they came to this dungeon. The old man and the knight bowed their heads to the female protagonist, who was dumbfounded by their actions. Alphonse said that if the overlord spared Rodrin, they would become loyal subordinates and hand over this domain. Moa asked what the dungeon was. A golden crown of leaves shone on the old man's head. Alphonse took it off his head, heading towards the female protagonist. He knelt down, holding the crown out to the protagonist. Alphonse asked Moa to take the crown. The female protagonist began waving her hands in panic, her brows furrowed. She asked the old man what he was doing. Jai-Han stood up from his chair, looking at Moa. He told her to ask him what would happen when she took over the domain, noting that she might not be able to leave or something. Moa looked awkwardly at Alphonse, pointing her finger at herself. She asked Alphonse that if the dungeon was taken over by her, she would become a boss monster there, meaning a target for attack or something similar. The old man said that it would not happen at all, that would not happen. Rodrin looked at the old man in panic, running up to him. Alphonse told Moa that if she did not believe him, she could take the crown this way. The old man closed his eyes, smiling sadly. He said that he was asking only for the sake of young Rodrin. Moa looked at Alphonse with sadness, raising her eyebrows. The old man said that they would obey. Alphonse opened his eyes, looking at Moa in surprise. The huntress said that she would take it. The huntress extended her hands, taking the golden crown. The old man thanked the Lord with all his heart. Moa closed her eyes and smiled widely, holding the crown in her hands. She said that rather, she should be thanking him. Moa thought that she was not born yesterday, but why did she not feel like they were trying to deceive her? The old man closed his eyes, shedding a tear, while Moa and Jai-Han looked thoughtfully at the crown. The huntress thought that this wreath should also be eaten. The main character briskly bit the crown, while Yundam covered his mouth with his hand. Alphonse asked the Lord that she was hungry. Seo who looked at Moa in bewilderment, while Yundam burst into laughter. Moa asked embarrassedly that this is not how they do it, noting that monsters' horns are inherited only when they are eaten. Jai-Han crossed his arms over his chest, looking straight ahead, dumbfounded. The old man looked at the embarrassed main character with a smile. He said that in the case of a part of a dead lord, everything is exactly like that, but it is a different matter when the lord himself agrees to become a servant. Jai-Han thought that that's it. Moa thought it was good that at least Jai-Han had the same reaction as her. Alphonse took the crown in his hands. He told her to let him have it for a second. The old man walked up to Moa, placing the crown on her head. Alphonse knelt down, bowing to Moa, who began to emit a golden light. The old man and Rodrin bowed before the huntress. System notification. Human overlord Alphonse offers to become her servant. Does she agree? Alphonse thanked Moa for her trust. The protagonist's hair emitted a golden glow. The protagonist looked at the system notifications that appeared in shock. Together with human overlord Alphonse, she gained skills. The S-rank skill of the Saint's Dignity was obtained. The S-rank skill of the Shrine Barrier was obtained. Many notifications appeared. Human overlord Alphonse's dungeon was given to Moa. She became the owner of the highest level of access to the dungeon. She is able to create an unlimited number of gates to the dungeon itself, accessing it from anywhere. The huntress looked at the notification in surprise, reaching out her finger to it. She thought that handing over the dungeon was one thing, but at the end of the subordination ritual, Alphonse and the knight were sitting on one knee, their heads bowed. Moa thought that everything Alphonse said was true. They were subordinates. The old man raised his head, looking at the worried huntress with bewilderment. The huntress told the old man that he gave her an entire dungeon, asking that nothing bothered him. Alphonse said that the servant belongs to its master, and if she wishes, they will take her to the underground treasury. The main character closed her eyes and smiled confusedly, waving her hands. She said that it would be better later, noting that speaking of the Hall of Outcome, she asked that he mention that before its opening, monsters break out of the dungeons. The old man said that everything is correct. The main character stood with her back, looking at Alphonse. She asked that it was inevitable, and maybe the predator still will not come. Alphonse said that the predator will come without exception, noting that it necessarily follows the possession of evil, that is, the dungeon. Alphonse imagined a huge monster absorbing all living things. The old man said that by accepting the victorious master, the Hall of Outcome steals part of the predator's power. He, in turn, follows her trail. Yundam suddenly appeared next to Moa, looking at the old man with curiosity. He asked Alphonse how he knew so much. Alphonse said that a refugee told him about it in the distant past. Yundam raised one eyebrow, looking at the old man with bewilderment. He asked what it meant if all the dungeons were closed, he would not be able to come. The old man said that in another world they tried this method, however. Alphonse raised his hand, looking at the guys with a serious expression. He said that it was all useless if the dungeon had already opened at least once. Even if the Lord escaped, traces of the power used would still remain. The old man asked how many dungeons they had appeared and what was the frequency of their opening. Yundam looked thoughtfully at the floor, while Seo who approached the guy. Yundam said that it meant the process could not be stopped. Seo who noted that he believed there were more than 60 dungeons, and the frequency was less than a month. The main character smiled confusedly, pointing a finger at herself. The old man said that in that case there was little time left, asking what to think. They have a fair number of human overlords. Moa said that she was the only overlord. Yundam smiled maliciously, looking at Siohu. He said that there weren't even a couple of overlords to enter the hall, thanking some individuals who didn't let them raid bosses. The guys stood nearby, looking at the old man. Alphonse said that based on what he heard, he could say that the overlords would soon leave their domains and start looking for allies and killing each other. Moa asked about allies, noting that the insect overlords weren't exactly intelligent. Alphonse closed his eyes and lowered his head. He said that in the face of a mortal threat, instincts prevail over reason. The old man imagined an image of a blue monster emitting light. He said that we should not forget that the dungeon masters are the lords who have won the Exodus Hall at least once. Alphonse imagined a monster emitting green mist. He said that they are able to recognize threats and are also wise enough to make good decisions. The hunters looked at Alphonse with serious eyes and pursed lips. Moa said that since this is the situation, they all the more need to hurry. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a confident look and her mouth open. The protagonist lowered her head and clenched her hands into fists. She said that since this is the situation, they all the more need to hurry. The old man said that it was true. Moa said that they had so little time. Alphonse closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He told the Lord to let him be curious. Jai-Han looked at the old man, who pointed at him, dumbfounded. Alphonse asked Moa what the relationship was to that spirit. Jai-Han pointed at himself in surprise, his eyes wide. The brunette walked up to the old man, waving his hand in front of his face. Moa asked Alphonse what he could see Jai-Han for. The old man said that he could not see, but sense since he was a priest. Jai-Han grinned in displeasure while Moa smiled awkwardly. Alphonse said that he believed the spirit cared for her very much and did not leave her side for a second. Jai-Han said that the old man was talking nonsense. The protagonist put her hand in her pocket, looking at him. She said that in the past he saved her life, but some circumstances did not allow him to find peace, asking if this was familiar to him. The protagonist took out a white stone that looked like a pearl. The old man said that it was a kind of magic stone. Moa asked what a magic stone it was. The old man said that it was also uncorrupted, since it was not affected by a predator. Yundam looked at the spirit in surprise, covering his mouth with his hands. He asked Jai-Han that he was a monster, noting that he thought he was so strong. Alphonse raised his hand, recalling the images of magic stones. He said that when mixed with the power of a predator, the soul is destroyed, becoming a magic stone, but before that it exists in the form of a soul stone. The protagonist looked at the old man in surprise, her mouth open. Alphonse said that they can be made into weapons, but in exchange they decided to grant peace. Moa asked that they were able to grant peace. Jai-Han narrowed his eyes at the huntress, pursing his lips. The old man said that such a thing was possible, adding that all consciousness and energy dissipates, passing into a state of nothingness. The huntress smiled awkwardly, looking at Jai-Han. She lowered her gaze, scratching her cheek with her finger. She said that it turns out that they can rest in peace after all. Moa didn't think she would be so upset, and that it was because she wouldn't see him again. The huntress thought that he would be better off this way than he was at that moment. The protagonist closed her eyes and smiled in confusion. She asked Jai-Han that it was great, noting that he would finally be retiring. The old man opened his eyes, looking at his master in surprise. He asked her that he wasn't very valuable, noting that the soul stone she had was extremely powerful. The protagonist looked at Alphonse in surprise, her mouth hanging open. She said that she didn't quite understand. Alphonse asked Moa that it wouldn't be more useful for his master to materialize him, making him a servant. Moa and Jai-Han looked at the old man in shock, their eyes wide. Moa didn't understand what he was talking about. Jai-Han asked what could be materialized. The spirit widened his eyes as he looked at Moa, while she looked at the old man with wild eyes. Jai-Han told her to ask him. Moa asked what it meant to materialize, that he would survive, and how she could make him a servant. Alphonse smiled confusedly, closing his eyes. He said that if you give the soul stone a high-ranking magic, it will materialize for a short period of time. The more stones it absorbs, the longer the physical form will last. The old man introduced the lord that Jai-Han worships. He told Moa to take into account that the creature will become the lord's servant and will belong to her forever. The protagonist looked at Jai-Han with narrowed eyes, raising her eyebrows. She wondered if Jai-Han would want such a fate. The spirit hovered over Moa with a joyful smile, which shocked her. He told her to do so. Jai-Han closed his eyes and bowed to her with a smile. Moa asked the spirit if he was okay with it, noting that he would become her servant and would belong to her. The spirit said he was okay with it, calling her master. The protagonist covered her face with her hand, closing her eyes. She told Jai-Han to stop fooling around and think normally, especially since his body was not guaranteed to be perfect. Moa said that it was basically a slave contract. The huntress imagined herself dragging Jai-Han along while he was tied up. The spirit slightly tilted his head, smiling slightly. He asked the huntress what she was worried about, noting that he had already decided. Yundam approached Moa, tilting his head slightly. Moa asked Jaihan if that was true. She thought that he really did not want to retire. Yundam held out the magic stone, while Moa looked at the system window. Yundam told her to hold his rank stone, noting that she needed a high-rank magic stone. The old man said that a rank was fine, but if possible, S would be better. The higher the quality of the magic stone, the greater the power after materialization. Yundam looked at the green magic stone in shock. Moa asked if this was good enough and what to do next. Yundam asked where she got such a stone. Alphonse said that he saw that his master was quite prudent. An S-rank magic stone. Alphonse said that it was very simple, just touch the magic stone to the soul stone. The heroine touched the magic stone to the soul stone, and a slight shimmer appeared. Moa asked what it was done like this. Jaihan looked straight ahead, smiling slightly. He said that he accepted. System notifications appeared in front of the heroine. Jaihan's personality agreed to belong to her. Personality Jaihan gained the ability to materialize due to the energy of the magic stone. The brunette looked away with a smile, while a golden glow emanated from the stone. The brunette said that this was not bad. System notifications. Personality Jaihan is absorbing the energy of the magic stone. Estimated time, 48 hours. The materialization time of personality Jaihan is directly proportional to the absorbed energy of the magic stone. System notification. Current materialization time, 60 seconds. Recharge, 6 hours. The protagonist looked at the system notification with bewilderment. She thought that 60 seconds, they would not have time to eat in that amount of time. Moa thought she couldn't believe it. They wouldn't even eat noodles together. The magic stone began to enter the protagonist's palm. System notification. The procedure for creating a connection with Jaihan's personality has been completed. The protagonist tossed the stone, looking at the brunette. She asked how he felt. She thought that he had returned to normal. Jaihan said that he was fine. The hunter looked thoughtfully straight ahead, putting his hand to his face. He said that he could see the system windows again, and that he had an inventory, adding that he felt like he was really alive. Moa asked Jaihan about materialization. Jaihan extended his hand, clenching it into a fist. He said that he would try. The brunette closed his eyes, concentrating on materialization. Jaihan began to transform from a spirit into a human. The hunters watched what was happening in surprise. The brunette raised his hand, looking at her with a serious look. The protagonist pursed her lips, watching the surprised brunette. She thought, here he is, Jaihan, who can intimidate people with just his presence. The female lead smiled awkwardly, raising her eyebrows. She thought she was a little embarrassed. Moa asked Jaihan how he felt and if he felt any discomfort. The hunter widened his eyes, looking at the huntress in surprise. Jaihan blushed slightly, smiling widely and confidently walking towards Moa. Moa asked Jaihan what was wrong and if everything was okay. Moa said that he congratulated him. The brunette hugged the huntress, pressing her to his chest. He closed his eyes and smiled widely, pressing his face against her head. Moa blushed with embarrassment, widening her eyes. She thought she could hear his heartbeat. The female lead blushed and pushed the brunette away. She did not understand what was happening and why he suddenly wanted to hug her. Jaihan put his hands on the huntress's shoulders, looking at her with a smile. He said that she had no idea how much he wanted to do it. Yundam looked at the guys with a sly smile, while Siohu cried sadly. Moa thought, how is she supposed to know? Yundam told Siohu that he told him, brother Jaihan is her lover. Siohu walked up to the brunette with a sad look. Jaihan closed his eyes and smiled, clenching his hand into a fist. He looked at Siohu with a furious look, swinging his fist at him. The hunter hit Siohu in the face with all his might, causing him to fly off. Moa did not understand what happened. Siohu flew into the wall, leaving a hole in it. The main character watched in shock, while Jaihan shook off his hand. Jaihan told Siohu that he told him, noting that he should listen normally in the future and not to bother Moa anymore. Jaihan said that he warned him. The guys ran to Siohu, who was sitting on the floor unconscious. The protagonist thought that this was Alphonse's house. The protagonist looked at Jaihan, who had returned to spirit form, confused. She thought that he was calm, even after he hugged her. Moa said that she understood. The huntress raised an eyebrow, imagining Jaihan with his arms outstretched. She thought that the hug was friendly. The brunette leaned towards the huntress, who closed her eyes. The huntress thought that this was true, and she almost thought so, adding that Jaihan's attractiveness was too striking. Jaihan asked Moa what was wrong, noting that her face was red. The protagonist covered her face with her hand from the hunter. The brunette asked that she was hot. The protagonist said that she was just surprised and was already recovering. The protagonist thought that she had almost put them in an awkward situation. Jaihan slightly narrowed his eyes, smiling maliciously. He asked Moa if he was sure, noting that he would do this often from now on, so she should get used to it. The protagonist looked at the brunette with embarrassment. She did not understand in what sense he said such a thing. Jae-han looked at the protagonist with a smirk, narrowing his eyes. The huntress blushed with embarrassment, looking at Jae-han. The brunette looked questioningly at the huntress, who put her hand to her face. She told him to tell her if there were any changes. Moa thought he was still making fun of her. The brunette massaged his shoulder, raising his eyebrows. He said that he no longer felt the distance limitation that did not allow him to move more than 3 meters from the soul stone. Moa asked if it was permanently removed. The brunette said that he did not know, and he would have to test it in practice. Moa asked what else. The brunette put his hand to his face, looking straight ahead. He said that as he said earlier, the inventory appeared and there are system windows again. Noting that everything is super, it's just a pity that it can materialize for a minute and only at 6 o'clock. Yoondam was sitting next to Seo-hoo, who was unconscious. Moa asked that maybe she would return his items to him then, and if he could take them now. Jae-han said that it was unlikely in this form, and apparently it would only work in physical form. Jae-han looked curiously at Moa, who was looking at the system window. The brunette asked the huntress what about her, if she received a new skill along with the crown. The huntress said that she even received 2. In front of the main character was a system window with skills. It contained the skills of the Shrine Barrier and the dignity of the Saint of the S rank. Moa said that the barrier of the shrine creates protection from the penetration of strangers, and the dignity of the saint either frightens people around or disposes to itself. Moa said that was why everyone had so thoughtlessly agreed to drink tea. Jae-han stood next to the huntress, while Seo-hoo began to stir slowly. Jae-han asked what she thought, noting that it was a very useful skill. Seo-hoo raised his head, his face dented from the blow. Moa told Jae-han that she would give the items back later. Yoondam asked Seo-hoo if he was alive. Yoondam stood up, smiling at the hunter. He said that there wasn't even a scratch on him, asking if he was even human, adding that although he should thank Jae-han for the fact that he had hit weakly. Yoondam looked at Seo-hoo in surprise, his eyes wide. Seo-hoo told Yoondam to give it back now, noting that he himself had said that if he helped with the raid. The hunter looked at the guy with a menacing look, pointing at Alphonse. He asked what or if he should take Alphonse, and if he was going to give it to him. Yoondam waved his hands nervously, looking at the formidable hunter. He said that of course not, since he was Moa's subordinate, and now also for them. Seo-hoo said that he should get his reward. Yoondam's eyes widened, looking at the hunter in surprise. Moa thought that Yoondam called her sister again. The silver-haired guy asked the hunter what he was talking about, noting that not only did he not help, but he also attacked a member of the group. Seo-hoo looked at the guy with annoyance, baring his teeth. He asked the guy that he was tired of living. Seo-hoo leaned over the hunter, putting his hands out to the side. Yoondam asked Seo-hoo what was wrong with him, noting that he simply asked for help, but did not promise anything in return, asking if that was true. Moa asked what he was talking about. Yoondam awkwardly looked behind him at the huntress, holding his neck. He said that in exchange for helping them with the raid, he promised to help save the huntress Seo-jin. Moa asked what exactly they needed. Seo-hoo looked at the huntress with a stern look, narrowing his eyes. He said it was a video. Yoondam folded his hands together, looking at Moa with a pleading look. The huntress thought with irritation that he made such a promise without even asking her, adding that although he was the same age as Seungju, he would be gentler. Yoondam looked at the displeased huntress with a guilty look. He said that he was truly sorry, adding that simply releasing the video would not expose his sister, and her family would not suffer from it. Yoondam's eyes widened, looking at Moa with a smile. He asked the huntress, didn't he say that, adding that now it was known who their enemy was. The protagonist crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the hunter with a serious look. The protagonist said that she had a rough idea. It was probably the Daein Guild in the Dungeon Control Center, asking if there was anyone else. Yoondam imagined a group of people with darkened faces. He said that the Daily Hunter and legal circles were most likely involved. Yoondam imagined a city with multi-story buildings. He said that plus support from abroad. The protagonist looked at the guys with a serious look. Yoondam said that he himself did not know, but they said that a foreigner went on a raid with the Daein Guild, and he was the one who took the items. The protagonist said that it turned out that she would not be able to breathe easy even if she sent her family outside the country. The old man turned to Moa. The old man closed his eyes, standing with a calm face. He asked why she did not use this property if she needed shelter. Moa asked what the dungeon was, adding that it would be dangerous if more hunters came. The protagonist looked at the system window in surprise, putting her hand to her face. Alphonse said that she was free to seal the entrance with the shrine barrier, in which case only the master would be able to enter. The huntress thought that the shrine barrier could be used like that, noting that it was very convenient. Seo-hoo grabbed Yoondam's clothes in displeasure, clenching his hand into a fist. Yoondam asked that since they had settled everything there, it was time to leave, adding that other hunters would come soon, so she should not hesitate with the barrier. Yoondam waved the hunter's hand away, looking at him with displeasure. Seo, who asked where he was going, adding that he should show the video live. Yoondam said that he did not have it, and in general, he could not dispose of it. Seo, who frowned, looking away furiously. The protagonist frowned, looking at Seo, who with displeasure. She asked the hunter what he was looking at. The protagonist clenched her hand into a fist, looking at the furious Seo, who. She said that she could not give the video. The protagonist crossed her arms over her chest, looking straight ahead with a serious look. She asked the hunter that he wanted to make it public through the media, but where was the guarantee that it would work? Seo, who grabbed his head in displeasure from such a situation. He asked to just give him the video and he would figure it out himself. The brunette did not want to do this, because in the media in any case with the Guild Daehan. She asked him if he thought that it would only get worse if they used the video on their hand. The protagonist imagined how a magical hand grabbed Seo, who by the throat. Moa suggested that it could be that everything went well, since they had other ways to threaten. The brunette added that they could kill their friend Hunter Seo, who or torture her if the video was published. The brunette again held his head with a dissatisfied face. He did not understand where Moa got such radical guesses from. She crossed her arms and looked angrily at the brunette. The girl said that she was on the same team with Seo, who, and they got along well, so she knew everything how it was. The brunette understood that this girl tried to kill her, but this was already their personal secret. Moa frowned and looked angrily at the guy. She said that they needed to understand that the video could not be published yet. She realized that this was their last resort, and the only weapon capable of changing the public's opinion, and she could not use it so early. The girl came closer to the tall Seo, who, noting that she would help them with Seo, who's escape. The brunette did not understand why she would suddenly help. The huntress looked angrily at the guy, putting her hand to her chest. She stated that she could not allow an innocent person to be falsely accused. Seo, who looked up in confusion, slightly surprised. He noted that in that case it must be that he and Seo who really became friends. The brunette scratched her head and slightly grimaced, realizing that this was said loudly and they were more like acquaintances. Yoondam put his hands on his hips and looked at the brunette. Seo, who thanked the girl for her offered help, but he could not understand and find out where the girl was kept. Yoondam asked if she had been in prison. Seo, who replied that he had checked all the regular and maximum security prisons and found nothing there. Jae-han looked at the brown-haired girl, who turned to look at him, puzzled. He offered his help, which made Moa stupefied. He explained that the 3-meter limitation was no longer in effect, so it was easier for him to get through and find out everything, and if anything, he could materialize. The brown-haired girl was glad that they had a person like Jae-han, since the ghost could now easily get anywhere. The blue-haired guy and the brunette looked ahead, dumbfounded, in shock. Seo, who was shocked that Jae-han offered his help, realizing that if they got out of here, Jae-han would definitely be able to find something. Yoondam smiled, imagining them diving from the ship into the sea through the portal. He wanted to decide on a plan, because time was running out, be it setting up a barrier or something else, but he had to hurry. The brunette's eyes widened and asked if they were ready to gather. All the guys were standing in the hall and began to fuss. Moa noted that she would be back soon, because she still needed to learn a lot. Alphani said that they would be waiting. The main character joined her palms and glowed with a yellow aura, calling the barrier of the shrine, because she wanted to create a gate to the outside. A huge portal of yellow aura appeared in front of the brunette. A notification popped up that the Lord was granted the right to create gates connected to the outside world. The protagonist was delighted that she had done it so easily. Yoondam decided to give her a black mask before the brunette left. He stopped her and offered to take the mask so as not to get caught if they suddenly ran into other hunters. She put the mask on her face and they were about to enter the portal. She thanked Yoondam, who told everyone to go into the portal. All the guys started running into the portal one after another. Icy air filled the space with crystals. The guys will into the space of the ice portal. The girl understood that they came in the evening, so they should have night now. The blue-haired hunter extended his hand towards the protagonist with a smile and offered to get up right away. The guy's feet immediately came off the ground. The whole team of people took each other's hands and soared into the air into space. A notification that the effect of addiction to potions had stopped working. The brunette understood that they had been there for about 4 hours. Seo, who said that he would return first, because the more empty his place was, the higher the probability that people would notice them. The brunette decided to tear the teleportation scroll. Yoondam ironically joked that Seo, who was always in a hurry somewhere, which he did not like. The whole team of guys looked at each other in confusion, being in the purple space. The brunette looked back at the boys, who were tense and baring their teeth. Yoondam noted that they should have held on tighter as he was speeding up. The girl noticed that the teleportation scroll most likely didn't work and didn't understand why. The funnel from the water led to the world. The boys flew out of the sea well of the teleport. The brunette and Yoondam, holding hands, looked down at the light in shock. The four boys were hovering in the night sky and saw glowing ships in the sea. They realized that some kind of trouble was brewing. Jai-Han leaned in front of the surprised brunette, who realized that the ships were clearly not fishing ships. The spirit joked that they could be fishermen who were completely inveterate. A bunch of ships of various sizes were sailing along the sea with light. They started counting the ships and realized that there were at least 200 of them, and judging by their magic, every person on board was a hunter. Yundam stared ahead from under his brows, explaining that it was a field with a ban on teleportation. A magical purple sphere filled the entire space, like a dome. The hunter added that organizing an attack on such a scale took time, and they were determined. Moa understood why the magic in this area made breathing so hard. The blue-haired hunter looked at the brunette, holding her hand. He suggested flying to the island first, realizing that they were most likely under surveillance. The guys started walking forward along the path. The girl wondered why they were waiting for them outside. The guys were watching from the hill at a bunch of approaching glowing ships. The hunter answered her that they would have gone out themselves anyway and apparently thought it was better this way. Moa scratched her head, looking at Yundam. He thought that the reason was most likely down below and apologized to the guys for dragging them in. The brown-haired girl said that there was no need to apologize because he didn't do it on purpose either. The hunter stretched his fingers down, surrounding himself with a blue aura. He assumed that they needed to deal with those guys in order to destroy the barrier, and only then would they be able to escape. Streams of blue energy stretched towards the sea. Blue energy was approaching a large ship in the sea. Blue mana along with a red energy beam intertwined with each other near the ship. The people on the ship began to fuss and recharge the red sphere for an attack. Their commander ordered to attack again and ordered the long-range mages to get ready. Yundam held his hand with a sly grin, while the brown-haired girl was in shock. The hunter realized that they definitely would not defeat them this way. The whole ship continued to float on the water. The other ships felt a powerful airflow of aura from Yundam. He held his hand in front of him, while the brunette stood nearby. She noticed that the ships were now frozen and it was possible to escape. Red lines began to emanate from the ship in succession, like from a lighthouse. Powerful red signals stretched from the ship in all directions. Siohu stared ahead, while Yundam began to worry and did not understand what to do next. The brunette asked the hunter to calm down. Yundam frowned deeply and stretched his hand out in front of himself, preparing to attack with magic again. He smirked and said that he was calm. Blue streams of icy aura stretched from the guy's island, and Yundam would have been calm if those ships were not here. Powerful attacks of Yundam's aura made their way through the ship's red beam to a bunch of ships. The masked brunette looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. It was terrifying for her, since Yundam's attacks couldn't enslave the ships, and at this rate they would get bogged down in a battle of attrition. Suddenly, the guys surrounded themselves with a cellular sphere for protection, since more were approaching them from the side. A powerful stream of energy was reaching from the ship to the guys. This stream of aura was trying to break through the guy's protective sphere. Jai-Han stared at what was happening, while the brunette tried to take cover. He asked her to be careful. The guys were in the center of events, and their sphere was being attacked from all sides. They understood that everything was just beginning. Jai-Han and the huntress watched from the sphere as various magical attacks tried to break through their shield. Jai-Han noticed that in addition to physical attacks, Siohu's absolute defense blocked the elements, poison, and curses, and they were temporarily safe. The brunette thought that when Siohu couldn't take it anymore, it would be the end for all of them. The protagonist began to walk around under the shield and saw burnt plants. She convulsively held her disheveled head while they were attacked by all kinds of magic from all sides. She understood that the hunters did not know their abilities and therefore decided to attack with everything. Jai-Han looked ahead with slight concern, indignant about this, because he did not have to waste time on materialization. Suddenly, a pink magic circle with various hieroglyphs appeared above the ships. Siohu looked ahead angrily, holding the magic sphere in his hand. The powerful energy sphere of the enemies began to glow brighter and brighter. From this circle, a devastating stream of aura shot out at the guys. Siohu was struggling to hold the protective sphere, covering the guys. He added that he couldn't withstand many attacks like this, since this attack was too powerful. The huntress looked away in confusion while Siohu held back his defense. She understood that it would be good if Jai-Han was with them, since Siohu would only be able to attack them twice like this, so she wanted to turn the situation to her advantage. Her eyes suddenly widened, realizing that they still had potions. She went into her inventory and started sorting through her things. She had S-rank magic potions, and from what she knew, a rank increased magic by 200%, which meant they should be even better. Jai-Han watched as Moa examined the potion in her hands, wanting to try it. The ghost looked worriedly at the girl behind her, who decided to drink the potion to the bottom. In front of her appeared a card with a description of the use of the potion, for which a special option was available in the form of a temporary or permanent increase. She really wanted to know what it was like to be a hunter with 300 plus magic. Suddenly, a red notification popped up warning that the user's current stats were too low and the potion could harm the body. She was asked if she wanted to continue. The huntress was indignant that the system was giving too vague a description, trying to understand what kind of harm was being discussed. She quickly poked the red button on the screen while Jai-Han watched in fear. She thought that everything would be fine and she had no choice in any case since she drank the potion. Suddenly, she was stunned and her eyes bulged. She was surrounded by purple discharges and began to fall. The guys did not understand what happened to her magic. A notification that her magic had been increased by 596 due to the potion she had consumed. She looked at the notification bloodthirstily, noticing that she had received a noticeable increase and that she was hot. The ghost looked at her worriedly as she tried to tear the scroll. The huntress knew that the increase was temporary and that she couldn't wait, so she had to use a B rank enhancement scroll since she had nothing better. She blushed and tensed up as if she was about to explode. She felt like her heart was about to burst and even steam was coming out of her ears, so she wanted to hurry. Seo, who held back his protective sphere while Moa moved forward. Yundam realized that she was about to use that skill. She looked forward bloodthirstily, emitting blue lightning bolts from herself. Moa knew that she had to hit as accurately as possible and kill fewer people, having only one chance to do all this. A blue sphere and lightning bolts appeared above her head. She wanted to use the Insect Lord's Thunder skill. A blue beam shot out from their protective sphere into the sky. It stretched high into the sky, illuminating everything around with blue light. Yundam and Seo, who looked at what was happening in confusion. The blue beam stretched far into the sky. As it flew, it began to emit small sparks all over the sky. The people on the ship looked at the blue light in confusion, not understanding what was happening. These sparks of blue light fell into the water next to the ship. Suddenly, all the ships began to soar in the air towards the blue light, and panic began on the ships. Yundam watched what was happening with delight. The huntress looked forward with glee, while a blue aura flashed above her head. Yundam thought ironically that this was no longer fair. A pile of shipwrecks lay in the sea. Yundam and Seo, who walked forward, rejoicing at this event. The brunette was emitting aura discharges and bowed her head. She leaned down further and grabbed her head, realizing that this was the very warning that all this could harm her, although she now felt like she was dying. Suddenly, Yundam touched her shoulder, explaining that she had definitely had enough. She pushed his hand away, looking forward, leaning her hand on her knee. She said that there were still hunters there, which meant they did not intend to retreat. The hunter in black suggested that maybe they just hadn't had time yet. The brunette stared ahead from under her brows, emitting an aura. Her guys tried to stop her, although only one thing was clear to her. The brunette looked ahead at the dark sea, while Yundam stood behind. She knew that the enemies were still there and the potion's time was running out, and she didn't know how much more her body could take. She suddenly became angry and looked forward furiously as the sphere above her head grew brighter. She wanted to squeeze out all of her potential. A powerful stream of energy was sent from her head into the sky. Jai-Han, dumbfounded, stretched out his hand towards the girl, trying to stop her. The hunters were splashing around in the sea and stared at this beam from afar, realizing that they were about to be attacked again. This blue beam of aura broke through the purple barrier in the sky. Yundam looked at what was happening with enthusiasm as the girl's aura flowed into the sky. He was glad that there was no barrier now and everything was ready. The girl tried to take off her mask, looking at the destroyed ships. Jai-Han told her that everyone was panicking and leaving with teleport scrolls and praised the girl. She looked forward angrily from under her brows, taking off her mask, thinking that it was all over. She touched the yellow sphere with her fingers, trying to use the shrine's barrier. A powerful yellow aura spread throughout the entire space, creating a dome. Seo, who and Yundam looked up while Jai-Han was about to approach the brown-haired girl. A bunch of notifications popped up in front of the hunter that the potion had stopped working, and now various effects were being applied to her. She thought that now everyone was sorted out and she wanted to go home. She was completely stunned and looked downcast, holding her head, feeling like she was about to throw up. Seo, who and Yundam looked at the girl with alarm as she wanted to leave and contact the guys later. She looked at the guys sarcastically, tearing up the teleportation scroll. She teleported in front of a small house in the forest. She immediately fell to the ground and Jai-Han tried to run up to her. She looked at the blood dripping from her nose with horror and a stunned look. The spirit bowed down in front of her and tried to figure out what was wrong with her. She noticed that it was a side effect of the potion. The spirit looked at the brown-haired girl with an anxious look, who was groaning painfully. She looked at her nosebleed with horror and shock. The spirit hugged the girl, wanting to calm her down. She wished it was written that the side effects would start after the potion wore off. The guy understood that she would be in trouble with such blood loss. She wiped the blood from her nose, sitting in front of the notification. He told her to drink the potion immediately. She immediately drank the red potion, sitting in front of the spirit. the notification that addiction to potions significantly reduced the effectiveness of the B-rank healing potion. Jae-han asked her to take out another teleport scroll. She rolled her eyes up, covered in blood. She knew she would do that, but she felt like she was going to pass out soon. She fell unconscious on the ground, and Jae-han tried to call out to her. She couldn't even move a finger. He asked her to activate one scroll and asked her to open her eyes. She lay there, dazed, unconscious in her blood. She told him in her mind that he had heard her wrong. He told her that if she passed out, she would get sick, even though her body was already weak. The spirit tried to bring her back to her senses. The girl lay on the ground with her eyes downcast, and she almost closed them. Her eyes were almost closed, and she knew that she couldn't sleep because soon the monsters would leave the dungeons, and she wanted to take her family. It was a black space of thoughts in her mind. She wanted to rest for a while and then get back into the fight, because without strength, she couldn't do anything because of the pain. Unda extended his hand in front of the evaporating portal, wanting to say just a few words to her. Seo, who stood behind the worried Yundam, who realized that she had left. The brunette did not understand why the hunter needed the brown-haired girl, because the situation was exhausted, the barrier was set up, there was nothing else to look at. The blue-haired hunter looked at his colleague with disdain, ironically explaining that he envied his unburdened thoughts. Yundam grabbed his head, indignant at the situation. He said that they were in trouble now, and the brunette had left them, and the most difficult situation was with another hunter because Seo who was held hostage. Yundam watched as Seo who tried to sit down on a rock. The hunter noted that if it weren't for him, Seo who would have died already. The brunette didn't like this because the hunter had a high opinion of himself, as if he had figured everything out himself. The hunter also decided to squat down, noting that he wasn't talking about problems at all. He looked at the brunette with a sneer, crossing his arms. He stated that the brunette almost got into a fight with the brunette inside, and he asked him about what would have happened if he hadn't intervened. The brunette frowned at the hunter, Seo, who stated that he was able to stop such an attack, especially since the skill hit the area. Yundam ironically noted that the girl also had a pinpoint skill. Seo, who remembered with an angry look how a blue beam of light was directed in his defense. He knew that she did not use that skill at full power, considering the girl too abnormal. Yundam crossed his arms and became angry, realizing that he did not expect this either. He remembered how Yundam stood next to the brown-haired girl and used his aura. He understood that in the dungeon of the Bargas, everything was different. Moa then looked angrily forward, using her blue aura. Then the girl in many ways could not be called insurmountable. At the same time, the boss of the monsters of the dungeon absorbed the entire flow of aura into himself. In order to kill the boss of the monsters with one attack, the skill rank had to be high. The brunette sat on a rock and looked away, realizing that the skill should have been at least S. He remembered Alphani's receiving a golden wreath from the girl's hand, who thanked her. Alphani's called Moa Lord then. Yundam looked down in confusion, putting his hand on his belt. He realized that it turned out that the girl really did kill another boss, and it was not Barty's. He thought that everything he saw after waking up was just the tip of the iceberg. The brunette was then holding a huge horn in her hands in delight. In any case, if she so easily gave away the entire horn of the boss, it could mean that she either defeated many bosses or was simply a generous person. Yundam closed his eyes in delight while the brunette stared at him intently. The hunter realized that no matter what, the same success was expected from Jae-han's friend. Seo, who looked at the joyful Yundam, asking him why he was so pleased. The hunter mockingly replied that Seo who would not be able to understand such a thing. Yundam squinted to the side, touching his chin, thinking about Moa. He imagined the angry girl with the aura with her other calm and smiling image. The hunter at first thought her stupid, but in the end everything was quite the opposite, and now it became clear to him why. The hunter remembered how he looked at the joyful huntress with her hands raised. He saw that she was extremely strong, and she did not need to prove anything. She then opened the cap of the potion with an ironic look. He looked at the girl's downcast gaze, understanding that an empty person talks a lot about himself, and a full one is silent. Yundam stretched out his hand, squinted to the side, realizing that the quality of meekness in Moa was a sign of strength. He imagined the angry look of the huntress, who was surrounded by her blue lightning bolts. Yundam stared up, realizing that he recognized the brunette from a different side. Seo, who asked the hunter if he knew about it. The hunter turned to the brunette, who was sitting on the rock. He explained that he meant about the huntress and Jae-han. He answered that he assumed that they knew each other, but he was not aware of their relationship. He imagined the brunette looking at the brunette in front of him with a smile. Yundam did not know about such a level of closeness, although he had his suspicions. The hunter remembered being at home and talking on the phone in correspondence. He remembered that there was always a big time difference in their communication. He had a feeling of deja vu. Then he noticed a message from her at night after the shower that she had just woken up. He knew that Jai-han hid in the same way, so he thought that it could have been a coincidence. Yoon-dam smiled wickedly, looking enthusiastically at Seo-hoo. He explained that this was why he had called the girl to close the dungeon together to check. He knew that in a world where everyone was desperately protecting them, it was safe to assume that anyone who supported the closure was related to their friend Jai-han. He imagined the image of the number 1 ranker from behind. Seo-hoo took out his teleportation scroll and said that it was time for him to go anyway. The blue-haired hunter was slightly surprised and did not understand where his friend was in such a hurry. He replied that he was rushing to the Sky Guild since he had not been there for a long time. The hunter wickedly covered his mouth while the brunette with the scroll looked at him. Seo-hoo asked his friend to let him know when he could go save Jai-han. The hunter turned away from his sitting friend and began to leisurely walk away. The brunette noticed the guy's grin and asked him what was wrong. He replied that if the guild master returned right now, he would have to wait for rescue along with Seo-hoo. It took Seo-hoo a while to get it. He remembered how Seo-hoo held a protective sphere during the battle. Yoon-dam noted that everyone had seen his skill, especially since it was a golden shield, and it looked even brighter against the night background. Yoon-dam laughed sarcastically, imagining Seo-hoo as a high-speed train. He noted to the guy that it was he who, so to speak, rushed by on a high-speed train with a shield. The brunette looked furiously at the hunter's open palm, realizing that he had known everything from the very beginning. The guy got off by saying that he simply didn't know that such a passionate reception awaited them. Yoon-dam enthusiastically winked at Seo-hoo, pointing his fingers at him. He said enthusiastically that they were all on the same team now and greeted his colleague. The guild leader looked at the hunter bloodthirstily, baring his teeth and clutching the scroll. The hunter reminded that Seo-hoo could now go wherever he wanted, but he had to remember that he could not return here anymore. The two guys stood opposite each other under a protective dome. Yoon-dam added that this barrier would not let him go, because Moa had put it up and immediately left, so they no longer had the right to enter inside. Yoon-dam smiled sarcastically, pointing his finger behind him. He explained that he had planned to just stay here, this was where he had a shelter, and asked his friend about it. Seo-hoo was confused and simply kept silent. The brunette scratched his head with displeasure and began to walk forward. He asked the hunter to open the shelter so he could rest for a while. Their entire island was surrounded by a protective golden barrier. Seo-hoo wondered if it would be easier to contact the girl and get her license. Yoon-dam explained that he had already tried, but she had not responded. The golf club glinted under the bright light. It was the president of the association, who had been informed that their mission had failed. The brunette looked away angrily, holding the golf club in his hands. He asked the assistant about how they had failed to track the movement. Stood in a bowed pose in front of Sa-jang. He told the chief that they had failed because they had said that an unexpectedly strong enemy had appeared there. Sa-jang angrily slammed the table, clutching a piece of paper. He was angry that he had only just been informed of this. Sa-jang sat at the table and angrily glared at the bent-over secretary. The boss replied that they had 300 of their best hunters, who had done well against the 3 strongest guilds. Sa-jang wondered why they hadn't been able to catch just Yoon-dam. Replied sadly that they hadn't. Looked at the floor with displeasure, bending over in front of the boss. Sa-jang wanted to know the details, noting that Yoon-dam had broken the teleportation ban field, which was why they had missed him. The secretary looked askance at the angry boss. He added that it wasn't quite like that, since it wasn't them who had escaped in the first place, but their people. The boss was shocked that their people had also lost. Introduced an angry hunter who was opening his palm with magic. The secretary noted that it was true, and there were other hunters along with Yoon-dam. Sa-jang wanted to know how many of them there were. He remembered how there was a brunette and a dark-haired man next to Yoon-dam. Sa-jang angrily pointed his finger at the table, noting that there were only 3 hunters, and wanted to know who came to help their enemy. The secretary continued to bend over in front of the boss, who was about to get up from him. Noticed that one of the identified people was the head of the Sky Guild, Seo-hoo. Sa-jang realized that the brunette had interfered with their plan after all. They imagined how Seo-hoo held a protective barrier over his guys on the battlefield. Said that he doubted that the guild head could demonstrate such power because he only had defensive types without attackers. Sa-jang agreed with the secretary. Remembered how blue energy beams lifted their ships into the sky. He stated that their raid had been attacked and forced to retreat because a 3rd hunter had intervened, but they didn't know him. Sa-jang didn't understand why this had happened. The secretary held onto the folder with a bashful look, trying to justify himself. He imagined a brunette in a black mask, surrounded by her own aura. Explained that the hunter was hiding his face and they could not identify her. Sa-jang sat sideways on the chair and leaned on the club. He did not understand why this was necessary, since there were only 3 of them anyway. They imagined an image of a slyly smiling Yoon-dam, who held a knife behind his back. They understood that this hunter was not stupid, but on the contrary, extremely tough. Even seasoned hunters could not withstand his torture, giving out information. He imagined a whole guild of hunters in black suits under his tiger banner. Despite the guy's sufficient strength to defeat bosses alone, a well-coordinated group of people was needed, and this was the true law: absolute strength and power. Sajang sat on the chair, puzzled, touching his chin. He understood that there were only 3 of them. He replied that it was Jai-Han, and now it became clear where he had gone. He concluded that the 3 of them had decided to resume their childish games like before. Noom looked at the boss with a pitiful expression. He supposed that it might not have been Jai-Han, since the 3rd hunter used area magic, and Jai-Han was a melee hunter and, as far as they knew, was not capable of such a thing. The boss waved his hand in front of who was standing. He told the guy to use his brain, since Jai-Han could somehow enhance his abilities with an item or something else. He realized that the reason for the enhancement was obvious. He presented the rankings of the 3 hunters by place. Sajang understood that the raid in Kyrgyz's dungeon had rapidly increased Jai-Han's ranking, and he supposed that was the reason. Noom stood with a pitiful expression in front of the boss, who was sitting sideways to him on a chair. The secretary supposed that it was possible that defeating the boss had an effect. Sajang answered with displeasure that it was possible. He asked the assistant if there was another Yundam hideout on that island. Noom answered that there was. The boss angrily held his head, indignant at the situation. He assumed that most likely the hunter had informed the others about the new dungeon. He explained that the dungeon would soon disappear, and nevertheless, he ordered to send people there again, and this time to increase surveillance on Siohu. The secretary accepted this order. Noom bowed before the boss, who told him to contact Siohu, and if this worked out, then to promise good treatment. He stated that in the event of his betrayal, they would immediately accomplish many goals in one action. Sajang understood that it was unlikely that Siohu would betray him. Sajang stood up and began to walk down the corridor. He realized that, however, in order for there to be a crack, it was necessary to shake it. The boss introduced the 3 hunters against the backdrop of cracked earth. He realized that he needed to instill mistrust, which he needed very little of. Sajang looked out the window, holding a club in his hands. He said that their conversation was over and he ordered him to act. Suddenly, the boss called out to the guy, wanting to tell him something. He presented cards with the sale of things. He asked the assistant about what was there on Looter and how the search was going. Sajang stood by the window and turned towards the assistant. He answered that they were still searching. Sajang said that once they found it, they would have to show the best attitude so that Looter would agree to join them. He added that the guys should not even think of insulting the seller. Noom frantically tried to run away from the office when the boss waved his hand at him. The club rested on the floor near the window. He thought about Looter. A bright, shining spherical stone emitted a purple aura. It was a hunter who had recently, out of nowhere, sold an S-rank plant core whose origin and age were unknown. Even studying the dungeon entrance records had yielded no results. He imagined a news report showing the silhouette of a hunter in the core. Sajang assumed it was a Korean since he had accepted payment in their currency. The headlines of the news about Looter appeared, who was thought to be Korean because an S-rank Evatanis core was being sold. The news died down quickly. Sajang stood by the panoramic window, examining the potion in his hands. He realized that he was trying to drown out all the news, because the fewer people knew about the existence of the treasure, the better. He looked at the shiny, sharp vial of the potion. He realized that one day, this core would become his trump card, and once he had power and strength in his hands, the whole world would bow its head before him. Sajang looked at the shining bottle with a malicious grin. The door to the room opened. Jai-Han was carrying the unconscious body of the brunette. He carefully held her head and was about to put her on the bed. The brunette looked at the lying girl with trepidation and tried to call out to her. He stroked her lifeless body with his hand, wanting her to wake up. These events ended the first season of the work. The protagonist began to come to her senses, examining her hand. She was grimacing from the bright light, covering herself with her hand. Jai-Han noticed that she was awake. She was looking up with a tired look. The brunette's ghost was looking at the girl with concern, being nearby. The brunette was sitting on the bed, while the hunter sat up and held her head. She tried to understand why she was in bed, to which the spirit replied that he was the one who brought her. He explained that she had been lying in the cold for a long time, so she could feel bad. She held her head and remembered how the brunette ran to her when she began to fall. The main character remembered vomiting blood, and then she passed out as soon as she teleported here from Tokyo. Now she understood why her whole body ached. The brunette began to massage her shoulder when the spirit possessed the doll. She asked how long she had slept, to which she received the answer 9 hours. A notification popped up saying that the potion addiction effect lasted for 15 hours. The brunette continued to hold her head while the doll washed towels in the basin. She realized that she had been lying there for quite a long time. Jai-Han tried to calm her down and tell her to rest and lie down some more. She looked at her phone anxiously, trying to check the news. She was curious if anything had happened during this time. The spirit replied that everything was fine. She immediately plopped back down on the bed with relief while the doll brought her a towel. The spirit replied that the girl should sleep some more because she had been sick all night. The huntress looked at the doll next to her in surprise. She didn't understand how she could fall asleep now, since it was the middle of the day outside and there was a lot to do, so she wanted to contact the hunter Yundam. Jai-Han in the doll's body hit the girl's head with a towel. He angrily asked her what she was going to do with such a state of health, realizing that she had behaved this way on purpose to see him angry. The girl immediately shouted that she would of course rest. The doll was already calmly holding the bandage on the brunette's head. Moa stared at Jai-Han, who asked her why she didn't care about her health, because due to addiction to potions, even the healing ones would disappear. The huntress grimaced with mental pain, while the doll was going to cook something to eat. Her conscience tormented her from all this. She climbed into the phone again. She stared at it intently, wanting to write a message to Yundam since she was still in a hurry to get back to them. She wrote to the hunter to contact her soon. Moa slammed the phone shut, holding it in her hand. She was going to contact her mother and soon Ju after she came to normal. She lay under the blanket on the bed, looking at the ceiling, noting the predator. She closed her eyes and thought about how because of him, she somehow didn't even care who was behind the attack on the raid anymore because they already understood that it was the Dian Guild's business. She imagined a portal from which huge insects crawled out and tried to attack people. Until now, people invariably considered dungeon explosions to be the only danger. Supposedly dungeons were not a threat if you did not enter them. The dark space was filled with flashes of light. However, it will not be long before this worldwide stereotype is destroyed. She imagined a huge glowing eye, imagining the predator. If you do not deal with it, it will eventually destroy the earth. The brunette imagined with a stunned look how she looked at the phone and everything behind her was destroyed. She understood that the Dian Guild would not care about this as long as everyone was dying, then sending messages to their boss was their first priority. She got up from the bed, clutching the letter in her hands. The main character knew that she still had time, and the first thing she wanted to do was spread the word as widely as possible. She looked ahead with a worried expression, her clothes covered in blood. If possible, she wanted to close all the dungeons in the world, including the Korean ones. She imagined Seo-Hu being tied up and led by the arm. For all this, she would need supporters, and she knew that she should start by helping to save Seo-Hu. She also imagined Seo-Hu, who looked frowning. Otherwise, she would not be able to cooperate with Seo-Hu. She opened the blanket and sat on the edge of the bed. She knew that he was not only the head of the Sky Guild, but also a person from the Ban family, which had influence in the political and business arenas. She wanted to persuade such a person to join her ranks. She held her mouth, bowing her head. The female lead knew that they shouldn't argue with each other, they could use all the help they could get. She looked at the door where the sounds were coming from, and she thought that Jai-Han was doing something there. The doll was splashing around in a basin of water to put out the flames. Moa watched in admiration as Jai-Han cooked soup in the doll's body. She thought that he was making such sacrifices for the sake of cooking. The female lead tiptoed back into the room. She thought that he definitely didn't want her to know, so she would pretend that she didn't see. The female lead sat on the bed while Jai-Han carried the soup on his head. A little later, Jai-Han told Moa that it was time to eat. Moa thanked Jai-Han. The boy frowned, looking at the huntress with a serious expression. He said that the sick person should lie still. The huntress closed her eyes, looking guilty. She said that it barely hurt anymore. Jai-Han told her to just sit. Jai-Han handed the spoon to the huntress, blushing slightly. He told Moa to say ah. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, frowning. She said she was fine. Jai-Han said that she was not and that it really hurt. The protagonist said that it was really too much. The protagonist ate the food from the spoon, sitting on the bed. She smiled contentedly, her eyes wide. Moa thought it tickled strangely, saying that it was delicious. Jai-Han said that it was. The protagonist opened her mouth, about to eat the food from the spoon. She asked what did he mean he could materialize every 6 hours. Jai-Han looked at the protagonist with a relaxed face. He said that was exactly it, and now for 15 minutes. She asked how much longer. Jai-Han recalled how the heroine brought the magic stone to the soul stone. He said that now at least there is a benefit, if only the recharge was removed. Moa said that as soon as he absorbs the energy of the current stone, she will give him another, adding that it would be good to make the materialization for at least an hour. Jai-Han agreed with the huntress. The heroine crossed her arms over her chest, looking down. She said that first they should deal with rescuing the huntress Seo-Jin, asking what it means they will start from the dungeon control center. Jai-Han told her not to worry since he will take them himself. The heroine thought how great it was without a distance limit. Jai-Han handed a spoon with food to the protagonist. He told her that her horn shape had changed. The protagonist looked at the guy in surprise. She asked what the horn shape was. Jai-Han asked if he would show her. She happily agreed. The guy told her to finish eating first. The protagonist closed her eyes, revealing a blue horn. The huntress looked in the mirror, touching her horn. The guy said it was cool. The huntress noted that it was beautiful because it glowed. The protagonist thought they looked like deer antlers. The guy in the doll's body was sitting on the protagonist's leg. He asked what was wrong with her. Moa pointed to her horn, looking at the doll. She asked that the antlers that bosses have are about the same as this one, noting that hers are several in one. The guy said that it is. The huntress put her horn away, looking up. She assumed that after her death it will remain as an item, asking that whoever eats it will receive several skills. The guy looked at the huntress in confusion, raising an eyebrow. The brunette left the doll's body, turning into a spirit. He told her not to say such things. The brunette looked at Moa with narrowed eyes, frowning. He told her not to even dare to think about her death. The protagonist looked at the brunette in confusion, her mouth slightly open. She said that she was just saying that. The main character did not understand what was wrong with him, adding that she said it purely out of curiosity, and he immediately became so serious. Jai-Han apologized to Moa. The brunette lowered his head, grabbing it with his hand. He said that he understood that she did not mean anything like that, and that it just slipped out, adding that he simply watched her suffer and vomit blood all night. The brunette remembered how he looked at the huntress lying on the ground in fear. He said that he could do nothing, only continued to watch, trembling with fear that she could die. Jai-Han sat on the bed with a sad look, his head lowered. He said that he had never been so scared in his life, adding that he had never been so scared even when he thought he was going to die. The main character grabbed her neck, smiling awkwardly. She said that she would not die, and she was no longer the same as before. Jai-Han reached out to the protagonist's hair. The main character looked at the brunette with embarrassment, her eyes wide. The hunter said that he didn't want to see her fall down again. The hunter smiled sheepishly, looking at the main character. He said that he would do his best, noting that he would protect her. The girl blushed sheepishly. The guy touched his chin, thinking for a bit. Moa looked at him in confusion. She grabbed her head, imagined the boy with a glass of wine and wondered why he suddenly said that, and if he was trying to hit on her in this way. The boy told her about the S-rank magic enhancement potion. The girl dropped her hands and looked at the guy in surprise, asking him about what he said. The boy suggested not to use this potion anymore. He looked into her eyes, saying that the consequences were too serious and he did not have any healing skills. The girl lowered her head. A notification came to her phone. Moa said that she was fine. She picked up the phone. The young man asked discontentedly who was writing to her. The girl said it was Yundam. The fair-haired young man wrote that he woke up. The guy got out of bed, grabbed his head. The girl did not take her eyes off the phone. The guy was indignant that Yundam was writing since the morning. The girl said that she wrote to him first a little earlier, after which she asked Yundam about his condition. The young man answered her that everything was fine, only he was afraid that because of the barrier inside the shelter he could not go anywhere. Otherwise he would not be let back in. The girl said out loud the words about the barrier of the shrine. Jai-Han asked her what was wrong with him. He again possessed the doll on her lap. The girl explained that the guy was writing to her that he did not risk leaving the barrier. Jai-Han told her to write so that he could continue to sit there, because it was dangerous to go out now. She took something out of her inventory with a smile. The boy was flushed with anger. Moa said that she would step away for a while, just to give Yundam her license. Jai-Han asked if he asked her to come. He angrily stamped his foot on the bed, telling the girl to write to him so that he could come to them himself while he was kind, and she herself would not make a move until she got used to the potions. The girl agreed with him, thinking that this was overprotectiveness. Yundam and Seo, who once again kindly went to the guys. The fair-haired boy waved to the girl with a smile. He put his hand to his head. Seo, who looked at them irritably. Yundam said that she lived in a nice place and that there was not a soul around, and maybe he should move there too. The girl laughed awkwardly. Seo, who looked away, the back of his head on the clock. The girl wondered why he came. The blonde boy took the frozen fish with a smile, saying that he took it with him in the hopes of having dinner together, then added that it was good that he did not come empty-handed, because they have a barbecue. The girl awkwardly followed him. The guy happily ran behind the house, saying that she can address him less formally, and that she can rest because he will be back quickly, then asked if she minds if he uses the barbecue. The girl said that he is going in the wrong direction. The guys watched the fish blazing in the fire. Jai-Han told the girl to leave breakfast for him, because he is good at cooking, because he personally learned from Jai-Han when he went to the dungeon. The girl agreed with him. The girl looked up, looking at Seo, who, the man was standing with his eyes closed. The girl asked him if everything was okay. He looked down, asking if Jai-Han was nearby. The girl answered affirmatively, asking him if she should get the soul stone if he wanted to talk to her. The man turned away, saying he didn't need it. Jai-Han crossed his arms, looking at the man with displeasure. The girl thought with a smile that everything was very unclear. Clouds floated across the blue sky. Yundam turned to the girl, asking if there was anything else to fry. She asked him for a minute. The guys were sitting at the table, on which there were empty plates from under food. The girl sat back, saying that she had eaten too much, after which she added that Yundam was simply a master of cooking. The boy took out 2 cans of soda with a smile, saying that if he saw anything else, he would definitely catch it. The girl thought about how he had a lot of stuff in his inventory. Jae-han lowered his head with displeasure, crossing his arms over his chest. Yoon-dam asked if he would be back soon, since he even refused to eat. The girl looked at her comrade. Turning to him, the guy replied that he would manage. Moa told the guests that it seemed like he had no time for that right now. Yoon-dam opened the soda, saying that he was sorry. The dark-haired boy said that he did not want to waste materialization on something like that, and that the girl should not say that the ability had a cooldown. Seo who turned to them, saying that if they were done with idle chatter, he would like to get to the point. The girl looked at him, saying that she would have told him everything herself without haste on his part, after which she added that she was talking about the rights to pass the barrier. Yoon-dam awkwardly said that the atmosphere was heating up again. The girl served her fingers. She clicked them, and golden symbols appeared above the men's heads. She lowered her hand, from which golden particles emanated, and said that now it was time for them to move on to the next point, after which she asked if it was true that Hunter Seo who did not return to the guild, but came to her because of the situation with the lady. Yoon-dam lowered his head on his hand, saying that they came because of this, among other things, because the man could not do otherwise. The guy patted him on the shoulder, imagined how they were attacked, and said that the people who attacked them saw his skill, so they would accept him in an instant if he returned. The man shook his clothes, looked at his ally and said that he asked him to stop empty talk, then asked when they would start the rescue. The dark-haired boy crossed his arms over his chest, saying that they would start tomorrow. The man asked if Jae-han was saying anything. The girl answered in the affirmative. The boy looked at him, saying that the most suspicious place they had not been to was the dungeon control center, and when the girl wore off from the addiction to the potion, he would search it alone, and then they would start the rescue. As soon as the next materialization was ready, the man asked what their plan was. The girl looked at him, explaining that tomorrow would be the search, and they would go to the rescue immediately after completing the preparations. Seo who frowned slightly and said that this suited him, then asked why tomorrow was the start, and if there was anything in the way today. The girl blushed embarrassedly, looking at her comrade, who said that his conscience would not allow him to do anything, at least until her body returned to normal, so he would stay nearby to materialize and protect at any time. The girl thought about what he was saying. Yoon-dam looked at the man with a smile, saying that he believed that since Jae-han planned it like that, it must be for a reason. The man replied that he must have a reason for it. He looked at the girl, thanking him for his help. Jae-han approached the girl, who looked at the man in surprise and thought that he, it turns out, knows how to say thank you. The young man asked her to tell the guests to leave. The girl looked at him, saying that they had just arrived. The guy replied that she needed a rest. Yoon-dam asked the girl about what Jae-han was saying. Fluffy clouds floated over the house. The girl conveyed that the guy was asking them to leave. The fair-haired youth was upset but said that it was rude of him. Jae-han looked at the girl in confusion, stretching out his hand in front of him, and asked if she was sure that everything would be fine. The girl closed her eyes with a smile, saying that he could be sure of it, because nothing would happen. Besides, the addiction to the potions had already passed. The men watched the girl. Jae-han said plaintively that she did not seem cheerful yet, and that he did not want to leave her alone and go away. The girl said that she was fine. The man asked her if she was coming. The guy looked at her with a plaintive look, asking her to stay home and not go anywhere, and to be careful not to fall into the water when she walked by the lake. The girl said that she would not act rashly. The guy squeezed her hands, raised his eyebrows and said in a trembling voice that if someone suspicious came, she should hide and wait for his return, because it was dangerous for her to fight alone. The girl told him not to mistake her for a child. The guy exhaled, activating materialization. The girl took the ring, telling the boy to take it with him, because, as he said, in his current state he can use the inventory. The guy took her hands, telling her to keep the ring with her, because he gave it to her. The girl looked up at him, agreeing with this and thought that his hand was very warm. The guy smiled softly, looking at her. He hugged her, saying that he would be back quickly. Yoon-dam looked up in disappointment. The man looked at the guys irritatedly. The fair-haired boy said that the sun was already setting. Seo who hurried the guy. Jae-han tore the teleportation scroll with a smile. The men looked at him in confusion. The guy suddenly disappeared. The girl looked ahead in confusion. Yoon-dam said that they had been waiting for him for a long time, and he treated them like this. The man told him that this was not the first time. The young man told the girl that they would not be long either. The men also teleported. The girl sank down, bowing her head. She hugged her knees in confusion, blushed and muttered something. The men stood on the roof, looking at the neighboring building, the control center of the dungeons of South Korea. Jae-han put his hands in his pocket, saying that it was time for them to start. The girl lay on the sofa with his whole hand and thought about how long she had been alone. She opened the system window, thinking that there were 3 men, so there was no need to worry, and that she should think about what to do next. She imagined the chains breaking, thinking that after saving Seo Jae, they needed to prepare for the Exodus Hall. The image in her head changed. Chains were enveloping the dark portal. The girl thought that first of all they should close as many dungeons as possible before monsters poured out of them. She frowned slightly, looked away and thought that if possible they should inform as many people as possible so that they could prepare for the haul. She grabbed a strand of hair, jumped up from the sofa and wondered if they would believe her, then said that no one would believe her if she said that their world would be flooded with monsters, and then it would be devoured by a giant mouth. The girl decided to stock up on consumables for raids. The girl saw the price of a low-ranking potion at 1,000,000,001, wondering why it was so expensive, because she clearly remembered that she bought a potion of a higher rank for the same amount. She touched her chin, started scrolling through the ads feed and said that the potions she bought before were out of stock, and the bulletin board was full of potion orders. She lowered her eyebrows slightly, thinking that at this rate, other hunters wouldn't be able to fight normally when the monsters broke out, because due to the shortage of healing potions, they would soon start dying from wounds. She stretched out her arms, and several more system windows appeared around her. She decided that she couldn't leave it like this, because in order not to stand out, she tried not to sell the potion in large quantities, but she would have to put up a little more. The day passed little by little. The girl was still putting up goods on the bulletin board. She stretched tiredly, saying that she was done. With a soft smile, she scrolled through the feed, thinking that there were now enough offers, and the market prices had returned to normal. She got up from the couch. Suddenly her phone rang. The girl said that it was still strange, because such a shortage of healing potions had never been observed before, and everything looked as if someone was doing it on purpose. She looked at the phone in surprise, noticing that it was already 11 a.m. The girl quickly ran to the kitchen, saying that she needed to cook food before the guys returned. Hot soup was boiling in a saucepan, stood with a ladle in her hand. The men returned. Jai-Han was smiling and carrying a man wrapped in a roll on his shoulder. The girl exclaimed, asking what they had brought. The young man dropped the bundle, rushed to the girl and hugged her tightly. The girl blushed embarrassedly. The young man said that the house smelled very delicious. The girl replied that it was kimchi roast, after which she asked if the guy liked it. He smiled and said that he liked everything she cooked. Mo worriedly thought that he should stop smiling and pressing against her ear. The boy let her go. The girl closed her eyes and asked if the lady was wrapped and tied up. The boy confirmed it. He remembered how he got inside in the form of a spirit. The girl asked how they did it. The boy explained that he combed the entire building in the form of a soul. The boy remembered how the girl was completely tied up and sat in captivity, after which he said that going lower, he found a prison. The guys approached the prisoner. The boy raised his hand and said that he would never have thought that such a place was hidden in the dungeon control center. The girl replied that criminal hunters should be kept in a prison for awakened ones. The guys went down to the girl. The young man agreed with her words, after which he said that people would clearly be against the ruthless awakened being kept in the city center. Moa asked if it would be more logical to assume that something was wrong there, after which she said that everything looked very suspicious. Yundam turned to the girl, asking her to help. The forge suddenly stopped. The fair-haired guy said that she, in theory, should hear their voices, after which he asked if it was possible that even her ears were plugged. The girl took the chain. Seo, who asked the dark-haired guy for the key, the young man replied that he could not find it. The girl thought that these chains were similar to those with which Yundam was tied. The fair-haired guy went down to her, smiling, telling her to repeat her move. The girl thought that he was so calm because he knew that she could break them. The girl exhaled calmly, creating a symbol of mana above her head. She thought about the fact that she had already shown the S rank of the Insect Lord's lightning. She created a magical charge. Seo, who frowned slightly, asking her what she was going to do, after which he said that if the skill was not S rank, the chain would withstand it. The girl suddenly broke the shackles. The man was shocked but looked at what happened. He opened his mouth in surprise, pointing his finger at the girl. Moa happily said that everything worked out. She lifted the cape from the prisoner's head. Seo Jin looked at her angrily. The girl thought that this was a murderous look. Suddenly the prisoner calmed down, looking at the guys in confusion. Seo, who smiled softly, the girl said with a smile that Seo Jin had been through a lot. Moa put a plate of rice on the table. Seo Jin looked at the food skeptically. The girl said that she didn't know how it tasted, but the guest could eat as much as she wanted, and that she was sure that the prisoner hadn't eaten properly for a long time. The girl put her hand in her inventory, asking the guests for a little time. She took out a healing potion and told Seo Jin to start with it. The guest looked up at the girl. She took the potion in her hand, asking her brother if he and Moa knew each other. The man told her to drink the potion. The girl smiled awkwardly, got up from the table and said that they had only recently met. She looked at how Seo Jin ignored her brother and imagined a wall between them, thinking that their relationship didn't resemble family. The boys sat down at the table. The girl looked at the guest with a smile, thinking that it was not important now, after which she told her to eat quickly because they could talk later. The dark-haired young man thanked the girl for the food. Moa tried the prepared food with a smile. Yundam suddenly coughed. The girl looked at him, asking what happened. The young man waved his hand at his burnt tongue, asking her if the food was too spicy. The girl looked at him puzzled, remembered how she added the whole pack of pepper and said that she did not know that he did not eat spicy. Because kimchi hot pot tastes best when spicy, the young man said that he likes spicy, but a little. Jae-han exclaimed that, in his opinion, it is very tasty. He gave the girl a thumbs up, tears were running down his cheeks. The guy said with a smile that it was delicious to him and just the right amount of spiciness. The fair-haired boy said that he was crying. Jae-han added that it was really delicious to him and that the girl was really a good cook. The guys continued eating kimchi. The dark-haired boy said that Yoon-dam was complaining about the food, although he was treated to such a delicious treat, after which he called him pathetic. Seo, who said that he could not take it anymore, the sister replied that it was too late to say anything. Yoon-dam got badly burned. The dark-haired boy looked at the girl with a smile, thanking her for the food, after which he said that he was in a hurry to finish eating because he was pressed for time. But she should chew thoroughly so as not to get indigestion. Seo-jin raised an eyebrow in confusion, thinking about what it meant that he was pressed for time. Suddenly, the young man removed the materialization. The guest jumped up in fear, asking what happened. The girl smiled softly, saying that she would explain everything, after which she asked her to sit down. Seo-jin quickly looked around, asking why everyone was so calm. Dirty dishes covered the sink. Seo-jin asked if the girl's story meant that the guy had died. The girl confirmed this. The guest asked if she had understood correctly that monsters were about to pour out of the dungeons. The girl confirmed this again. Moa said with a smile that she had kept their girlish secret. The guest showed a thumbs up and said that she apparently understood people well. She sat down in her seat, asking why the girl was so calm. Moa replied that she had also been in shock at first, but a lot of time had passed. Seo-jin lowered her head onto her hand, looked ahead and said that she understood everything. The girl looked at her in surprise after the question about what she was going to do. The girl asked what she meant. The guest looked at her and told her not to pretend she didn't understand anything, then added that she intended to sort out all that hemorrhoid she was constantly talking about. Moa asked if she was talking about her. Seo-jin asked who else it could be. The girl drooped a little, saying that she didn't think it would be her decision. The interlocutor introduced Alphonse and asked why she was saying that. Because that old man from the dungeon called her a master. The girl began pointing her hands at the men, saying that they shouldn't listen to Seo who she wanted to command, shouldn't listen to Yoon-dam, who wasn't old enough yet, and shouldn't listen to Jae-han, who was half a ghost, then asked how many hours he could be human at all. She lowered her head onto her hand, smiled slightly, and asked if she wanted to find a person with experience saving the world from destruction, if she had a person in mind who had recently done that. The girl answered negatively. Seo-jin looked her in the eyes and told the girl not to burden herself so much. Moa said that she can't, because if it doesn't work out, all the responsibility will lie on her. She looked down. The interlocutor said that destruction is threatened in any case, so they just need to try, because there is no point in shaking with fear until something happens. She sat down on the back of the chair, telling the girl that she doesn't care about the words of everyone except her. Moa asked if the girl was going to help her. The interlocutor said that she had no option not to help. The blonde youth crossed his arms with a smile. Seo-jin explained that she also lives on Earth, and if the planet is destroyed, she will also disappear. The man folded his arms on the table, turning his gaze to his sister. The girl added that this is Moa's role, and Seo and Yoon-dam are now bankrupt, not even the leaders of the guild. The dark-haired boy lowered his head with a smile. The girl added that Moa, on the other hand, is an overlord who received a personal dungeon, after which she said that it even sounds cool. She smiled a little, saying that everything was decided. Lowering her head on her hand, she said that Moa should stop being shy, because she should say how she wants to arrange everything, after which she called the girl an overlord. The girl was stunned by what she heard. She lowered her head, raised her hand and said that she should not simply be recognized as an overlord, because an overlord is not a leader in a team project, after which she thought that she did not want to be one. The interlocutor asked if she remembered D-Man. The girl raised her hand, introduced the man and asked if she liked it when he was the leader, after which she said that if the girl continues to brush it off, the same guy could become the leader. The girl shook her hands in fear, saying that she did not want this. Seo-jin sat down on the chair, smiled and said she is an expert in people and that the position of leader is not always taken by the most talented, but the girl looked at her with raised eyebrows. Seo-jin finished the sentence by saying that she was very promising, and then asked if she knew how they say that position tempers a person, so she should accept this role. She slightly narrowed her eyes, pointed her finger at herself and said that she will guarantee that the girl will also become the best leader. Moa looked away, thinking that she is not the best leader. She confidently frowned, folded her hands and finished the thought by saying that she is sure that there are worse people, and then thanked the lady. Seo, who looked at his sister, thinking that he wondered if this would be enough to withstand the end of the world. Seo-jin also thanked the girl. The boys looked at the new leader with smiles. The girl asked how they will proceed from now on. Moa shook her palms, saying that she had some thoughts. She folded her hands on the table, saying that they would start by trying to talk. The man raised one eyebrow in confusion, asking if she had said anything about talking. The girl confirmed that she had. She raised her hand, explaining that Seo-jin had made a good point, because if the earth fell, everyone would die, so they needed to inform people of the situation and ask for help, because they would be raiding the dungeon together. The blonde boy touched his chin, saying that people would hardly listen to them. The girl said that they should still try. The boy lowered his eyebrows. Looking ahead, the girl added that they would not only talk to Korean guilds, but also to foreign guilds, as well as the hunter industry. The boy said that even if they were listened to, they would spend all their time waiting for an answer. The girl folded her arms, saying that they would not just wait. She pictured herself and the boys in battle, saying that they would take care of the dungeons themselves, but the problem was that monsters would pour out of the unclosed dungeons. She then pictured her brother and sister, adding that this meant that a line of defense was needed. The man looked at her. The girl explained that Alphanes had told her that he felt there was little time left until that moment, and even with all their strength in closing the dungeons, they should be prepared for an attack by monsters. The man asked if this was what they needed to talk about. The girl confirmed this, saying that in order to prepare for all possible scenarios, they should negotiate. The blonde boy put his head on his hand, saying that in that case, they should stock up on a bunch of items, because it would be impossible to go into the dungeon in the best shape like before. Seo-jin also lowered her head, saying that the guy was right. Both weak hunters and the wounded would have to fight, and without an abundance of items, civilians would not be protected. The man supported her words, saying that consumables were the most important element in any battle. Jae-han looked at the girl with a smile, saying that if they needed consumables, they had come to the right place. The girl rose from her seat, asking permission to show them something. She pointed to the door with a smile. The girl took hold of the handle. Yoondam asked what she had there. The girl opened the door. The guys saw the spirit of young Gil breaking stones. Seo-jin went inside. The girl said that from now on consumables would be produced there. The fair-haired youth recognized the soul of the man. Seo-jin pulled the spirit with her hands, laughing at him. The fair-haired youth asked how this happened, and whether it works on the same principle as with Jae-han. The girl introduced Jae-han, the real one, over the man's corpse, and said that the principle is not quite similar, because in front of them are just memories in the form of a spirit. The girl asked if they remember how the boy was falsely accused of killing a hunter. The blonde guy confirmed it. The girl said that it happened like that. She remembered how she stood in front of the man's corpse and thought that she didn't even know how to explain it, because the man was a member of the guild, so I guess I should say something. Jae-han stood behind her with a smile. The girl scratched her head and said that they investigated everything there, and in the end everything turned out like this. Yoondam looked at the working spirit, asking about how it was necessary to investigate for it to turn out like this. A man peeked out from the door, looked at the girl and asked if she was talking about the spirit being responsible for producing consumables, and if it could use all the skills the man had when he was alive. The girl confirmed this, saying that he was creating a potion even at this moment. She raised her eyebrows in confusion, thinking that she was uneasy, then wondered if it was okay to use a man's memories like this. Moa explained that it wasn't that great, because he only accepted ingredients collected by her for work. Yoondam looked at her with a puzzled expression. He slightly narrowed his eyes, smiling widely. The guy hugged the girl. Jae-han watched this angrily. The young man said that on the contrary, it was very cool, because even if you take into account how much she could do with her collection of personalities, it was simply grandiose. The girl asked if he really thought so. Jae-han looked at the angry young man with a wide smile, giving her a thumbs up, calling her the best. The dark-haired young man thought that the guy was just hitting on her. The girl chuckled slightly, saying that the spirit could work at night too, after which she thought that this moment was not too disturbing. Seo-jin continued pointing her fingers at the spirit. The man said that despite young Gil's excellent abilities, he was still a human and there was a limit to the amount of goods he could produce. The girl said that this was true, but memories did not need to eat or sleep, so he did not work for days on end. Seo-jin pointed at the spirit with a smile, turned to the girl and said that he could be considered a full-fledged potion slave, and she thought that this was a suitable outcome for a man. Seo, who looked at them, touched his chin and said that his efficiency was at its maximum. If suddenly there were missing items, he would try to get them. The girl agreed with a smile. Moa stood by the wall, saying that it was time for them to sum up. She showed 3 fingers and said that they would try to arrange a conversation between each guild and the ruler, and would also continue to raid dungeons. But if they did not succeed, they would have to deal with the monsters that would invade their world together with the other hunters. Seo-jin and Yoondam looked at her silently. The girl summed up that this was the maximum of everything she had come up with. The man touched his chin, thinking for a moment. He imagined the captain of a ship, saying that the essence of planning is not primarily to do something, but to achieve some results in a certain way. He imagined a general with a flag. The image in his head changed to a warrior sitting on a horse. The man said that the person in charge should be realistic, but strive for the ideal. The girl looked at him with one eyebrow raised. The man added that although her plan was simple, it was outlined in the most realistic, and since specific means had already been prepared. The girl looked at him in surprise, hearing his agreement. Seo who put his hand on his belt and said that they would act according to her strategy. The girl slightly lowered her eyebrows, thinking that this was unexpected, because she thought that the man would argue, but everything was going well. The fair-haired young man turned away, also agreeing with the plan. The girl thought that, as it seemed to her, the man would stop her from making a rash decision, so he would be a fuse in her plan. The girl looked down in confusion, remembering her brother and mother after the question about when she was going to pick up her relatives. The young man raised his hand, saying that this was what she was most worried about, and perhaps she shouldn't reveal herself for as long as possible. The girl thanked him for his interest, saying that she didn't know yet. She smiled slightly, looked at the guy and thought that she had no idea that the guy would ask about her first, after which she began talking about his family. The young man interrupted her, asking her to call him by name. He spread his arms with a smile. Seo Jin grinned, looking at him. The guy said that he only had himself from his family. A free man without worries. Seo Jin said that he was the first groom in the modern world. The young man looked back at her in confusion. The girl said that the guy didn't smoke, was young, handsome, and also awakened, so he could be called ideal. The young man asked if she had her eye on him. Seo Jin was horrified by his words, saying that he was saying such nonsense in response to her compliments. The guy quickly walked away from them. The girl touched her chin. Moa asked her about her family. The girl said that she thought they could handle it themselves, and that she didn't know how things were with them, because they hadn't seen each other for 10 years. The girl asked if they were getting along well with each other. Seo, who looked at her sternly, showed 3 fingers and said that she left the ancestral village for some reasons, after which she said that the wife of her brother, the eldest son, would have to participate in ancestral rites 200 times a year. She lowered her head, asking the girl for forgiveness for her brother, who imagines himself to be God knows who, and even raises his voice. Jai-han was horrified, sensing a bad continuation. The girl smiled slightly and scratched her cheek. The boy jumped out in front of Moa in horror. Seo Jin asked to live at their house. The boy exclaimed that the girl forbid it. Jai-han frowned nervously, looking at his ally. The girl raised her hand and explained that she would not stay for long, but would just use the place as a base. The boy told Moa to think carefully about living with a stranger. Moa raised her eyebrows in confusion. Seo Jin turned to her, saying that she had nowhere to sleep. The boy told the girl to remember how she treated her. The girl smiled happily, closed her eyes and agreed to the request, saying that she hoped that they would get along. The boy watched as Seo Jin hugged the girl, saying that they would definitely get along. Moa looked at her upset comrade. The guy timidly said that he agreed if she wanted it. The girl wondered why he disliked her so much, because she was a good person, although a little harsh. Seo Jin left the guys. The guy lowered his head upset. The girl thought that if she settled there, the man could act more decisively. Seo who said that since they had sorted it out, he would take matters into his own hands. Seo who and Yundam exchanged glances. The girl looked at them in confusion. The man said that he was going to meet with familiar hunters, because they should select those who would definitely take them aside. The young man said that in that case he also needed to start slowly. The girl pointed at herself with a smile, saying that while she was waiting, she would try to walk and capture as many dungeons as she could. The guys were stunned by what they heard. Seo Jin looked at her confusedly, pointed her finger and asked if she said that she was going to go to the bosses alone. The girl wondered if she said it in Jai-han's style. The men looked at her. The blonde boy said that she could do it. The man agreed with her idea. White clouds floated across the blue sky. Seo Jin exclaimed, asking if the girl was really that strong. Yundam and Seo who stood up to teleport, saying goodbye to the girl. Seo Jin offered her a duel. 3 days later, Jai-han and Mo were standing at the table. The girl said with a smile that this was the last high-ranking potion for today. The boy agreed, saying that drinking 2 potions a day was the safest. A system notification with the stats appeared in the air. The girl said that she agreed with it. Even though it was only plus 10 stats, the guy was surprised by her words. He looked at her sadly, asking if she understood what she said. The girl said that 10 stats was very good, and she would definitely drink potions every day. She closed the bag. Looking down, she said that she had a feeling that since becoming a hunter she was too lucky, as if she was getting everything for nothing. The boy asked what happened. He leaned towards her, smiling, saying that many trained for many years to become stronger, but everything comes down to luck, so the girl should enjoy it. The guy looked at her with a smile. The girl said that it was like that with most people, but she was too lucky. The closed bag lay on the table. The guy said that the opportunity depends on luck, but with what happens next, things are different. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked at the man, asking what he meant by that. The boy replied that it was true. He introduced the other hunters, explaining that even if they were the guys from the White Light Guild, he wouldn't give her advice if he was like them. He then remembered how the girl tried to resurrect him, saying that the men in her place wouldn't even take his body to bury. He then remembered how the girl tried to rescue Yundam, asking how Seo Jin and the kid ended up on their side. He imagined the girl saying that those guys wouldn't have done anything if she hadn't treated them sincerely. The girl listened to him silently. The boy leaned towards her with a soft smile, saying that everything she had was the result of her own prudence, so she shouldn't doubt it. The girl blushed in embarrassment, grabbed her head and turned away from the guy, thinking that her heart was about to explode. The guy said that they needed to prepare for the dungeon. The girl wiped her face, grabbed her bag and asked if they would have to fight the insect lord again, after which she said that she thought they only went to such ones. The guy replied that dungeons with the insect lord were the most common. He imagined an image of a dark purple insect, saying that this boss would be the last of this type within the country, and that his name was Gigas, after which he added that they had already gone through all of their tricky attacks, so the hike would be the easiest. The girl asked how much time he had to materialize. The guy proudly replied that he had 6 hours in total. He sadly lowered his head. After the girl asked how long the recharge was, the guy answered that the recharge also lasts 6 hours. The girl happily waved her hands, telling him not to be sad because the result is already much better than it was, and that in 48 hours he will be able to materialize for as many as 9. The guy sadly agreed. The girl closed her eyes, raised her eyebrows and said that they could maybe increase the time to several days, after which she added that, as he said, she would stay behind and loot everything. The guy caught fire with an idea, imagined himself standing in front of the monster's corpse and said that she could not worry about anything, because during this time he would have time to put the boss down, take a selfie as a keepsake, and then also scribble down his impressions. The girl thought about the fact that he quickly perked up. She lowered her gaze, thinking about the upcoming boss, after which she added that this was the first overlord they would try to talk to. Frowning slightly, she thought that this raid was important for many reasons, because in just 3 days, Seo Hu and Yundam had become more active, so she should have good results too. The girl remembered how a couple of days ago, the man explained the plan on the drawings, saying that first he intended to make an operational base. Yundam looked at the girl. The man added that they needed a place for those who agreed to take them aside, as well as for logistics. The young man said that recruitment was going faster than expected. The girl looked at the paper in her hand, saying that only a day had passed. The young man added that this was the entire number of people who were hostile to the Dian Guild. He smiled maniacally, saying that this was only good for them. The girl was confused but looked at him, thinking that sometimes the guy scared her, after which she asked how she could help them. The young man replied that they had enough of everything. The man looked at his sister who was passing behind him and said that he was going to use her. Seo Jin looked at her brother, asking if they were talking about her. The girl imagined the man holding his sister tied up and thought that there had been no news since she was taken away. She lowered her eyebrows, imagined the guys as a building site and thought that no matter how you look at it, the girl's telekinesis was ideal for building. Jai Han raised his head with a satisfied smile, asking whether he should cut the monster vertically, horizontally or into a cube. The girl asked if he had forgotten anything, then said that they needed to start a conversation. The young man put his hand on his neck, looking away. The girl said that the monster should not be killed right away, because it was more important for them to talk to it and make it a servant. The guy exhaled heavily, saying that he didn't think it would work out that way. The girl said that they already had a precedent with the old man. The guy replied that it only happened because they were the same species. He looked into the girl's eyes, saying that the upcoming opponent was the Lord of Insects, so they would hardly be on the same side. The girl folded her hands and said that they should still try, because if they succeeded, they would win many times more. The young man agreed with this. The girl raised her hands, frowned and begged, thinking that she didn't want to eat horns anymore. She remembered how Alphanes was kneeling in front of her and thought that if she convinced the Lord to become a servant, the crown would go to her right away, and she wouldn't have to kill the monster. She took a scroll out of her inventory, thinking that she herself thought that the chances of failure were 80%. The girl said that it was time for them to start. The guy agreed with this. She frowned slightly, tore the teleportation scroll and prayed to the gods that it would work out for the sake of her stomach. The boys quickly moved along the large corridor in the dungeon control center. The boy asked her if the transformation had become natural. The girl, in the form of a flea, rushed forward. The boy looked at her with a smile and said that the speed had become faster than last time. The girl said that she could still talk, after which she thought that although she did not want to be proud of it, she was still proud. The boy closed his eyes, smiled and said that he thought no one would even think of penetrating with this method. The girl said that Yundam could guess. The boys quickly jumped along the corridor. The guy answered that the boy would not think about the fact that she received 2 horns and shared one with him, and did not just decide to give the only one that she got, after which he added that if the young man foresaw such an option, how would he know that she would use the monster's skill to penetrate? He touched his chin with a smile, saying that the whole neck was very interested in her skill, so the girl should hide it until the last. Even if they climb with questions, the girl answered that she intended to do so. The guy added that the portal was on the right. The boys suddenly stopped, noticing a man. The man was standing by the wall. The young man recognized him. The girl asked what he meant. The man took a cigarette out of his mouth, exhaling smoke. The girl wondered who he was, after which she suddenly recognized him. She remembered that this was the same man who pushed her mother. She frowned angrily, mentally insulting him. The young man said that they just happened to come across one of them. He looked sternly at the man, touched his chin and said that they could kill him and no one would most likely know. The girl was alarmed and thought that this was too much. The guys looked at the man. The guy said that he looked like an awakened hand-to-hand fighter. The girl frowned. A lightning aura began to form around her. She thought that he intended to hit his mother, when he himself also had the body of an awakened one. The young man asked what he should do with him. The girl suddenly jumped up from her place. The guy put out his hand. Moa asked him to wait. The young man asked what she was doing. The girl climbed up the man's body. She jumped into his pocket, thinking that she knew a way to get revenge. She turned on his phone, surprised that it was not blocked. She quickly stood up and moved her paws across the screen, thinking that in the modern world, murder is not the only way out. She opened a chat with a colleague, in which they spoke rudely about the boss. The girl thought that she found what she was looking for. She opened several more chats, thinking that she guessed that these people were not involved in the same thing. She took screenshots of the messages, sending them to the boss. The young man looked at the man's pocket in confusion. From where the girl's laughter came, he wondered what she was doing. The girl jumped down with a satisfied smile. She landed next to the guy. The young man asked what she did. The girl replied that it was a social burial. She folded her paws, remembering the phone screen, and explained that she sent screenshots of how he insulted them to the man's boss. The young man looked at her incomprehensibly. The message sent by the girl was read. The boy looked down, asking her if that was all. The girl replied that part of her wanted to punch him, but he hadn't hurt his mother physically as much as he had hurt her. She smiled broadly, looked at the boy and said that besides, the man would be beaten by the same people who were giving him orders, so she was happy. The boy looked at her in surprise. The dim light of the lamps illuminated the corridor. The boy said that the portal to the dungeon was on the right. The guys were transported to the cave. The boy put his hand to his face and said that he knew they would succeed, but he didn't think it would be so easy. The girl laughed a little. She remembered the girl standing near the portal and thought that it was hard to see the flea. The guys moved forward. The girl asked if she should stay in this form, because her small body made this place seem huge. The guy said that although Alia and I are not bad, there will be no inconvenience with the conversation. He imagined the girl in other forms. The girl said that it would be better for her to turn into a monster, similar to the insect lords. The young man asked if she needed additional difficulties when she met the raid of hunters, because even with the scroll of invisibility she would be bulky, and the effect would wear off as soon as she touched something. The girl imagined how she took the form of a person, standing in front of the boss, and said that everything would be worse if it was revealed later that she was not an insect lord. The girl opened her inventory, did not say that honesty is better, so they should just meet in the open. The young man asked what this meant. The girl covered herself with a cloth. Light began to emanate from her. The young man looked at his ally in surprise. The girl adjusted her clothes. Her hair continued to glow with an amber light. She said that she was still uncomfortable every time, and that she needed to get clothes that she could wear in the form of a flea. The young man blushed embarrassedly, lowering his head onto the stone. The girl looked at him, saying that there should be at least something at the market, after which she called him by name. The young man asked if she had completely changed her clothes. The girl confirmed this. He put his hand on his face and asked if she could use the invisibility scroll in the future. The girl asked if changing clothes was considered touching external objects. The young man box replied that it was not. The girl scratched her cheek, saying that next time she would do so. The young man asked her to do so. He raised his head, looked ahead and said that it was time for them to go. The guys moved forward. The girl agreed, thinking that the guy was probably uncomfortable. The girl looked up, remembered how they had just started living together, and thought that she must have gotten used to it after so much time together. The guy blocked her way with his hand, saying that there was something ahead. The girl looked around, asking him if he was talking about the hunter's raid. The young man answered negatively. The black ant stood in the middle of the cave. The young man said that apparently their first client had arrived. The guy activated the materialization. The girl broke off a piece of the connection Yugva. The guy asked if she was ready. The girl answered affirmatively. The girl put the artifact in his hand and said that she was relying on him, and that one part was on him with the monster and the other on her. The young man answered that she should not worry, because the ant would not even notice how the guy brushed his teeth. The girl thought that there was no need to overdo it. The guy stepped on the ground with effort, saying that he needed 30 seconds. He raised his hand to throw, raised his leg and said that 30 was too much, and the girl should wait only 15. The ant turned to them. The guy threw a piece of the artifact. The projectile quickly flew into his mouth. The girl thought that everything was ready. The ant brought his paws to the paste. The girl thought that she did not even expect that everything would work out right away. She squeezed her palm, frowned slightly, and decided that it was time for her to try. She spread her arms, smiled, and offered to be friends. The ant looked at them suspiciously. The girl gave in to the question of whether she had said it too bluntly, after which she decided that it would be better to first voice the goal and eliminate the misunderstanding. The pupils in the monster's eyes began to dazzle. The ant called her an insect. The young man frowned angrily. The girl looked sternly at the monster. The guy offered to punch the monster. The girl thought about the fact that an insect is a disparaging name for beetles, after which she wondered if he was belittling his own species, because, after all, he is a beetle no matter how you look at it. She grabbed her head, imagined an ant in glasses and a hat, and thought about how she had once heard that domestic cats were considered relatives of people, and maybe it was the same with beetles, or maybe it was a greeting from the ruler of insects. The boy looked at the monster in surprise. The girl turned to the boy and asked if he had another greeting. The ant raised its paw above her head. Suddenly the monster struck. The boy grabbed the insect's paw, heading for the frightened girl. He easily tore off the tip of the monster's leg. The girl looked at it in surprise. The boy stuck the monster's paw into its belly. The girl's eyes widened in shock, thinking that this was an absurd way to fight. The young man shook his hands, looked at the corpse of the monster, and said that the ant, apparently, was not in the mood to talk, because it attacked for no reason at all. The girl answered negatively, thinking that the guy was so calm that it was even inappropriate to ask him if he was okay. The girl raised her hands with a smile. The young man wiped his face. The girl asked if it was possible that the ant wanted to shake his hand. The guy answered that he called them insects, and no matter how you look at it, his intentions were not good. The girl wanted to object to something. She smiled anxiously and said that it could have been a normal address because they themselves often call each other people. The girl thought about the fact that she did not want to eat the horn. The young man apologized, offering to continue. The girl stopped him, asking about what if the ants called them insects because he mistook them for relatives. The guy answered that this could also happen. The girl said that they should try again. Jai-Han said that the angle of the swing was like for an attack. Suddenly the guy jerked his hand, catching the second piece of yugva. He noticed a giant ant, after which he said that another one was approaching them, so they need to clean up the evidence and try again. The girl quickly ran to the guy. The man threw the artifact. The girl thought that she hoped that they would succeed. Yuga flew in to get the monster. The girl thought that everything was ready. She smiled affectionately, formed a heart with her fingers, and said that it was a joy to meet him, after which she called him a friend and an insect. The ant's eyes filled with blood. He menacingly said the words that he wanted to kill them. The monster opened its toothy mouth, raised its paws in the air, and exclaimed that it would kill the girl. Moa exclaimed in fear that it was an insult after all. The guy put his hand in front of him and created a barrier. The insect angrily struck the count, cursing at the same time. The girl said that they were the first to call each other insects. The young man looked at her with displeasure while the monster struck the shield. The guy asked if she would continue. The girl answered that her intuition told her that nothing would come of it. The young man happily looked back at her, asking the girl if he could kill the insect. Moa answered that they had no other choice. Monster squealed loudly. The girl grabbed her head and said that she did not want to give up on the idea, and that there was not even an attempt, after which she added that they had better reduce unnecessary victims. The guy looked back at her, addressing her by name. The girl said dissatisfiedly that in that case she would not have to eat horns and capture the dungeon. The young man said that now he understood her desire. He stroked her head with a smile and said that hostile people were climbing into the dungeon in crowds, so it is logical that monsters attack indiscriminately. The girl replied that she was already ready to refuse the conversation in this dungeon. The guy encouraged her, saying that it was too early to give up because they did not try to talk to the boss. The girl used the ability on the monster's path, asked the guy if he thinks that it will be different with the Lord. Youth now answered that he does not know this, but first they need to adjust the approach, because the thing is to start with a very simple question. He smiled maniacally, raised his hand and gave an example of whether the boss wants to live and whether he wants to crawl on his paws. The girl called it a threat. The guy took the scythe in his hands with a smile and said that there was a second option, to add a pinch of pain, because the boss would listen to her every word. The girl said that in the civilized world this is called torture. Jai-Han raised the scythe in the air. A bright glow began to emanate from it. The girl covered her face with her hand. The guy said that he preferred to call it negotiation skills. The girl looked at him with displeasure. The guy suggested quietly calling the boss. The girl thought that the guy was too set up. The guys were walking through the dungeon. The girl asked what it meant to call a monster. The young man replied that they did not have time to get to the boss's room, so it was better to call him. She looked at him incomprehensibly and asked how to do this, because the boss did not have a mobile phone to call. The young man looked back at her with a smile. He stomped his foot on the floor. Jai-Han cut the air with a scythe, saying that he didn't have a mobile phone, but he knew a way to call the boss. The shockwave smashed the columns in the cave. The girl looked at what was happening in a stupor, calling the guy by name. The young man ran forward, smashing the columns along the way. He said that in response to this, the boss would definitely show up. The girl thought in fear that this was not ingenuity because the guy was simply destroying his house. A stream of mana began to form above her head. The girl looked up, thinking that if they had to fight, she needed to expand the space. She looked behind her with a smile. The young man stood in the middle of the ruins with a satisfied smile. He looked back at the girl, her hand folded in the shape of a gun, in front of which the blue mother was shining. The girl looked back at the guy. The column in front of her collapsed. They looked into each other's eyes with a smile. The girl closed her eyes with a wide smile, created a magic projectile, and thought about how she wanted to know the guy. She added that she hadn't been able to breathe freely lately, after which she mentally asked him if he agreed with her. The guys began to destroy the dungeon. The girl thought that with the Predator and the Hall of Exodus there was no freedom at all, after which she suggested closing the dungeon in advance. The guys stood in the middle of an empty room with destroyed columns. The girl wiped her forehead with a smile, thinking that she felt even better. The guy said that the boss should show up now. Moa looked at the notification that appeared about the boss's appearance and said that he was about to appear. The room suddenly shook. A crack appeared in the ceiling. The ceiling of the dungeon split, crumbling into pieces. The guys turned their attention to the boss that had appeared. A giant winged insect flew into the dungeon. Gigas opened his mouth and squeaked loudly. The girl put her hands on her belt, looking at him. The young man took a step forward. The system announced that the pressure effect had stopped working. Moa said that the boss looked like an ant queen. The young man said that ants are also insects. He looked back at the girl with a smile and told her not to come close, because he would give it to him in a moment and prepare him for a conversation. Moa created a barrier, thinking that the monster was not even close to the young man in strength. She looked away, thinking that he was basically considered the weakest boss in Korea. The girl remembered how they were sitting on the couch. The young man said that the previous small fry from the dungeon control center strictly guarded the entire place out of fear that he would clean it up alone. The boy showed her 2 fingers. Hearing the question about what skills the monster had, the young man explained that the monster had deception and curse paralysis. The girl imagined an image of an insect, from whose head waves were emanating. The young man explained that deception has a high rank, so resistance will not work. But there is nothing critical in it, because the main thing is to understand that this is just an illusion. The girl asked about the damn paralysis. The young man raised his hand and explained that everything is simple. If it does not hit, then it will not harm. The girl sank to the floor, put her head on her hands and watched the battle. The young man dodged the monster's attack. The girl thought that the boss would not touch him at all. The young man raised his scythe behind his back. His weapon was surrounded by a red aura. He dealt many blows to the monster, throwing it to the wall and cutting off one paw. The monster fell to the ground, squealed loudly. The girl turned her attention to the battle. The young man looked at him angrily, calling him a small fry. He spun his scythe, asking the monster if he was even thinking of looking around. The insect began to flap its wings. Its body was enveloped in purple energy. The girl thought that he was using the hallucination skill. Jai-Han raised his weapon and raged to strike. He made a sweeping blow, dispelling the monster's aura and creating a shockwave. The girl covered her face with her hands, thinking about what this was and whether she should have ignored the rating and helped. The dust settled. The girl saw the outline of the young man, wondering what was going on. The girl noticed that there were 2 Jai-Han, and they were fighting each other. The young man noticed his double. He frowned with a smile, insulted the monster and called him crazy. A blue circle of mana hung above Moa's head. She stared ahead, confused, wondering what the hell was going on. Jai-Han, using his weapon, blocked the attacks of the boss, who looked exactly like him. The guy looked at his opponent with anger, cursing at him. The young man stepped back, dodging the blow. Jai-Han gripped the handle of his weapon tighter. He lunged and delivered a sweeping blow. The monster blocked it. The boss looked at his opponent with a grin. The monster parried the guy's blow to the side. He looked angrily at the opponent, insulting him. Jai-Han pushed off the floor with force. The young man attacked the opponent, throwing him back with a blow. The monster hit the wall. The boss sank down while the guy was walking towards him. The young man raised his weapon above his head in rage. He suddenly stopped. Jai-Han looked at the enemy tensely. Moa stood behind the orange shield and watched what was happening, thinking about the boy hesitating. The monster smiled evilly, creating a magic charge. The boy dodged the beam. The monster dealt several blows, creating shockwaves. Jai-Han twirled his scythe. The girl thought that this was strange. She frowned slightly, finishing the thought by saying that the boy said that she would not have to strain herself because Gigas was not strong. The boy lowered his scythe, getting into a stance. The girl decided that the boy was just hesitating. She watched him, thinking about why he was hesitating. The doppelganger pointed a weapon at the boy. Moa thought that Gigas only seemed troublesome, but he was clearly weaker than the other dungeon bosses. Moa looked up, creating a magic charge, and thought that if she destroyed the ceiling, she could help her ally. Jai-Han told her not to think about helping him. The girl instantly became sad, lowering her head. The guy frowned sternly, interrupting her objections. The girl obediently agreed. The dark-haired man took a step forward towards his opponent. The girl shouted after him to be careful and be sure to come back. The young man sighed heavily, closing his eyes, and thought that it was getting difficult. The monster stood up, roaring loudly. The guy thought that he did not want to make Moa worry about him. Gigas made several jerks and rose into the air above the young man. He struck the guy with a sweeping blow. The young man parried it. Suddenly, the monster's appearance changed to Moa. Jiham looked at her in surprise. The monster reached out to his neck. Gigas smiled evilly, looking at the guy. The young man smiled slightly, calling this trick funny, after which he added that it worked great on him. The guy hit the monster, throwing it aside. The boss landed on his feet, holding the weapon behind his back. The boy turned his scythe, making a dash towards Gigas. The boss looked at the boy pitifully. Jihan stopped his blow. He angrily slammed the scythe on the ground, saying that it pissed him off. The brunette stood up, looking at the boss, and noticed that he had managed to catch him. Jihan smiled and turned to Gigas, saying that he could not hit the monster while he was looking at him. The brunette closed his eyes and sighed. The boy smiled and grabbed the weapon, telling the monster to attack. The girl was surprised to think that he had closed his eyes. The boy exhaled slowly. He felt the silhouette of the monster's aura, discovering its true form. The insect spread its paws, screaming loudly, and thinking that the boy was finished. The monster headed towards the enemy at high speed. It put its sharp paw forward, pointing it at the boy. Jihan hit the monster on the head, slamming it into the ground. The boy smiled happily. The boy jumped up, delivering a sweeping blow to the monster. The insect flew into the wall. The girl stood watching what was happening. The boy took a step forward, turning to the monster. Moa thought that she could not believe that Jihan attacked so accurately without seeing anything. The boy twirled the scythe in his hands, telling the monster that he thought the monster did not know. The shadow of the boy hung over the frightened monster. The boy brought the weapon behind his back, smiled evilly, and finished the sentence by saying that for him, attacking blindly is not a problem. He struck. The monster was bleeding. The boy happily called out to the girl. The boy held the scythe on the monster's neck, happily waving to the girl. He said that he dealt with it. The girl praised him for his efforts. The monster looked at the girl with fear. Moa thought that he, surprisingly, quieted down, after which she wondered. Leon realized that he was not at all equal to the young man. The girl herself smiled contentedly, took out the communication yuga, and thought that they could perhaps persuade him. The guy threw the artifact into the monster's mouth. The system announced the activation of the item. The girl with a wide smile folded her hands, turned to the monster, apologized for excessive aggression, saying that they came there for a reason. The monsters called them dirty, inferior insects. He looked at them angrily, continuing to insult. She frowned irritably, forcing herself to endure. She could hardly hold back a smile, thinking that they must endure for the sake of a higher goal. Moa told the monster that their visit today was caused by the intention to make peace and create an alliance. The monster wished them death. It was as if he looked at the girl and said that their land would be taken away, and those who gave birth to them and their blood relatives would disappear after his words about them being feeble-minded who would not understand anything even at the moment of their death. The monster added that they were not capable of engaging in a real battle with him, but dared to talk to him about something. The image of the girl was reflected in the insect's eyes. She asked him if he meant the Exodus Hall by a real battle. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, looking seriously at the monster. Gigas asked her about her, after which he called her a native. She raised her eyebrows, thinking about his words. She imagined herself standing between the system windows and thought about how the inhabitants of their world, who had never been to the Exodus Hall, were at a disadvantage compared to the refugees. She imagined the characteristics window, thinking about how the system was unfriendly. The girl remembered how she looked at the notifications that appeared in confusion, and thought that the system did not give them any information or hints, and that it only deigned to inform about the characteristics of the players. The image in her head changed. The girl looked at the notifications that appeared in surprise, thinking that the system, on the contrary, favored the other side. She imagined how she stepped on the shining substance, thinking that, in other words, the inhabitants of their world, without guidance or experience of the first attempt, enter a game with death, unfair, with a single round, and even the slightest lag leads to defeat against the predator. The girl imagined the silhouette of a man standing in front of giant monsters, and thought that in the eyes of the refugees, they are just prey that does not have the qualifications to be admitted to the game. She frowned slightly, thinking that if she thought about it, in their place she could well have the same attitude. The girl remembered how the workers worked in the dungeon, and thought about what would happen if she escaped from the predator and the population of another world periodically comes with cruelty to kill her neighbors. She imagined an embittered ant, thinking that this is unforgivable. Sternly looking ahead, she thought that she would never and under no circumstances allow this. She lowered her hand, thinking that if possible, she really wanted to form an alliance. Looking around the cave, she thought that she maintained hope that they would cope, despite the differences, after which she said that she also knew about the predator. The monster cried out furiously. Blood spurted out of its mouth. The girl said that if he became her subordinate, he would receive the maximum protection of the inhabitants of this place. The monster asked how she dared to offer him submission. The young man frowned, turning to the girl. The monster exclaimed that the two-legged insects were unable to understand what was being said, after which he wished them death. The girl irritably grabbed her head, saying that the guy could finish him off. The monster's blood spurted in all directions. Moa looked at the guy. System windows appeared in the air, which said that the insect lord Gigas had been destroyed and soon the connection with the domains that were maintained by the monster's power would be severed. The guy said that he had failed to bend this dungeon to his side, after which he asked if she would go to the next one. She replied that she could not give up and asked the boy about his hesitation in the fight because of the boss's skill. Jai-Han agreed. The girl asked what exactly Giga's skill was, suggested that he looked like an ally under it. The girl carefully read the inscriptions in the system window, while the young man stood next to her, holding his weapon. Moa asked that if she ate Giga's horn, she could get his skill. The brunette smiled and looked at the girl, answering that his skill of deception, which gives the user the appearance of a creature that cannot be attacked at all. The girl asked in confusion if this was true. The girl looked at the guy, raising one eyebrow, and said that she thought the monster could only turn into a person in his field of vision, and clarified that she saw Jai-Han. The young man was stunned by her words. She called him by name. The boy looked at her with embarrassment and clarified that this skill allows you to see the person she would like to meet here. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard the words that, in other words, she saw the person she liked more than anyone else. She smiled awkwardly, blushed deeply, and realized that the person seen under the influence of deception was the boy. She looked away, remembering that she herself said that she saw him. She remembered her soft smile and thought about the fact that she basically confessed her feelings to him. The guys blushed embarrassedly. The girl recoiled in shock. The guys returned to the house. The boy walked to the door. The girl thought that this was some kind of ambush. She smiled slightly, wondering how she should deal with this atmosphere. She looked hopelessly in front of her, calming herself down, after which she decided that it was natural that she saw Jai-Han. She remembered how the monster in the form of a young man looked back at her, and wondered who could be in the place of the person suitable for appearing there, because it would be strange if she saw Hunter Yundam or Miss Seo Jin instead. The boy was holding his neck. His face was still burning red. The girl thought that it was all because of the wording that the one who liked the most would appear, and that it seemed like a trifle, but it was unclear why it sounded so significant. The young man looked in front of him in confusion. The girl ran towards him with a smile, saying that the lady seemed to have not returned yet. She decided that Jai-Han was simply showing kindness to the new huntress, and it was awkward to take it with a sentimental subtext for no reason. She came closer to him. The young man agreed with her in a trembling voice. The girl said that the lady was probably busy. The guy stuttered. Moa asked if they should wait until the evening. The guy answered in the affirmative. The girl looked questioningly at the guy, who froze in place. She bit her lip, trying to think of a topic for conversation, because she decided that the atmosphere was spoiling. Suddenly she realized that she could talk about the past duel. The guy looked at her incomprehensibly, and the girl said that the monster was weaker than she thought. The girl entered the house with a confident smile. The young man followed her, happily saying that this was a simple matter. The girl decided that this was a success. She stretched and said that compared to Kyrgyz, this monster can hardly be called a boss. Moa asked how such a weak one could survive. The young man answered her that Gigas survived because it was weak. He presented the image of the monster and explained that the dungeon was for gathering with a low risk of death. That was its value. The girl sat on the sofa with her arms crossed over her chest. The young man put his hands on the back. She said that although the monster was just that, but for a person who had not awakened a new one, he was a full-fledged monster. She explained that when the dungeon closed, she noticed a private house nearby. The dark-haired man looked at the girl thoughtfully, saying that without their intervention the damage could have been enormous. Moa smiled, saying that it was still good. The young man touched a strand of the girl's hair with his fingers. She looked puzzled at the guy who held her hair between his fingers. The dark-haired man was embarrassed, removing his hand. The girl blushed and raised her eyebrows in surprise. The guy abruptly jumped back from the sofa, covering his face, red from embarrassment. The girl sat down to the edge. The young man awkwardly asked what was up with their rewards. The girl replied that she had received a magic stone and that she would give him the Gigas stone. The materialization time was up to 9 o'clock. When he would absorb it, the boy replied affirmatively. The girl awkwardly leafed through the inventory. The boy said that he would do some cooking. Moa agreed, saying that she would sell the extra potions at the market. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the area. The boy asked if he should take a bath. The girl replied negatively. At the same time, the office was discussing why the prices of potions were not skyrocketing. Sojang sat in a chair, holding a glass in his hands, while the secretary stood in front of him. He asked why the secretary was silent and whether he was really doing his job. Apologized. He angrily looked at his subordinate and asked if he was sure that there were no available supplies abroad. The secretary replied that he was sure a new variable had just arisen. The secretary presented the power of the person and the system windows, saying that the hunter anonymous accepted the exchange for 25D rank healing potions, 1A rank, 10B rank, after which he said that someone sells consumables to hunters authorized to make purchases. Without looking at the current price, Sojang exclaimed in surprise. He touched his chin with his finger, asking if he does this on purpose so as not to reveal his nickname on the market and who it could be. He assumed that the old man who was engaged in production had already been killed, and there was no one else to import such batches. Someone knocked on the door. The secretary opened the door, behind which stood a girl. The man shouted. Asked why she came and said that if it was not urgent, let her report later. The girl imagined a monster in front of her and said that they were informed about the closure of the Giga's dungeon. Loa reluctantly held the purple horn in her hands, preparing to eat it. The dark-haired guy turned to the girl, asking how long it would take her to finish this time. She replied that it would take 4 days. The girl lowered her head to the table, agreeing with the guy's words that she would do it faster than with the previous ones, after which she said that if it were Kyrgyz, she would persuade him to become a subordinate by any means necessary. The young man took the jacket in his hands, smiling, said that then they would kill monsters with small horns and not worry. The girl said that this would not happen. She took the rock with both hands. The guy lowered his hand to the back of the chair. The girl said that they needed to continue trying to talk to them, because if they got at least one more dungeon, it would be good. The guy said that he understood her. He sat down on a chair, smiled and said that 4 days is not that long, so today she just needs to eat as much as she needs, then added that she seemed to want some shrimp dumplings. The girl presented dumplings with shrimp tails sticking out of them and said that it was true. The young man asked why she had recently given food to Alphanis. The girl looked away, awkwardly scratching her cheek. She remembered how a couple of hours ago they came to the man. The old man looked at her with a smile, greeting the girl. She said that she had come for a short time, then asked if they were going to eat. The man smiled widely, confirmed this and asked if she would like to join them. The guy said that he had dropped in unexpectedly, and it was somehow awkward to sit down to eat. The girl raised her hands with a smile, asking for a glass of water. She saw that there was some forest food on the plate in the man's hands. The man said that this time they had picked a lot of fruits from the trees. The guys were horrified by what they saw, thinking that this was their food. The girl grabbed her head, saying that her conscience did not allow her to leave everything as it was. The guy sadly lowered his head. The girl poured sauce on the horn. Jaihan said that she even gave away the side dish he had prepared. The girl replied that he himself said that he did not mind. The guy remembered how reluctantly he agreed to give away the products. He put his head on his hand and said that it was still different, because if she wanted to give it away, please, but he tried hard to make it tasty. The sauce began to drip down the threshold. The girl said that in the near future she would not be able to eat anything except the horn. The guy suggested that next time they cook something that needed to be infused, for example, crabs and sauce. The girl looked at him upset, asking where he learned to cook like that. The guy answered with a smile that he just had a lot of practice. He remembered sitting at the table with notebooks and explained that now he knows how to regulate his diet because before becoming a hunter he was poor and cooking himself was cheaper. He imagined himself standing behind the cooking. The young man imagined himself sitting at a table full of food and explained that he has heightened senses, so he can pick out a similar taste to the one he tried earlier. The girl asked if he was serious and if he really can pick out any taste. She frowned slightly, looking at the young man, and said that he could achieve great success in cooking. The young man said that these are just heightened senses and nothing more. The girl raised the bottle of sauce. The guy said that this is why he doesn't really like being around other people, because their smells especially bother him. The girl lowered her eyebrows in disappointment, thinking that the guy always noticed everything first thanks to his feelings, and now that he can take physical form, she needs to be more careful in this regard. The young man raised his eyebrows, looking at the girl. She said that she didn't even know this, after which she suggested delimiting personal space. The guy said that there is no need to resort to this. The girl raised her hand, saying that she understands everything because there are such people in her circle, and that the guy is under stress. The young man replied that he is fine. He smiled affectionately, saying that everything is fine when he is next to her. The girl looked at him embarrassedly, asking why. The guy touched his lips with a smile. He looked at her with a soft smile, saying that he is also interested in why. The girl blushed embarrassedly, thinking that she was losing her head, and she had even stolen the soul of the first ranker. She calmed down a little. The young man looked at her lovingly. The girl said that she needed to take the horn, and that after she ate, she would go to bed before it was too late. The girl bit off a piece of the horn. System notifications appeared in the air, saying that the girl had tasted the horn of the insect lore, and that the maximum number of S-rank skills available for inheritance had been reached, and in order to obtain new skills of the same rank, existing ones must be erased. The young man looked at his ally while she was reading the inscription that after 100% consumption, a special enhancement option would be launched, and that she would inherit the skills of deception and the cursed paragon. The young man asked what happened. The girl replied that the number of skills had reached the limit. The guy jumped up from his seat, surprised, saying that it turns out that the system has such a limit. The girl said that when she eats the entire horn, a special enhancement option will be activated. If she knew this, she would have given it to the young man. The guy answered negatively. He smiled broadly, sat down in his seat and said that he thought she would be able to enhance the existing skills, so she should eat everything, because she already gives him all the high-ranking magic stones. The girl replied that she didn't really care because she had a lot of them. The guy showed 5 fingers, saying that he cared and that they only had 5 S-rank skills. The girl opened the window with the characteristics, confirming his words. The guy said that if you take into account the limit, in the future you will have to compare them with other skills available for obtaining. The girl remembered how she used her attack skills, and said that she would not erase lightning and thunderstorm because they are too important. The guy remembered how he and the girl ran along the corridor, after which he suggested erasing the transformation. Moa replied that without it too, nowhere, because she has no other similar ways to penetrate the dungeon. The guy got up from his seat, saying that in this case, 2 skills remain, the merits of the saint and the barrier of the shrine, but the barrier has the highest priority. The girl replied that, as it seems to her, they need to protect the dungeon with Alphanis, and the skill is useful in many other cases. She looked up, extended her index finger and said that if any skill is to be deleted, it will be the merit of the saint. The young man remembered the image of the old man, asking if the effect of the skills is that it simply increases favor. The girl answered in the affirmative, saying that the effect of the skill is strong enough to make any enemy defenseless, even if he understands that the Lord is in front of him. The guy took the jar of sauce, saying that he thought this skill was the most unnecessary in her skill set. The girl asked if he really thought so. The guy poured the sauce on the horn, saying that any person without the skill's effect would show her favor, so if she got new skills in the future, she should erase this one. The girl smiled softly, looked at the horn and agreed with the guy, thinking that he had become very fussy lately. She looked at her burden, that she might have to end up with this again. Seo Jin looked at the ceiling angrily, cursing Seo Hu. She began waving her arms. Moa sat on the chair next to her. The boy in the form of a doll climbed onto her lap. The lady talked about how you can squeeze the last juices out of a person. The guy said that everyone said that the construction was already finished. Seo Jin closed her eyes tiredly, saying that the construction was finished and now the small cosmetic decisions began, so she ran away because she was really driven. Moa praised her for her work. Yundam and Seo Hu went home. The young man picked up the box with a smile and turned to the girl. He waved his hand at her. The girl looked back at them. The men sat down at the table. The girl asked if they came for Mrs. Seo Jin. The young man answered that this was not so because he came to see his sister. He winked at her, smiled and said that he would also tell her about the communication with the Dian Guild. The guy opened the box with the cake. The girl asked if the men had contacted the guild. Seo Hu answered that they had, and they had already received an answer. He handed the girl a phone, which contained a message that there were certain disagreements between them, but the situation forced him to ask for cooperation. The girl wondered why the man wrote to teach him like that. Yundam smiled, looking at the girls. Seo Jin asked what they answered. She put her arm around the girl's shoulder, looking into the phone. The girl read that if the man surrenders himself, like an obedient dog, the interlocutor can again consider in the proposal, and while he decides, he should not forget who his sister is with. Seo Jin collapsed on the sofa, laughing loudly. The girl handed the phone to the man, asking if he had other sisters. The man replied that the interlocutor did not know about Seo Jin's rescue. Moa smiled, saying that they should remain in the dark further, and perhaps they can use this later, after which she added that there was no need to expect any problems. Jai Han was sipping a cup of coffee. The blonde boy handed the girl a piece of cake. The boys looked at each other with a smile, while the doll continued to pull the cup towards the girl. Yundam asked if something bad had happened. The girl replied that everything was fine, after which she asked how things were going with him. He answered with a wide smile that he was bored with his brother Seo Hu. He narrowed his eyes, saying that he was more interested in his sister. The boys looked at him in confusion. The girl asked what he meant. The boy explained that he had found out a little, and that she had slipped away from all the security personnel from the dungeon control center. He smiled sarcastically, asking how she had closed the gig as dungeon. The girl looked at him in confusion, saying that they had defeated the boss. The boy replied that he did not mean that. Seo Hu turned his gaze to him. The guy asked with a smile how she managed to sneak in so unnoticed. He slightly narrowed his eyes, brought the cup to his mouth and said that in the case of the media's silence, everything is clear, because they have a ban on such sensitive topics. But this time, Jae-han's rating jumped sharply, and people, noticing this, will probably be interested. The girl remembered Jae-han's words later that the guy would think about the fact that she decided to give away the only one she got, after which she thought that she guessed that she would be asked, but still did not know how to answer. She awkwardly scratched the back of her head. Jae-han spread his arms out to the sides, frowning slightly. The girl said that she could not express herself correctly. Jae-han looked at the men angrily. The young man asked the girl what kind of toy it was. The man said that he had also asked himself this question before. The doll waved her hands. The girl said that she thought they already knew, and that it turned out that this was a belated introduction. She pointed her hand at the nearby, from which an evil aura emanated. The girl introduced Jae-han. The guys exclaimed in surprise. Seo-jin opened her mouth in shock as she looked at the girl. Moa asked if she didn't know this before. The girl replied that she didn't, and that although she saw the doll every night while cleaning the house, she thought it was a skill or an item from the dungeon. Seo-jin pulled the girl's cheek, asking her if Moa knew. How surprised she was, the girl apologized with a smile. Jae-han grabbed the fork, pointed it at the woman and said that she was always grabbing Moa so roughly. Seo-jin looked at the doll, asking if the guy was telling her to stop. Moa thought about how no one could hear the guy. Seo-jin let go of the girl's cheek. Moa said with a smile that the guy used this body before he got the ability to materialize and continues to possess the doll now if he doesn't want to resort to the ability. The men looked at the doll. Seo who said that the guy must have been in the doll for a long time because it was already worn out. The girl confirmed this. Jae-han stuck his fork into the table, interrupting Yoon-dam's words that he should return to the question. The doll looked at the guy angrily. Yoon-dam said that he would not ask anymore. Jae-han hit Seo-hoo's hand. Yoon-dam asked the girl if she could take them with her to the dungeon, because he also liked to raid bosses. The girl awkwardly looked away. The guy looked at her pitifully, asking if she was uncomfortable with him, after which he said that he offered to address her without formalities, and that now he was sad because she was constantly trying to distance herself from him. Jae-han called him a fox. Jae-han glared at the boy. Moa smiled awkwardly, thinking that she didn't want to blurt out anything. Jae-han told him to stop being cunning. The girl introduced her brother, thinking that the boy was similar to him, and that was why it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to hold on. Yoon-dam happily threw up his hands, hearing the girl's agreement. The girl smiled softly. The boy said that he was very glad that she was comfortable with him, because she was not quite like a real sister to him, and he always wanted to have a close person. The girl remembered one of their conversations, thinking about how the boy said that he grew up in an orphanage without a family. She remembered the image of a boy splashed with blood, and thought that at that age he should be playing computer games with her brother, but he has had to sweat in dungeons since his teenage years, and on top of that, his own guild betrayed him. The girl remembered how the boy was sealed inside a crystal. She imagined little Yoon-dam, didn't think that he was probably lonely. She looked down sadly, thinking that it was not easy to go through such a thing, so she would be at least a little kinder to him. The young man turned to her. He smiled softly, touched his teeth with a fork and told her to call him by his name. The girl blocked the doll with her hand. Jae-han angrily said that the guy was completely overstepping his bounds, and then decided to resort to materialization. The girl smiled softly, calling the guy by his name. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The girl asked if she could call him that in the future. He smiled softly. Closing his eyes, he told her with a smile to call him that way. Jae-han looked at the girl upset, wondering why this was happening. The girl asked what was going on. She looked at the doll in confusion. Jae-han reached out to her and said that she still lives by his full name. He raised his eyebrows pitifully, telling her to just call him by his first name. The girl apologized to him. The boy asked her to talk without politeness. Moa said that it was too much. She raised her hands, saying that she had already told him that their situations were different because the boy was older than her. Yoon-dam laughed loudly. He put his hands to his cheeks, smiling, saying that his brother was indeed older. Jae-han was sad but lowered his head. The boy added that his sister said that he was old, that he was almost 30, and therefore she could not play with him and would soon call him uncle. Jae-han completely wilted. The girl tried to stop the boy. Jae-han lowered his hands. The girl said that she really did not think anything like that. The boy replied that everything was fine, saying that it was all true. He looked away sadly, saying that he really was much older, so they should discuss the latest news. The girl nervously asked him to tell her what happened. Seo who asked if she was ready to listen. The man raised his hand, saying that while they were dealing with the dungeon boss, they were also not idle and were able to convince quite a few hunters to take their side. Yoon-dam looked at the girl with a smile, that they still can't say that there are really many hunters, and they don't completely trust them. The man added that they have similar goals. He looked at the girl, explaining that the hunters want to keep the guild under control. He presented the symbols of the three guilds, explaining that the Dark Sky and Sky guilds fell apart, due to which the Korean hunter community was effectively under the monopoly of the Daehan Guild. He imagined a man planting a flag between the hunters. He said that if we talk about analogies, a startup enters the market, but it is acquired by a large company, which causes a sea of indignation. The girl looked him in the eye, saying that in this case their goals may still be slightly different. The man confirmed this. Yundam folded his hands on his knee, explaining that this is why they benefit from presenting him in Seo, who is the opposition to the guild, because when their words are confirmed and they save the inhabitants, they will also become heroes. Seo Jin raised her hand, asking if this means that they want to take advantage of each other. The man answered that this is a mutually beneficial cooperation. The girl asked how they managed to find those people. The young man raised his hand with a smile, telling that the hunters were at a rally against the guild, and that he knew about such people from the time when he went to small dungeons. The guy remembered how he called out to people at the rally. The girl looked at him. Jai Han crossed his arms and said that he had a wide circle of acquaintances. The young man added that it was just insurance in case he failed to close all the dungeons, so she should not worry. The girl took a bite of cake, thinking that the men were preparing for this too, while she failed to persuade the boss. Seo Jin hugged her. The girl thought that they needed to succeed with the next boss. Moa looked at her with confusion. The girl asked with a smile why she was making such a face, as if she thought she was unreliable and had no idea what to do next. Jai Han was seething with anger, looking at what was happening. The girl added that she did not need to figure everything out on her own, because the men were running around like crazy to ease her burden. Yundam nodded, confirmed this, and said that she did not only raid dungeons. He remembered the girl working in the mine and picking flowers, saying that she knew that for the amount of potions they got, she worked hard to collect ingredients day and night. Seo Jin looked at her with a smile, asking how Jai Han would do it for them if she lay down. The man looked at them, telling the girl not to overdo it. Moa lowered her head. The guys said that they didn't even know when she managed to grow so much, and were surprised every time they received a potion, because there were literally a sea of them. The girl smiled tensely, thinking about how she was collecting ingredients during simple lazy walks through the dungeons. The girl with a guilty conscience in the form of a stone on her head thought about how everyone thought that she was constantly working hard because of the potions, but she couldn't tell them about the hidden skill. Sitting on the couch in the living room, she muttered that they all got it wrong and she wasn't looking for any sacrifices. Seo Jai muttered that she was back to her old ways, and Yundam noted that this was just Moa. The girl propped her face up in surprise when the brown-haired girl tensely said that she wasn't such a good person. Recalling her old workplace, she said that at her old job she always argued with everyone. The pink-haired girl asked with a smirk on her face if she really thought of herself like that. The girl muttered affirmatively. Everyone looked down, and Moa froze in surprise when Seo Jai noted her tenderness. She smiled slyly and said that although it was a little strange, maybe that was why she wanted her words. She added that she often didn't really like such people. The huntress began to press the brown-haired girl, while her brother tiredly looked away. The white-haired man with the fork in his hand smiled widely and said that he would now send the information abroad and let you know if there was any information. He asked the girl to finally eat. Looking at the piece of cake, Jai Han turned to Moa and asked if she would mind if he ate her strawberries, noting that he heard that she did not like them very much. The brown-haired girl replied that she usually saves them for last, but he can have them if he wants. The guy in the form of a voodoo doll seemed to be struck by lightning when asked whether she really liked strawberries or not, the girl modestly muttered. The hunter grabbed a fork and ran along the table. He stabbed a strawberry from a piece of Yundam's cake, and then he did the same with Seo Jai's strawberries. Then he took the strawberries from Seo, who as well. Jai Han, his eyes shining, held out a fork with strawberries and asked Moa to eat. The girl mentally asked him to calm down. A little later, the pair of hunters were alone in the kitchen. The brunette asked his friend if she still wanted to sleep. The brunette answered that they still had things to do. She began to take papers out of the storage room, saying that they had to go to the boss. The guy asked why so soon. He moved his chair and began to sit down, asking where she got the strength from if she had been collecting until the very night. Moa answered that she was fine. Taking out a sheet of paper with a table, she said that it was just time for the guard post to change. Jai Han replied that he had completely forgotten about it. The girl picked up the papers and exclaimed that the documents that the brunette had grabbed when he went after the hunter Seo Jai were surprisingly very useful. The guy replied that he had only brought a bunch of papers that I was warming up indiscriminately, and it was she who had sorted them and found this schedule. The brunette smiled mischievously, recalling her old job, and said that for office workers, this was an easy task, and she could do paperwork with her eyes closed. Jai Han propped his head up with his hand and asked if they were going to the dungeon of the demon dragon Lord Jaogas this time. Imagining a coiled dragon, he noted that there was lava everywhere, so they couldn't go there without fire resistance potions. He asked the brunette if she had prepared them. The huntress replied that she had managed to collect a lot of potions, but they were B rank. The girl raised her fist with a smile when the brunette praised her and said that she could rest now. She asked if he didn't hear what she said and didn't realize that they needed to go now. Moa slammed the table and lit up. Transforming into a flea, she tore the scroll, exclaiming that they should finish this quickly. Having moved in space, the girl pulled Jai-Han's soul along with her, shouting that they don't know when the monsters will come out and when the predator will appear. Looking at the blue portal on the ground, she added that they should finish this quickly. The Jaeoga's dungeon consisted of mountains covered in lava. Moa jumped to the side in fear, asking if she would really be fried if she made even one wrong move. The brunette asked her to drink the earth quickly. When the brown-haired girl began to swallow the liquid from the bottle, a notification appeared that her fire resistance had increased for 1 hour. The guy noted that in order to just walk here, a B-rank potion should be enough, but she should be careful with direct attacks. He waved his hand when the huntress asked if he needed to drink the potion too. Jai-Han replied that his current body was a little different from his usual one. Smiling at his palm, he said that he felt neither cold nor heat, fatigue, nor any other physical phenomena. He noted that it felt as if his body was completely subordinate to his will. The brunette took the scroll from the girl's hands, adding that it was all thanks to her. The foot stepped on the ground. Having become invisible, the couple walked through the dungeon. The guy smiled broadly and said that Jaeoga's was not particularly active among bosses, so such a sloth could be done in a couple of seconds. There were sounds of fighting from the side, while Moa reminded that they were going to talk, not fight. Jai-Han pressed the girl to himself and told her to be quieter. Looking out from behind a rock, they saw fighting hunters, and the brunette said that this was most likely a raid group. The brown-haired girl asked if they would go the other way, but the guy answered negatively. Watching the hunters fight the dragon, he said that it would be better to go through here right away since this dungeon is popular and they might meet many more raid groups on their way. Moa said that it wouldn't work out well if the dungeon suddenly closed. She looked on with a frown while Jai-Han assured her that they still had the return stones. Peeking out from behind a rock, he told her to follow him. The brunette quickly jumped over the dragon, and the huntress ran after him. After passing through the raid group, the guy pointed out the direction to go. The girl looked at him and asked if he was sure he didn't mind fighting Jaeoga's on his own. As they continued walking, Moa said that if things didn't go as planned, she would help, so he shouldn't overdo it. Jai-Han replied that it was okay since after absorbing Jaeoga's mana stone, his stats were restored to what they had in life. Looking at the hunter's stats, all of which reached 80%, the brunette asked if they were lower before. The brunette replied that they were lower before today's dawn. He added that the materialized body was much more efficient than his own, so in fact, he had become even stronger. He jumped on the stone and said that when he absorbed the Jaeoga's mana stone entirely, his stats could reach 120%. Jai-Han offered the girl his hand while she was saying that in that case she would advise the boss to agree to talk. The hunter replied that if he did not listen, it would be even better for them. The invisibility effect began to disappear. The brunette froze with surprise on her face. She saw a large sleeping dragon in front of her, which was the lord of the demonic dragons Jaeoga's. The black monster was sleeping peacefully. Moa grabbed the brunette by the sleeve and suggested that they return when he woke up, since she did not really want to wake him. Jai-Han asked if she was joking. Remembering the enthusiasm with which they fought earlier, the girl replied that she could not help but think that their acquaintance with Jaeoga's did not start in the best way, and they practically destroyed his house. The guy looked at her with a bit of sadness and asked if she still regretted it. Hiding her tears, the brunette replied that she did not. However, Jai-Han understood that she regretted it. Twirling her braid in his hands, he walked forward, telling her to just wait. Throwing a playful glance back, he said that Jaeoga's would soon fall at her feet. Moa froze with crimson cheeks while the guy asked her to wait a little. Waving his hand, he added that he would single-handedly slay this dragon and present it to the feet of his queen. The girl covered her face with her hands in shame. The brunette stopped at the dragon. He looked at the sleeping monster with a dark gaze, and it sighed slightly. The boss slowly opened his eyes. His pupil widened sharply. Jai-Han smiled maliciously and called him. Jaeoga's rose to his feet. The guy threw him an item and said that they had something to talk about. The dragon jerked his head, catching the treat. Moa came closer when a notification appeared that Yuga communication was activated for 20 minutes. Greeting the monster, she mentally calmed herself. The huntress smiled widely and apologized for coming here so unexpectedly. She asked if he was interested in an alliance. Looking at her, the boss asked again, and the brown-haired girl said that they knew about the arena opening soon. She waved her hand, delivering that they alone would not be able to close it, because it was a serious threat to their world, and they also knew about the Devourer. Standing in front of Jaeoga's, the girl said that based on the information they had received, they had one common enemy. She asked why instead of fighting, they didn't join forces and fight him together. The monster looked at them with surprised eyes. Opening his mouth, he began to talk about negotiations. A stream of hot air gushed at the huntress. The dragon began to take a deep breath. Suddenly, he released a stream of fire from his mouth. Jai-Han ran away with Moa in his arms. Jaeogas, releasing flames from his mouth, said that there was no point in negotiations and they should just submit to him. The brunette landed to the side, indignantly asking what this boss was doing. Suddenly, the brunette squealed in pain. The guy leaned over to her and asked what happened. On the back of her hand, he saw a burn, and the huntress noted that the flame slightly touched her skin. Jai-Han froze and froze, while Moa asked him not to worry too much because she could just drink a healing potion. She was surprised when the hunter took her hand. He looked at the burn with a darkened face. Looking at the dragon, the guy called the girl by name. A crazy smile stretched across his face, and he asked if he couldn't just kill him. The brunette looked at her comrade in fear, trying to get through to him. She began to quickly drink the potion, saying that she was now completely fine and there was no problem. The brunette asked her to stay put, noting that he would not allow the boss to even turn his head in her direction. Moa reached out with her hand to the leaving hunter, asking him to stop. The guy jumped up, while she, grimacing, thought about the huge horns of the dragon. Jai-Han jumped above Jaeogas and called him loudly. Abruptly falling down, he hit him on the head. The brunette jumped again, grabbing the boss by the horns. With wild eyes, he said that he shouldn't have spit fire at Moa. His scythe approached the horn. The blade grazed the bone. The monster howled as one of its horns flew off. Looking at it, the girl mentally asked her friend to stop. The boy raised the scythe above his head, saying that he would not kill him quickly, because then he would not have time to languish in pain. The hunter hit Jaeogas on the head, saying that he would torture him properly before he died. The dragon looked at him and cursed loudly. Rising to his feet, he exclaimed that he would soon catch them and swallow them right away. The monster raised its head up. A second later, it released a stream of fire from its mouth. Moa froze in horror as a red sign appeared in front of her, saying that she had fallen under the spell's influence and the fear effect had been applied to her. The girl frowned, thinking that it was annoying her. She wondered if Jai-Han was okay. The guy smiled and twirled the scythe in his hand. The information on the system sign said that the entity Jai-Han had bound to the huntress had managed to avoid the effect. The brunette glanced at his friend, and she thought that she was glad that trouble had passed him by and now she just had to wait for him to finish. The guy looked up. He gripped the scythe tighter, noting that Jaeogas had not stopped trying to attack her after all. With a mad smile, he raised his weapon above his head, saying that the dragon was apparently waiting for its death. The monster stood in front of him and indignantly asked how dare a pathetic insect like him say such a thing. Jai-Han glared madly and ordered him to shut up. Sharp bloody growths began to appear from the ground. The dragon screeched in pain. His red eyes rolled up. Moa froze in shock as the system noted that the effect was removed. Watching the guy run towards the boss, she thought that she found it hard to believe that he was able to use such powerful attacks on his own. Jaeogas swung his tail sharply. The brunette dodged his blow. A moment later, he ran along the monster's tail. With one blow, he chopped off the monster's leg. The hunter landed on the ground, and the limb flew past. With a sly smile on his face, he noted that he had already said that he would torture him well before he died. When the dragon landed next to him, he noted that it was not as fierce in battle as Kyrgyz and not as fast as him. Jai-Han lowered the scythe blade down, saying that it was too slow and could only spit fire. The guy frowned his dark brows, adding that it was worth killing him right away and not trying to negotiate. Jaeogas hit the ground with his paw, ordering him to shut up. Rushing on the hunter, he shouted that he would swallow him whole. The brunette swung his scythe, saying that it was too slow. He hit the monster on the head. The monster slammed its head into the ground. Rising to its feet, it said that this was not the end. Puzzledly arching an eyebrow, the guy suggested that in that case, try to attack it with all his strength. Moa was thinking about asking him to go easy on Jaeogas. The dragon threw his head back. When other dragons flew to him, he ordered them to help kill those annoying bugs. Jai-Han stood up for his friend, and she thought that the situation was getting tense, and maybe she should intervene and help. The brunette jumped up. Flying through the air, he killed the small dragons one by one. Looking at the falling corpses, Jaeogas asked what kind of monster he was. The blade sank into the ground near his head. The hunter leaned over the boss and asked if he wanted to talk to them. The brunette watched with a puzzled look as the guy asked the monster to bend down and lick his braid. Jai-Han froze when the girl told him to stop. She approached the dragon and said that if he gave her the crown and the dungeon, he would remain safe and sound. The girl waved her hand and replied that she knew he wasn't interested, but she asked him to at least think about his kin. The monster raised his head and asked if she meant his minions. Jaeogas loomed over the huntress and asked if she seriously thought he would go against his principles for the sake of a bunch of pathetic servants. Jai-Han threw his braid over his shoulder and said that now he understood why the boss slept peacefully while his kin were being killed one by humans. The monster replied that there was nothing wrong with that, since servants existed to faithfully serve their king, even being ready to give their lives for him. Moa frowned when Jaeogas said that he found it funny that she wanted to become a queen with such a mindset. She mentally noted that it was okay that not everyone had to share her opinion, but a king should at least care a little about his subjects. The dragon began to gather air in his throat, saying that the girl was not worthy of becoming the queen of his dungeon, and that she lacked many things to get the crown of the great Jaeogas. The brunette mentally noted that he did not deserve to bear the title of king either. Standing next to Jai-Han, she noted that their negotiations had failed. Having adjusted his attack, the monster asked what negotiations were they talking about. The brunette raised his scythe and said with a smile that he would not succeed a second time. Having made a lunge, he aimed a blow at the boss. The system notified about the death of the Dragon King Jaeogas and that the dungeon would soon be closed. Standing by the corpse, the guy turned back. Moa stood with her head down and a sad look. The hunter went to her in the portal behind her, asking if what happened bothered her. Jai-Han put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that this dragon had no intention of giving up the dungeon in the first place, but he was sure that next time he would definitely succeed. The guy smiled widely and said that he would be by her side no matter what happened. A blush appeared on the brunette's strangled face. Her lips stretched into a smile. Smiling widely in return, she thanked Jai-Han. The brunette froze with a puzzled look. While he stood there and blushed, the huntress went to the boss's corpse, thinking that the hunter was right and negotiations did not always end in success. She mentally noted that eating horns was not the most pleasant thing to do, but it was worth being content with little and recruiting the next king later. The embarrassed guy looked at his friend when she turned to him. Moa froze and remembered that Jaeogas had been saying throughout the battle that he would swallow them, as if he had a brutal appetite. She said that maybe she should share the address of a good restaurant with him. Jai-Han started laughing loudly. Suddenly, he darkened and asked if she was joking. The girl replied that she was serious. Approaching the portal, she noted with a smile that she really was joking. Hiding in the portal, she suggested that they return quickly, because the dungeon would soon close, and the brunette agreed with her. Moving to the house in the forest, Moa began to speak, but her attention was drawn to the rustling. She saw her mother sitting on the grass, asking if this was her daughter. The woman bent down to the ant and asked if it was by any chance her daughter's friend or herself. The girl called her mother. Accidentally stepping on the ant, the brunette stood up and exclaimed in a low voice that she could have appeared very unexpectedly. The huntress replied that she had just returned. She waved her hand and began to tell her mother with a wide smile that she had been in the dungeon, and then asked her mother how she had gotten here so quickly. The woman replied that she had gone immediately after seeing her message. Before leaving for the dungeon, the girl had written to her mother that she would give her access and asked if she could come to the house by the lake. Jai-Han stood tensely to the side, while his girlfriend apologized for the suddenness, noting that it could not be conveyed in any other way. Miss Sun asked if this was something like a hunter's ability, and then called her daughter. Looking at the crushed ant, she asked if he was by any chance her friend. When Moa answered negatively, the brown-haired girl said that she was very scared. Suddenly her face darkened, and a spark ran through her eyes. Jai-Han perked up when the woman asked who he was. The boy and the girl began to exchange frightened glances, and the huntress realized that she had not told her mother all this time that she lived with him. The brunette began to mumble. He bowed and told Miss Sun his name. Moa looked between her mother and her timid friend, who stuttered that it was nice to meet him. The woman replied with a wide smile on her face that she was also very pleased to meet him. Keeping the smile on her face, she called her daughter. The brunette threw a dark look at the girl. The huntress cringed in fear when her mother addressed her. With a madly shining eye and a smile, Miss Sun asked if they could talk alone. Silence reigned in the room. Moa sat on a chair, trying to figure out what to say about Jai-Han. The woman in front of her noted that the young man was quite famous. Thinking about how he was accused of murder, illegal entry into dungeons, and attacks on hunters, she asked if he was dangerous. With an upset look, the brunette said that she had heard bad rumors about him. The huntress screamed that it was all a lie. She started waving her arms, exclaiming that he was not at all like they said, and he was her savior who had always only helped. The woman lowered her eyes. Remembering their appearance some time ago, she said that it was strange that they teleported here so naturally. The brown-haired woman muttered something in response. Miss Sun moved closer and began to ask if she really, imagining the happy couple, she asked if they really lived together. Moa indignantly pointed at the door of Seo-jai's room and shouted that she had a neighbor. The woman asked if this house was some kind of dormitory. The girl exclaimed that it was. She spread her arms and smiled nervously when her mother noted that she was no longer a little girl. The huntress asked her to just trust her and not to worry. She began to carry the chair across the room, saying that she would quickly give her access to the dungeon. The woman asked why she needed that. Moa smugly stated that she would at least send her to her dungeon. Her dungeon was the one that Alphanis used to own. The girl said that she wanted her mother to have access to enter and leave it, but she did not know if she would be able to if she was unawakened. The huntress snapped her fingers, asking her to wait a little. A golden wreath shone on the brown-haired girl's forehead. Moa asked if a text window had appeared in front of her. She clenched her fists as her mother began to read aloud that the Beetle Queen would grant her the ability to create a gate to her dungeon. She asked if she needed to press the button that looked like a door. The girl answered in the affirmative. She put her hand on her chest when she saw the sign that access to the dungeon was successful. The huntress said that she was very glad that everything worked out, after which she added that she would grant access to her brother later. Moa smiled widely and asked her mother to go to the dungeon for a while, because there were people she did not want to introduce. When they passed through the portal, she began to wave her hand. Alphonse and his grandson noticed the guests. The girl introduced her mother to the old man. Miss Sun stood with a surprised face while her daughter told her about the dungeon. She bowed to the man. The brown-haired girl smiled widely with joy. When they were transported back, the woman noted that Alphonse was a very good person. The huntress asked if she really thought so and said that sometimes he treated her like a granddaughter. Miss Sun remembered looking down at the old man, saying that he bowed so low that she felt awkward. She smiled widely, remembering this. Moa said with a nervous smile that he also treated her that way, although she said it was unnecessary. As she went down the stairs, she told her mother that if she encountered danger, she should immediately go to the dungeon. The brown-haired woman replied that she understood everything. In the living room, a man was waiting for them, while the woman asked if she was eating well, because she did not want her daughter to get sick living so far away from her. A man's voice called the huntress. Surprised, Jai-Han peered out from behind the doorframe, calling Miss Sun Mom and asking how everything went. The woman raised an eyebrow, surprised at the address. The guy froze with a nervous face and asked if she was leaving already. He said that he had just set the table. The brunette looked away and said that he had done everything in a hurry. While there were many luxurious dishes on the table, he said that he had not made any culinary masterpieces. Miss Sun and her drink froze with shocked faces, and the woman said that she saw that they definitely had no problems with the food. The huntress wondered if he had really managed to cook all this while they were gone. Embarrassed, Jai-Han pulled out his chair, asking them to sit down. The brunette thanked him contentedly. When they all sat down at the table, Miss Sun whispered to Moa that she was right and that she should not worry. Exchanging smiles with the guy, she wished him bon appetit. The huntress with a spoon in her mouth looked away, listening to her mother ask the brunette if he had really cooked all this himself while they were busy. Jai-Han confirmed everything. The girl wondered if this meant that she accepted him. She lowered her head when the woman laughingly asked the guy to come visit them, and that she would also cook something delicious. Moa mentally noted that all of this embarrassed her greatly. After a while, the wooden house was covered by the sunset. While the hunter was washing the dishes, the brunette at the table thanked her for the delicious dinner. The brunette asked how her mother rated his dishes, and the girl replied that she liked everything. Taking off his apron, Jai-Han looked at his friend with a smile, while she muttered that although this was unexpected, she wanted to tell him. The brunette smiled nervously and noted that she thought that it was not the best idea for an adult woman and a man to live in the same house. The apron fell from the guy's hands. Not hiding the shock on his face, he asked if her mother really said that he should leave home. Moa began to express denial. The brunette froze with a gloomy face, while the huntress said that this was not so, and she herself had come to such conclusions, and she thought that Seo Jai was also not very comfortable living like this. The hunter asked if she was kicking him out because of her. The girl looked at him with a puzzled look and asked why he was twisting everything she said. The guy said that he knew that this day would come one day, and settling in Seo Jai was a mistake from the start. Jai-Han covered his face with his hands and began to say that he served Moa faithfully and truly, and she so easily decided to abandon her loyal vassal. The brunette said that this was not true at all. She realized that the hunter decided to put on a show. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and said that she was really abandoning him, because she already had plenty of subjects. The brunette transformed into a voodoo doll and sadly muttered that she no longer needed him. The huntress wondered if he was really that good at acting. Jai-Han squeezed the package of wet wipes and began to ask to take them with him, because they would make a wonderful blanket when dry. Moa noted that she knew that he did not need sleep. The guy went to leave the house. Remembering the image of the hunter, the girl noted how much his character had changed. Putting her hand on her forehead, she mentally noted that when they first met, she could not imagine that he could do something like this. Seeing that the brunette was stacking stones on the street, she asked what he was doing. Jai-Han sat down by a small building and said that from this day on he would live here. The brown-haired man indignantly asked if he was seriously doing this. Running out into the street, she exclaimed that he could live with her in the house forever. Jai-Han asked if this was true. He gave a sad look and said that now that he thought about it, he realized that he really was causing the girls inconvenience. Moa clenched her teeth in anger, listening to his words about leaving a little later as soon as he found a new place to live. With eyes white with anger, Moa loudly asked where he was going to go. She clenched her hands tightly into fists, screaming that he would live with her forever. The two of them froze, and this phrase began to echo. The guy asked her again. The brunette looked at him with indignation, noting that he could live as long as he wanted. Light began to appear around the brunette. He looked at the huntress with an admiring look, asking if she really let him. The huntress grimaced and cursed. The happy doll immediately ran home, while the dejected brunette stood in the yard. He was glad that Moa told him to live with her and told her to come in after him since it was already getting dark and cold. The girl noticed that the spirit's mood immediately improved. The protagonist followed her into the house and opened the door. There was a message on her phone saying that she was considered cool because there was a lot of fuss about something and asked her to go online. The ghost snuck up from behind and looked at the girl's phone. She asked him to take a look since everyone was in a panic. Jae-han smiled sarcastically, looking at the phone. He understood what they were talking about and told her to read the news. The protagonist stared at the phone, trying to figure out what was on it. She pressed the center button of the phone. The red arrow on the news report was moving down. It was breaking news that the dungeon of the Dragon King Jorges was closed. The journalist stood in the forest with a microphone in front of two people and reported. The leader of the Dian Guild, Han Asu, commented on the situation by saying that they had to stop the monopoly of the ranking players. 3 expert journalists were sitting at the table and discussing the news. Their headline was that the disappearance of the dungeons was threatening the peaceful life of the hunters, and they were wondering what the punishment would be. The flip phone was floating in space. The world was now turned upside down. The ghost put his hands in his pockets and mockingly looked at the protagonist's phone. The brunette did not understand how the Gigas dungeon was closed, as well as the deathly silence. The guy understood that they attracted attention with their antics. The main character frowned at her phone, realizing that there was no information on the internet that the monsters would soon crawl out. She realized that the media published what was beneficial to them and tried to find out what else they wrote. She saw a headline on the internet about Jae-han, who was considered the culprit of the disappearance of the dungeons. Under the post, there were angry comments about how Jae-han was the culprit of everything and ruined many people's lives. The spirit understood that people would angrily scold him for what happened. The ghost stood by the sofa with a smile on his face and an outstretched hand. He asked the brown-haired girl not to pay attention to these people because he thought that this would happen. The main character asked the spirit if everything was okay with him. The ghost looked at the girl ironically, turning back. He explained that he didn't care at all about what fools were saying about him and felt relieved. Her phone was flashing a headline with breaking news about Jae-han and the player rating. The guy was glad that his name was posted in the rating, because if they had written about Moa, she would have been scolded. He noted that the brunette was worried about this even more than him. The main character watched as the spirit decided to sit on the couch. She apologized to the spirit for all the nasty things written on the internet that fell to his lot. The ghost asked the girl not to take these thoughts into her head. He noted that in fact, everything was fine, that everything turned out this way. The main character looked at the phone sadly, sighing. The brunette said with glee that before he could only ignore them since he had no physical shell, but now he was able to answer them. She closed the phone and sighed heavily. She said that she really wanted to record all her indignation on video because she could not watch how everyone insulted him. The brunette stood next to the sofa on which the spirit was sitting. She noted that their opponents were masters of manipulating public opinion, releasing 1,000 articles per hour. The girl explained that they alone could not be accused of all mortal sins. The main character said that it was difficult to doubt something that had irrefutable evidence. The main character looked away with a sad look. She explained that even if she told her that in the future monsters would be able to jump out of the dungeons, she would not be sure that anyone would believe her, because people would not even do anything. The ghost crossed his fingers and looked intently at the girl sitting on the sofa. The brunette didn't even know what to do in a situation where the world was ruled by public opinion. The girl stood to the side of the sofa, putting her hands on her hips and looking at the guy. Jae-han turned to her, waving his hand, and said that nothing would change from this. The spirit sarcastically spread into a wide smile, looking out from under his brows at the girl. He said that worrying is for the weak. The brunette looked at the spirit in shock when he hugged her on the sofa. He said that there was no point in worrying about anything when they had strength, and if you know less, then life will definitely be easier. The brunette ironically noted that everything should be the other way around. The brunette looked at the girl with a tremulous smile, telling her to do what she thought was right. The ghost approached the girl's face, who immediately frowned and blushed. He added that she should do what she really wanted. The brunette touched her chin and was puzzled. She sighed heavily and said that they should talk about it tomorrow on the way to the dungeon. The brunette agreed with this. The next day, a powerful energy red aura exploded on the ground. An enraged monster with horns fought the hunter while the brunette hid behind the barrier. It was the king Inogas, who looked like a lion. The main character realized that it was obvious that the monster did not want to make contact. Inogas looked forward bloodthirstily, baring his fangs. Jae-han stood with his scythe in the dark aura in the forest. He turned back with a despicable look. The monster flew furiously towards the hunter, who waved his scythe. The brunette stood in the dark aura while the monster stood nearby. Jai-Han noted that Inogi's constantly escaped with the help of his shadow and it would be bad if they let him go. The brunette stood under the barrier while the brunette looked at her. She noted that if they fail to capture the monster, then they will have to kill it. The hunter did not understand whether there will be a conversation. The brunette held a bottle of potion in her hands under the barrier. She looked ahead anxiously and said that it would be better this way than Inogi's escaping at all. The main character mentioned whether the guy did not want to waste his precious time looking for the monster, so she offered him her help. She decided to drink the potion and the barrier began to disappear. He frowned at her and asked if everything would be okay with her. She replied that she would help a little. A notification popped up that she had increased her stats by 155 units because drinking the potion to increase her strength was a class. The main character looked ahead furiously while the emblem of the blue aura glowed above her head. She wanted to get rid of the monster's shadow and her current strength was 255. A blue energy stream rushed from her head into the sky. The brunette looked forward with a sneer, rejoicing at such a great plan. A powerful stream of aura stretched in space. Jai-Han ran forward to attack the monster while blue streams of aura hit the ground. Inogi stared forward, expecting an attack. In his eyes was the reflection of the hunter. Streams of dark aura stretched in space. Jai-Han's scythe blade was enveloped in a dark aura. He asked King Inogi to unite with them so that they could together resist the evil that was supposed to break out in the near future. The main character asked if he fed the monster a communication item. The wounded monster lay on the ground without a fang under the blade of the scythe. The brunette noted that in that case, the monster understood them perfectly. Suddenly, Inogi became furious and began to growl. The brunette looked at the monster with concern when her boyfriend asked what they were going to do. She closed her eyes sadly and wished to go back. The dark aura had drained from the monster's paws. The girl explained that there was no point in trying to establish contact with the king who did not even want to talk. The next day in the dungeon management office, people in suits walked along the corridor. The brown-haired girl in the form of an insect flew along the corridor with a ghost. She said that she was tired because these people not only increased their vigilance, but also the number of horns they needed to eat increased. The ghost hovered in the air above the main character, who was in the form of an insect. She knew that they had already failed 3 times, assuming that she was doing something wrong. The guy looked down on the girl, noting that she had always done well. It was just that those fools could not understand her words, so he told her not to worry. A stormy stream of a waterfall flowed down the mountain. Purgis told her that there would definitely be people who would want to listen to her. A white deer with large blue antlers walked through the forest. It was King Purgis. He expressed understanding that he knew what the girl was talking about. The brunette walked closer to the deer. She looked at the king in shock, who explained that he was ready to follow her. She was shocked that there really were kings who were ready to listen to her. The deer bowed his head to the guys in the forest. The protagonist stood in front of the lord, who bowed his head to her. Moa thought, having failed 3 times, she was ready to give up, but here he is. Finally there was a lord who would listen to her. The protagonist waved her hand at Jai-Han, smiling widely. She told the brunette to hide the dead man's scythe. The protagonist smiled confusedly, raising her eyebrows. She asked the deer that he was serious. The deer closed his eyes and nodded. He said that his kind were tired of the prolonged flight, and he could only agree with the words about the exhausting battles. The overlord looked at the protagonist with a serious expression. He said that in addition, she emitted an extraordinary aura of the overlord, noting that such a powerful one was felt only in a few people who passed through the hall. The overlord with his blue eyes stared at Moa. He said that unlike the other overlords, he did not seek strength or merciless killing, and his only wish was for them to survive altogether. The protagonist looked at the deer with a surprised look. The deer said that therefore, he hoped that they would understand his caution. Moa asked him what he was talking about. A system window appeared. Beast Lord Purgis insists on safety. System notification. Get rid of the presences in the dungeon that harm Purgis's kind. Reward. Inherit the crown of the Beast Lord Purgis. Time limit. 1 day. Moa asked what of the presences that harm their kind. The protagonist looked at the system windows with a thoughtful look. She realized that he was asking to expel her from the hunter's dungeon, thinking that it would be better to give her more time. System notification. Penalty for failure. Purgis transfers Jai-Han's identity. The brunette looked at Moa in shock, who revealed her horn. The huntress asked Purgis what he was planning. Purgis looked at the huntress with bewilderment, his eyes wide. The huntress said that the penalty looked suspicious. The protagonist looked at the lord with an enraged look. She told him to explain himself. Jai-Han smiled in confusion, while Moa bared her teeth. Jai-Han told her to calm down. The huntress said through clenched teeth that she was holding herself together. Jai-Han noted that the gnashing of teeth could be heard even there. The hunter looked at Moa with bewilderment, frowning. The main character said that the penalty for failing the quest was that goat. Jai-han said that he was actually a deer, asking what was his. The heroine crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the overlord with displeasure. She said that she did not know who he took her for, but she did not use her people as bets. The deer looked at the heroine with confusion. He said that he also could not blindly and unconditionally trust her if she suddenly changed her mind. Moa said that she did not mind the fact of the penalty, asking him to simply change the content. The heroine looked at the overlord from under her brows, her mouth slightly open. She said that since this issue was being decided between them, then the price for failure should be paid personally by her. The deer asked what personally. The overlord looked at Moa with narrowed eyes, smiling slyly. The deer looked at the heroine with a pompous expression, smiling slightly. He asked Moa what she wanted to say, that she herself would become his servant if she failed the task. Moa asked the overlord what he was talking about. The huntress looked at Pergis with a malicious smile, raising an eyebrow. She said that she could take his life right there, asking why she would take such a risk. The protagonist opened her inventory. She asked Pergis what he said about needing trust, noting that then let it be a crown on a crown. The huntress took out a huge horn from her inventory. She said that it was the horn of the demon dragon Lord Geoges and let him make it a penalty. The deer widened his eyes, looking at the horn with curiosity. He said that it was so huge. The protagonist put her hand to her side, looking at the system notification. Pergis said that he accepted. Penalty for failure, transfer the horn of the demon dragon Lord Geoges to Pergis. Moa said that it was excellent. The deer closed his eyes, standing in a pompous stance. He said that in that case, the master, who has not yet passed the hall of the outcome, should accept his errand. Moa said that it was too early. The huntress looked at the master with a crazy look, showing 2 fingers. She said that the rights to see the battlefields and the rights to access the dungeon, he should give her. System notification. She accepted the quest. It is limited in time. If you do not complete it within the specified time, a penalty will be applied. Time left, 23 hours 49 minutes. Jai-han said that since time is short, then immediately get to work. The huntress told Jai-han to wait. The protagonist handed the black mask to the hunter while the deer lay down nearby. Moa said that first they will briefly exit the dungeon. The hunter asked that they are not going to look for hunters. The protagonist began to put on the mask, looking back at the hunter. She said that even if they were kicked out, they would still come back, and the first thing to do was to go out and block the entrance. The hunter asked what the holy barrier was. The protagonist and the hunter walked away from the deer. Moa said that Pergis was able to kick the hunters out of there himself. The problem was that they kept coming back from the outside. The hunter asked if she thought she could stop them. Moa said she didn't know, and that they were probably just testing her. Jai-han asked what she was talking about. The protagonist recalled how she negotiated with the overlord. She said that it was a test, noting that the 2 of them had sneaked in and started a conversation, and he wanted to make sure that the overlord who asked him to become a servant was competent. The brunette looked away thoughtfully, his mouth slightly open. He said that if you think about it, Pergis has nothing to lose from this quest. She will either be able to escape or receive a reward from her fine. Moa said that he was a sly one. The protagonist put her hands in front of her, emitting a blue aura. She said that in general, as she understood, that goat was just waiting for her to rule the quest. Jai-han said that it was not a goat, but a deer. System notification. Permissions to the dungeon of the Beast Lord Pergis have been used. The protagonist looked at Jai-han with a smile the moment the portal opened in front of her. She said that this would never happen. A red signal began to emit from the lamps. The protagonist and the brunette came out of the portal. The hunters asked who they were. The guys grabbed their weapons, looking at the guys warily. She said that the guys should introduce themselves. Moa snapped her fingers, emitting a blue aura. The lamps on the walls were smashed by lightning. The hunters stood in combat readiness, weapons outstretched. They wanted them to take off their masks, not understanding where they came from. Moa thought that she was straight from the dungeon. The main character began to put up a golden barrier in front of the portal. She thought that she should quickly put it up and leave. The hunter shouted that this was some kind of unusual special skill, and they should be on guard. The hunter with a spear rushed towards the protagonist. He shouted that it was time to attack. The hunter crashed into the barrier, bouncing off it. Moa thought that he was probably in pain. The huntress closed her eyes, putting 2 fingers to her forehead. She thought that it was time for them to go. The hunter shouted to the rest of the guys to call for reinforcements of hunter mages, not understanding who they were. Moa and Jai-han returned to the dungeon again. She said that now they can calmly do the quest. The brunette asked how many groups were inside the dungeon. The brunette squatted down, looking to the side. Moa said that there were about 20 of them, asking that they would probably have to run around. Jai-han told her not to worry. The brunette spread his arms out to the sides, looking at the huntress. He told her to come over. The main character looked at Jai-han in shock, her mouth open. She asked what he wanted. Jai-han asked that or if she would be more comfortable on her back. Moa asked that wouldn't it be hard for him. The brunette smiled maliciously. He said that it wasn't so. The brunette grabbed the main character in his arms, looking at her with a smile. He said that this way they could get there much faster. The brunette looked at Moa, smiling widely. He asked Moa what was wrong with her and why she was worried. The main character blushed with embarrassment, her mouth open. She thought that he was at it again. The huntress told Jai-Han that if he didn't hurry, all his efforts would go to waste. Jai-Han ran across the grass with a wide smile. He told his master that he obeyed her. White clouds were floating above the forest. The brunette asked how they should approach under the scrolls of invisibility. Moa said no, since she had an idea. The brown-haired man was sitting on the grass, polishing his sword. He thought that he was Kim Gab-su, 32 years old, an ordinary attack-type hunter. Gab-su sat with his eyes closed, his head down. He noted that he was too ordinary, unable to even pay dues to the guild, let alone get into the ranking of rankers. The hunter asked his comrade that he had picked up something, to which his comrade asked what there was to pick up, noting that this time he would not have enough even for a potion. Gab-su thought that he did too. The brown-haired man looked fearfully towards the bushes that had begun to move. He thought that in such a situation it would be better to leave and get a part-time job, but alas, the raid period would not end soon. Gab-su did not understand what was going on there. The main character emerged from the bushes, dumbfounded. She asked the hunters what they were doing there. Gab-su turned blue with fear, looking at Moa in confusion. He said that she had scared him by asking who she was. Moa said that it was not the time for that. The hunters looked at the protagonist in shock, their eyes wide. The main character said that they needed to leave. The guy looked at the screaming girl in confusion, wiping his weapon. He was an unremarkable hunter in the world of rankers. The men looked in shock at the girl who was packing their sleeping bag, asking her to at least explain what had happened. Moa gathered their things, saying that they would find out everything as soon as they left this place. The guy, into whose hands the things were shoved, was in shock, assuming that something serious had happened. Radiating light, the brunette asked to trust her, assuring that she was tasked with returning the hunters home. The boy's eyes widened, thinking that she came with good intentions. While he was thinking, the men behind him looked at each other, wondering if this was a trap. They looked at the blue portal in shock, while Moa assured them of an emergency on the other side, wondering if she was given an evacuation stone along with the order. They all calmly left, but the boy stopped halfway through the portal. Holding his things in his hands, the brunette turned around, asking who she was. The last thing he saw was the girl's silhouette through the portal. She sighed in relief, and Jai-Han peeked out from behind the bushes, asking her if those hunters were really gone. The brunette approached her, responding to the originality of the plan, while the girl replied that the greatness of the saint was decisive. He remembered those hunters, noting their naivety, but they still achieved the desired result. Jai-Han noted the girl's poor acting when she jumped out from behind the bushes, and they believed her, even though they saw her for the first time, which of course hurt the main character. The brunette patted the girl on the head who looked into the inventory, while the guy urged her not to be offended. Moa was perplexed. Does the ability make her just a harmless girl? She remembered drinking tea with Yundam, realizing that the ability, although high-ranking, was not particularly useful. The brunette looked at her while the girl was looking at the map. The guy noted the usefulness of her ability. Because she had no alternative, she agreed, asking if they would do the same with the other teams. They saw the red icons on the map. Jai-Han replied that they had too little time to repeat such a maneuver. He smiled sarcastically, squinting, saying that now it was his time. The brunette completed a quarter of the task, attacking the hunters from behind. Next, he tied up the defeated rankers, having already completed half of the entire progress. Jai-Han stood triumphantly in front of the tied-up pile of people, whom the girl returned back through the portal. He rubbed his hands, while the percentage of progress increased, reaching the maximum. Stretching, the brunette approached the girl, asking if the mission was completed, while she climbed in the window, intending to take the reward. There were several windows with notifications in front of Moa, informing her about the inheritance of the crown of the King of Beasts Fergus, and she had exceeded the limit of the number of S-rank skills that she could obtain. The brunette looked at the girl, who was thinking, touching her chin with her hand. She understood that she did not really need these abilities, because she had a good alternative. The girl and the guy exchanged glances, smiling, declaring that it would be better to improve one of the skills. Moa enthusiastically looked at the list of her skills, wondering what exactly she should improve. She remembered how she hit the monster with her arrow ability, realizing that it would always be useful to her, no matter what situation she found herself in. Her finger reached for the panel. The girl definitely intended to improve this particular ability. Everything above the main character's head sparkled with bright yellow sparks. Her hair was fluttering from the flow of magic. As a result, the skill of the Thunder Arrow of the Insect King was improved to SSS rank. Moa stood in front of the panel in confusion. The brunette next to her asked, and then he asked if everything was okay. A panel appeared in front of her asking if she wanted to start merging the dungeons, telling her opponent about it, also surprising him. They decided to try this feature with great curiosity, naturally clicking on the agreement. Everything in the area began to change as soon as the unification began. The guy stood nearby, asking the girl to come closer because the entrance of the first portal was joining the portal of the first shelter and the territories were uniting with each other. The guy confidently walked along the crown of the tree. He climbed the tree with Moa in his arms while she hugged his neck, indignant at what was happening. Her eyes opened wide and she began to watch the unification process. The sky suddenly became two-colored. In addition to pink, there was now a deep blue color. The ground also changed, half changing to what was in the first dungeon. Sitting on a tree, a boy and a girl watched attentively as the dungeons merged together. They were fascinated by what was happening. The girl noted how beautiful everything was, but the brunette tore her away from her thoughts, looking down. On the border of two dungeons stood an elderly man in a long dress and a large animal with white fur, resembling a goat without horns. Jai-han jumped from the tree with the main character in his arms. They stood next to him. The monster noted that the girl managed, despite all his doubts about her. She was in a frenzy, not noticing the horns on the animal, while he asked if she was able to get the dungeon. The two former owners of the dungeon talked among themselves, while the girl tried not to think about the strange, holding her head with her hands on both sides. The former king looked at the other monsters, saying that this is his family, whom he gathered to greet the new queen. Jai-han whispered to the brown-haired girl that these were rank monsters, and this place and its creatures now belonged to her. The monster slowly moved its hooves, telling that those who were born on this land and fled with it hoped for a better future. Moa was very surprised when they asked her to take care of them. They all bowed before the girl, calling her their queen. The brown-haired girl watched them, realizing that she felt their pain. The sky was divided into two parts. The girl realized that these monsters were transferred with a part of their homeland, which they left behind when they fled from their world. The former king was still bowing before her. Moa understood what would happen if they lost the crown or were unable to escape from the hunters. Looking at the old man, she understood that these creatures would also lose this piece of land, unable to protect it. The main character smiled, realizing something. She folded her arms and smiled widely, knowing that she had to protect them, but asked them to do the same in return. The guy was setting out the plates, while Seo-jai was wondering if the girl had managed to get him, receiving a positive answer. The brunette sat down with the girls at the set table. The pink-haired girl was wondering how the main character managed to integrate the dungeon. She leaned back on the table, sarcastically asking if they already had two dungeons, and if the girl had become the queen of real estate in the other world. Moa began to eat, asking her interlocutor about the situation, to which she received an imprecise answer. Seo-jai raised her laptop in the air under the indignant cries of the girl, intending to watch the news because she had just received a notification. She turned on the laptop, where the TV presenter was saying that Jai-han himself was to blame for the closure of the dungeons. The man worriedly told that they had received reports of strange anonymous letters being sent to hunters, and handed the floor to his colleague. The girl pointed to the portal behind her, thanking the TV presenter. She was at Nafkaz's hideout. The boy and the girl watched the news with interest, becoming more and more perplexed. The woman stood in front of the portal, telling that the letters spoke of the need to close the dungeons, and this topic had become a hot topic among the hunters. Seo, who also showed on the news, telling that the anonymous person introduced himself under his name. This fact was even more surprising. Then they showed a fragment of the letter, explaining that they had not yet found the real author, but the guild members considered the sender credible. The man and the woman were on the same screen, where it was said that their press service had urgently left for the scene. In her hands was a sensor, which did not give any negative results, despite the content of the letter. She continued to talk about how Seo, who was at the center of the events, was on the run because his whereabouts were unknown. Again showing the man, who Yundam was also following on the news. They assumed that the former guild leader could be involved in all this. The three were shocked by all the events heard from the news. The pink-haired girl was perplexed, standing behind the guy and the girl. She slammed the lid of the laptop in displeasure, rhetorically asking if this former guild leader was crazy. She looked at the brown-haired girl, indignant at how the letters did not get to the Sam, but she was told that there was currently a dispute about whether he was the one who sent these messages. Looking at the news on her phone, she understood that this question would not be left unanswered, and those abroad were also interested in these letters. The girls sat at the table while the guy took away the dirty dishes, discussing the news and commenting on them. Seo-jai's gaze was furious, crazy. She was most curious to know something else. She pounced on the main character, enthusiastically asking how strong she was, thereby scaring her a little. Seo-jai persistently, with some fanaticism, expressed her curiosity, asking her to show her power. Moa put her hands out and refused her, saying that she was not a big fan of fights and would definitely not fight with her interlocutor. The pink-haired girl was already climbing onto her table, but the brunette arrived in time. Although the girl swore that after what she saw she would no longer stick to her, then the brunette said that Moa would show everything. The brown-haired girl looked in great bewilderment at the guy who asked her if she was against it, while Seo-jae was very happy. Jae-han folded his red-gloved hands and smiled sweetly, asking if she would show him her power, and then the girl realized that he was interested in watching. She held her head in resignation, while the boy and the girl behind her were pondering over the necessary platform, but Moa stated that she had the necessary space. Moa opened a portal and pointed to it, telling the boys to enter. Seo-jae was delighted, sparks sparkled in her eyes, and she held her cheeks. They arrived at a rocky area, quite lifeless since not even grass grew there. The girl looked at Alphonse, pointing to the quarry, asking if everything would be okay, since the brunette was going to cut all the stones into pieces. They watched as the boy prepared to strike. The old man noted that the small stones would be useful for their construction work, so everything was fine. Jae-han clenched his weapon in his hands, preparing to strike. The boy summoned a powerful magical wave. Seo-jae tensed up as she watched all of this. The brunette swung his weapon and sent a magical wave towards the rock. His ability literally cut the rock in half. Jae-han turned around as the rock collapsed behind him. The girls admired his ability, which made the boy happy because he was appreciated. Seo-jae crossed her arms over her chest, telling the main character that it was her turn now. She noted that since the brown-haired girl had 2 dungeons, if the boy had become stronger, then so did she, and she was curious to what extent. Moa looked at the piece of Chiri's horn that was in her hands, agreeing, because she herself wanted to check something. The boy and girl watched as she improved her ability, preparing to use the thunder arrow of the Insect King. She received several windows with notifications about improving the skill to L1 rank. Moa began to gather magic. She concentrated, surprised by what was happening, afraid that the blow would be too strong. The magic ball increased in volume, but the girl decided that everything would be fine because she simply increased the power. She directed a stream of magic directly at her target. The audience was very shocked by what they saw, their eyes wide. Moa opened her eyes slightly, going to look at the result. The brown-haired girl stood in a stupor, her eyes wide. There was nothing where the rock had been. She was very depressed by the thought that she had made an entire mountain disappear, not believing what had happened. She turned around, looking at the shocked faces of those present. Moa awkwardly pointed at the empty space, asking if it was enough. The former owners of the dungeon were amazed by her skill, calling her amazing, saying that their friendship would last forever. Seo-jae called the protagonist, intending to say something. She sternly asked the girl if there would be another place for a vassal. The brown-haired girl felt awkward, looking at Seo-jae, that she really wanted to be her subordinate. The girl couldn't persuade her to think, because she started to be indignant that she made even an old man and a goat her subjects. Seo-jae had already started to beg the main character on her knees, saying that she was completely sure of her decision. A notification appeared in front of Moa asking if she would make the girl her vassal, while she looked at her with tears in her eyes, so she definitely had no other choice. She sighed heavily and closed her eyes, realizing how difficult it would be for her to be with her. Moa remembered their first meeting when she was tied up, realizing that this thought had haunted her from the first day, because it seemed to her that the Ban family had an overwhelming energy. Seo-jae was sharp and very energetic in her eyes, even more crazy. Seo, who was more reserved and calm. She imagined the girl's silhouette and her magical aura, realizing that they both exuded strength and pressure, but if Seo-jae became her faithful ally, then it would be a joy to work with her. Moa also introduced Seo, who, realizing that it would be nice to lure him over to her side as well. She looked at her with a smile, realizing that she had made an offer she couldn't refuse, so she clarified that there would be no turning back. Seo-jae looked at her with a smile, saying that no one would want to lose such a position, and besides, she would be her first assistant, and that was the ultimate dream for her. The brunette nevertheless accepted her, making her subordinate. Moa extended her hand, saying that she was counting on her in the future. The girls shook hands. Seo-jae stood up, saying that she was also counting on her, noting that they would work well together. The sign of the sun, crossing a circle, the last territory, the least explored in the entire country, this place is teeming with secrets. Moa made a visor with her hand, looking at the sky. In front of her were floating islands of indescribable beauty. Stones broke off from some of these islands, flying straight down. The guy was standing next to the girl who was looking around one of the islands they were on, asking a lot of questions. The brunette looked into the distance, saying that he had been here before, and the place was very interesting. Moa stood up and looked at him, realizing how interesting he was. She didn't think he would ever like something like this. She put out her hand when Jae-han wanted to carry her in his arms again, saying that she could do it herself. The girl pulled off her sweater, finding herself in a top with a large cutout on the back. She looked at the brunette, who was very embarrassed when he saw her outfit. She looked at him in bewilderment, saying that she took it off to show something because she practiced partial mutation. The brunette told how she practiced mutation, turning into a cockroach during the shower because she wanted to learn to fly. Moa turned her back to him, getting ready to transform. The girl spread her arms out to the sides, closing her eyes, beginning the transformation. Soon, some wings began to appear from behind her. She tensed, spreading her dragonfly wings. The guy approached her, surprised by what he saw. She said that they were black dragonfly wings. Moa said that butterfly wings would be prettier, but they were uncomfortable, and the rest looked generally lousy, and the partial mutation was not the most pleasant thing at all. It felt like she was constantly rinsing her mouth. The guy pointed up, asking if she could get there, offering to help her if necessary. She said that they would be noticed if they moved openly, so she would use a whistle. The brunette pledged to be attentive to extraneous sounds. Moa flapped her wings. Jai-Han flew next to her, noting how good she was at flying, while she tried to maintain balance. Soon they landed on the island. The guy noted that the body was fine, asking if she could fly to the top island. The brunette assumed that she could, so the guy suggested flying further. They flew calmly on, but the girl noticed something below. Hunters were collecting various things. She clarified if they were supposed to be watching them, asking if they looked like people doing surveillance. Jai-Han looked at them, saying that they were busy collecting plants and catching monsters. The hunters below were happy about defeating the golem. The guy assumed that they were new and were under the supervision of experienced rankers. They flew past. The girl noted that this was the last dungeon in the crust, so they were in a hurry to grab something fatter for themselves, and this only plays into their hands. Soon, the boss island was in front of them. The girl's foot stepped onto the island. They walked forward calmly. The brunette asked if they would try to talk peacefully first, and the brunette answered positively, hoping for a good outcome. Jai-Han tensed up, saying that her thoughts might not coincide with what was in the golem's head. The guy took out his weapon, approaching the destroyed golem. Moa warned him not to harm it, so that the king would understand that they came in peace. The brunette began to lift the boulders with his ability. He raised them into the air with his skill. Soon they began to observe the result. The girl wondered if he succeeded. The stones began to rise on their own. Soon they began to form back into the golem. Jai-Han tensed up, getting ready to attack it. He cut it in half with his ability. However, the golem restored itself back without any problems. The brunette tensed up, watching this. Then the golem attacked the guy, but he managed to jump back towards the girl. He confidently stood up, realizing that the golem was continuing to gather together, and turned to the girl. Jai-Han looked at her, apologizing, because most likely he would not be able to leave this creature alive. Standing with a weapon near the stone monster, Jai-Han apologized and said that he thought that it would not be possible to leave it alive. A bright mark remained from the blow of his scythe. The red blow broke huge stones. With a roar, they flew to the ground. A golden glow emanated from Moa's palm to the stones, and she said that now it was definitely everything. The brunette approached her and apologized, saying that if he had not attacked him with his skill, he would have continued to attack, but the girl said that it was okay, better this way than to see wounds on him. Jai-Han was more important to her than the golem. The embarrassed guy remained silent. Moa called him to leave, otherwise suddenly another monster would come. Maybe the boss would not even pay attention to one victim. The guy, red with embarrassment, covered his face with his hand and agreed. The sun illuminated the tree branches. A Moa with thin wings flew next to the guy and asked what skill Nafkiz had. The guy replied that he had mentioned that he was somewhat unusual. He presented a silhouette with a shining crown and said that Nafkiz was the only boss who not only had a strange appearance, but also no skills. He only knew that he made attacks like a golem. The heroine looked at him with interest and replied that she wondered what he looked like. The guy walking next to him smiled and said that they were there. He thought she should take a look at him herself. A figure in light armor sat on the ground, with a golden halo above it. Jai-Han said that this huge statue was the king of stone giants, Nafkiz. The heroes approached the huge figure. The guy noted that this was unusual. They got very close to him, and he was not even going to attack. At first he did not understand anything. He thought that this was some kind of stone assimilation. It certainly seemed that he was simply guarding the temple behind him. Moa frowned, hearing that this door had never opened before, but the boss is the boss, so he should not let his guard down. The girl thought that the king of the stone giants Nafkiz was different from the bosses she had met before. She examined the impenetrable stone face, wondering if everything would be okay. Resolutely looking at the statue, the girl thought that she had a feeling as if they would not get off easy. A golden ball shone in her palms. She mentally ordered to pull herself together and first cover this island with a barrier so that other hunters could not penetrate here, and out loud she said that she would start with the screen. A golden glow spread from her outstretched arms. A bright golden dome covered the flying island. Jai-Han, who was standing nearby, heard that no one would be able to get in now and praised the girl. Then he asked if she had brought a steel chain with which they could defeat the boss. Moa showed him a long chain and said that she wanted a very long one, but there was only this one. The guy with the scythe replied that he thought it would be enough. How did she even manage to find a restraining chain? The heroine remembered Yundam and told him what she had told him, after which he immediately gave it to her. Jai-Han suspiciously replied that he rarely helped anyone. He wrapped the chain around his wrist and said that now it was his turn to work. The long chain lay at his feet. He heard that this boss was quite strong. Would he be able to handle it? And replied that he would be fine. The main thing was what was inside the barrier. Holding a long chain and a scythe, Jai-Han said that he would quickly deal with him. He stood in front of the huge stone boss. His gray face showed no emotion. And then, his bright yellow eyes widened. The warrior stood up. Surrounded by a bright glow, he towered over the hero. Jai-Han grinned and asked, "Have you entered battle mode?" The stone giant swung his sword, and then delivered a decisive blow, forcing the boy to jump back. The ranker swung his scythe with a smile, and then delivered a strong blow to the shoulder. Then he landed on the floor. The chain tightened, and a question was heard, "Is the warm-up over already?" Confidently looking at the boss, Jai-Han said that his blows were quite easy to avoid. The long chain tightened in the air. Jai-Han rushed towards Nafkiz, and decisively wrapped his hands with chains. With a deft movement, he pulled the chains towards himself. Moa looked at the shackled warrior and said that it worked, but was it really possible to stop him with just one restraining chain? Jai-Han asked, did she want to tie him up tighter to be sure? Nafkiz looked down. The girl frowned when she noticed that he had just looked at her. A huge stone fist squeezed the chain, and the girl exclaimed that he had broken it. The movement of the ball broke the golden chains. The guy tisked in annoyance that they were too late. Bright sparks flew around from the new attack. Moa covered her eyes and screamed, calling out to the guy, thinking that he had gotten out of her so easily, as if he had gotten rid of a spider web. Turning around, Jai-Han heard a warning to be careful. A huge foot appeared behind him. Nafkiz picked it up, and then he hit it, pushing the guy far back. Moa screamed in fear, asking if he was okay, and then froze in shock. She stood surrounded by a golden dome as the boss approached her. Moa thought about it, thinking that they were overconfident. Most likely Nafkiz had sensed her presence all this time. She saw the huge monster's raised leg and mentally apologized to him. Stretching out her hands with a blue glow, she thought that she had no other choice, and she could not sit idly by. A bright blue beam rushed towards the stone warrior's leg. The knee hit the ground. Jai-Han slid along the ground, striking next to Moa. The king of the stone giant's leg landed next to them. Moa exclaimed that she had to intervene because he almost got hurt, to which the boy apologized. Nafkiz struck again, forcing the heroes to dodge. Fluttering above the boy standing below, Moa said that he does not need to worry about the rankings, she only cares that he is healthy. Jai-Han awkwardly scratched his head and apologized to the angry girl, saying that he was a little hasty, but he would apologize to her on his knees later. Clutching the weapon with his chain-wrapped hand, the boy thought that he needed to pull himself together, otherwise he would disgrace his queen again. With a determined look, Jai-Han, surrounded by a red glow, declared that he needed to finish off this insolent man. The brunette looked up at the monster from below and then jumped up, striking him. Nafkiz's golden eye looked at him. The boss swung his leg, pushing the guy away, and then slammed the ground. Jai-Han landed, leaning on his hand, and said that he was not a pathetic insect. The jump left a mark on the ground. Holding a scythe in his hands, he swooped down from above, saying that he would finish him off if he did not want to. His gaze was treacherous as he continued to make contact with him. A red and black trail crossed the figure of the boss as the player jumped back. Moa was flying next to him. She worriedly noted that it seemed like next time she should use the whole chain she brought. She didn't think anything would work with this piece. Without looking at her, he told her to move away. The monster was getting to its feet while the guy said that he would deal with it now. Jumping away from his foot, Jai-Han flew higher. The brunette was holding a long golden chain in his hand. A crack appeared on his stone face. The chain slid along the stone, and he said that it was too late. Jai-Han wrapped the golden chain around the stone giant. Moa looked at the fighting guy and wondered if she was imagining it or if Jai-Han was flying. A huge fist squeezed the chain. Suddenly, the guy disappeared, only a trace in the sand remained of him. A second later, he jumped onto the giant's shoulder and dealt him a swift blow. The chain monster fell to the ground. Moa looked at the guy happily and said that he did it. Good job. She came up to him, holding a piece of treat in her hand. The brunette asked, will she feed him now? The heroes looked at Nafkiz's stone face. The girl said, his mouth is as stone as he is. Will it be possible to give him yuga? A friend told him to try. With an awkward movement, Moa extended the food to the stone mouth and let go of the pink piece. Crossing his arms, Jai-Han noticed that it seemed like he was not hungry. Nothing could be done. The girl excitedly tried to calm the guy, who, surrounded by a gloomy aura, asked him to stop trying and just finish with him, otherwise this statue was already annoying him. Opening a blue system window in front of her, Moa said that they needed to try the second plan. She had prepared something else. She took out various items from her inventory, saying that she had prepared gifts for Mr. Nafkiz, a book for cultural exchange, a box of meat as a generous gift for a future friend, colorful and rich stones as incredible beauty to attract attention. The chained stone giant was silent. Jai-Han asked, did he not like anything? Thoughtfully touching his chin, Moa asked what to do then. If he was released, would he start attacking again? Jai-Han answered that it was possible. Looking darkly at the boss, he said that he would die at his hands before that happened. The girl exhaled tiredly. The chain stone hand moved. Looking at this, Moa asked what he was doing, to which the brunette replied, maybe he wanted to break free from the chains. The golden chain in his hand turned dark. He said that he would try to strengthen them with force. It would not be possible to restrain him for long. Moa's face sank and she asked if it would be easier to go home and come up with a few more plans and then come here. He waved his hand and said he didn't know. The black chains dug into the stone until it cracked. The hero watched as Nafkas tried to get up and said that he had never seen anything like it before. The statue was starting to crack. Maybe he wanted to end it. The chain was breaking the stone, penetrating inside. He heard words saying no. If he wanted to do that, the cracks would be deeper or the statue would just split. It seemed like there was something inside. Pieces were flying off the stone. There was something inside that wanted to break out and was gradually destroying the shell. The king of the stone giants cracked, breaking so much that Jai-Han grabbed the girl, throwing her away. The brunette was holding Moa in his arms. She asked in surprise, did it collapse itself? Obviously not. Nafkas's hand shone with cosmic colors. The tip of the stone sword shone brightly. Suddenly the figure of the boss rose to its full height. Instead of stone it became purple. The heroes asked in amazement, is this his second form? The huge figure was shining brightly with purple sparks. The heroes looked at the warrior with a bright halo, thinking that this shining Nafkas was also in the research results. No, it seemed that it would be dangerous. Jai-Han put the girl next to him, and she asked why not just run away then, to which he said that it was a good idea, but the shining Nafkas raised his sword. Jai-Han shrugged with a smile, saying that he was unlikely to let them go. The warrior raised his blade, a bright blue glow emanating from it. The players looked at it in surprise. Streaks appeared in the sky around. Jai-Han said that, judging by the compression, it was some kind of ceiling barrier. Looking at him with alarm, Moa asked if he could win. With a smile, Jai-Han said that of course, his attribute was darkness, and darkness was stronger than light. The girl thought, wasn't it the other way around? Nafkas took a warlike pose. Turning to Moa, who was covered with a golden dome, Jai-Han ordered her to hide in the barrier and do nothing more. Do not attack. A bright blue trail crossed the figure of the shining giant. The brunette jumped back when a swift blow began to destroy the stones nearby. He asked with a smile, was he faster now? The king of stone giants swung for a blow, and Jai-Han said that now they did not have time to fool around for long. He swung his scythe decisively and struck the figure with a swift blow. Moa looked forward thoughtfully. The red flashes dissipated, and Nafkas was unharmed, clutching his sword. She thought, the attack is not working. Looking at this, Jai-Han frowned. He jumped up and attacked with red beams again. A dark red trail moved swiftly. The guy landed next to the glowing figure. Purple flashes surrounded the glow. Smiling at the boss, Jai-Han asked what he was made of. Moa screamed, calling out to him. She stood in the golden shimmer and said that this will not work, she is going to help, and thought that now is dangerous. Jai-Han decisively refused. The purple glowing figure of Nafkas stood between the heroes. Jai-Han said that no matter what happens, she cannot interfere. He looked at her carefully, holding a scythe in his hands, and the girl thought that now he would try to use the revenge of the dead. She remembered how the huge horn pierced the brunette for the first time, and thought that he used it last time against Kyrgyz. The sword was shining brightly. Nafkas, surrounded by a blinding glow, held it up. Bright golden sparks appeared everywhere. Jai-Han looked at him resolutely with a smile. Golden sparks and rays rushed towards the brunette, breaking stones. The hero jumped. He flew from above, swinging a huge weapon. Looking at the boss, he said that this was all. A blow flew down, giving birth to an explosion. Blood appeared on the guy's cheek. He fell to the ground next to the glowing figure. Moa looked at him in amazement. She saw how the bloody guy leaned on the weapon, trying to get up, and mentally asked what was happening. What was happening to Jai-Han now? Why? She clasped her hands in excitement and ordered him to cancel the materialization. The hero stood up when she shouted for him to cancel the materialization or he would die, and he firmly refused. He was covered in blood, but he reminded the girl that she was not allowed to attack. In front of him stood a shining Nafkas, surrounded by sparks. Jai-Han clasped the scythe surrounded by rays in his hands, and again many bright blows fell on them. Moa covered her hands from the wind. She opened one eye. Dust fell to the ground. She saw a guy lying in front of the figure of a shining guardian. The figure of the boss was damaged, but he was standing upright. Moa looked on in shock, surrounded by lightning. The brunette was lying on the ground in blood, and she thought that he told her not to interfere. After all, then the ranking of the rankers could change. She looked at the shining figure of the boss and thought that then the outer hunters would come running. Red with anger, she clenched her teeth. Jai-Han told her to run while getting up, and she thought, in what sense? A bright blue ball flashed above the head of a very angry girl. She thought that she would kill him. The bright blue light was right in front of the boss's figure. Nafkas watched as a bright spherical aura lit up above the huntress's head. The bloodied Jihan looked at the girl with alarm, noticing that he was wrapped in the shrine's barrier. The brown-haired girl emitted powerful lightning discharges from herself, covering herself with her bangs. The ranker asked her in shock if she was really going to fight alone. She told the guy to stay put. The huntress looked at the monster with bloodthirstiness, while a blue sphere of aura flared up above her head. She wanted to quickly deal with the monster. She dug her feet into the ground, which began to crack slightly. The main character sent a powerful energy flow towards Nafkiz. A strong airflow from the shot extended from the girl. Nafkiz watched as this powerful aura discharge was directed at him. He swung his sword and was about to deftly reflect it. The entire area around was destroyed and sparking with blue aura discharges. The brunette, covered in blood and under a barrier, stared at the scene. He was alarmed by the fact that Nafkiz was able to repel even an attribute attack of this level. The heroine held a bottle of potion in her hands while her hair fluttered in the wind. Jihan shouted at her to retreat. Since the attribute magic was not working, they needed to come up with a new plan. The girl did not like this, and she did not want to retreat. Thick white clouds floated across the sky, illuminating her wings. She did not want to leave the enemy who injured her valuable subordinate. The huntress soared into the air with dragonfly wings. She replied that the master would not tolerate such dishonor. A notification popped up saying that a rank mana recovery potion had been used. A spherical ball of magic glowed brightly above her head. This ball sparked with lightning discharges, being directed at Nafkiz, who was below. This bright sphere increased in size and completely covered the sky. The brunette with a furious look looked down on the monster, calling him impudent. There was a powerful explosion of aura from this sphere, which emitted discharges. The silhouette of Nafkiz began to absorb this energy spectrum on his body. The brunette closed his eyes and covered himself with his hand, indignant at what the girl did. Moa was about to land on the ground, looking at the brunette under the barrier in the distance. She frowned forward, while the hieroglyph of magic glowed above her head. She thought that it was all over. The protagonist watched as Nafkiz began to appear again, and she expected this. The main character sneered, holding another vial of potion. The girl understood that the monster did not want to die simply, otherwise it would be boring. She suddenly turned around when the brunette called out to her. She saw Nafkiz behind her, looking down at her. The girl was shocked by the monster's movement, assuming it was his teleportation skill. The girl looked at the ghost of Nafkiz in shock, emitting her lightning sparks. She considered herself the scourge of the insect lord, realizing that it was too late to launch her attack from such a distance. The shining silhouette of Nafkiz looked at the girl with confusion. He began to relax his hands and let go of the hilt of the sword, and the girl was confused. The silhouette of Nafkiz straightened his arms and shoulders, hovering above the hunter. The brown-haired girl realized that Nafkiz had left his fighting stance. Moa held his scythe and came closer to the brown-haired girl. He tried to understand what the spirit was doing now, and the girl did not know either. The two hunters watched as a halo, similar to the sun, was shining brightly above Nafkiz's head. Nafkiz's silhouette stepped onto the ground with his fingertips. The main character moved away slightly as Nafkiz, who was shrinking in size, approached her. Nafkiz held sharp rings in his hands, having removed them from his head. In his hands, the halo began to evaporate. Suddenly, it began to appear above Moa's head, whose eyes bulged from what was happening. Notifications popped up that she had inherited the crown of the Colossus Lord Nafkiz. Another notification that the number of S-rank skills available for movement had reached the limit, and therefore inheriting additional ones was impossible. The main character, with wide eyes, poked at the screen with a notification that the girl wanted to delete the existing skills in order to inherit new ones from this lord. She wanted to choose a special enhancement option instead of inheriting skills. Nafkiz's shining spirit looked at the girl poking at the screen with a notification because she did not understand anything. She moved her hand to the side while Nafkiz put his hands behind his back. She asked him about him giving her the crown, and now he had to understand her speech, trying to understand why he suddenly decided to do this. The brunette came closer to his friend, who scratched her cheek in confusion. The guy mentioned that the huntress could feel the state of her subordinate, asking her if she could figure out any hidden motives of the spirit. The girl noted that Nafkiz was extremely friendly. The lord shone brightly, radiating light from his silhouette. The brunette and the guy watched as the lord began to move away from them and called them with him. The main character began to walk forward through the ruins, realizing that Nafkiz wanted to show them something. Their three silhouettes watched the glowing crown on the stone slab. Suddenly, the slab began to move. They saw a hole in the dungeon. The boys were shocked by such a place, realizing that they had to go down to see what the lord wanted to show them. The light from Nafkiz's silhouette illuminated the dark space. The brown-haired girl and the brunette went down the stairs after the lord. The hunter was slightly confused. What was deep here? The girl agreed with this statement and asked the guy if everything was okay with him. The brunette smiled tremulously and closed his eyes. He said that everything was fine since it was a created body, and it was unlikely that he would die, and even if he received a mortal wound, he was already dead anyway. The brunette extended his hand to the girl so that she jumped off the step. She noticed that the wounds and clothes on the hunter's body began to heal and she was glad about it. Nafkiz's silhouette continued to follow forward through the dark dungeon. The girl did not understand where the Lord was leading them. The boy replied that this place was probably valuable to the spirit, and he could bet that the heart of this island was down there. They saw a flickering light from the exit in the distance of the corridor, assuming that they were almost there. Under the dungeon of Nafkiz, it was a whole shining kingdom and castle surrounded by water. The two hunters stood in the square and looked around at the shining waters of the dungeon. They were shocked, and the girl had never seen such a mystical dungeon, as well as the brunette. Nafkiz pointed them to a mechanical clock enclosed in a globe shell. They thought that they had to go there and noticed this landmark in the form of a star globe. The Lord pointed his finger forward at them, and the hunters stared ahead. Moa thought that it was just a big clock. The Lord waved his fingers. Suddenly, the clock began to move. Its core began to shine. The boy and the girl watched as a bright light emanated from the clock. Several notifications popped up. The artifact of the Colossus Lord, the Wheel of Future Vision, was activated and allowed one to see their future. They were asked if they wished to use the Wheel of Future Vision. The brown-haired girl looked at Nafkiz's silhouette in shock, trying to understand what the future had to do with it. The Shining Lord turned to the girl. She suggested that they would be able to have a serious talk with Nafkiz when she looked into her future. Jaihan looked at the sad girl with a smirk. She reluctantly said that she probably would have to see what was inside. She asked him if the system window in Jaihan had opened. He replied that he would watch the girl, so he told her not to worry. The huntress pressed the status screen and wished to use the Wheel of Future Vision. The notification said that the Wheel of Future Vision began to rotate, and the user's consciousness would be trapped inside the wheel for a certain period of time. This huge clock was shining brightly. The protagonist closed her eyes and covered her face with her hand from the bright light. Her spirit appeared in a dark room. She realized that she had entered the house she used to live in. Her ghost looked at her true form as she cried on the couch. She realized that she had seen herself crying in the future. Her knees were shaking and she was crying hard. The protagonist wondered where Jaihan had gone. Her ghost looked at her in shock as she cried tearfully, covering her face with her hands. She did not understand why she was crying alone. The brown-haired girl sat on the couch with her eyes closed and also did not understand why she was crying in the dark. The ghost of the protagonist looked at herself with concern. She tried to understand what could have happened, wondering if they had won in the Exodus Hall and were able to return to the house. She floated in the air and looked down at her silhouette, trying to understand where Jaihan was and why she was alone. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she stared at the status window in shock. She saw part of the notification that the Future Vision wheel had ended. The main character was shocked by what she saw when the guy put his hand on her shoulder. He was trying to find out what happened to her and what terrible thing she saw. He did not want to believe that something bad would happen to her in the fight. The protagonist turned around sharply and answered that there was nothing like that there, no Exodus Hall, no predator, and her death. The main character added that she did not see anything like that there, but just looked, sat in the dark in the penthouse. The hunter thought that this could mean that in the future she would return there. The brunette held her face while the guy put his hands on his hips. She felt uneasy about having to tell that she cried there. The girl asked the guy if he also saw something at that time. He blushed and smiled sarcastically, noting that he saw something cool. The girl wanted to know about it. He raised his eyebrows and smiled maliciously as Nafkiz sat on a bench nearby. He said it was a secret and told her to go to the Lord. The huntress looked at the guy's silhouette with alarm, thinking that it must have been somehow connected with her. Jaihan replied that it was. He took her hand reverently and said that now was just not the right time to say it. He looked at Moa with admiration, holding her hand. He explained that he would tell her everything when the time came. The two of them headed towards the Shining Lord. The girl said that she understood why Nafkiz decided to give her the horns. The guy assumed that the Lord himself was looking at his own future and saw the huntress in it. Nafkiz was hovering in the air near the fossilized shell with a huge yellow stone. The huntress noted that it would be good if they could communicate with him. Nafkiz was emitting a brilliant light, and the girl looked ahead in shock. They saw the Lord against the backdrop of a huge anvil with statues. The statue of the girl with a gilded pattern stood with her eyes closed. They noticed these statues and thought that they were moving. The guy and the girl looked up at the statues, thinking that they were golem monsters. The huntress thought that this could be a presentation of subordinates, like with Purgis. Nafkiz extended his hand towards the guys. The brunette looked at the outstretched hand in bewilderment, assuming that he wanted to shake her hand or go somewhere, or even ask to give something. The main character and the brunette opened their mouths and looked up at the statement in shock. It said that the anvil was a tool for making, and in order to use it, an item was needed. The brunette was shocked that she had to be given an item and something would be forged from it now. Moa and Jaihan climbed into the inventory and began to violently throw a lot of things to the side. The brunette began to shout that the girl should suddenly start pulling out everything from which something could be created. The silhouette of Nafkaz watched the pile of shining things in front of him. This was straightforwardness, the saved resources of an rank insect lord. The girl told the lord that she still had a lot of things and if more were needed, then let him give a signal. Nafkaz waved his finger as a sign that more was not needed. He raised his hand up and all the stone statues soared into the air. The statues began to join hands and form a circle. The brunette looked at what was happening with delight, realizing that something was about to happen. The brunette and the girl watched as the statues surrounded the anvil, which began to glow brightly. The main character realized that this was a crafting ritual, and yet her guess about the objects was correct. The statues were holding hands and spinning in a circle while a bright light was emitted in front of them. The brunette's eyes widened and she looked at what was happening in amazement. Suddenly, glowing objects began to appear in front of them. Crafted objects with blue feathers appeared on the table in the form of a sword, boots, and a box. The main character grabbed the sword and looked at it closely. She realized that these were indeed crafted items and all a rank, but without jewelry, because there were no mana stones among the materials. Jai-Han looked at these objects with an enthusiastic look, while Moa examined the sword. The brunette enthusiastically said that even without jewelry, everything turned out very cool. Moa noted that she was impressed by the efficiency of the crafting and was glad that she finally had equipment. The brunette looked at the girl who was holding all the items with a puzzled look. He asked her if she was going to wear all of this. The huntress said that she was completely unequipped. If the guy needed it, she was ready to give it to him. The hunter noted that he meant something completely different. He looked at the girl with bewilderment, raising one eyebrow. He asked her why she needed to carry all of these spare items. The girl tried to understand what was so special about it. Moreover, she understood that Jai-Han had only praised the efficiency of all of these items. He remembered all of the defeated monster bosses, noting all of the resources from the S-rank bosses. He looked at the frightened girl with a malicious look, saying that they could try with them. 30 minutes later, Moa looked ahead at the bright light with concern. She saw new white equipment on the table. The two hunters widened their eyes at the new items, realizing that they were very cool. The brunette was also shocked because their stats were noticeably different from a rank. Other black clothes were lying on the table. A bunch of notifications popped up that it was S-rank, Kurga's Thunder set. There were Thunder Guard boots, armor, gloves, and earrings, where each item gave a special enhancement option. The guys realized that this set was made from Kurga's resources. The main character looked at the guy with a puzzled look, holding an earring in her hands. She mentioned invulnerability to physical damage of a rank and below and tried to understand what the item with the unselected characteristic was. The hunter touched his chin and looked at the earring in the girl's hand with a puzzled look. He explained that when you first put on an S-rank item or higher, you have the ability to choose which skill you want to raise. For example, when he created the Azura Apocalypse stone ring, he chose strength. The brunette looked at the jacket with concern. She noted that the effects were cool, but the Kurga's equipment set did not really suit her. The huntress mentioned thunder properties or invulnerability to falls, which she could replace with her skills. The guy was slightly surprised and drew her attention to the Inoga's set. It was a white cloak, boots, and black gloves. It was an S-rank set, the Inoga's inevitability set. There was a white leather tunic, a ring in the form of an inevitability mana circle, white leather boots, and leather gloves. All of these items gave special characteristics. The brunette thought about all of this with difficulty, noting that the speed of use could double. The guy held the mana circle in his hands, looking at the worried huntress. He said that this mana circle was the coolest in the Inoga's set. She noted that it was a bracelet, but the guy said that this bracelet was classified as a weapon. The main character picked up the bracelet and looked at it in amazement, her mouth open. A notification popped up that it was an inevitability mana circle that gave maximum accuracy when hitting a target with a long-range attack. She imagined herself in a suit with a hat, holding her hand out like a gun. She assumed that if she put on this bracelet, the lightning of the insect lord would hit the target right on target, understanding the coolness of this weapon. The huntress grabbed all the things and turned her back. She realized that the main disadvantage of lightning was its accuracy, but this item should have covered this disadvantage. She wanted to try it on as soon as possible. She put on the white Inoga's set and looked at herself in amazement, because it sat on her perfectly. She stood in front of the status window and looked away. Jai-Han explained that the size was adjusted to the wearer's body, and he confidently stated that this set would be comfortable to wear even with a partial transformation of the insect lord. She realized that she had probably made the right choice in the end. A notification that the stats of the item she was wearing were not selected. She stretched her fingers towards the notification, wanting to select the magic stats to increase. A bunch of notifications popped up again, saying that she had equipped and completed the configuration of the items in the set. The effects of the set were transparency, freedom from the environment was always active, all stats were increased by 50%, and damage was reduced by 50%. There were also many defensive skills. She realized that the equipment was S-rank and the stats were corresponding. The two hunters looked at the status windows with astonishment and open mouths. She wanted to know how much her stats had increased now. She knew that she currently had 100 magic, and she expected to see another number after all the additions. A status window appeared, which said that strength was plus 10, and magic was 100 plus 470, endurance was 10 plus 5. The output was 570 magic. The brunette covered her mouth and said with amazement that her magic had become more than 500, to which the hunter congratulated her. She cried with joy, wiping her tears with her finger. The guy asked the girl to start the dungeon merging process now and check her inherited skills. She noted that she had the Nafka's skills, Sealing Barrier and God of Light Transfer. The hunter also added that she had the Shrine Barrier and Movement skill, so she saw no reason to change to any of the proposed skills. She stretched her finger to the status window, wanting to use 2 inherited skills to strengthen. The girl looked at the status window in shock as a blue aura with discharges began to sparkle around her. A notification popped up that the Insect Lord's lightning was strengthened from rank 1 to rank 3. The entire space sparkled with blue discharges around the notification that launched the dungeon merging. Jai-Han crossed his arms in displeasure, looking at what was happening next to the brown-haired girl. A notification popped up that the access rights to the new dungeon were being taken over from the existing one, and the new dungeon was also being merged with the territory of the existing one. Alphonse and his assistant looked at the bright light in the sky, noticing this magic. The two wolves looked up at the magical shell of space. They realized that this was the work of the Lord they served, who decided to conquer everything and everyone. A bunch of floating islands in the space of space and sky. Bright light emitted from behind the mountain onto a white square with columns. Hunter Moa successfully completed the raids of Korean dungeons. The brunette looked forward with delight while the brunette approached her. She was glad that all the dungeons of Korea were closed. Jai-Han smiled sarcastically, looking at the happy girl. He praised her for her efforts. She added that without his help she would not have managed. They both turned back. The brunette wondered if they should introduce Nafkas to the others who lived in this dungeon. The guy replied that Nafkas most likely did not think so. He drew the hunter's attention to Nafkas, who was sitting on an overgrown rock. The Lord was sitting on the rock and radiating a glowing aura of butterflies. The hunter and the girl looked up warily. Jai-Han noted that the Lord most likely wanted to rest now. The girl agreed with this statement and noted that they still had a lot of time and could put this matter off until later. The brunette looked at the girl with trepidation, smiling sarcastically. He suggested that she go home. The girl in response broke into a wide smile and agreed to this proposal. A lot of confetti flew out of the celebratory cannons. All the hunters, along with Yoon-Dam and Seo-Jai, celebrated the closing of all the dungeons in Korea. The brunette looked at the congratulations in shock, trying to figure out if the article had already appeared so quickly. Seo-Jai happily gave a thumbs up while Yoon-Dam was carrying drinks. Seo-Jai said that the article had not yet come out, but they still had no doubts about them. Yoon-Dam told the huntress to sit down at the table quickly, because she probably had a hard time, so they bought a lot of goodies. The girl enthusiastically grabbed a glass of foamy drink, enjoying such a celebration. Seo-Jai and Yoon-Dam held the glasses in their hands while Seo-Hu stood behind. They congratulated the guys on completing the capture of the Korean dungeons and wanted to empty the glasses to the bottom. The main character broke into a wide smile and was also going to drink the glass to the bottom. They all clinked glasses together. There were empty bottles of drinks on the table. Seo-Jai noted that the raid in Nafka's dungeon took longer than expected. Yoon-Dam asked them about Nafka's purpose in giving the crown to Moa. The girl answered that Nafka's most likely made such a choice to change the future. She sat with a glass at the table and a crown on her head. Moa added that Nafka's was the strongest boss she had ever faced and he could probably defeat her in the Exodus Hall. Seo-Jai looked at the dejected huntress with admiration, asking her why she made such a sad face. She explained that if Nafkas left her alive, it meant he thought she was capable of something cool. The main character suddenly became angry and clenched her fists. She said that one can never say that they were 100% safe because there could be undetected dungeons somewhere. Seo-Hu agreed with this statement. Yoon-Dam sat with his hands folded and smiled. He thought that even if such a theory was true, he didn't want to dwell on it now since they were already straining themselves too much. He noticed that Moa was running around without a break, closing the dungeons herself and also gathering ingredients herself day and night. Seo-Hu immediately stood in front of the blue-haired hunter with broad shoulders, agreeing with him. He noticed that the huntress had indeed done a lot already and expressed his understanding that she had carried such a burden on herself. All the guys were sitting at the table with delicious food and wanted to celebrate this. Jai-Han added that Moa should rest now since he thought that people should know what she had been doing. All the guys began to support her. Moa held a glass to her red face. She was very embarrassed and she thought it was because she was drunk. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she exclaimed. She put her hand into the status window, causing Seo-Jai to get excited. The huntress said that she had resources for the guys in the dungeon. Yoondam moved Seo-hoo and approached the main character with Seo-jae. They began to fawn over her, saying that they would gratefully accept everything she had prepared for them. Yoondam asked her if she would distribute it herself, saying that they would be happy with everything they were given anyway. The main character replied that she would distribute everything to everyone in turn, and asked them to calm down. After some time, the award ceremony for the resources Moa had obtained in the dungeon. Seo-jae was holding red and black equipment in her hands. Seo-jae, with her mouth open, hugged Bargaz's set of equipment, which gave resistance to poison, and the S-rank effects were also appropriate. The Huntress was shocked that Moa decided to share such a thing with her. The main character stood at the status window in front of the doll, while Seo-jae ran to the second floor. Seo-jae was happy about this event and wanted to put on this set. Then she wanted to give the equipment to Jae-han. She sat down over the table and happily handed the black equipment to the doll. She explained that she decided to do this as soon as she saw this clothing. She wanted Jae-han to wear the Kyrgyz set. She remembered how she sat on the field in front of the dying Jae-han, who smiled at her tenderly. The brown-haired girl explained that she wanted to do this not because of what he experienced in the dungeon, but she simply did not want to hurt him with her skills. The doll looked at the brown-haired girl with a pitiful look. She explained that this set would not give complete invulnerability, but next to her, he would remain intact. Jae-han answered who, if not him, should wear this Kyrgyz equipment. Seo-hoo and Yoondam were sitting at the table and watching what was happening. Seo-jae, in her new outfit, enthusiastically came into the room to show off. She turned to her friend, saying that from now on her birthday will be today, because she will find a very worthy use for this set. Jae-han watched with horror and indignation as Seo-jae hugged the main character tightly. Seo-jae said that she loved Moa very much and ironically asked her why she appeared only now. Jae-han wished that the Huntress in the new outfit would let go of his mistress. Yoondam slightly narrowed his eyes and pointed his finger at himself, asking if he was entitled to anything. The main character, being in Seo-jae's arms, looked at the timid Yoondam. The hunter thought that there was nothing for him. The main character's eyes widened and she suddenly became agitated. Seo-jae stood up for her, smiling maliciously. She called Yoondam a blockhead, noting that only the servants of the Lord of Moa could get something from her. The hunter remembered that such a theory had taken place. The brown-haired girl clenched her fists with a smile on her face. Yoondam said that he also wanted to become the girl's servant and asked her to accept him. He extended his hand forward to Moa, blushing slightly. He explained that he simply forgot, since he had been busy all this time, and there was never a time when he did not believe in her. Yoondam asked her if she agreed to accept him. The main character with a crown on her head looked forward enthusiastically when notifications popped up in front of her. She replied that she agreed to accept his offer. Yoondam stood in front of the main character, who accepted Yoondam as her servant. She stated that she counted on his support from now on. The protagonist looked ahead while Yoondam happily ran away with a set of things. At this time, she turned to Seo-hoo. The guild leader stood with his arms crossed in front of the girl. He explained to her that if she came to him with an offer to become her servant, he would refuse. She looked at the status window with a slight grin when Seo-hoo said that they needed someone neutral as well. The brown-haired girl noticed that she turned to him for a completely different reason. Seo-hoo watched with a displeased grin as the main character handed him a set of things. He did not understand why Moa wanted to give him the things. She smiled sarcastically, closing her eyes. He knew that she had decided so from the very beginning. The huntress replied that she needed Mr. Seo-hoo, and the brunette had to remain neutral, and for that she needed strength. The brunette put her hands on her hips and stared at the brunette, noting that she had one request for him. The main character, with a sly smile on her face, recalled that she had a video with Seo-jae on her phone. It dawned on her how they could now use this video. Seo-hoo looked back at her with a smile. The guild leader replied that he would do everything as she said. Yoondam and Seo-hoo stood together with new sets of clothes put on. Yoondam hugged the main character with a wide smile, which made Jae-han very angry. He immediately decided to hit the blue-haired hunter in the face and the doll's body, a notification that he was invulnerable to damage of a rank and below. Yoondam was smiling widely while Seo-hoo was blushing from behind. The brunette immediately turned around and saw the doll hit Yoondam hard in the face. While Jae-han was angry, the brunette turned her attention to the cakes in Seo-jae's hands. They wanted to continue their feast. From such a joyful event, tears began to appear in the brunette's eyes, which she wiped away. A warning notification popped up that the current measurement had begun to be tracked, and the remaining time was 72 hours. Countdown notifications began to pop up. The minutes began to go back and there was less and less time left. A warning notification popped up that there were 17 hours, 33 minutes, and 46 seconds hours left. The weather was clear and the sun was shining brightly. The brunette was sitting in the yard under the sun's rays with her eyes closed. Jae-han noticed that his friend was resting. He approached from the side with a smile on his face. She noted that it was nice to finally relax and asked Jae-han what the others were doing. The hunter replied that Seo Jai had just returned and gone upstairs, and Yoon Dam was washing the dishes. He also said that Seo Hu was testing the effect of the S-rank outfit in the lake. The brunette was walking along the bottom of the lake. A notice explaining that the effect of the outfit was freedom from the environment, and it was not affected by external stimuli. The main character ironically joked that now he would go to space. The huntress leaned on the table, while the brunette stood there with a puzzled look. He noted that a guy like Seo Hu could easily do something like that. The huntress noticed that everyone was trying so hard, and she thought that she should move on. Jai Han was slightly surprised, raising his eyebrows. She was surprised by the girl's haste, because even after the closure of the Nafka's dungeon, she still did not want to sit still. The guy asked her if there were any more dungeons left in Korea. The girl leaned her hands on the table, looking down. She knew that even after achieving the goal of primary importance, they had little choice of activities until the announcement of the predator. She recalled the image of a man in a suit and his shadow. The main character believed that they had to either quietly wait for the Exodus Hall, or search for hidden dungeons within the country, or capture foreign ones to add strength. 2 days earlier, at that moment, she was holding a map in her hands. The girl said that yesterday they discussed searching for hidden dungeons in Korea, and she wanted to get down to business right away. The brown-haired girl explained that in this way they would not only reduce the number of victims, but would also be able to convince the rulers. Seo, who sat nearby on the sofa, folding his hands. The main character said that they would need to search separately for this, but in the case of a lack of combat skills, everything would be different. The guild leader asked her what would happen if he took a different approach. He imagined the two of them in uniform standing in front of the control center building. Seo Hu suggested that they dig up classified information from the dungeon control center and look for foreign informants. He imagined the officers' badges. Seo Hu also imagined a girl smiling maliciously, asking her to do the preparatory work for this. All the hunters were next to the brown-haired girl. She expressed understanding and agreed with this decision. Seo Jai was impressed by this thinking, asking her colleagues for their opinions. The main character stated that they could move in pairs inside the country. Jai Han looked angrily at Seo Jai and Yoon Dam hugging the brown-haired girl. They wanted to be with Moa, but Seo Jai wanted it more. Moa pulled out many scrolls from the status window. She told the guys to report immediately when they found a dungeon so that they could raid it as soon as possible, and after completing the search, they should gather at the house. All the hunters stared at the camera with a smile on their faces. The main character was rubbing her neck with her hand, standing in the yard. She realized that in 2 days of searching, they had found nothing, and apparently, they would have to move on to foreign dungeons. The brunette asked the girl if everything was okay with her. Jai Han watched as the huntress looked at him with delight. She happily shouted that everything was okay with her and she wanted to search for a dungeon in the States. Jai Han agreed with her. Then he looked at the girl with bewilderment, realizing that she had overdone it. The American flag fluttered in the wind. The man in the suit walked closer to his boss at the table. The boss was interested to hear about the dungeons, to which the assistant replied that the Congress was currently confused and did not believe it. The blonde noted that this was an outright lie. The brunette looked at his boss in confusion, who repeated that it was all a show. The blonde read the documents with a smirk, throwing his leg over his head. He stated that he was contacted from outside. The night city was covered in a starry sky, which was visible from the houses. Sajang was indignant about this because he believed that they could not end up like this. He held his head in horror and drooped. He said that the dungeons should continue to open, and there was chaos in the world, which he wished for in large quantities. The boss was in despair, which will allow the Dian Guild in him. Loom looked warily at his indignant boss, who believed that the dungeons will continue to appear. He added that the humans had made a very stupid proposal, fortunately for them. The assistant stood in front of the blonde president's desk, saying that they had even prepared articles. The president noted that they were most effective in preventing the first ranker, Mr. Jai Han, from coming to the United States. The blonde handed the papers to his assistant with a sly grin. He said that he had selected a list of compelling headlines and asked the assistant to evaluate them. The White House was considering a complete conquest of the dungeons, and there were consequences. The news reported that the full text of a letter received by the NSA from an anonymous hunter in Korea had been made public, discussing the possibility of monsters emerging from the dungeons. They were trying to figure out whether the dungeons were considered a threat or a resource. A bunch of headlines were floating around the internet. Everyone was discussing the disappearance of the Korean dungeons and the news about Jai Han. The brunette was hanging a pancake on the barbell at this time, while the brunette turned her attention to the article. They saw a news headline from America that the U.S. Department of Defense was closely investigating the disappearance of Korean dungeons. The brunette stared at his phone while other hunters came in. They were curious about what the brunette and the brown-haired girl were discussing and asked them about it. The main character, with a wide smile, handed over the phone along with Jai Han. She said that the US had just announced that they were seriously considering completely conquering their dungeons. Yundam was shocked by this news. Seo, who, along with Yundam, stared at the huntress's phone. The brunette noted that if America sets an example, other countries will follow, and his friend agreed. Yundam turned to the brown-haired girl, causing her eyes to widen. He said that he would not call this news good, and the huntress did not understand why. Yundam smiled shyly, touching his face. He said that they would feel uncomfortable interfering with overseas raids, wondering if they saw any other goals behind it. They imagined Jai-Han standing with his scythe, looking up at the purple starry sky. They knew that Ranker Jai-Han was targeting overseas dungeons. They imagined his scythe chained behind bars. They thought that it would be worthwhile to slowly consider subjugation, even for 10 or 20 years, so that people would find it boring to try to excite society with the need for raids. The brown-haired girl sat on a chair opposite a smiling Yundam, who noted that this option should have seemed much more logical. Seo, who looked away with displeasure, crossing his arms. He supposed that perhaps they had intentionally used communication with him in this way. The guys tried to figure out what difference that made. The protagonist crossed her arms and looked forward with an angry expression. She suggested that they observe the situation for now. Somehow she knew that they would take the next steps since they had little time. The doll was about to turn off the lamp. The huntress was about to go to bed while Jai-Han climbed in. She thought that the situation would be resolved with the closure of the Korean dungeons, but somehow it only became more complicated. She covered herself with a blanket and looked at Jai-Han with concern, explaining that their fixation on immediate benefits prevented them from thinking about the future. She remembered the huge portal hovering in the air above the injured people and rescue services. The huntress explained that at this rate, they could all die. She remembered holding her mother in her arms while the ghost of a brunette looked at them. Moa, who was almost asleep, looked at the doll. She mentioned his words about a strong person not having to burden themselves, and she considered herself weak. The doll did not want to hear such words. Then the ghost of Jai-Han appeared, looking at the sleeping huntress with trepidation. He explained to her that she had gone too far, so he considered her incredibly strong, because no one else in her place would have thought of closing all the dungeons to save as many people as possible. The ghost stroked the sleeping huntress's head, trying to calm her down. He looked at her with a smile, noting that there would be more news tomorrow, and told her to go to sleep quickly. He closed her eyes, realizing that she was very tired. She wished her good night. Meanwhile, a warning notification popped up saying that the remaining time was 36 seconds. The time then went to 0. Suddenly, the notification began to evaporate. A notification popped up saying that the Ionisal Disaster Predator had finished monitoring the current dimension. A notification saying that an attack on the dimension barrier by a predator had been detected. More red notifications saying that the conversion of sealed dungeon resources into dimensional barrier resources had been strengthened. Notifications continued to pop up against the background of space planets. The dungeons had been unsealed. A notification saying that the main protocol for rescuing the dimension refugees had been activated. A huge cosmic eye emitted a stream of purple light from itself. A notification saying that the eve of the Exodus Hall had arrived. A huge cosmic stream was approaching the city over the water. The news that everyone had been waiting for came without warning. A portal appeared in the city. A monster's paw with claws appeared from it. A huge purple eye continued to glow brightly. Fierce winged monsters attacked the city from all sides. This news came in a shocking and unexpected form. The protagonist opened her eyes. Jai-Han loudly called Moa. Jai-Han looked at the protagonist in fear. He said that there was a rupture. The protagonist slightly rose, rubbing her eye with her hand. She asked what the dungeon ruptured, and a new one appeared. The protagonist looked out the window, seeing an explosion. She rushed to the window, warily looking at what was happening. Jai-Han said that apparently it was nearby, and he heard a roar. Moa turned around, pulling on her jacket. She said that it was towards the supermarket where she often goes. She stepped onto the windowsill, pushing off from it. Moa said that they needed to get there quickly. The protagonist and Jai-Han headed towards the explosion. Seo Jai turned her gaze to the side. Moa flew up to the huntress. She asked what was going on there. Seo Jai said that she was quick. The huntress held out her hand, showing Moa her phone. She said that she knew, adding that the dungeon rupture wasn't just there, the news was also completely crazy. There was a tab open on the phone with the news, which talked about sudden attacks from the dungeons. Moa looked at the phone in shock, frowning. She thought that it had finally started. Monsters were attacking people, and explosions were happening all around. She thought that it was the eve. Moa was holding a basket of apples, looking to the side. She asked Alphanes what the so-called eve was. Alphanes ran up to Moa, stretching out his arms. He said that it was a temporary period before the Exodus Hall. Alphanes imagined people talking to each other. He said that on the eve of the sealed dungeon lords come out, offering peace and seeking an alliance, but in reality, the protagonist frowned, looking at the old man with a serious look. She said that they were waging internecine wars, so the people from the world of Lord Alphonse died. Alphonse said that this was exactly it. The old man imagined a shining crown on a throne. He said that the hostile dungeon lords come out first, but there are those who remain inside. The old man imagined black shadows with shining eyes. He said that such, holding their breath, wait for the opening of the Hall of Exodus. Moa said that in this way, people will first encounter the aggressive ones. The protagonist slightly opened her mouth, raising her hand. She said that she would send the saved people there, asking Alphonse to take care of them. Moa thought that she said so, but the situation was more serious than she thought. The protagonist followed the hunter Seojai along the ruined roads. A man shouted in English that they were there. The girl under the rubble opened her mouth wide, looking at the hunters. She shouted in another language for them to be faster. Seojai raised her hand, pointing at the monsters in the sky. Moa shouted that there was a man there. Seojai told the hunter to look there. Seojai smiled evilly, clenching her hand into a fist using telekinesis. She said that they would be in trouble since she was in the S rank set. Seojai twisted the monsters with her power. The girl's eyes widened, dumbfounded, watching what was happening. The protagonist approached the blonde, opening a portal for her. She asked if she was okay, adding that it was a safe portal and to quickly step inside. Moa stood near the portal, while Jaihan took out his scythe. The overlord asked Jaihan if he could save the people while she was at the portal. Jaihan asked if it was okay if she was alone. The brunette held his weapon in his hand, looking towards Seojai. He said that in principle, he thought it was okay to trust her to Seojai. The huntress spread her fingers, emitting a red aura. Seojai, with a malicious smile, lifted all the objects with her magic. Jaihan, with a sly smile, pulled his hand with the weapon back. Seojai told Jaihan to help her. The brunette told Moa to watch the portal. The brunette jumped off the pillar, heading to the side. The hovering object hunter climbed up, picking up the people. Jaihan threw the people into the open portal. The two girls noticed the portal that Jaihan threw the guys into. Moa turned around, while the girls ran into the gate. The main character thought that Jaihan was fast, and at this rate they would be able to save everyone. The monsters were hovering in the sky, approaching the guys. Seojai shouted to Jaihan that they were approaching. The hunter looked up at the sky, leaning his hand on the roof of the car. The brunette jumped back from the car, while Seojai clenched her hand into a fist. Jaihan told Seojai to help people so that they would not get hurt. Seojai asked why he was bossing her around. The hunter cut the monster with his scythe. He quickly moved through the monsters, attacking them. Jaihan hovered in the sky, watching as the monsters began to fall to the ground. Seojai said that although he was annoying, one must admit that he was a master at his craft. The huntress looked straight ahead with a malicious smile. She said that she could brag about her abilities too. The huntress attacked the monsters with hovering chunks of buildings. The main character watched with concern, her mouth open. She said that there was no end in sight. Jaihan turned his attention to the protagonist, standing below. Moa said that she would find the entrance to the dungeon to block it, asking Jaihan to buy her time. Jaihan asked Moa if she knew where it was. Explosions were heard in the mountain near the city. Moa said that she did not know, but she thought they should go there. The monsters attacked the people in the middle of the forest. The military man bared his teeth, watching what was happening. He did not understand how they could stop this, noting that the missiles for the fighters did not last forever either. The guy told the sergeant that the monsters were endless. The sergeant closed his eyes, his mouth slightly open. He said that he knew, noting that he remembered that there was a city in that direction, and it was safe to assume that all the people there were dead. The bearded man peeked out from his hiding place, looking at the sergeant. He said that the chaos was not only there, the dungeons near New York and Washington too. The sergeant asked what now. The man with the gun opened his mouth, looking straight ahead. He did not understand what this feeling was. A fire monster began to appear near the people. A huge fire monster appeared in front of the military, the beast lord Fiogas. The military shouted that they had to run since it was the boss. The bearded man looked at the dungeon boss in panic. He was asking for salvation. One of the guys shouted for someone to give him a scroll, and he would pay double the price. Fiogas looked at the panicking people with an angry look. A blue light appeared above the monster's head. A huge column of magical energy hit the monster. The military looked at what was happening, dumbfounded, their eyes wide. Moa hovered in the air on its wings above the defeated dungeon boss. The main character sparkled with blue lightning, hovering above the people. System notification. The appearance of the human overlord Moa imposes a pressure effect on them. The military man asked that she was the human overlord. The bearded man looked straight ahead in shock, his mouth slightly open. The protagonist stepped on the defeated monster. She raised her hand, collecting the loot from the monster while the military watched. One of the guys asked if the situation was resolved. The soldiers looked at the protagonist with bewilderment, their mouths slightly open. The guy asked what kind of person that person was, the human Lord Moa. The protagonist looked away with a cold gaze, Her lips pressed together. System notification. The appearance of the human Lord Moa places a pressure effect on them. The protagonist stood on the monster, raising her head up. A system notification appeared. The effect of the UVA communication item is activated. The duration of the effect is 5 minutes. Yundam contacted Moa, asking if she could move to Bangladesh. Moa asked Yundam what was going on there. The hunter looked down from the roof of the building with a worried look. He said that there were 2 bosses there and he and Seo who couldn't handle them, adding that he would send the geolocation to his mobile. The protagonist picked up the scroll, tearing it into pieces. Yundam said that he had already contacted Jai-Han as well, and they would meet there first. Moa said that she understood and would be there soon, thinking that they were already in Bangladesh. Brunette and the hunter turned around when Moa called out to them. The protagonist flew up to the hunters, looking at them. Moa asked Jai-Han why he was there so quickly and what was wrong with the residents. Brunette said that they had almost settled everything there. Seo Jai was lifting up the rubble of buildings and cars, freeing people. Brunette said that Seo Jai was finishing up and she would join them right away. The protagonist walked to the edge of the roof, looking where Yundam was pointing. Moa asked the guy where the bosses were. He said it was right down there. 2 huge monsters were standing next to the barrier. The hunter said that Seo who came down to protect the civilians, but he was almost at his limit. The blue-haired guy looked at Moa in surprise. The protagonist asked what those 2 were. Yundam answered that they were. The protagonist began to gather magical energy near the horn. Yundam said that since there were 2 of them, they could split into teams to attack. The protagonist attacked with a column of energy towards the monsters. She killed the dungeon bosses with 1 blow. Seo who rested his hands on his knees, looking up in bewilderment. He knitted his brows, looking straight ahead in shock. Seo who wondered how strong the blow must be. The protagonist looked down with a serious look, knitting her brows. Seo who thought that to say amazing was to say nothing. The blue-haired guy stood with his back to the protagonist, looking at him in shock. He called out to Moa. The main character put her hands on her hips, looking at the guy. She asked if there were any more bosses. The hunter said there were none, asking if this was how she had been raiding bosses all along. Moa recalled going to the dungeon bosses with the brunette. She said that they usually tried to negotiate with them and attacked only if they refused, and the brunette did the killing. Yundam asked why she had attacked right away then. The people below were running away from the monsters down there in panic. Moa said that they were now in a situation that did not allow for negotiations, and she was not as convinced of a pacifist as they thought she was. The hunter looked at the overlord in surprise, his mouth open. The huntress said that experience showed that it was impossible to negotiate with the insect lords, adding that she went to collect the prey, and when everything calmed down, let him come down too. The lord looked at the guy with a smile, raising her eyebrows. She told the hunter to call her if there were any more difficult bosses. The lord went down with the brunette. The hunter shouted to Moa to be careful. Jai-Han looked at the protagonist worriedly. He asked if she wanted to rest after collecting, noting that she looked unwell. Moa said she did not want to. The protagonist looked down with a serious look. She said that she was fine, thinking that there was more to come. A blue light appeared in the sky above the monsters. The protagonist attacked with a column of energy towards the monsters. She thought that she needed to kill more. Moa looked down with a disdainful look, gathering energy near her horn. Many blue pillars of energy attacked the ground. Moa thought, what else? People were standing on the ground, looking in horror at the monster that appeared in front of him. A magic pillar flew next to them, attacking the monster. People looked behind them, looking at the protagonist. The huntress with a menacing look looked straight ahead. She thought that she needed to kill more. Jai-Han looked at the protagonist with concern, frowning. The huntress thought that a little more, and she should save people. White clouds were floating in the sky. A guy was holding a phone in his hand, with an open news tab. The guy asked his friend if he read the news last day, to which his friend asked what news he was talking about. School children were walking along the sidewalk, talking to each other. The brunette said that monsters appeared in some province. The brown-haired man asked that he was serious, and where did this happen? The brunette raised one eyebrow, smiling slightly. He asked his friend what scared him, adding that he had never heard of that place before, and he didn't care if something crawled out there. The brown-haired man asked his friend why he didn't care. The schoolboy was standing near the food counter. The brunette said that they were dangerous for him and others who lived in low buildings, and in his high-rise building there was no need to worry about monsters. Su Hyan looked behind him in bewilderment, raising an eyebrow. The brown-haired man asked the brunette how he would buy essential items. The brunette said that he would just order delivery, noting that they would definitely bring it for money, and in general, Jai-Han would kill all the monsters. Su Hyan looked at the schoolboys in shock, her eyes wide. She asked Si Hyan if she heard those kids talking, and what their world was coming to. Si Hyun said that they were still teenagers, adding that they had a line and that she should serve the food faster. The man in the hat waved his hand, smiling slightly. Soo Hyun apologized, saying that she got too excited by those words. The man said that it was okay, and he wanted to answer back, but he held back, adding that there was no need to make a scene there. The girl handed over a tray of food. She said that it was good that he held back, even children were scary these days, wishing him bon appetit. The man thanked the girl. Soo Hyun looked away with a smile, knitting her brows. She said that when she heard the name of the hunter Jai Han, she thought of Moa. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Si Hyun said that of course, adding that they owed her a lot. Soo Hyun asked Si Hyun that she was definitely not going to visit her mother. Si Hyun looked down with a sad look. She asked how she would look her in the eye. The brunette imagined Moa's mother walking around with a sign in her hands. She said that if she went, she would only be adding salt to old wounds, adding that Moa should have been stopped when she said she would join the White Light Guild. The sign said to investigate the truth behind the death of Hunter Moa, and that she demanded a personal meeting with Hunter Seo Jai. Soo Hyun looked down with tears in her eyes, knitting her brows. She said that Moa always wanted to help others, so for them, volunteering there was a kind of repentance. Si Hyun imagined the image of the main character smiling happily. She hoped that Moa was happy. Soo Hyun wiped the tears from her eyes, placing her hand on Si Hyun's hand. The brunette told Si Hyun that it was not her fault. The people looked up in shock, hearing a loud siren. An announcement was made that this was not a drill, and at 6:11 p.m., a state of emergency was declared in all of Seoul. Si Hyun looked away in fear, her mouth hanging open. The announcement was made that all civilians were requested to go to the nearest underground shelters or closed areas to prepare for an attack, asking them to remain calm, adding that this was a real alert. The man in the hat widened his eyes, looking away in horror. Si Hyun asked if monsters had appeared in Seoul too. A blue circle appeared above the ground. A jellyfish-shaped monster appeared next to a food truck. The man looked up, smiling nervously. He asked what difference it made, noting that they were right in front of them. A crowd of monsters gathered near the food truck. A crowd of monsters gathered near the food truck. Soo Hyun and the brown-haired girl looked at the monsters in shock, their eyes wide. Si Hyun stared straight ahead with a scared look. She stepped off the van and onto the ground. Si Hyun took off her gloves, turned around, and opened her mouth wide. She yelled at the people to get into their food truck. The people hurriedly walked towards the van. The man thanked the man in the hat. Si Hyun yelled at the assistant to throw out all the unnecessary things from the inside so that as many people could fit as possible. The girls sat in the front seats, fastening their seat belts. Soo Hyun asked the manager where they were going. Si Hyun frowned as she sat behind the wheel. She said to the subway, since that was the nearest bomb shelter. Dust rose from the moving wheels. Si Hyun told everyone to hold on tight since she was stepping on the gas. A huge black monster moved behind the van. The female lead lay on the sofa, her eyes wide open. She sat down on the sofa, clutching her head. Yoondam asked Moa if she was awake. The huntress asked the boy when he came. The boy said recently, asking if she had slept too little. The huntress said no, noting that they needed to go outside again. The female protagonist walked to the table where the boys were sitting. Jai Han asked if she was awake already. The huntress said yes, asking if Mr. Seo Who had returned as well. Seo Who crossed his arms over his chest, looking at his master. He said that they had been without rest for more than a day since the beginning of the eve. The huntress asked about the situation. A human hand was visible from under the rubble. Seo Who said that there had been no significant changes, adding that due to the delayed reaction, it was impossible to estimate the number of deaths. The female protagonist clenched her hands into fists, lowering her sad gaze. She said that this was despite the fact that they had been running around tirelessly. Yoondam sat down at the table, resting his chin on his hand. She told the master that she had warned them enough and that it was their own fault for not listening. Jai Han said that he agreed, asking that there was no point in blaming themselves. Yoondam looked at the protagonist with a sad smile. Moa said that there was no point in looking for someone to blame when people were dying there. Yoondam said that in any case, it was not her fault. Jai Han asked if she had already seen her current ranking. Moa asked about the ranking, thinking that it had completely slipped her mind. System window, 12th place, Moa. The protagonist told the guys that she was in 12th place. The huntress leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. She asked that only the first 10 hunters were displayed, noting that she had barely escaped. Seo Who told her not to relax in a hurry. The hunter handed the papers to Moa with a serious look. He told her to read the foreign article that fell under embargoed. There was a picture of Moa in the newspaper. It said that the human Lord Moa was their savior, and it reported that in the midst of the most terrible global outbreak of dungeon ruptures that took many human lives, the monsters were killed by the human Lord Moa. The protagonist looked at the newspaper with bewilderment, her eyes wide. She asked why her name was there. Seo Who said that they said that when she appeared, all the hunters saw a system window. The protagonist remembered the military men who had read system windows in front of them. She remembered standing in front of them, looking away. Seo who said that there was a text that the appearance of the human Lord Moa puts a pressure effect on them. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, looking at the hunter in surprise. She said it was the same as when the boss appeared, but she wasn't the boss. Yundam opened his mouth slightly, pointing his finger at his head. He asked if that wasn't true, noting that she was quite the overlord with her own dungeon. Seo who said that he agreed with Yundam's words. The hunter closed his eyes, clutching the bridge of his nose with his hand. He said that he would deal with the article, but he wouldn't be able to suppress the rumors, adding that in the worst-case scenario. The protagonist looked at the newspaper with a sad look. She said that the Dian Guild would find out that she was alive. The protagonist looked ahead in shock as a portal opened behind her. The hunters jumped up from their seats, looking at the portal. They didn't understand what had happened. The protagonist's mother was bringing wounded people to her dungeon. The protagonist ran up to her mother, looking at her in fear. She asked what happened and that she was from Korea. Her mother said that it was hell there. From the portal, monsters in the form of jellyfish were visible, destroying buildings. The van was racing down the road. Su Hyan looked in the side mirror of the car in fear. She told the manager to turn right. A huge monster wrapped its body around the van. Su Hyan said that a monster had grabbed onto the truck. Si Hyan said that they shouldn't approach it, asking if there was anything to throw. The monster began to destroy the van. It tore off the doors at the back of the van. Su Hyan asked Si Hyan what to throw it with if they had thrown everything away. The monster opened its mouth wide, showing its fangs. The man shouted that there was a monster there. The hunter cut the monster with a red attack. His hand glowed with golden light. The man bared his teeth, holding a golden weapon in his hand. Su Hyan looked out the window, looking at the back of the van. She asked if the man was a hunter. The hunter told them to step on the gas and he would cover them from the crawling creatures. The black monsters began to approach the van. The hunter smiled nervously, holding his hand out in front of him. He said that without Seo Jai's potion, he would have already fallen. System alert. Mana restored within a rank Mana restoration potion. The hunter cut down the crawling monsters. He stood with his back to the enemy, preparing to attack. The brown-haired man asked the hunter how he was and if he could hold out. The man looked ahead with an unhappy expression, his mouth slightly open. He told them not to worry, although you couldn't tell from his appearance, but he was, in fact, driving in the sky. The man looked out of the van, looking at Su Hyan. He asked the girl how much longer it was to the subway. The van was driving down the road towards the monster. Su Hyan said that it was only 500 meters and they would have to move quickly, so they should get ready. Su Hyan looked straight ahead with a frightened look. The hunters were trying to fight the surging monsters. The man came down to the ground, looking at what was happening in shock. The man shouted that there were monsters all over there too, and that he didn't want to die. The hunter furrowed his brows, smiling in confusion. He said that it was as if the heavens themselves were performing a death ritual for all of them. Black clouds appeared in the sky. The brunette looked up, while a notification popped up in front of him. Blue lightning appeared in the sky. The hunters looked up in confusion, standing next to the dead monster. They didn't understand what it was. The main character was floating in the air, gathering energy above her head. The man stood with his back to the main character. System alert. The appearance of the human Lord Moa puts pressure on them. The man asked that she was the human Lord Moa. The protagonist released a magical pillar of energy. She attacked the monsters, killing them on the first try. The hunters looked at the monsters with lightning sparkling from them in bewilderment. Si Hyan widened her eyes when she saw the protagonist. The huntress looked straight ahead with a serious look. Si Hyan asked that it was Moa. The girls looked at Moa in shock. Si Hyan asked the protagonist if it was really her. The girls widened their eyes, looking at the protagonist in bewilderment. Su Hyan asked that she survived. The brown-haired girl said that she really thought she had already. The protagonist smiled happily, frowning. She said that thank God they were safe, and even a small delay could have led to a catastrophe. The girls looked at the huntress with concern. Moa said that it was not the best time to talk and that they should rest in the shelter. The protagonist opened a portal while Si Hyan looked at her with a serious look. Si Hyan said that they would talk later, adding that she should take care of herself. The protagonist closed her eyes and waved her hand at the girls. She told them not to worry and that she would be back soon, adding that she promised no matter what. The protagonist watched the van leave through the portal. Fire engulfed the destroyed buildings. The protagonist gritted her teeth angrily. She said that she tried so hard to avoid this sight. Jai Han, in spirit form, looked at the protagonist with concern. Moa contacted Yundam, asking if he could hear her. Yundam said that he could hear her and that she could speak. The protagonist crossed her arms over her chest, looking up angrily. She asked the hunter if he could find the one who did this right then. Many insect monsters were flying past the burning building. Yundam said that he was with his brother Seo Hu and would contact her as soon as they found him. Moa thanked the hunter. The brunette looked up, putting his hand to his face. He said that a whole swarm of monsters had fallen on them. The insect monsters were flying to the side. Jai-Han said that killing them one by one would not achieve anything. They could use the insect lord's thunder, but then people would die en masse. The huntress looked down thoughtfully, putting her hand to her mouth. She said that there had to be another way. Jai-Han told the protagonist to look. The insect monster was hovering above the fire, looking with red eyes. Jai-Han asked that it was no different from the others, adding that it looked like the main one. The protagonist widened her eyes, raising her index finger. She said that it was true, adding that she had heard somewhere that a swarm of insects always followed one that was in charge. Jai-Han asked, like bees or grasshoppers. The protagonist began to move forward, emitting a golden aura. She said that it was true, and she had an idea. The protagonist took the form of an insect, rising up. She told them to follow her. The insect monsters looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. She turned into an insect, attacking the leader among them. The huntress thought that the Moa bug had penetrated successfully. The huntress turned to the swarm of insects, staring at them. The protagonist led the monsters to the side. She thought that it was great that they were chasing her. Water appeared in front of Moa's eyes. The swarm of insects followed her without question. Moa thought that was enough. She turned back into a human. The protagonist smiled bloodthirstily, gathering magical energy above her head. She told the insects that they were chasing after her only to die. System windows appeared in front of the insects. The protagonist attacked the insects with multiple pillars of energy. The guy held a sword in his hand, looking at the sky in shock. Seo-Jai stood with her back turned, looking at the lightning in the water. The protagonist hovered above the water where the dead monsters lay. She said that the situation had not changed even after their deaths. Jai-Han looked at the huntress with excitement. The overlord asked how strong she had to be able to save everyone. The brunette said that it was not her fault, she had already done more than enough, asking if she was tired. The protagonist closed her eyes, clutching the bridge of her nose. She said that she was tired, but something else was more important. Yundam contacted the overlord. He was standing on the roof of a building, freezing a monster. Moa asked Yundam what they found. The guy said there was no human yet, but they confirmed the location of where the monsters were coming from. The blue-haired guy watched the gathering of monsters wreaking havoc. The hunter said it was the roof above the dungeon control center, adding that they were crawling out of every crack as if someone had opened a portal. The huntress said she understood him, and that was where they would be locked up. Jai-Han took out a scroll, tearing it apart. Moa asked Jai-Han that the materialization had not recharged, adding that he needed him to break the portal in the dungeon control center. Jai-Han said he accepted. Seo-Jai contacted the overlord. Seo-Jai looked ahead with a serious look as people ran into the portal. Moa asked Seo-Jai that she was in Korea. The huntress said that it was, noting that she was next to her and had seen the flash recently. Moa said that it was just in time, asking for help. Seo-Jai stood with her back turned, raising her hand. The protagonist asked that it took less strength to move monsters with telekinesis than to kill them. The huntress said that it was, you just had to manage the weight. Seo-Jai stood among the advancing monsters. The protagonist told the huntress to then gather a cluster of ground monsters and bring them to her with telekinesis. She would get rid of them with the insect lord's thunder. The huntress smiled in confusion, her eyes widening. She thought that she should stop this recklessness or ask if despair had gotten to her head so much. Moa asked Seo-Jai what was going on. The huntress began to emit a red aura. She said that it was nothing special, thinking that she could still understand the Lord's intentions. The hunter used telekinesis to raise the monsters around her. She smiled bloodthirstily, her eyes flashing. Seo-Jai told Moa that she would throw them with a blow, and she should only catch them. The main character was gathering magical energy above her head. Moa thought that in general, she understood the strategy of these persistent attempts to stop the monsters was only exhausting herself. Moa thought in order to save as many as possible, for this she must decide. Many lightning bolts struck from the sky, attacking the monsters. Jai-Han stood next to the man lying on the floor. The brunette raised his side up, standing next to the door. He attacked the door, destroying it. The people in the room turned their backs, seeing Jai-Han. The brunette walked into the room with a cold look, exuding a terrifying aura. The guys looked at the hunter in shock, their eyes wide. The brown-haired man asked what Jai-Han was. The brunette grinned bloodthirstily. He called them scoundrels who spat on those dying outside. Jai-Han looked at the guys with a mad look, smiling widely. He asked what was meanly striking from behind. The hunters began to run away in panic. One of the hunters shouted that they needed a teleportation scroll. The guy held the scroll in his hands, tearing it into pieces. He said that he also had to survive when he got out. Jai-Han immediately attacked the guy who was about to escape. The brunette killed the hunters in the room without regret. The hunter lay on the floor, looking at the brunette with horror. He folded his hands together, his eyes wide. The guy begged for mercy from Jae-han, adding that they were just carrying out an assignment, and that he knew a lot of things, noting that the real culprits were opening a new portal to the city on the roof. Jae-han, with a malicious look, extended his scythe to the guy's head. He said to get rid of him. The hunter looked at the brunette with horror, his eyes wide. Jae-han killed the guy with a crazy look. The brunette looked at his things, seeing blood on them. He said that he got dirty. The brunette went in the opposite direction from the dead body. He said that he needed to wash it before going to Moa. The brunette smashed the door into pieces. The mage looked at the hunter, who appeared in shock. They did not understand where he came from. The mage was holding a staff in his hand, while behind him was a monster. The mage said that it was Jae-han, not understanding what those below were doing. Jae-han bared his teeth nervously. He told the hunters that since they could not exterminate the monsters, they decided to summon them. Jae-han quickly attacked the hunters with the monster. The hunter shouted that they needed to run. Jae-han wished them luck. The brunette attacked the floor with his scythe, where the magic circle was. He looked at the hunters with a displeased look, frowning. Jae-han asked the villains what their last words would be. Monsters circled above the water. Moa attacked them with her lightning. The female lead covered her mouth with one hand, holding empty vials in her other. Jae-han contacted Moa, saying that he had broken all the portals and that everything should be okay now, asking how she was. The female lead floated above the water, opening the system window. She told Jae-han that it was a great job and that she was fine. Seo-jae said that she was not fine at all, asking what she thought, that she didn't know how many times she had used area skills. Jae-han asked what she was saying. Yoondam called out to the guys. In order to communicate with each other, everyone ate a communication yugwa. Yoondam floated in the air, looking down. He apologized for bothering them, but they were in serious trouble, adding that those villains had used more than just portals. The hunter looked at the people who had bound the monster and torn the teleportation scroll. He said that he didn't know who, but someone was deliberately summoning monsters by constantly moving around, and they were also teleporting high-ranking monsters separately using scrolls. Seo-jae asked what that is. They were deliberately throwing one at a time to add to the trouble. The hunter stood with her back to the monster, throwing it aside with her telekinesis. Yoondam said that was true, and they were only throwing them at the capital region, noting that the provinces were practically silent. Seo-jae asked what the hell was going on. Moa said that this was probably their plan. The main character imagined a portal from which monsters appeared. She said that they were trying to throw them at the most populated area of Korea to cause serious damage and more victims. The main character imagined a black silhouette on the mountain of monsters. Seo-jae asked who was doing this and for what purpose. The city was ablaze with orange flames. Moa said that it was probably for the sake of power. The protagonist imagined the sly smile of the man in the suit. She said that they were either playing with people's lives to boost their low and pathetic self-esteem. Jae-han wiped the blood from his face with his hand. Moa said that she didn't care about the motivation, the circumstances, or the culprit. Seo-jae looked straight ahead with a menacing look. The overlord said that her head was hurting just thinking about how to resolve the current situation. Yoondam looked straight ahead with a serious expression. Moa said that she had decided. Seo who looked straight ahead with a menacing look. The protagonist floated in the air, confidently looking down. She said that they would seal Seoul. Jae-han looked down with a puzzled expression, throwing his braid over his shoulder. He asked Moa what she meant by that. Moa said that she meant it literally. The protagonist stepped onto the roof of the building. She said that she would set up a shrine barrier around all of Seoul to prevent anyone from entering. The overlord stood on top of a pillar, looking out over the water. She said that she understood his concerns, but there was no other way, asking them to follow her. Jae-han said that was it. The hunter slightly narrowed her eyes, tilting her head. She said that she would now divide the tasks between everyone, noting that the goal of their operation was to save as many people as possible. Yoondam stood on the ground, waving to the people. Moa said that first, Yoondam and Seo who would gather the hunters using their established connections. Seo who had his back turned, looking at the hunters in suits. The overlord said that they had to leave the bare minimum to protect the provinces, and set up a hotline with the south in case of emergencies. Jae-han and Seo-jae stood with their backs to each other. The huntress said that, nah, Jae-han and Seo-jae will exterminate all the monsters within Seoul when everything inside the barrier calms down. The hunters fought fiercely with the attacking monsters. Moa said that they should redirect the hunters to the provinces, since with the capital region blocked, the monsters could be thrown into the surrounding areas. The boys agreed with the overlord. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious look. She said that in that case, she would continue hunting monsters until they gathered all the hunters, adding that she was counting on Yoondam and Seo-hoo. Yoondam told Moa not to overexert herself. Seo-hoo said that they would finish quickly. The protagonist pushed herself off the pole. She thought that this was only a temporary measure. The huntress attacked the flying monsters with lightning. She thought that they should find and stop the main instigator as soon as possible. The protagonist clasped her hands together, sparking lightning. She thought that otherwise there was no chance of winning. Gray clouds floated in the sky. The protagonist opened the system window, sitting next to Jihan, Seo, who contacted Moa. The huntress looked up with an exhausted look, holding a full bottle in her hand. She asked Seo who if everything was ready. Seo Jai looked away while Yundam squatted. He said that they finished the last placement, everyone else is now in Seoul. Jihan stared at the exhausted brunette. Moa told Seo who that they really did it quickly. Seo who said that the situation is still urgent and then they will remain in reserve. The brunette looked at the protagonist worriedly. He said that her magic. Moa interrupted Jihan, saying that she is still fine. She spread her wings, after which the huntress soared into the sky while Jihan jumped off. The huntress said that she was fast. The protagonist closed her eyes, putting her hand to her mouth. System notification. Due to consuming an excessive amount of potions in a short period of time, she has been given a potion addiction effect that significantly reduces the effect of potions. Duration, 24 hours. Moa thought she was going to puke. The protagonist stepped onto the roof of the building. She thought she should be able to handle it. The huntress said she was starting. The protagonist stood with her back turned, looking at the ruined city. She told the boys to just be careful. Once they were outside, they couldn't go back in without her permission. The protagonist raised her hand, gathering golden energy in it. A golden pillar of energy shot out of her hand into the sky. The hunters watched as a barrier began to appear above them. Jihan and Seo Jai widened their eyes in confusion. The people watched in fear. Seo, who sat in the backseat of the car, watching what happened. Yundam grinned nervously, frowning. He was floating in the air, watching Moa create a barrier. Yundam asked if she was really human. Moa created a golden barrier above the city. She opened her eyes, holding her hand up. Seo Jai looked up with shocked eyes, saying that this couldn't be happening. Looking at Moa floating in the air, she asked who she had sworn allegiance to. A huge barrier had risen above the city. The brunette girl mentally noted with a weakened look that she had managed to do it. Her eyes were starting to close little by little, while she wondered if she had drunk too many potions since she was feeling dizzy. The girl began to fall down, thinking that she couldn't afford to lose consciousness. A man's hand caught her. Jihan caught Moa. He landed on the roof of one of the buildings. With a wide smile on his face, he praised his friend, saying that she had done well. The huntress smiled back, reminding him that she had told him that this would happen. As the brunette began to put her down, she said that she wanted to rest for a while. At that moment, a communication device asked if there was anyone in the Noryeongjin area. The brunette raised her head and said that she could help, and then asked what happened there. She was told that a huge number of boss monsters had gathered there and they needed support, since the battle hunters who were fighting now were being pushed back. Quickly rising into the sky, Moa exclaimed that she and Jihan were already on their way. The brunette looked sadly at the palm extended to him. The girl with a wide smile on her face asked if he was really going to worry about her all the time. She asked to go together. The guy raised his hand with a talkative look, while the hunter asked if he was going to protect her from all dangers, like he did just now. Tightly squeezing his girlfriend's hand, Jihan said that today was the last time he allowed her to behave like this. Moa replied that she understood him. Huge plants were scattered around the city. Red flowers emitted purple gas. Seo, who, creating a barrier around himself, exclaimed that everything that was happening irritated him. Enormous vines twined around the building, and at its foot stood a monster with a flower for a head. A black-haired girl in a suit rushed ahead. She raised her fist with a menacing look. The huntress hit the plant with all her might. Its flowers began to close, and the monster waved his hand. A second later, the inflorescences began to spit thorns. The girl sharply opened her eyes to the side. Seo, who clenched his teeth in anger, noting that if there were at least one less of them, it would be easier. He held a shield under the attacks of the plants, asking his comrades to buy more time and wait for reinforcements. A huge red seal appeared behind the monster. The man frowned and exclaimed that they were already advancing. A blue beam hit the plants. Seo Jai looked at the severed branches of the monster. She squatted on the roof while her friends flew behind her. The girl asked her brother why he allowed himself to be beaten like a punching bag. The huntress smiled slyly, asking if he wanted her to come and beat up these hooligans. Jihan and Yundam began to descend. The brunette was chopping up the green branches with his scythe. Seo, who smiled softly, noting his sister's foul language. The white-haired one aimed his attack at the flower, telling his comrade that he should be honest with himself and say it straight. The monster muttered in an incomprehensible language as the plants were covered in ice. Moa, on command, created a ball of lightning. A cloud of energy hung above her head, and she noted that everyone did a great job. A blue beam hit the monsters. Looking at the remains of the monsters' bodies, the hunters noted that the girl was incredible since she was able to take them all out with only 2 shots. As the brunette descended to the ground, her friends ran to her. Yundam began to hug the girl, asking how she managed to lose weight in the short time they had not seen each other. Moa asked how the other hunters were doing, and Seo-hoo replied that they were fine. While one team dealt with a stingray-like monster, the man said that the sheer number of opponents was a bit worrying, but they were still within the acceptable rank. At this time, a squad of magicians attacked a three-headed giant, and Seo-hoo said that they should make it before sunrise. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was glad to hear this. Suddenly, her face distorted with horror. The team of friends looked up to the sky. The red screen was reflected in the frightened eyes of the brown-haired girl. The information on the system screen said that the wall of the first dimension had been destroyed, and the Devourer Ionicle was entering the current dimension. A huge glowing eye appeared in the sky. The system notified about the activation of the wall of the second dimension and the calculation of the remaining time until the wall was broken. The countdown from 60 hours began. Noah froze, looking up. A huge eye was looking down at the planet. She asked if that meant that it was the Ionicle arsonist. The group of friends stood there with frowns on their faces as the brunette said that he was the cause of all their troubles. The huntress furrowed her brows, thinking that he was much larger than she expected. She wondered if they would even be able to defeat him. The pink-haired girl muttered with a puzzled look that the devourer looked like an ass with teeth. Seo-hoo and Yoondam looked at her with disgust as she continued to repeat that. Moa smiled when Jae-han worriedly asked if she was okay. The girl answered in the affirmative and asked herself how she could even think such a thing. Looking at Ionicle in the sky, she mentally noted that they would not only try, but would definitely stop him. She thought that it was better not to bother her head with unnecessary thoughts right now. While Seo-hoo was watching the reformation on his phone, the huntress asked where they should go next, and if there were any more strong monsters in the area. The man answered that there were no bosses left inside the barrier. He added that they apparently started appearing outside. Seo-jae began to warm up, saying that there was nothing strange about it, and since they fenced everything off, all the monsters would appear outside the barrier. She suggested leaving the small fry with the others and going outside. Moa exclaimed that she would go too. Looking at the system screen in front of her, she said that she could still fight. The information on the tablet said that she had received the status of an overdose of potions, due to which the effect of them was significantly reduced. Her name was called. Seo-hoo approached the huntress and said that she should understand that rest was also part of her responsibilities. The girl's eyes widened when the man said that he would redistribute the hunters in Seoul. Looking at the phone screen, he said that at this time she should wait somewhere else until it was over. Moa, with a big smile on her face, noted that Yoondam was telling the truth when he pointed out his insincerity. Everyone started to stare at her with shocked expressions. The brunette thanked her for her concern, noting that there were less than 60 hours left until the end of the world. She moved her foot to the side, saying that she didn't care what everyone said, that she was ignorant and stupid. The girl said with confidence on her face that she didn't want to regret later that she hadn't done enough. The brunette called out to his friend with a sad look. Seo-jae and Yoondam surrounded the huntress from each side, and the guy said that she was absolutely right that they could fight a little longer. The pink-haired girl exclaimed that in that case, they should do everything so that their queen would not be sad later. Jae-han turned to Seo-hoo when he offered to go. It headed towards the devourer, and the man noted that it was still a long time until morning. The brunette cut off the monster's head with his scythe. Moa shot a blue beam, while Yoondam covered her from above. After a while, the sun began to rise in the sky. The remains of monsters were scattered around the city. Looking at one of them, Seo-hoo said that they were done with this place. Jae-han said to the side to wait. Looking ahead, he noticed that something was approaching them. Metal legs were walking on the ground. A large black robot approached the hunters. The brunette created a ball lightning and said that they did not have time to watch its appearance. She launched a blue beam at the monster. The lightning sparkled over the metal. A shield appeared in front of the robot, which began to reflect the attack back. Seo-hoo quickly began to create a magical barrier. A beam of light hit the dome. The huntress's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the robot in front of her, she asked if it really reflected her attack. The robot's red eyes flashed. The girl smiled slyly, saying that she would see if it could reflect such an attack. The monster again raised a high shield in front of itself. A second later, it cracked under the onslaught of the blow. The brunette was breathing heavily, looking at the pieces of metal. Blood dripped onto the asphalt. Moa began to fall, while Jae-han said that this was the last boss, and the rest could be entrusted to other hunters. He caught the huntress, shouting her name. The brunette pressed the girl to himself, loudly asking her to wake up. She muttered that she was fine, and only a little tired. The guy knelt down with her and offered to finish for today. Giving his friend a potion to drink, he asked her to rest a little. Moa smiled sweetly at him in response and agreed. Jae-han hugged her and pressed her to his chest. After a while, the girl turned her head. She was lying on the bed in the living room, and the hunter next to her asked how he felt. He said that she briefly lost consciousness. The brunette replied that she was feeling better now. Jae-han was standing nearby, and Yoondam and Seo-jae came into the living room while the guy was saying that she hadn't eaten or slept for 30 hours. The hunters loudly celebrated that they were back. The pink-haired girl and the maids ran in different directions when Jai-Han asked them why they were here. The white-haired guy reminded them that he called them himself, and besides, it was too noisy inside the dungeon. He asked Moa how she was. The girl replied that everything was fine. She covered her face with her hand and asked the brunette how much time was left until materialization. The guy stood up and said that there was enough time, and then asked why she was asking. Yundam approached the huntress and created a cold above her head while Moa muttered that she didn't really plan on using this method. The two men looked at her with gloomy faces and asked what method she was talking about. Seojai told them not to interrupt and just listen. The white-haired man put his hand to his forehead, listening to the words about how Seoul was more or less calm, but in other areas, monsters were still appearing. He replied that it was impossible to catch them all. The hunters looked at the girl in surprise when she said that she thought that they did not have to catch them all. Looking at her friends with a gloomy look, she noted that if they were able to send monsters to them, then they could just. Imagining a blue portal, Moa added that they could send them all back. The men looked ahead. The girl said that when she was making low-level potions, she had accumulated a lot of teleportation scrolls. Seojai approached Yundam, asking if they wanted to teleport them to the capital of the country that sent them to them, after which she agreed. The young man also agreed. The girl answered negatively. She slightly raised her eyebrows and said that if they did that, there would be casualties among the civilians. She imagined a magic circle located behind the shattered images and suggested moving the monsters to places like oceans, volcanoes, polar regions, or deserts because she thought they would die from the environment, but the main thing is that there should be no people there. Seo who looked at her and asked if there was a chance that the monsters would be able to return, because he thought they could also use items. The girl said that there would be no problem with that. She imagined the images of the higher beings and said that according to the old man's words, the monsters should run out of consumables by then, because usually kings consume most of them, trying to survive in the conditions of the night festival. The girl remembered how they sat and collected grass with the man. Alphonse said that it is especially difficult for those whose abilities are creative to survive in the final arena, because, in the end, this is a cruel battlefield where they are drawn into chaotic close combat. The girl looked down. The man added that in the end, even if they couldn't survive the final arena, the few materials they had left would most likely be used to escape. The girl sat on the couch, looking ahead in surprise, and frowned, saying that she thought there was no reason to worry. The dark-haired guy looked down and sighed, saying that he understood everything. The girl opened her eyes and looked at the boy questioningly. He picked up Moa in his arms, wrapping her in flight, and told her to go to bed, adding that he would wake her up in an hour. Jai-Han was climbing the stairs and turned to the boys, threatening them with an angry face so that they wouldn't dare wake her up before the appointed time. She looked over the shoulder of the brunette and, raising her eyebrows, told them that she would place the scrolls in the market and they should notify the other hunters. See who agreed. Yundam wished Moa good night. The brunette put the girl on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Sitting next to her, she said that she would sleep for only an hour, and he said that he would take care of everything during this time, then wake her up. The girl tiredly closed her eyes. Thinking that this was a pleasant feeling, she asked the guy not to overdo it. The young man looked at the girl and promised that he would do everything quickly, thinking that she fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Moa lay on the bed with her eyes closed, her hands on her stomach. A system window appeared in the room, in which a countdown was entered. This meant that the remaining time until the destruction of the Earth, approximately 50 hours. Yundam hovered in the air above the crystal in which the monster was imprisoned. He turned to his ally. Whether he managed to transfer the rest of the monsters, he answered that he was in the process. The brunette was floating in the air, holding a weapon in his hands, and asked where they needed to go next. He was told that they needed to go to the next location. Jai-Han told the guy to head to Busan. Yundam looked at him, his mouth slightly open, and noted that at least the number of bosses being dropped on Korea had begun to decrease. Seo who said that they must have been noticed by now. The young man was floating above the trees. Looking down, he said that he seemed to have found some civilians and would contact him later. Someone was asking to let them in and open the door. The young man, using his ability with the help of small ice particles, found a barrier above the area. Through this barrier, he saw 3 people trying to open the door and asking someone to hurry. Yundam went down to them and looked at what was happening in surprise, apologizing. He said that one of the hunters who were engaged in rescuing civilians, and also asked if he could help. The boys immediately started asking him for help, while the boy stood there in a stupor, crying. They said that thank God they were saved and asked to be taken to a safe place because they were first evacuated to a shelter, but the hunters who came after drove them out. He closed his eyes and asked the people if they were sure it was the hunters, thinking that they did it to save themselves. The man explained that he heard everything clearly and asked if he wanted to know what one of them said when he drove them out. Yundam looked at him in surprise, raising his eyebrows when the man said that one of the hunters mentioned that he was the CEO of the Daily Hunter. The boy asked him again. He covered his face with his hand and looked thoughtfully ahead of him, while the man continued his story, saying that those who were with him pushed them out. Saying that such was the will of the government, the young man thought that he was supported by other hunters, in which case it must really be the general director of that newspaper. The boy's mind was filled with memories of the past, where he sat with his eyes and mouth covered. He thought about how he had a score to settle with the newspaper CEO, explaining that he had arranged for his imprisonment in the boss's dungeon. Yundam smiled, closed his eyes and raised his eyebrows, looked at the interlocutor who was standing tensely in front of him. The boy asked why the hunters chose to hide in the shelter when they could have escaped far away. The man replied that they had no scrolls left, at least that's what they said. The boy chuckled and thought about how they simply couldn't escape. He happily raised his hand. A large portal appeared behind him. He smiled and replied that in that case they no longer had anything to worry about. As soon as they passed through the portal, they would see another shelter and praise them for being able to survive. The trio entered the portal with tears in their eyes and thanked the young man. He turned to the door, thinking about what he should do now. The shadow of the young man covered the door. He continued his thought by saying that he should warmly greet the one below. The two hunters looked up at the door that was closed from the outside, wondering if something had not given up. The second hunter assumed that they might have died because there might be a monster outside. A green potion poured out of the cracks in the door. The potion filled the entire space while the boys thought about what was happening there. Part of the hunters' bodies began to melt. One of them screamed that his legs were melting. Holding his head with his remaining hands, the second explained that it was a cleansing potion. The door began to open gradually. The hunters asked for help. Yundam descended to the ground. He stepped on the melted parts of the hunters and said that the poison skill of monsters that he received was very useful. He walked on the liquid that was left by the hunters and opened the door. Surprised to look inside, he asked where the little pig could be hiding. Inside the room were 4 people who pointed their weapons at the one who entered. They shouted his name. The young man folded his fingers, inside of which a ball of energy began to form, while the hunters threatened him not to come closer. He smiled, looking at the people. Energy began to accumulate around him. The guy's attacks began to instantly seal the enemies, who begged him for mercy. He came closer to them and, raising his eyebrows, asked again if he should spare them. He took a step forward to meet one remaining enemy, while the rest lay around, held his palm open with his back and asked why he should spare him. The young man crouched down in front of the frightened man and looked at him. He began to ask why Yundam was doing this, explaining that it was not his fault. He promised that he would tell everything he knew. The guy looked at the man with a serious face, deciding that he could really be useful and it was worth it. The sweaty man, raising an eyebrow, asked him again what he meant by worth it. The young man smiled and, looking into the eyes of his interlocutor, explained that it was worth torturing him. The sunlight from Moa's window illuminated the girl's face. A notification came to her phone. She quickly took it in her hand. The message said that Yundam managed to find out who was behind the monster attacks and even their location. The girl said that Jai-Han promised to wake her up in an hour and thought about how long she actually slept. The girl got up from her bed and yawned widely, saying that she just woke up and read the blonde guy's message. Yundam asked her why she was already up. Jai-Han insulted him viciously. Seojin said that she should have confiscated her phone. The girl looked out the window and said that she would let everyone know once she was ready to move out again. She looked at the sky through the glass and said that she would personally meet with those who were behind the monster attacks. There was a mansion on a small island in the Western Sea area. The boys stood in a row, thinking that their enemies were hiding in Korea. Seo, who explained that the second son of the group, Sa Jank, was behind all of this. Yundam added that he was both the head of the DM Guild and its owner. Moa looked at the boy in front of her and raised her eyebrows and asked what the president's real name was. He replied that it was his real name. His older brother's name was Chairman Kim. The girl raised one eyebrow, still looking at Yundam, while the brunette stood with her back. She asked the fair-haired guy why he did all this. He replied that he had no idea. All the informant did was insult him. He explained that they would find out everything when they met. The guys, using the skills they learned from their bosses, launched an attack. 2 guards stood in front of the entrance to the mansion. A red beam of light appeared in the middle of the black sky. One of the guards looked at it and asked what it was. The brunette made sweeping blows to the backs of the guards' heads and landed on his feet. The girl's hand pushed aside the leaves. Jai-Han stood with his back to the mansion, watching his allies run towards him. He looked at the guards lying on the floor and said that it seemed like that was it, and he didn't feel any presence anymore. Seo, who looked away with a serious face, while a girl stood behind him, frowning. He said that since the president wanted to hide his hideout, he would only tell a limited number of people about it. The girl agreed. They looked at the house, in the wall of which there was a large gate closed with a lock, and said that the hideout was there. Yundam extended his finger, creating a projectile that began to spread. Inside the house, someone was ordering everyone to run and asking if anyone had teleportation scrolls. The guys entered the house using their abilities. The people sealed by Yundam's skill asked to save them. The shadows of the hunters covered the iron door. They wondered what was behind it. Some loud sounds were heard behind the door. There were many people standing in the room, looking at what was happening with aggression. Suddenly, the sounds from the door stopped. Noom raised his eyebrows and worriedly asked if they left. A pink trail began to appear around the door. The secretary looked tensely at the flying wall of the door. The hunters confidently entered the room. Sa-jank and his subordinates looked at them with excitement. The president began to insult them and ask how they dared to come here, asking why Jae-han was with them. The president began to shout and insult the brunette, adding that he knew that he wanted to kill him. Moa stood there, tensely pursing her lips and hiding her eyes, while Seo-jae stood behind her with a wide smile. The president shouted at the brunette, asking if he really thought that people would consider him a hero just because he killed monsters and ordered to capture the hunters. Seo-jae said that the old man had gone crazy, and Moa wondered in her mind if he was behind everything that had happened. The girl's mind flashed with many civilians, people who had lost their families, many who had nowhere to return to because their home was destroyed. She finished her thought by adding that all of this had happened because of him. Sa-jank pointed his finger at the hunters, while his subordinates stood around him, looking at what was happening in confusion. He shouted at them that he was not paying them money for just standing there. The president's bodyguards used artifact teleportation while the secretary looked at them in confusion. They explained that they would not fight the brunette because, according to the contract, they were only supposed to protect him from monsters, and since there were no monsters here, they were leaving. The bodyguards disappeared. The president angrily threw the club on the floor, while the secretary stood behind him in fear. Sa-jank shouted, called them cowards. The secretary stood behind his boss's shoulder, pursing his lips, and he added that they were of little use. A purple ball of energy began to form in his palm, which remembered the entire space. He said with a serious face that he would deal with it himself. The man's attack flew straight at Jae-han. The brunette was able to reflect it with one movement of his fingers, looking seriously at his opponent. The young man twirled the scythe in his hands, while a man stood in front of him in bewilderment, who did not understand how the brunette was able to reflect his attack, explaining that he was awakened. The guy ran towards the president. He hit his face with the weapon. The man fell to the floor, and the brunette stepped on him with his foot and looked down, saying that his tricks would not work. Jae-han pointed his weapon at the man's face, saying that they needed to talk. The boy asked if he did it on purpose. Moa knelt down next to the man's head, who was looking up at her. She asked if he had summoned the monsters to Korea on purpose. The boy pressed the weapon harder on the man's face. He asked again what he meant by on purpose. The secretary stood behind the girl, clasping his hands at his stomach. The president laughed loudly in her face. He shouted, insulting her, that it was all on purpose. The girl frowned and looked at the man, who said that he would soon release an article stating that he had suppressed the terrorist group Jae-han, who had summoned the monsters to Korea. Seo-jae furrowed her brows in anger and pointed her finger at the man. Seo, who placed his hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down, she yelled at the man, insulting him, saying that he was the one who summoned the monsters. He asked if she didn't understand that people don't care about the truth. Moa placed her hands on her knees, looking at the man, and asked if he knew how many people died. He replied that he didn't care because he didn't die and explained that they quickly increased the frequency of monsters, so the damage was minimal. Sa-jank imagined in his mind a bloody crown flying down, with many hands covered in blood reaching out to it. He yelled that more people should have died, explaining that the more that died, the more they would praise him for defeating them. He said that he would be the king of this world. The girl closed her eyes, sighed, asking him what he meant. Memories of how they fought monsters with the brunette flashed through her mind. She repeated the president's phrase in her head. The president clenched his fist and continued to shout that in this case he would be noticed. Everyone who survived would love him. The girl frowned. Experience from Mana appeared around her head. She thought about saving as many people as possible. Moa filmed everything on camera, lowering her eyebrows. Memories of a fight with a huge lizard flashed through her mind. She asked if the president had anything to do with it. The man was reflected in the camera lens, saying that this was one of his best creations. People still think that this is the work of Jae-han. He advised the girl to live more righteously. Yoondam stood behind everyone with his hands on his hips and watched the proceedings. Seo-jae frowned and crossed her arms over her chest. Seo, who watched the president with a serious face, he addressed each of them, explaining that if the blonde guy cared more about the guild members, he would not have been betrayed. He told the girl that she was nothing special, and that with so many enemies like the brunette, there was nothing to say. Sa-jank reached out with his hand from the flask with the potion, adding that in any case, he pushed Jae-han away from himself, throwing his weapon aside. The man stood up and finished his thought by saying that they were all going to die today. He stood in a stance and showed the flasks, frowning. He added that with this stat-boosting potion, they were all doomed. The president drank the contents of the flask while everyone stood in front of him and watched what he was doing. Purple energy trails formed around him. He turned to the hunters with a smile. The sunlight illuminated the team's house. They found themselves in front of the entrance to their mansion, standing in their stances. Yoondam explained that he was even more trash than he imagined, and Jae-han asked how they escaped. Moa stood with her back to everyone, holding a phone in her hands. Seo-jae began to yell at the girl why she used a teleportation scroll, and did she really think that they could lose because of some potion? The girl replied that it was all intentional. She checked that everything was recorded. Moa closed the phone and explained that she just did not want to bother with it. The guys looked at the girl in confusion, not understanding what was happening. She explained that it was better to save energy to save one more person than to waste it on the president. Moa leaned her hand on her hip and explained that they would still be back in 5 minutes since that was enough time. The brunette was surprised and, slightly opening his mouth, looked at the girl, guessing what had happened. The girl remembered how blood was flowing out of her mouth and nose and said that the greater the power. The bloody man was lying on the floor. The girl finished the phrase by saying that the greater the price for this power. The man opened his eyes, insulting the guys in a trembling voice. The girl imagined a photo of the director's family and thought that he could not understand what was happening, because he considered himself chosen, being born into a very rich family, and that he grew up with a gold spoon in his mouth. The image in her head changed to one of the man's memories. The girl thought that although he was inferior to his older brother, the chairman, in everything, he had a chance to change everything. The girl imagined the moment of the director's awakening and thought that the man awakened as a hunter, and unlike the others who only had money, he also had abilities, but even so, he lost to such a non-entity. The girl tore the teleportation scroll, frowning slightly. The president was lying in a pool of his own blood, his hands clenched into fists. Looking at the hunters, Moa asked him if he knew why none of his people had helped him. The girl turned to the secretary, who was looking at her in confusion, and explained that people who don't care about others get the same treatment. The president sat up a little, and the girl took a step forward. He said that it was she who got rid of the monsters, not Jae-han. Moa confirmed his words. Seo-jae smiled widely and raised his eyebrows, telling her that she saw herself so arrogantly, as if she was something. He added that she should not make him laugh and all he needed was to report it to the media. Moa interrupted him. The president sat on his knees, leaning on his left hand, and looked at the group of people. The girl turned to the guys. Crossing her arms over her chest, she asked Soo-hoo to show the man the broadcast and ordered Yoon-dam and Seo-jae to get ready to attack. The blonde smiled with the corner of her lips. With the help of her abilities, many cameras and laptops appeared. Her brother told someone on the phone to broadcast everything. A bloody director appeared on the laptop screen. In the comments, people began to write that the guys were innocent. Yoon-dam held a camera in his hands with a smile on his face. Moa stood in front of him with her arms crossed over her chest. The young man explained to the president that they had been broadcasting everything to the whole world from the beginning. The girl said with a serious face that hunters Jae-han and Seo-jae were among the man's victims, and in addition, he kidnapped Hunter Yoon-dam and tried to kill him. The girl looked at the man and told him that he was wrong when he thought he was special. Seo-jae looked at his secretary, pointing his finger at the hunters, and told him to immediately capture them, but replied that he was just a murderer. Moa went to meet the president, stepping in his blood, while the man backed away. She said that he was a petty criminal who escaped punishment only because most people obey the law and care about others. The man looked at the girl in bewilderment and said that this could not be. Many people gathered around the computer in the office, watching the broadcast. The president repeated only that he did nothing. The man insulted the hunters. The girl's shadow covered the president, who looked at her in fear. She closed her eyes and with a smile on her face, raising her eyebrows, said that there was not a single person left who would love him. Yoon-dam addressed the viewers through the screen, saying that this was all. He explained that the rest was not suitable for the age category of viewers. He will tell about everything as soon as he saves the world. The young man showed the audience a heart and, closing his eyes and smiling, asked them to subscribe, like and press the bell. The broadcast ended. The president was kneeling, covering his head with his hands. He said that it could not end like this. If Luder was here, the girl asked again who Luder was. The president looked at her and, frowning, asked if she had heard of him. He explained that there is always someone who is higher, if only he could get his support, than people like hunters who rely only on their abilities. Moa opened the vial with a potion. She began to pour the potion on the head of the president, who looked at her, not understanding what was happening. The girl threw the empty vial on the floor and, looking at him, asked if he really hoped to survive with such a plan. Then it seemed to him that he could defeat everyone by increasing his characteristics. The man looked at her with a puzzled expression. Liquid was running down his face. The girl said that Luder doesn't want to be on the same team as someone like him. The man asked her if she really is Luder. He looked down at the floor. The girl confirmed that he is. He grabbed his pants, saying that the high-ranking potion and all his plans. He remembered holding the potion in his hand and realized that all his plans were ruined by her. The girl glared at him, saying that there is always someone who is above the rest. The man pointed his finger at the secretary and ordered him to immediately contact someone outside. The guy looked at him with fear. The man ordered him to film it and upload it somewhere. The man stretched his hand out to the side. The secretary turned away from him. The man ordered him to tell Jae-han that they were going to kill him. The man glared at his subordinate, insulting him. He took a step towards him, saying that the guy had been receiving money from him all this time and couldn't even help at a time like this. Then asked if he thought he would leave his family alone when the guy got out of there, since he had sheltered a man like him. Instead of protecting his master, he had stabbed him in the back. Loom looked away, thinking that the director might not remember, but the secretary immediately recognized her. He remembered the girl sitting on the grass and thought that she was the savior of Guam, and that after the attack on the guild, everyone thought that she was dead, but it turned out that this was not so. The guy looked at the girl, thinking that Moa, who had a grudge against the president, turned out to be looter. The secretary took out a knife from his jacket, frowned and thought that there was only one way out of this situation, and then decided that in order to survive, he needed to choose the side that was stronger. The director was shocked but watched as the guy swung the knife at him. The guy stabbed him in the chest in rage. Blood gushed from the man's chest. The guy said that the director had been insulting, beating and humiliating people all this time, and that the secretary had been recording all his misdeeds all this time, and for a very long time, the girl called out to him. She pushed the guy away, running up to the man, and said that he would die if the bleeding did not stop. Seo Jin and Yoondam smiled. The girl said that no one cared if he died. The guy added that dying at the hands of the one he despised so much was probably the most suitable fate for him. Moa answered in the negative, saying that they could not let him die like that. She touched his neck. The potion was flowing out of the man's mouth. The girl wondered why the elixir did not work. Jai-Han lowered himself to her, saying that it was too late. The man was already dead. The potion was flowing down his cheeks. The girl lowered her head, saying that she couldn't do anything. She opened her palm, activating her ability. The man was enveloped in a golden aura. The guy addressed the girl by name. Moa rose from the floor. The guy asked her if she wanted to give the man a decent burial. The girl answered negatively, after which she said that she did not know how he was used, but she was supporting him for a while because he should not die like this. She looked sternly in front of her, saying that he would get off too easily. The secretary looked at her in confusion, hands on knees. The girl asked if he said that he had a video with the director and would he be able to stop the portals from opening and sending monsters. The guy answered affirmatively, saying that he had a lot of materials with his atrocities, and besides, no one except them knows that the president is dead, so they can send an order on his behalf. Yoondam raised his hand with a smile after the girl ordered him to follow the secretary. The boy agreed. The boy extended his hand to The girl told Seo that they had something to discuss. Yoondam smiled slyly like a fox, hugging the man. The girl said that in that case, they would go back to hunting monsters, and then asked him to continue until Korea was completely safe. A news headline reporting the death toll and damage estimates appeared on the board. The host said that when the chaos from the monster invasion died down, the live broadcast that was launched last night became the main news of the coming day. The girl on the news was talking about the director, saying that it was revealed that the latest face-swapping technology was used during the broadcast, and that the chairman of the DN group promised to personally find the culprit. The white-haired man was streaming, saying that he was sure that Jai-Han was behind this, and that he knew that the guy wanted the entire hunter industry for himself. The man was telling the reporters with tears in his eyes that he was first saved in Guam, and now he owes his life to that girl again, and that he is very grateful to her. An image of the girl appeared on the screen, asking who she was and if she was the #1 hunter. Our planet was calmly in space, but what would you do if your world collapsed in 2 days? Everyone has their own answer to this question. Moa was on the cover of the news. There is hardly anyone who will say that they will search for their name on the internet and read an article about themselves. Sajang's dead body lay lifeless on the floor. The world did not change much after his death. Because of the huge monster in the sky, the world just continued to rapidly move towards its end. Moa came out of the portal, stretching, glad that there was no internet and temptation to read the news in the dungeons. Nis-sun and Seunju were heading towards the girl, and the latter was rushing towards her, shouting. The guy hugged and hung on his sister tightly, saying that she should have told him that she was alive because he thought that she really died. But she told everything to their mother, and the guy was indignant that he found out about everything last. Moa put her hands on her brother's shoulders. They told him about everything that happened, that she had 2 dungeons, but he did not fully understand that she was with Jai-Han. Seunju was indignant, thinking that everything that happened seemed to him and that it was just a dream about the destruction of Seoul, but he was convinced otherwise. He stood next to the brunette, crossing his arms over his chest, saying how good it was that the girl was okay. The girl noticed Si-hyun and Soo-hyun running towards her. They came running and took her hand, saying that they should apologize. The brunette was sorry that she offered her to join the White Light Guild, but Moa said that she should apologize to them. They looked at their miserable, scared faces, apologizing for pretending to be dead, asking if they were very worried. She squeezed their hands in hers, asking them not to worry about it. Standing next to the brunette, Moa suggested that they go inside, because she had something to tell them and something to discuss. The guy looked with pleasure at her fluttering hair while she led the guests behind her. A huge chandelier hung in the hall. Everything had already calmed down outside. Yundam noted that all the monsters returned to their dungeons through portals, believing that they sensed something is wrong, and since they survived, you can't call them fools. He looked at the girl sitting at the table. She asked if the problem with the monsters had been solved. Receiving a positive answer, the secretary was now actively working on this issue. He remembered how he stood over the secretary who was trying to solve the issue in a panic by revoking their agreement, since it was clear that everything was done according to the contract. Seo Jin leaned back in the chair next to her brother, saying that they were hiding behind the law for the sake of legitimacy. Even though they knew about the victims for sure, the brother also spoke out, not understanding the president's plans. The brunette stood behind, thinking that the president was not going to do anything. He remembered how he was shown on the news, and the chaos that was happening in the city, understanding that he needed to blame someone since this plan worked more than once. The girl clutched a mug in her hand, looking at her reflection, saying that the president is a person who is impossible to understand and is not worth trying. Yundam stood next to the main character, saying that now the Korean media is trying to blame her for everything. He remembered the many people who were involved in this. An elderly man with glasses smiled at another, and someone poured a drink for the president. If someone starts digging, they will definitely find these people. The blonde man flew over Seo who was looking at him, praising him for his fight with the media, while they were searching for the remaining dungeons in the country. He remembered a frame from the video where the brunette was fighting with the man, telling how Seo distributed the videos that she had. In the next frame, she was already running from the man. The president still flashes in articles about the programs that he had a hand in. Seo Jin looked at the paparazzi, then their clips were declared fake, and thanks to this, the public is slowly taking their side. The channel had a lot of subscribers. The blonde man flew past the man, who waved him off and said that all this is thanks to the huntress Moa. She smiled sweetly. The hunter said that thanks to her creating the opportunity to use the video, they were able to change public opinion despite the manipulation of the media. Seo smiled at her, and the girl noted the man's great efforts for this. The brunette looked at the girl who was talking to Yundam about the articles about the devourers, but most considered this situation as another invasion of monsters. Su Hyan folded her hands, worriedly asking if everything was resolved and if everything would be okay. The main character realized that she completely forgot to tell them about everything. She remembered herself at that moment, realizing that she could not do anything then, and now there is no point in hiding it. It will be easier this way. Moa turned to her, noting that it is a long story, but first she will say her name on the market, Looter. The girls were very surprised by what they heard. The brunette covered her mouth with her hand in shock. The fair-haired girl said that after she saved them, she met the hunter Jaihan. The brunette approached her from behind, then the girl added that quite a lot had changed since then. It was already getting dark outside. Yundam stood next to Seo realizing that she was able to provide resources thanks to her skill. The second added that he understood why she told him to eat the horn. The girls looked at the main character. Su Hyan asked if the system would help them escape, but received an uncertain answer, because if they win, there will be a choice to fight or run away. The brown-haired girl tried to calm the panicking brunette, who told them to run of course, not imagining what would happen if they lose. Alphanes began to speak, telling that only those who are strong enough to withstand the interdimensional movement will be able to survive. He dejectedly folded his fingers into a lock and noted that only those who can withstand the transformation of souls into a magic stone will have the right to escape. He imagined many precious stones falling into his hands, clarifying that if you pity the weak, he simply will not withstand the movement and disappear, which is why the king must decide who to take. Moa looked in shock at the old man, who humbly wished that she did not experience this pain. The main character looked away and became sad, thanking for everything he told. She looked at her colleagues, saying that this was all the information available at the moment. Si Hyan folded her arms and asked the girl what she would do when she advised to spend the rest of her time with her loved ones. They all looked at them as a team. Moa said that she should prepare for the last refuge, because the choice would only overtake them with victory. The brunette looked away worriedly. Although she was asked not to worry, the girl hoped that she did not scare them too much. She watched as they calmly left, understanding that it was better to be honest with these two. Si Hyan stopped and suggested that the heroine go to dinner together after this was all over, because she knew a good place. She looked at her with a smile, confidently asserting that she would succeed. Seo looked at the girl and guy chatting about colleagues, offering the heroine to move on to the consideration of the case. Moa looked at Alphanes, asking to tell about what will happen at the last refuge, and then he talked about what will happen as soon as the effect of the second barrier ends. Then it will begin. The king could choose 5 loyal subjects who will go with him, and after the choice they will be automatically moved to the refuge. At the top of the altar in the form of a pentagonal pyramid there will be a throne, the king who will sit on this throne and will be proclaimed the king of the refuge. Then the girl immediately introduced herself. The brunette stood behind the thoughtful girl, understanding from the old man's story that it is not necessary to fight at all. Behind the old man was a large fluffy white beast. He answered positively, adding that the distance to the throne will be the same. Those present listened attentively to what they can choose right away, although they have from 5 to 20 hours to think. This time is allocated for preparation. The boy thought about it, finding it reasonable, not counting the opponent who was stupidly stronger than them. Moa tensed, realizing that it was better to avoid fighting them, not to exhaust herself, and ideally not to try at all. Alphonse looked at the girl in shock. Sitting between the boys, she began to shake her head from side to side, saying that she found a way to avoid the attack. She happily announced that she would become half a bug. Everyone present looked at her in shock, not understanding what kind of bug she was. Her mother and brother were lying on the monster outside, and she was about to explain her plan to them. She looked at everyone seriously, folding her arms, saying that their primary goal was to win at the last refuge. The girl imagined the way to the throne, realizing that by avoiding direct confrontations, they would seize the throne faster than anyone else. She dumped a lot of potions that she had prepared on the table, telling them to take them and drink them from time to time. The people present began to examine them. The girl assumed that the potions were the same as the president's. They were explained that after taking them, they should choose a permanent increase. Seo-jin grabbed a couple, hearing that it could increase stats by 5, but the blonde reminded her not to overuse them to avoid addiction. Yoondam looked at the potion in his hand, remembering that the girl said that she could enhance her skills with the horns of the bosses, assuming that she had a lot of them thanks to the skill. The girl remembered the state of her inventory and the huge number of horns, saying that she would hardly be able to squeeze them all in the remaining time. Yoondam looked at the old man, asking if they could eat the horns instead of her and accumulate the effect for her and if it would affect their subordinate Link. Receiving a positive answer, Alphonse lowered his head in disappointment, asking the girl if she would really fight the devourer. Moa sat with her arms folded, saying she didn't know. She thought of her mother and her brother. She also thought of her co-workers, knowing that they would all die if she chose to flee. The girl looked at the old man, knowing that if they fought, they could all die, so she asked if there was another option. He bowed his head, disappointed, saying that even he didn't have a clear answer for her. Alphonse thought back to the past, telling her that they never even considered fighting and always chose to flee. Watching the monster in the sky, he guessed that they must have sensed it when they saw it, that there was no chance of victory. The girl leaned in, listening intently to him, saying that they were all too busy trying to escape, since the devourer was as impossible to defeat as an ant could move a mountain. She then thought for a moment, saying nothing. Moa walked outside, noticing her mother and brother lying on top of the monster. She looked at her brother, who said that they had something to say. Seunju hugged his mother and said with a smile that since the whole family was here, they should all have dinner together. The waves were softly splashing against the backdrop of the setting sun, barely lighting up the sky. The brunette and the girl were on the coast. She was surprised that nothing had changed here at all. She remembered how they had fun on the beach when they traveled around the country. Since then, it seemed like nothing had changed. The girl's eyes widened, noticing the following. In front of her was a clear, calm sky. No monsters or dungeons appeared there, as if time had stopped there. Moa turned to her mother and brother when they called out to her, saying that she was already on her way. On the table there was fresh, delicious food in large portions. They were called to eat before it all got cold, wishing them a pleasant appetite. They ate happily, sitting at the table. The girl looked at the two men across from her, who had just arrived at the establishment, talking about their own business. She became quiet, holding rice in her hand, listening to them talk about the eater in the sky. Moa drooped, eating rice and listening to how they were going to go to Seoul next time. The brunette also looked at the men. The girl understood that there might not be a next time, no matter what she chose. The main character looked at her brother, realizing that they could all die if they failed, wondering how many people would die without even realizing it. The guy looked at his sister with determination, holding a rice spoon in his hand. The utensil dipped into the rice. Seunju called out to his sister. Moa looked at him in shock when she heard him offer to choose to escape. She was indignant, trying to tell her mother something, but she took the guy's position, saying that she needed to escape. The main character looked at them worriedly, asking what they were talking about, not understanding how she should leave them and run away alone. The girl demonstratively showed her muscles, reminding that she was quite strong, not understanding how they could call her weak, mentioning all the bosses she killed. Miss Sun looked at her daughter with a smile, who promised to defeat the devourer that was in the sky. The girl was taken aback when they told her to choose to escape and everything would be fine. Moa's face twisted in displeasure. She asked how she should understand this. The girl bowed her head, understanding that if she ran away, then they would all die. The brunette looked sadly at the girl, who was simply broken. She looked at her brother with tearful eyes, who was happy about the fact of her precise salvation. The brother and mother sat opposite with a smile. Seunju confidently declared that she would live. Miss Sun brought the spoon to her mouth, asking when she called her daughter weak, because even as a child she could not bring herself to call her cowardly or shy. She told the girl not to worry so much, because no matter what choice she made, any decision would be right and her mother would always support her. The brunette put his hand on the girl's shoulder, looking at her, and they were offered to continue eating until everything got cold. At night, the girl sat down on the bed and the guy asked about her health because of anxiety, but he was told that it was all because of fatigue. Jae-han sat down next to her, saying that he did not blame her, asking if she really did not want to run away, to which she replied that she simply could not. She imagined the scales, were the 5 of them on one side of the scale, and the rest of the world on the other. Either she will save a few people, or she will fight, risking the lives of everyone. Perhaps running away would be more reasonable. However, the girl remembered how her younger brother called her after the meal. He looked away worriedly and awkwardly asked if it hurt to die. Moa covered her face with her hands while Jae-han looked at her, calling herself pathetic. Everything inside her sank when she heard her brother begging her to choose to run away, while he was afraid of death. The brunette looked at her and said that there was nothing pathetic about her feelings now, she just felt responsible, because she was deciding the fate of the entire population. The girl looked questioningly at the guy, who said that he did not care about her choice at all. Then she asked what was really important to him. He came too close, smirking, making Moa embarrassed and surprised, saying that he cared about her. She was left all red while he suggested that she take a rest due to her shabby appearance, and he went to explore the surroundings. The girl shyly wrapped herself in a blanket, saying that they would see each other in the morning, and the brunette ran out the window, smirking. The rest of the time, the band's siblings trained, and Yundam practiced a lot. Time passed and soon the king and his subordinates were ready. The final act had begun. The battle at the last refuge was about to begin. The day of the decisive battle had arrived. The timer was rewinding the seconds of the timer. It was time for the battle that would determine the fate of humanity. The girl hugged her mother and brother tightly, saying that she would be back soon, and her mother wished them a safe journey. She turned around, heading back to her subordinates. The girl asked the people present if they were ready. Moa opened her skill window, saying that thanks to their combined efforts, her Insect King skill was at level 17, which surprised Seo-jin greatly. The girl pointed at herself, saying that she did not know anything yet, and the blonde man asked if the exact number of people gathered here was correct. Moa looked at them and answered positively, saying that there were 5 of them with nafkas. The girl pointed at the brunette, saying that he didn't count because he belonged to her, so he was like an ace in the hole. Seo, who looked at his watch, assuming that they would meet there in the final resting place, realizing that it was soon. The girl looked at them with a smile, declaring that she would definitely return victorious. Soon they disappeared from their place. They were transferred to the final resting place. She opened her eyes, looking at the area. The team was standing behind a huge solar knight who folded his hands. In addition to them, there was a monster with an ant head. There was also a skeleton king. All the participants appeared around the altar. Moa raised her hand, touching the activated barrier. Her hand touched its border. It was impossible to use territory destruction skills here. The brunette touched the girl's shoulder, saying that now is the time to act. The main character began to prepare for an attack, accumulating a powerful magical flow, telling everyone to step back. Seo, who, folding his arms, asked what she was going to do in a high-speed battle. The girl sweetly replied that first they would see if she could move within the barrier. The guy was still touching her shoulders. He realized that she was going to show her strength, and they watched it with ardent excitement. A powerful shockwave followed. The girl wished death to her opponents. The other participants' hair and clothes stood on end. They were surprised by the power of the attack. Moa herself was in shock, while the young man behind her was very happy. The others looked at the consequences of her attack in horror, although she believed that she had dealt a weak blow. Having turned into a flea, she looked at the guy, telling him to act now. The brunette hesitated, but the girl hurried him, saying that they were already finished with this conversation. Jae-han rubbed the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes, asking how he could do this, clearly refusing. The girl next to him tried to persuade him, because there is no safer way and there will not be. He showed her drawing indignantly, while the others rolled on the floor laughing, asking how he was supposed to fit on her back if she shrank. In the drawing they were in a reduced size. She assumed that he would also shrink, because the size corresponded to the master. The brunette still sat on her back, having drunk a potion of invisibility and agility. The girl told her to hold on tightly to her hair so as not to fall. The other participants looked at them while the barrier disappeared, when they said that they would be back soon. They looked around in bewilderment, realizing that they were completely invisible. Meanwhile, the girl and the guy rushed forward. There were spells ahead. The girl understood that she would be able to move lightning fast, because now she was a tiny flea. They confidently headed forward. Moa was sure that now no one would be able to interfere. The guy tensed, noticing an obstacle in front, warning to be careful. A huge maroon hand of a monster appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Jae-han took out his weapon, telling her not to slow down. The brunette cut the hand, sitting on a flea. He looked around, noticing the monsters, realizing that the invisibility ended and he would have to stay here for a while. He quickly got off the girl. Moa looked at the guy in the jump, not understanding what was happening. Jae-han looked at her with a smile, squeezing his weapon in his hands. His staff barely touched the girl. In the end, they passed each other, the guy stayed there, and the girl moved forward even faster. There were steps in front of her. She told herself not to look back. She had to go further. While Jae-han drew attention to himself, she had a good feeling. The throne was already very close. Moa understood that there was just a little more left. She managed to quickly slip through the attacks that were sent at her. She came out completely unharmed. Moa looked back with a sly smile, saying that they were too slow. Jumping over the monster's paw, the girl was confident. She looked at this throne, realizing that this throne was made for her. The girl remembered the other participants and Jae-han, realizing that if she did not get there, then the others would not be able to do it. She should be even faster. She reached for the throne, which was very close. Soon she stepped over the last step, realizing that this was the end. Her cockroach paw stood on the throne. The girl turned around, realizing that she took the throne first. A bright beam of light emanating from the very top, the appearance of the ruler of the last refuge was announced. Her subordinates were happy that they managed to pass the last refuge. The blonde congratulated the girl on the throne. She looked at the brunette, asking if they killed the monsters, but they disappeared themselves in the middle of the fight. Now they will announce the ruler. She happily agreed with him, realizing that they now had a choice to run or fight. They were all shocked when the girl was named the ruler of the temple, adding that she was the queen of fleas. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.